Chapter 1. The Legitimate Sister. In the winter of the 20th year of Yonda, snow fell thickly. The biting cold wind pierced through the dilapidated woodshed. Shen Tang, her body stiff with cold, appeared even paler, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of her lips. Last autumn, the Western Liang invaded the territory, and Prince Jingyang led his troops into battle, tragically meeting his demise on the battlefield. The day after his heir, Siagimo, inherited the title, he sought permission to head to the border. Gallant and valiant, he repelled the Western Liang forces with great success. Yet, after a resounding victory, he suddenly perished on the way back to court. As his widow, Shen Tang mourned for 3 days without respite. Overwhelmed by grief, she fainted and was not escorted back to her chambers, but rather abandoned in the cold, damp woodshed. She had been confined there for an entire night. Despite being married to Siagimo for 4 years, their relationship had been fraught with discord, and they had been unable to bear children. He had devoted his affections to her elder sister, never taking a concubine, and they had no offspring to inherit his title. Now that he was dead, the title would inevitably slip away to others. Although her father was no longer alive, the Pingyuan Marquisate still remained, and they would not allow her, a legitimate daughter, to be bullied. Her elder sister was the revered empress, favored by the emperor, and the people of the Jingyang prince's residence dared to act so brazenly against her. A wave of unease surged within Shen Tang. The door of the shed creaked open. The frigid wind rushed in like a blade of ice against her skin. Shen Tang looked at the visitor, a mix of surprise and joy flooding her being. "Elder sister, what brings you to the Jingyang prince's residence?" The person who entered, draped in a magnificent phoenix robe, was none other than her twin sister, Shen Xian. Looking down at Shen Tang from her elevated position, Shen Xian's expression was devoid of the sisterly affection of the past. Prince Jingyang achieved remarkable military exploits, resolving the emperor's troubles at the border, yet he died before he could return to court for his reward. I simply could not bear to let you go unaccompanied, so I sought permission to have you buried alongside him. The emperor has graciously consented, and I have come to escort you on your final journey. The delight on Shen Tang's face froze, disbelief washing over her. "Let me be buried with him? Elder sister, have you lost your mind? I am your own sister." Shen Xian laughed, as if hearing a great jest. "If you truly were my sister, I would never let that happen." Shen Tang's complexion paled, her voice frantic. "What do you mean by that? Is it really so difficult to understand?" Shen Xian's face was smug. "Today is your day of death, and I shall enlighten you. Back then, our mother. No, I should refer to her as aunt. She indeed gave birth to a pair of twins, but alas, no one believed her, and she ultimately perished in despair. Your biological elder brother was buried alive just after birth, and your elder brother, who was lost at the Lantern Festival when he was merely 4 years old, was not an accident. Yet he was fortunate enough to survive." Each word struck Shen Tang like a knife to the heart, her eyes burning with rage. Were these words spoken by anyone else, she would not have believed them. Yet, coming from her elder sister's lips, she had no choice but to accept their truth. When her mother was pregnant with her, she suffered greatly, unable to step outside. Coincidentally, the Lantern Festival was being held in the capital, and their elder brother, visiting their maternal grandparents, went to the festival with his cousins but lost his way and was never seen again. Their mother, unable to bear such devastating news, nearly miscarried and spent months bedridden, only to become frantic upon giving birth to a daughter, attempting to strangle the child she had fought so hard to bring into the world, insisting she bore a pair of twins, claiming her son had been swapped. Yet no one in the Pingyuan Marquisate believed her, convinced their mother had lost her mind from grief over their elder brother's disappearance. Their father, in anguish, confined their mother to her quarters, preventing her from leaving, leading to her dying with grievances when Shen Tang was merely 2 years old. Had it not been for Shen Xian's own words, Shen Tang would never have dared to believe her mother's claims were true, that someone could have dared to switch the newborn child right under their father's nose, and that their elder brother's disappearance was part of their schemes. These individuals were truly heartless to such an extent. Shen Tang felt a visceral urge to lunge at Shen Xian, to tear her apart, but she restrained herself, trembling as she asked, "Is my elder brother still alive? Who is he?" Shen Tang realized she could not escape her fate today. Yet, she still yearned to uncover the whereabouts of her elder brother. However, some individuals took pleasure in tormenting others, and the more Shen Tang sought to know, the more Shen Xian refused to divulge. Eager to discover who your elder brother is? You won't be able to guess who he is. Rest assured, dear sister, I will soon send him to join you in reunion. Shen Tang's eyes reddened as she screamed in despair. How many lives have you harmed? Shen Xian, gazing at her freshly manicured nails, smiled alluringly, turning her hand over. Too many have perished in my hands. Let me think of who they might be. She feigned deep contemplation, yet her words seemed to emerge from the depths of hell. Father, grandfather, cousins, and a nearly full-term child. With each name she uttered, Shen Tang's face drained of color. These were her own flesh and blood. Reflecting on the child she had lost at 8 months due to a fall, Shen Tang's sanity was completely consumed by rage. She lunged at Shen Xian, desperate for revenge for her father and child. Yet her weakened state prevented her from even standing, and she collapsed heavily to the ground. With a heart-wrenching smile, Shen Tang wiped away her tears, looking at Shen Xian. What about Prince Jingyang? Did you also cause his death? He was deeply devoted to you. Could you bear to see him suffer? Shen Xian laughed, squatting down to grip Shen Tang's chin tightly. My dear sister, which of your eyes perceived Prince Jinjiang's deep affection for me? However, I must thank him. Had he not pushed me toward Prince Qi back then, I would not have the glory I possess today. Shen Tang struggled, but Shen Xian's grip was unyielding. Her hatred transformed into a force capable of crushing Shen Tang's jaw. Let me tell you, it was not I who caused Prince Jinjiang's death. It was you. He was meticulous and only let his guard down around you. The pouch you gifted him was never far from his side otherwise. He would not have succumbed to poison on his way back to court. Even in his final moments, he thought of you, attempting to pen a farewell letter to you while battling the effects of poison. Yet you foolishly believed his heart belonged to me. What quality did Prince Jingyang truly see in you? Jealousy twisted her exquisitely adorned features into a grotesque mask. From the moment she received the news of Prince Jinjiang's death, Shen Tang had suspected foul play, but she had never imagined the depths of treachery involved. Her marriage to Siek Gimo had been fraught with discord. They had quarreled just before he left for the battlefield 2 months prior. Siek Gimo had achieved a resounding victory, and reports of his triumph had flooded in. Shen Xian, knowing there had been no correspondence between Shen Tang and Siek Gimo, felt it was disgraceful for a general not to have any news from home. If she truly had nothing to say, she could at least send a pouch embroidered with care. Though Shen Tang privately believed Siek Gimo would not care for such tokens, she still complied with her elder sister's suggestion and crafted a pouch. Siek Gimo had never treated her kindly. How could he carry the pouch she gifted him so closely? She refused to believe it. This must be a deception. She gazed at Shen Xian, seeking clarity, yet Shen Xian was unwilling to speak another word. Sent her on her way. 2 matrons advanced toward Shen Tang with white silks in hand, closing in step by step. Chapter 2. Rebirth. Upon the bed, Shen Tang sat, gazing at her surroundings with incredulity. Just moments prior, she had been hanged, her life extinguished with resentment and despair. Yet, upon opening her eyes, she found herself within the very chamber she had occupied for over a decade before her marriage. This room, reduced to ruins by a fire on her homecoming 4 years prior, now stood pristine before her. A throbbing ache at the back of her head only intensified her bewilderment, making her question if she had truly died. What was transpiring? A sharp pain coursed through Shen Tang's head. My lady, you're awake? Is your head still throbbing? A familiar voice, laced with concern, startled her. Turning towards the sound, she beheld the vibrant presence of her loyal maidservant, Yinxing, who had tragically drowned in the palace lotus pond 3 years ago. Her delicate face radiated worry, tugging at Shen Tang's heartstrings and prompting tears to well up. Yinxing hastened towards her, setting down a bowl of medicine and gently massaging the back of her head. She muttered resentfully, "That second madam is truly something. When you fainted, she rushed to help, but she wasn't careful and pushed you into the pillar. When the third miss scalded her hand, she wasn't nearly as concerned. One would think you were her own flesh and blood." Shen Han is her biological daughter, Shen Tang thought inwardly. Wait, wasn't the incident with the second madam the day before the substitute marriage? Could it be that she had been reborn after her death, returning to the days before her wedding? The realization sent her heart racing wildly. If it were true, not only were she and Yinxing alive, but her father, grandfather, and cousin were also thriving. Even Siegimo. The mere thought of how she had married Siegimo, the heir of Jinyang, in her past life elicited a scornful smile. A smile directed at herself and at Siegimo. She, Shen Tang, was not the intended bride for Siegimo. The betrothal was meant for Shen Han. The arrangement had been made rather suddenly half a year prior, like a stroke of unexpected fortune for Shen Han. While the Marquis of Pingyuan held a respectable position in the court, he was no match for the Prince of Jinyang. The Prince of Jinyang was the sole prince of a different surname in the Ning dynasty, wielding considerable military power and enjoying the emperor's trust. The prince and Oppos, as consort, and the emperor and Oppos, as favored concubine, noble consort Yi, were cousins. The prince and Oppos, as heir, was not only from a distinguished family, but also possessed unparalleled beauty. The betrothal of Shen Han to him had sparked envy and jealousy. From the moment the engagement was set, Shen Han eagerly anticipated her wedding day. However, an assassination attempt changed everything. The second prince was ambushed while hunting outside the palace, and the Prince of Jinyang heroically intervened, only to be struck by an arrow and fall into a coma. The injury was fatal, with the Prince of Jinyang on the brink of death. Shen Han was consumed by worry, unable to eat or sleep. She accompanied her to the Dazhao temple to offer incense and prayers. Shen Han inadvertently knocked over the temple and amp. Oppos' divination cylinder and a particularly ominous divination stick fell out. The inscription foretold that if she were to marry within 3 days, she would certainly be widowed. Enraged, Shen Han returned to the manor, only to encounter the Prince of Jinyang's men leaving with the wedding attire. The imperial physicians were helpless against the poison afflicting the Prince of Jinyang, leaving the prince's household with no choice but to resort to desperate measures, placing their hopes on a celebratory union to ward off misfortune. Shen Han, already distraught by the ominous divination, turned pale upon learning that the wedding was scheduled for the day after tomorrow. She fainted after taking a few steps. The maids cried out in alarm. Before Shen Tang could react, the second madam, rushing to support Shen Han, inadvertently pushed her against a pillar, causing a throbbing pain that made her see stars. Until that moment, Shen Tang had never doubted that she and Shen Han were true sisters. In her previous life, fearing that the divination would come true and that her elder sister would be widowed if she married the Prince of Jinyang, she was deeply concerned. Her other personal maidservant, Duku, suggested that if the elder mistress were to fall ill, she might not have to marry the Prince of Jinyang. In her confusion, she had foolishly heeded her maidservant and Oppos' advice and secretly administered medicine to Shen Han. Shen Han became bedridden, but her act was not concealed, or perhaps no one had bothered to conceal it for her. The scandal became widely known in the capital, enraging the Prince of Jinyang and noble consort Yi. They declared that since she was so concerned for her elder sister, she should take her place in the marriage to ward off misfortune. To prevent her sister from becoming a widow, she tearfully entered the bridal sedan. She had braced herself for a life of widowhood, but the supposedly nonsensical union proved effective. On the very night of her wedding, the Prince of Jinyang, who had been unconscious for 7 days and nights, regained consciousness. She, the substitute consort, became an outcast. In everyone's eyes, she was a scheming and malicious younger sister who had stolen her elder sister's betrothal. During the 4 years she was married to Siegimo, they never spoke to each other peacefully, and countless people gossiped behind her back, saying she deserved it. She endured ridicule and scorn, only to be told before her death that Siegimo had always loved her. How could she believe it? She dared not trust anyone easily anymore. She had been wholeheartedly devoted to her elder sister, willing to be the one to face widowhood, but how had her elder sister treated her? She had caused the death of her loved ones and sought her life. Siegimo had nearly been killed saving the second prince. And as soon as the second prince ascended to the throne, he had eagerly discarded him like a worn-out millstone. They were both truly laughable. Shen Tang closed her eyes, concealing the hatred that welled up within her. Since fate had granted her a second chance, she would never repeat the mistakes of her past life. The pain they had inflicted upon her, she would repay tenfold. She would make them pay for their sins in blood. If she remembered correctly, her treacherous maidservant would soon come to offer her schemes. As she thought this, the sound of footsteps approached. Duku entered through the beaded curtain, and Yinxing asked, "Is the eldest mistress all right?" Duke shook her head. "The eldest mistress has been crying since she woke up." She looked at Shen Tang. "If the eldest mistress marries the prince of Jingyang, will she really become a widow? The eldest mistress has always been so kind to you. You must not let her jump into this fire pit." Shen Han cannot jump into the fire pit, but she can? Recalling that the first violent argument between her and Xie Gimo had been caused by this maidservant, Shen Tang felt a lump in her throat. She had married Xie Gimo to ward off misfortune, and after Xie Gimo recovered, he accompanied her on her homecoming. Upon returning to the Prince of Jingyang and Appo's residence, Duku had secretly seduced Xie Gimo in the study, claiming that she had sent her. Shen Tang could still remember the look of rage on Xie Gimo's face, as if he wanted to devour her whole. Shen Tang remained silent. Duku sensed a coldness in the second mistress's gaze, causing a shiver to run down her spine. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed like a figment of her imagination. Duku steadied herself and said, "This servant has a good idea to help the eldest mistress." Shen Tang knew exactly what good idea she was referring to, but pretended not to know, asking, "What good idea?" Duku leaned in and whispered, "The Prince of Jingyang's residence wants the eldest mistress to ward off misfortune. But if the eldest mistress is unwell and cannot board the bridal sedan, the Prince of Jingyang's residence cannot force her." Swish! Shen Tang's face suddenly turned cold. "Do you think the Prince of Jingyang's residence is full of fools?" Today, the elder sister could still go to the Daijiao temple, but upon learning that she has to ward off misfortune, she falls ill and cannot board the bridal sedan. "You might as well let me go directly to the Prince of Jingyang's residence to call off the engagement for her, which would be more straightforward." Shen Tang rarely lost her temper. The sudden change in her demeanor frightened Duku, who knelt on the ground with a thud. "Please calm down, my lady. This servant is only worried about the eldest mistress. This servant thought you would be willing to bear a few insults for the sake of the eldest mistress." With these words, if she didn't do as she suggested, it would seem as if she were disregarding her elder sister's lifelong happiness. A mere maidservant dared to manipulate her. Reflecting on her previous life, Shen Tang felt a surge of indignation, berating herself for having fallen into the trap they had set for her. Was this merely a matter of enduring a few slanderous remarks? The Crown Prince of Jingyang was gravely ill, in dire need of a joyous occasion to restore his health. If her elder sister was unwilling to marry, she could simply annul the engagement. The Jingyang Prince's residence would certainly find someone willing to take her place. I secretly administered a potion to her, ensuring that when the flower sedan from the Jingyang Prince's residence arrived tomorrow, she would be unavailable, thereby jeopardizing the auspicious occasion meant to revive the Crown Prince's spirit. Should he be fortunate enough to recover, that would be well and good. However, if misfortune were to befall him and the poison took effect, would the Jingyang Prince's residence and concubine allow me to escape unscathed? Yinxing, silence her. Let her learn a valuable lesson about the words she ought to speak and those she should refrain from uttering. Chapter 3. Interrogation Smack. The sharp, resounding echo reverberated through the room, the slap leaving Duka dazed and sending ripples of unease through Qingyi House. Lady Shen was known for her gentle disposition and generosity towards servants, rarely resorting to punishment. Striking her personal maidservant was an unprecedented act, leading everyone to speculate about the transgression that had provoked such ire in the usually amiable second lady. Tears streaming down her face, Duku retreated after the blow. However, Shen Tang and Appo's countenance remained grim. Thinking she was still angry with Duku, Yinxing cautiously advised, "My lady, please do not agitate yourself." Duku was merely concerned for the eldest lady. Spare your pleas on her behalf. This slap was merely the beginning. She would not harbor such a treacherous servant, one who ate from her hand while undermining her, leaving herself vulnerable. Besides Duku, who knew how many other spies of the second madam infested her Qingyi house. For years, she had lived under their watchful eyes. Every word she uttered was likely known to the second madam. Unwilling to see her own daughter become a widow, yet afraid to offend Jingyang Manor and the esteemed consort Yi, the second madam had schemed against her. Now that Duku's incitement had failed and resulted in a beating, the second madam would undoubtedly be aware of her stance. However, the Pingyuan Marquis Manor had many daughters. Besides her, the third lady, Shen Ran, and the fourth lady, Shen Luo, were both of age to be pushed forward by the second madam. Let the second madam scheme as she may. Shen Tang would not allow anyone to be carried off to Jingyang Manor in a bridal sedan, not even Shen Han. She would ensure that Jingyang Manor's bridal sedan arrived empty and departed the same way. She would see the betrothal annulled. Shen Tang had assumed that the second madam would retreat after encountering resistance from her. After all, the Pingyuan Marquis Manor was ultimately under her father's authority. If she refused, her father would not force her to bring good fortune to another in Jingyang Manor. It would be much easier for the second madam to scheme against her dispensable daughter, Shen Ran, or the third branch's daughter, Shen Luo. Yet, the second madam seemed to bear a grudge against her, relentlessly pursuing her with scheme after scheme. Shen Tang's head was still reeling. In her past life, she had been carried onto the bridal sedan while injured, the dizziness causing her unbearable suffering. She had vomited bitter fluids and bile in the sedan. Tomorrow, she would face another arduous battle. She needed to replenish her strength. Suppressing her urgent desire to see her father, Shen Tang drank her medicine and rested. To ensure a restful sleep, she instructed Yin Xing not to awaken her. Yin Xing complied dutifully, yet she also shook her with excessive vigor, causing the back of Shen Tang's head to grind painfully against the pillow, making her wish for death. Shen Tang awoke in anger, but before she could unleash her fury, Yin Xing exclaimed anxiously, "My lady, disaster! The eldest lady has vomited blood and fainted." The rage that had surged to Shen Tang's throat dissipated. Yin Xing was usually obedient, and in her eyes, Shen Han was the closest person Shen Tang had in this world. If something happened to Shen Han, Yin Xing would not dare to let her continue sleeping, even if she possessed the courage of a lion. However, Shen Tang knew that Shen Han's vomiting of blood and fainting was merely a ruse to avoid bringing good fortune to the Jingyang prince's son, not a genuine calamity. Supporting herself, Shen Tang sat up and casually inquired, "How did she vomit blood and faint?" Yin Xing hastily replied, "The servant said that the eldest lady was in low spirits and barely ate anything this morning." The old madam was very worried and specially instructed the kitchen to prepare bird's nest soup, which the second madam took to the eldest lady. But after taking only a few sips, the eldest lady suddenly felt nauseous and vomited blood-tinged bird's nest soup, then fainted. Yin Xing dared not leave Shen Tang undisturbed. Now that Shen Tang was awake, she could no longer sleep soundly. She knew that Shen Han was not her biological sister, but others were unaware of this. If the eldest sister vomited blood and fainted while the younger sister slept soundly, it would appear callous and heartless. Public opinion was a formidable force. Shen Tang threw back the quilt and rose from the bed. She sat before the dressing table and allowed Yin Xing to style her hair. With her head still injured, the styling process felt akin to torture. Despite Yin Xing's carefulness, Shen Tang repeatedly gasped in pain. Before the styling was complete, a young maidservant rushed in through the beaded curtain, exclaiming anxiously, "My lady, the second madam has sent people to seize Duke." A glint of coldness flashed in Shen Tang's eyes. The second madam had sent people to seize Duku immediately after something happened to Shen Han, clearly targeting her. Regardless of whether she had poisoned Shen Han or not, they were determined to pin the blame on her. With her hair already styled, Shen Tang selected 2 plain hairpins to adorn her tresses and rose to leave. Shen Tang resided in Qingyi House, while Shen Han lived in Qinglan House. The names of the 2 residences were similar, but the distance between them was considerable. Even taking the shortcut, it would take the time it takes half a cup of tea to drink. Qinglan House was not as large as Qingyi House, but its furnishings were more refined. More importantly, it was much closer to the second madam's and the old madam's residence, Songla Hall. The larger size of Qingyi House was not immediately apparent, but the reduced distance for daily morning and evening greetings was a tangible benefit. However, it was only natural that a mother would prioritize her own daughter. In the current Pingyuan Marquis Manor, the old madam nominally held the reins, but in reality, the second madam managed all matters, large and small. The old madam doted on Shen Han the most, so no one would accuse the second madam of bias when she allocated resources to Shen Han's residence. They would only praise her selflessness. With no heir in the main branch, Not only the management of the Marquis Manor's affairs, but also the vast Pingyuan Marquis Manor would be entrusted to the second branch upon her father's passing. Shen Tang could sense that the old madam sincerely wished for her father to have a son, even an illegitimate one. In her previous life, her father had succumbed to a relapse of an old illness, and the old madam, unable to bear the blow, had fallen ill and passed away a month later. Shen Tang banished these thoughts from her mind and stepped into the courtyard. In the distance, she saw the old madam approaching, supported by a maidservant. The old madam was genuinely concerned for Shen Han, her face filled with worry, and her pace was hurried. Shen Tang's pace, on the other hand, slowed. She pondered whether the old madam knew that Shen Han was the second madam's biological daughter. Shen Tang believed that the old madam was likely unaware. The second uncle was the old madam's biological son, as was her father. The loss of her eldest brother at the Lantern Festival had caused the old madam to fall seriously ill. With no son under her father's knee, it had always been a source of concern for the old madam. After her mother's death, the old madam had tirelessly sought a new wife for her father. Her father, deeply devoted to her mother, was unwilling to remarry, and the old madam had even threatened to end her life. Forced into a corner, her father had relented. However, the remarriage never came to fruition. After the engagement was settled and preparations were underway to bring the woman into the family, war broke out at the border. Her father departed for the frontier, and the marriage had to be postponed. When he finally returned and was able to proceed with the wedding, the woman succumbed to a virulent disease. Her father never even saw the face of the woman he was to marry before she died. Her father, a general accustomed to life and death on the battlefield, knew that no one could escape the cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death. Yet for some reason, rumors spread that her father was cursed to bring misfortune to his wives. With such a reputation, and her father being around 28 or 29 at the time, even if he did not object to remarriage, the old madam could not find a suitable candidate. The matter of remarriage was thus abandoned. With no mistress in the main branch, the old madam managed the household affairs. However, the old madam was elderly and could not handle so much. Initially, she merely entrusted the embroidery workshop to the second madam, then the garden, followed by the main kitchen. Finally, the power of managing the household was entirely transferred to the second madam, with no heir in the main branch. Not only the management of the Marquis Manor's affairs, but also the vast Pingyuan Marquis Manor would be entrusted to the second branch upon her father's passing. Shen Tang could feel that the old madam sincerely hoped for her father to have a son, even an illegitimate one. In her previous life, her father had succumbed to a relapse of an old illness, and the old madam, unable to bear the blow, had fallen ill and passed away a month later. Shen Tang banished these thoughts from her mind and stepped into the courtyard. In the distance, she saw Duku kneeling on the ground. The old madam asked the second madam, "Has the interrogation been completed?" The second madam shook her head. "This maidservant is very stubborn. She won and oppose. Tell the truth without torture. Then use torture." As soon as the old madam spoke, the second madam turned and gave a signal. Two old women grabbed Duku, dragged her up, and pressed her onto a long bench. Duku's face turned pale with fear. I'll talk, she cried. It was the second lady who told me to put the medicine in the bird's nest soup. Chapter 4. Selfishness. Before even stepping onto the platform, the truth was already exposed. Was this what one called being stubborn? Shen Tang could not help but sneer internally. Before she could utter a word, Mr. Ginkgo was already enraged. Duku, when did you allow yourself to drug the eldest miss? When you suggested such a vile idea, the eldest miss slapped you in anger to teach you a lesson. Is this how you remember it? But, alas, those who seek to accuse will always find a reason. Duku lay sprawled on the bench, protesting, Old madam, I bear no grudge against the eldest miss and would never harm her. It was the second miss who instructed me to administer the drug. She didn't want the eldest miss to marry the heir of the Jingyang prince tomorrow, fearing that the eldest miss might end up a widow. Just as Duku spoke, her expression shifted dramatically, and she coughed up blood. She glanced fearfully at the second madam before collapsing onto the bench, her eyes wide open, undoubtedly leaving this world with unfulfilled words. Shen Tang had intended to find a moment to expel Duku from the household, but with just one slap, the second madam had already deemed Duku a pawn, sacrificing her life to silence her. making it impossible for her to defend herself. Such ruthlessness was truly astonishing. The second madam turned her cold gaze towards Shen Tang. What else is there for the second miss to say? Shen Tang chuckled softly, realizing that the second aunt was fully convinced by Deku's words. The second madam frowned, her tone displeased. Isn't Deku your pawn? Shen Tang replied. I certainly do not wish for my elder sister to become a widow. However, if one of us must endure such a fate, do you truly believe I possess such magnanimity? The second madam was taken aback by Shen Tang's words, momentarily rendered speechless. Human nature is inherently selfish. Shen Tang's direct admission of her lack of generosity made it easier for others to believe in her innocence. The flower sedan from the Jingyang prince's residence will arrive to fetch the bride early tomorrow. If my elder sister falls ill and cannot board the sedan, what then? If I am forced to take her place, how could I possibly sacrifice myself for her? If I truly had such noble intentions, I could simply stand up and offer myself, rather than resorting to drugging her. They say medicine is 3 parts poison. What if I miscalculated the dosage and ended up harming her? At this point, Shen Tang paused, looking at the second madam. I truly do not possess the level of generosity you believe I have. If you insist on believing that I orchestrated Deku's actions, I have no words to refute you. However, I must make it clear that if you wish for me to take her place, I cannot comply. The second madam and Appo's face turned ashen, her eyes cold like a coiled serpent. She remained silent, but the maidservants in the courtyard were beginning to believe Shen Tang was innocent. No one would willingly leap into a burning pit. The old madam furrowed her brow, but said nothing as she stepped inside. Shen Tang followed closely, intending to visit Shen Xian. Inside, Shen Xian lay on the bed, eyes tightly shut, her complexion pale, as the doctor examined her pulse. Upon seeing the doctor, Shen Tang's expression turned icy. It is often said that family shame should not be aired in public, yet within the Pingyuan Marquisate, the doctor had not even departed before hastily interrogating her maidservants in the courtyard, as if fearing the world wouldn't know that Shen Xian's inability to marry was her doing. The old madam approached and inquired, Dr. Li, is my granddaughter, all right? Dr. Li replied, the eldest miss has been severely poisoned, but it is not life-threatening. She will simply need to remain unconscious for 3 days. Is there any way to help her wake up sooner? The old madam asked anxiously. Dr. Li shook his head. The old madam grew frantic. She must marry tomorrow. What are we to do? Madame Wang comforted the old madam, urging her not to worry. Shen Tang, in a show of filial piety, brought a cup of tea to the bedside. However, as she reached the bed, she accidentally stepped on her skirt, stumbling forward. Though she managed to steady herself, the teacup flew from her hand and, by unfortunate coincidence, splashed onto Shen Xian's face. Ah, the supposed victim of a poison that required 3 days of sleep suddenly exclaimed, not only waking up but sitting up energetically. The old madam was first startled, then her face turned a shade of green. While she felt sympathy for Shen Xian, it did not mean she would condone her antics of feigning illness to frame her own sister. Shen Tang looked at Dr. Li with an innocent expression. No one could rouse someone pretending to be unconscious, but splashing tea could certainly do the trick. Dr. Li, feeling awkward, hastily took his leave with his medicine box, escaping without anyone stopping him. No one was foolish enough not to notice that he had been bribed by the eldest miss. Shen Xian sat on the bed, her face filled with humiliation. The glare she cast upon Shen Tang was filled with venom, as if she wished to devour her whole. She quickly descended from the bed and knelt on the floor, crying out, Grandmother, please do not be angry. I am not unwilling to marry the heir of Jingyang Prince, nor am I afraid of becoming a widow. I merely worry that the omen drawn at Dezhao Temple may come true and that the marriage will bring misfortune, leading to the heir and Appo's demise. The hypocritical Shen Tang found it utterly disgusting. If she had simply admitted her fear of widowhood and reluctance to marry, Shen Tang would not have felt such disdain. To refuse the marriage while feigning concern for the Jingyang Prince's heir was to treat everyone as fools. Even more nauseating was the second madam and Appo's support. Old madam, do not let your health suffer. It is quite normal for the eldest miss to have such concerns. The old madam reprimanded, what concerns? The heir of Jingyang Prince is gravely injured and requires a bride to bring him fortune. Our Pingyuan Marquis is well aware of the risks of marrying off a daughter to a potential widowhood. Would they dare blame my granddaughter for the heir's death if the fortune fails? The Jingyang prince and his consort are not unreasonable people. Realizing her mistake, the second madam quickly changed her tune. I understand that the Jingyang prince's residence is reasonable, but could you bear to have Sienna marry and then become a widow? The old madam's heart ached. However, the fortune was to be determined by the imperial astrologers, and the Jingyang prince believed in it, personally visiting to request the marriage. What would she do? The prince would not force them to marry, but should they refuse the marriage, the engagement would surely be called off. The heir had been injured while saving the second prince, and this marriage was their last hope. If the Marquis refused to proceed, the emperor would surely be angered, and the engagement would be annulled. Who would dare seek to marry Sienna in the future? They might even find that no one would dare to marry any other daughters of the Pingyuan Marquis. Though the old madam loved Shen Tang dearly, she could not disregard the entire Pingyuan Marquis for her sake. With a heavy heart, she spoke, regardless of whether the fortune succeeds or fails. The Jingyang prince's residence will not mistreat Sienna. Grandmother. The old madam closed her eyes and said, "Stay put and await the flower sedan from the Jingyang prince's residence." With that, she turned and left. Shen Tang wept inconsolably. Her pitiful appearance was indeed heartbreaking. But having experienced the treachery of a forced marriage and being accused of stealing her sister's engagement, Shen Tang felt no sympathy, only disgust. Not wishing to feign any sisterly affection, Shen Tang turned to leave. However, just as she did, a maid rushed in, reporting, "Second madam, someone from the palace has come to convey a message. Lady, you request your presence in the palace." Chapter 5. A marital substitution. The dowager concubine Ye's summons of the second madam did not surprise Shen Tang in the least, as the estate lacked a proper mistress. The second madam oversaw all social interactions. In her previous life, the dowager concubine Ye had summoned the second madam to the palace around this very time. Dowager concubine Ye was not only the maternal aunt of Siagimo, the heir to the prince of Jingyang, but Siagimo had also sustained critical injuries while saving her son, the second prince, necessitating a celebratory union to counteract ill fortune. Dowager concubine Yi was deeply invested in this matter, so much so that she involved herself even amidst the estate's chaotic preparations, summoning the second madam to the palace for inquiries. Upon learning of the second madam's anxieties regarding the efficacy of the union and her fears that the prince of Jingyang's heir might not recover, resulting in her eldest daughter's widowhood immediately after marriage, she had surreptitiously administered a sedative to her eldest daughter. Enraged by this revelation, Dowager concubine Yi, without consulting the prince of Jingyang's household, unilaterally decided to substitute Shen Tang for her elder sister. Although Shen Tang and Shen Han bore no physical resemblance, they were both daughters of Shen Sui and shared the same birth hour. Swapping her for the marriage would alleviate any concerns about incompatibility. In her previous life, Shen Tang, influenced by Duku's persuasion, had accepted dowager concubine Ye's request without protest. However, in this life, the accusations against her had been refuted before the second madam's departure to the palace, and Shen Han was not in a coma. There was no justification for a substitution. Although Shen Tang was determined to ensure that the prince of Jingyang's bridal sedan chair returned empty, the thought of Shen Han's dread of immediate widowhood and the second madam's frustrated, gnashing teeth filled her with satisfaction. A soft sob emanated from behind her. Shen Tang turned to find Yinxing wiping away tears. "Why are you crying for no reason?" Shen Tang asked. "Do you miss Duku?" Yinxing retorted resentfully. "Duku is an ungrateful wretch, aiding the eldest young lady in pushing you into a fiery pit. I won't miss her." Shen Tang Juka. "Then why are you crying?" Yinxing choked back tears. "I'm distressed for you, my lady. You treat the eldest young lady so well, always prioritizing her with the best things. Yet she tries to push you into a pit of despair for her own sake." It turned out she was lamenting the injustice on Shen Tang's behalf. Shen Tang's heart ached. Shen Han had not only drugged her, but also framed her, and even after being exposed, the old madam had not uttered a single reprimand. Yet, Yinxing, a mere servant, was shedding tears for the grievances she had suffered. How could Shen Tang remain unmoved? Shen Tang wiped away Yinxing's tears and said, "I will no longer treat her well, and I will reclaim everything I gave her." These were Shen Tang's heartfelt words, but Yinxing remained unconvinced. My lady is not that kind of person, she thought. If she could just avoid being taken advantage of by the eldest young lady, I would be eternally grateful. Yinxing's disbelief was etched on her face. Shen Tang did not elaborate, knowing that she would soon demonstrate her resolve. The two returned to Qingyi courtyard. Shen Tang, having been awakened prematurely, felt even more lightheaded. After lunch, she retired to bed once more. Seeing Shen Tang's weary countenance, Yinxing felt remorseful. Her mistress had instructed her not to disturb her, but upon hearing of the eldest young lady's hematemesis and fainting, she had become frantic, hastily rousing her mistress, only to discover the eldest young lady's machinations. Tucking Shen Tang in, Yinxing said, "Rest assured, my lady, even if the heavens fall, I will not awaken you again." Yinxing's assurance was resolute, but ultimately, the heavens did not fall. Rather, she was the one who awakened Shen Tang. The poor girl was fast asleep when Yinxing frantically shook her, her voice on the verge of tears. "My lady, wake up! A great calamity has befallen us." Shen Tang, whose head throbbed with excruciating pain, could barely contain her exasperation. "What is it now?" Yinxing exclaimed. "Dowager concubine, you want you to marry the prince of Jingyang's heir to counteract ill fortune." A jolt of shock coursed through Shen Tang as she abruptly sat up, her vision momentarily blurred by dizziness. Resisting her anger, she asked, "Why do they still want me to marry him?" Consumed by rage, she failed to notice her use of the word still. However, while the speaker was oblivious, the listener was equally so. Yinxing replied, "I don't know, my lady. That's what the servants are saying. Such a significant matter could not be fabricated by mere servants." Shen Tang was on the verge of losing her composure. In her previous life, she had merely accepted her fate, but in this life, what justification did Dowager Concubine Yi have for demanding her hand in marriage? Instinctively, Shen Tang suspected the second madam's involvement. Suppressing her anger, Shen Tang threw back the covers and rose from the bed. Disregarding her disheveled hair, she hastily made her way to the old madam's residence. Shen Tang quickened her pace. In the distance, she spotted a familiar, composed figure, her father, Shen Sui. Although both Shen Han and Shen Tang were Shen Sui's daughters, the last-minute substitution of the bride on the eve of the wedding was a matter that Shen Sui could not ignore. Shen Tang stepped into the room, overhearing her father and Appo's voice filled with discontent. The person betrothed to the prince of Jingyang and Appo's heir is Han and Appo's. Why the sudden change to Tang and Appo's? He was addressing the second madam. The second madam shifted uncomfortably in her seat. "Dowager concubine, you sent someone to summon me to the palace." At the time, the incident at Qinglan courtyard had spread to the outer courtyard and was overheard by the messenger. Dowager concubine, you was angered by the news that the second young lady had drugged the eldest young lady, fearing her widowhood and preventing her marriage. She questioned me about the veracity of these rumors. I was at a loss for words, considering that the eldest young lady was unharmed and her marriage to counteract ill fortune would not be affected. The second young lady's concern for her elder sister seemed preferable to the eldest young lady drugging herself, for the sake of the estate and the eldest young lady's reputation. I did not defend the second young lady. However, I did not anticipate Dowager concubine Ye's anger. She immediately declared that the eldest young lady's fortune stick from temple was inauspicious and insisted on the second young lady's marriage to counteract ill fortune. She knew the second madam was behind this. She would stop at nothing for her own daughter. The events at Qinglan courtyard had reached Dowager concubine Ye's ears, let alone Shen Sui's. He had not expected his eldest daughter to push her own sister into a pit of despair. Shen Han had plotted against Shen Tang, attempting to burden her with false accusations and forcing her to marry in her stead. If he, as a father, were to turn a blind eye, he would be unworthy of the title. Shen Sui said coldly, "I do not consent to the substitution of Tang and Appo's. Han and Appo's, but will still be the one to marry tomorrow." The old madam's brow twitched slightly, but she remained silent. Although she favored Shen Han was in the wrong in this matter, and she cannot be too biased. The second madam could no longer contain herself and blurted out, I've already agreed to Dowager Concubine Ye's request. Shen Sui's face darkened. The decision of which daughter of my estate to marry is not up to Dowager Concubine Yi, the second madam retorted. When Dowager Concubine Yi requested the substitution, the emperor was present and aware of the matter. If the person in the bridal sedan chair tomorrow is not the second young lady, our estate will be guilty of deceiving the emperor. Dowager Concubine Ye's pressure was insufficient, so she had invoked the emperor. Shen Sui said, I will personally apologize to the emperor. Father. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Shen Tang's voice was tinged with emotion. She knew her father's words were not mere platitudes. He genuinely did not want her to marry. Shen Tang approached him. Shen Sui said, Don't worry. Father will not allow you to suffer any injustice. Shen Tang gently shook her head, her eyes filled with tears. During my nap, I dreamt of Mother. She said that Father visited her early this morning and brought her favorite crabapple cakes. Is that true? Shen Sui's body stiffened. No one but him knew of his visit to Jiang Shi's grave today. Shen Sui's eyes reddened. Did your mother say anything else? Shen Tang said, Mother asked me to share Father's burdens. Father, please allow me to decide for myself regarding the matter of marrying the prince of Jingyang's heir to counteract ill fortune. Chapter 6 Discussion. Shen Tang's voice was gentle, yet her gaze radiated determination. Shen Sui understood that his daughter not only resembled the Jiang family in appearance, but had also inherited their tenacity. Generally broad-minded and magnanimous, she would not dwell on minor grievances. However, once that resolute look appeared in her eyes, it signified that nothing could deter her, even at the cost of her life. It was precisely this stubbornness that had led to the demise of the Jiang matriarch. Now his daughter exhibited the same temperament. Shen Sui remarked, Father has no matters that require your assistance. Shen Tang replied, I do not wish to create discord with my elder sister over this issue. We can discuss it as sisters, and there is no need for you to be caught in between. Her thoughtfulness evoked a pang of sympathy, even causing the old matriarch to display a hint of surprise. The old matriarch had observed Shan Huan's actions and was already taken aback that Shen Tang had not reported her grievances to Shen Sui. Now, Shen Tang intended to resolve the matter herself, sparing Shen Sui from the discomfort of choosing sides between his daughters. Such consideration only highlighted Shan Huan's selfishness, leaving the old matriarch disappointed. Shen Sui furrowed his brow, skeptical that a satisfactory resolution could be achieved. The old matriarch suggested, let them settle it among themselves. With Shen Tang's insistence and the old matriarch's support, Shen Sui had no choice but to acquiesce. Shen Tang bowed slightly and withdrew. Everyone assumed she had gone to confer with Shen Huan, but instead, Shen Tang returned to Qingyi courtyard. Hardly had she settled in when Shen Huan's maid delivered a bridal gown. The maid dared not present it directly and hastily handed it to a small maid responsible for cleaning in the courtyard before scurrying away. The small maid was reprimanded by Yingxing, who exclaimed, How could you accept something so unwelcome from the eldest young lady? Feeling wronged, the small maid protested. She understood the bridal gown was a hot potato, but when the eldest young lady's maid, Danju, forced it upon her, she had no choice but to accept it, lest it fall to the ground. Yingxing knew the real culprit was the eldest young lady, yet she was infuriated. The eldest young lady had schemed against her younger sister, who had refrained from informing the Marquis of the situation, even seeking to negotiate with the eldest young lady, thereby preserving her dignity. Yet what was the outcome? The eldest young lady had outright sent a bridal gown. Was this a negotiation? It was clear that the decision for her sister to marry had already been made. Fuming, Yingxing declared she would return the gown to the eldest young lady. Grasping the gown, she began to leave. Put it down, Shen Tang commanded. Yingxing halted, incredulous, and turned to see Shen Tang sipping tea. Yingxing could hardly discern whether it was the eldest young lady or her own mistress who was more infuriating. Shen Tang continued, knowing it cannot be returned. Why make an unnecessary trip? It must be returned. What if you truly intend to don the bridal gown and bring good fortune to the heir of Jingyang Wang? Yingxing countered. Shen Tang's gaze fell upon the gown. I will wear the bridal gown, but I will not enter the flower palanquin of Jingyang Wang Fu. Again, it sounds as if you have indeed entered the flower palanquin before, Yingxing thought, bewildered by Shen Tang's apparent confusion. Shen Tang cut her off. You will understand tomorrow. Tomorrow will be too late. Yingxing fretted internally, but as a maid, her anxiety was futile. Only Shen Tang's concern would suffice. Displeased with the unwelcome gown, Yingxing set it aside to avoid further distress. While Shen Tang savored her tea and snacks, Shen Huan paced anxiously inside her room. She was certain that with the bridal gown delivered, Shen Tang would return it. However, after a considerable wait, without any sign of Shen Tang or her maid, she began to ponder Shen Tang and Appo's intentions. She did not believe Shen Tang would willingly leap into a pit of fire, especially if she truly cared for her as an elder sister. That cup of tea, she was convinced, was no accident. Shen Tang must be devising a way to evade marriage. She could not remain idle. After several laps around the room, Shen Huan halted. Prepare cold water. The early spring well water was biting cold. Shen Huan gritted her teeth against the shivers as she slowly lowered herself into the bath. Before she was fully submerged, a series of sneezes erupted. Later that night, Shen Tang retired early, fully aware from past experience that she would be summoned at dawn to prepare for the marriage. This was not something she could simply forget. However, when morning broke, she awoke to find that the revered Madame Shirquan had yet to arrive. Waiting from the dim light of dawn to the brightening day, she wondered why the usual punctuality was absent. The events of her previous life had unfolded with Madame Shirquan arriving much earlier, yet now she was nowhere to be seen. Just as Shen Tang pondered this peculiarity, Mama's son, steward to the second madam, appeared. Upon seeing Shen Tang sitting on her bed, she scolded Yingxing. What time is it? Why haven't you started dressing the second young lady yet? Yingxing replied, Madame Shirquan has not yet arrived. Mama's son retorted, she will not be coming. The marriage was hastily arranged, and there were numerous disturbances in the residence yesterday. The second madam has been so busy that she forgot to summon Madame Shirquan. So it was merely forgotten. Indeed, in her previous life, the second madam had plotted against her without expending such effort, leading to a more orderly arrangement. Shen Tang felt no anger. The absence of the ceremonial knife suited her just fine. She seated herself at the vanity, handing an ivory comb to Yingxing, who accepted it with red-rimmed eyes. Once dressed, she donned the bridal gown and awaited the arrival of the flower palanquin from Jinyang Wangfu. After half an hour, the distant sounds of firecrackers and traditional instruments announced the arrival of the procession. Placing the phoenix crown atop her head, she draped the embroidered red veil adorned with the motif of phoenixes in harmony, and with Yingxing's assistance, stepped outside. According to tradition, Shen Tang should first pay her respects to her grandmother and father before being carried out by her cousin. However, she bypassed these formalities, opting to have Yingxing assist her out of the residence. Though Mama Sun found this unorthodox, she refrained from voicing any objections. Shen Tang had not yet entered the flower palanquin, and both the second madam and Shen Huan were restless. They worried that if the second young lady changed her mind about the marriage, it would create unnecessary complications for themselves. Mama Sun pretended not to hear, and Yingxing guided Shen Tang to the entrance of the Marquis residence. The front of the Marquis residence was bustling with activity. In addition to the welcoming party from Jinyang Wangfu, a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. With the air of Jinyang Wang unconscious, the one sent to escort the bride was his younger half-brother, Xie. Upon seeing Shen Tang emerge, the Jinyang Wangfu entourage was taken aback, having expected a longer wait. They thought highly of the Pingyuan Marquis household for their promptness. Yet, just as they contemplated this, the bride, stepping outside, lifted her veil. This moment unfolded too swiftly for anyone to comprehend. Mama Sun and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. What was the second young lady doing? Shen Tang replied coolly, lifting the veil allows for easier communication with the people of Jinyang Wangfu. Chapter 7. Shen Tang gazed upon the spirited young master Xie astride his horse. Xie was indeed curious about what Shen Tang wished to convey. However, he was mindful of his duty to stand in for his elder brother in receiving the bride. He stated that his brother awaited the auspicious union, and any words could be exchanged once the second Miss Shen had entered the gates of Jinyang Manor. Shen Tang declared that her Pingyuan Marquis household would not be providing a bride for Jinyang Manor's bridal sedan today, and requested their departure. Xie Guiyin's brow furrowed. Madam Sun, believing Shen Tang was merely piqued at having to replace her sister and intended to make demands of Jingyang Manor before entering the sedan, did not interfere. However, she had not anticipated the second Mrs. outright refusal. The second madam, wary of potential disruptions, had dispatched her to observe Shen Tang. Finding her composed, she had deemed the precaution unnecessary, only to realize that the second Mrs. Tranquility was merely a facade. Did the second Miss comprehend the implications of her actions? Xie Guothin, still mounted, suddenly chuckled. Did the second Miss Shen appreciate the consequences of trifling with Jingyang Manor? Shen Tang remained unfazed, replying calmly that she was well aware of Jingyang Manor's influence and power. The empty return of the bridal sedan was due to the fact that the heir apparent was not in need of an auspicious union and would awaken before nightfall. Xie Guoyin questioned her certainty, inquiring about the repercussions should the heir not awaken without the ritual. If he does not awaken, I, Shen Tang, shall accompany him in death. Shen Tang's voice was clear and resonant. The bustling entrance fell silent. Everyone present was stunned and exchanged uneasy glances. Though Xie Guoyin had come to receive the bride, Chen Qi, Xie Guimo, and Appos, Esgard, was also present. Chen Qi was puzzled. If the second Miss Shen was so confident to the point of staking her own life that his master would recover, why was she unwilling to enter Jingyang Manor sedan? Shen Tang explained that her elder sister was betrothed to his master, and that if the auspicious union proved ineffective, she would become a widow. However, since his master would recover, how could she and her sister face each other afterward? Her elder sister was her dearest person in the world, and she could not knowingly usurp her marriage when his master would recover regardless. Chen Qi countered that the heir apparent was still unconscious, and asked what grounds Shen Tang had for her certainty. They were under orders to receive the bride, and could not return with only her words. The prince would not take it lightly. It seemed that no matter what she said, they were determined to have her enter the sedan. Shen Tang removed the golden hairpin from her hair and thrust it into her arm. Blood instantly soaked through her wedding gown, dripping to the ground. Enduring the tremor, Shen Tang asked Chen Qi if that would suffice as an explanation for the prince. Chen Qi was taken aback by her fierce nature, and, fearing she might do something more drastic, quickly affirmed that it was enough. Shen Tang pulled out the hairpin and tossed it at Chen Qi's feet. The hairpin struck the stone ground with a crisp sound. Clutching her arm, Shen Tang turned and entered the residence, with Yinxing, her face pale, supporting her. Shen Tang instructed her to take her to the ancestral hall. Shen Sui, along with the second and third masters, were in the hall of pine and crane. By the time they learned of Shen Tang's refusal and reached the entrance, Jingyang Manor's sedan had already departed. Discovering that Shen Tang had gone to the ancestral hall, Shen Sui went to find her, only to discover her kneeling outside in her wedding gown. The second madam and others also arrived. Seeing Shen Tang, the second madam was overcome with anger, her lips trembling. She accused Shen Tang of jeopardizing the entire Pingyuan marquis household. With a mocking smile, Shen Tang questioned whether the second madam was curious as to why she dared gamble with her life and refused to enter Jingyang Manor sedan. The second madam, nearly beside herself with rage, suppressed her anger and demanded an explanation. Shen Tang and Appos, gaze swept over the second madam before settling on Shen Sui. She declared that she would kneel in the ancestral hall until the Jingyang prince and Appos, heir apparent, awakened, at which point she would reveal her reasons. The second madam, her nails digging in her palms, barely restrained the urge to strike her, feeling mocked by the evasiveness. However, with Shen Sui present, she could only suppress her anger. Shen Tang knelt upright, her arm still bleeding. Shen Sui, unsure of his daughter's motives, recognized that she was not given to such impulsive actions, especially not to the point of offering her life. With the sedan gone, all that remained was to pray for the heir apparent's recovery. Without a word, Shen Sui turned and left, followed by the others. After their departure, a young maid brought a healing salve. Yinxing carefully lifted the wedding gown from Shen Tang's arm and applied the ointment to staunch the bleeding. The wound was not deep, but the blood loss was alarming. However, The most daunting prospect was the heir apparent's potential demise. Tears streamed down Yinxing's face as she worried about the consequences for Shen Tang should the heir apparent not recover. Shen Tang chuckled softly, declaring that he would not die, nor would she. However, she would endure the physical suffering, knowing that the news of the heir apparent's awakening would not reach the manor until morning due to the nighttime curfew. She would have to kneel until then. However, thinking of her mother's grievances, her missing elder brother, and her buried second brother, she needed to convince her father of the second branch's treachery. If she could plant even a seed of doubt, her suffering would not be in vain. However, Shen Tang, having been raised in comfort, found the ordeal challenging. Her knees aching and her arm throbbing. Prepared for a long night, Shen Tang was surprised when her father arrived before noon, helping her up from the ground. Tears welled in Shen Tang and Appo's eyes as she assumed her father was concerned for her, despite her transgressions. She choked out that she was all right. Shen Sui told her to rise, as the Jingyang prince's heir apparent had awakened. Shen Tang was astonished. He had awakened? Shen Tang's incredulity caused Shen Sui to frown. Had his daughter not been certain of the heir apparent's recovery? Why did she seem so disbelieving now that he had awakened? Shen Sui was unaware that Shen Tang's surprise stemmed from the fact that the heir apparent, who had awakened in the evening in her past life, had awakened much earlier this time. However, this was to her advantage, as it meant she no longer had to kneel. Amidst her joy, Shen Tang was speechless. It seemed that the auspicious union, which Jingyang Manor had sought, was unnecessary, as the heir apparent had awakened even sooner without it. Chapter 8. Fulfillment. The crown prince of Jingyang awakened, and with his safety assured, Shen Tang's refusal to marry was no longer a matter of great concern. However, everyone was puzzled by how Shen Tang was so certain that the crown prince would survive. Shen Sui also came to the ancestral hall to inquire about this matter. Shen Sui asked, "How do you know that the crown prince will be fine?" Shen Tang gazed at her father, articulating each word with care. "Mother visited me in a dream and told me." "Do you believe it, father? A dream?" Shen Sui's brow furrowed. Shen Tang nodded. "Yesterday, I dreamt of mother. She spoke to me at length, assuring me that the crown prince would awaken today and urged me not to remarry, lest calamity befall us." Though she was initially skeptical, Shen Tang did not dare wager the entire Pingyuan marquisate on it. Yet, fearing the potential validation of other ominous prophecies, she took the perilous step of risking her own life for this belief. Shen Sui's frown deepened. "What else did your mother say?" "Shen Tang ziplit." She revealed that my elder brother's disappearance during the Lantern Festival was no accident or mere oversight by uncle, but rather a scheme orchestrated by second uncle. Shen Sui's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming, "Impossible! Your second uncle would never do such a thing." "Father." Shen Tang's voice was heavy with indignation. She understood Shen Sui's unwavering trust in second uncle and anticipated his strong reaction, yet she could not suppress her fury. Clenching her fists beneath her sleeves, with tears brimming in her eyes, she implored, "You trust second uncle, believing he shares a deep bond with you and would never harm you. But what about my elder sister and me? Do we not share a bond as sisters? Has my elder sister not pushed me, her own sister, into peril for her own sake?" The incident of Shen Huan drugging herself to frame Shen Tang had occurred just the day before, leaving Shen Sui at a loss for a counterargument. Wiping her tears, Shen Tang continued, "If you do not believe that second uncle would harm my brother, would you really believe that the second house has the audacity and capability to switch out your very own second son right under your nose? Mother told me that my elder brother is still alive and resides in the capital. I may be disregarded by you, but I believe in my mother, and I will find my brother." Shen Tang did not wish for her father to investigate second uncle, merely hoping he would harbor a modicum of suspicion and vigilance. "I've already lost my mother. I do not wish to lose my father as well." After expressing her sorrow, Shen Tang turned to leave, but paused after a few steps without looking back. "Mother also instructed me to inform you that you left your jade pendant at her grave." With that, Shen Tang departed, leaving Shen Sui in shock. Shen Tang was aware of her father's visit to pay respects to Jiang Shi, which was connected to the jade pendant. The pendant had been given to Shen Sui by Jiang Shi, who never parted with it. After losing it in her previous life, he searched extensively, only to discover it at Jiang Shi's grave, sold by someone who had picked it up. Shen Tang's mention of her mother in a dream was a prelude to today. Given the extraordinary nature of her rebirth, she feared her father would not believe her if she directly recounted her experiences. So she resorted to relaying her mother's words to convey the truth. Regrettably, she had not pressed Shen Huan for the identity of her elder brother before her death, and now she was left to seek answers herself. Over the past 2 days, she had mulled over the few words Shen Huan had let slip regarding her elder brother, particularly the notion that she would not guess his identity. He must be someone she knew. It was likely that he was not just an acquaintance, but of notable standing, as evidenced by the fact that even Siagimo had fallen into their hands, and her elder brother was still living well, indicating that he was not easily disposed of. Inshio waited outside the ancestral hall, and, upon seeing Shen Tang emerge, wincing in pain from her knee, hurried over to assist her in returning to tend to her injuries. However, after walking only a short distance, a maid approached briskly, stating, "Second miss, the old matriarch requests your presence at Songa Hall." At this hour, it was evident she was summoned to explain how she knew the crown prince would be unharmed. "Help me to Songa Hall," Shen Tang instructed. Inshio, unable to contain her frustration, retorted, "You are injured, and does the old matriarch not feel any concern for your well-being? It is the second madam who requests me." Shen Tang que l'a dit. Inshio froze, puzzled. "Are you still going?" Without answering, Shen Tang limped towards Songa Hall, supported by Inshio. Inside, the old matriarch sat on a rattan couch, with the second and third madams seated beside her. Shen Tang, still clad in her bridal attire, without her phoenix crown, appeared more fragile and delicate than usual due to her injuries and prolonged kneeling, evoking genuine sympathy from all present. Upon her entrance, the old matriarch expressed surprise. "Injured as you are, why have you come to see your grandmother?" Shen Tang attempted to speak, but winced in pain. After a moment, she replied, "I understand that my refusal to marry today, leaving the crown prince's wedding procession empty, has angered you. I did not dare to ignore your summons." Upon hearing this, the old matriarch shot a glance at the second madam. The second madam, growing restless, asked Shen Tang, "How can you be so certain that the crown prince does not need to be appeased and will certainly be fine?" Shen Tang replied calmly, "In my dream, my mother told me." Her succinct response nearly drove the second madam to exasperation. The anger surged through her, causing her voice to tremble. "You believe in dreams? You would wager the entire Pingyuan Marquisate on such folly." Confronted with her reproach, Shen Tang's countenance hardened. "I do not place my faith in just anyone. I trust my own mother. Even in death, she would go to great lengths to protect me." Recalling her mother's tragic demise, Shen Tang's eyes flickered with resolve. The second madam was taken aback by Shen Tang's bold retort, her body shaking with indignation, yet she found herself unable to counter Shen Tang's assertions. Though Jiang Shi had shown no affection for Shen Huan, even attempting to harm her, she had lavished love upon Shen Tang, shielding her from all harm until her passing. The old matriarch, moved by Shen Tang's words, remarked, "Your mother cherished you most dearly in her lifetime. You ought to heed her." The second madam interjected, "But she should have informed us instead of acting unilaterally." Shen Tang retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "No one consulted me regarding my forced marriage." Her words struck the second madam like a series of slaps, leaving her visibly agitated. Not wishing to prolong the conversation, Shen Tang turned to the old matriarch. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." She attempted to bow, but was met with sharp pain as her knee buckled. The old matriarch could no longer tolerate the scene and commanded Hong Xiu, "Quickly assist the second miss back." Shen Tang, swaying precariously, was supported by Hong Xiu and In Xiu as she exited the room, but as she descended the stairs, she stumbled forward. "Young miss." Chapter 9. Letting go, Shen Tang was carried back to Qingyi Garden. By the time she regained consciousness, it was already evening, although her fainting was feigned. The loss of blood from her injuries and the exhaustion from kneeling for an extended period rendered her in a state akin to death's embrace. Upon awakening, before she could even inquire, Yin Xiang began to recount the events following her collapse. The servant girl finally understood why the young lady had chosen to visit Songa Hall. despite knowing it was the second madam who summoned her. The second madam must have faced severe reprimand from the old madam. Inxiang's delicate face was filled with a sense of schadenfreude and satisfaction. Shen Tang's fainting incident outside Song Hall undoubtedly placed the old madam in a precarious position. The grievances Shen Tang had endured over the past few days were unknown outside the estate, yet everyone within it was well aware. Shen Huan, fearing the stigma of widowhood, had concocted a scheme to frame Shen Tang, while the second madam, concerned for Shen Huan and Appo's reputation, refrained from defending Shen Tang, allowing her to be coerced by the favored consort Yi into providing auspiciousness for the crown prince of Jingyang. Having suffered such indignities, and fearing for the sisterly bond, Shen Tang chose to reject the marriage proposal, preemptively facing punishment by heading to the ancestral hall rather than waiting for the Lord to discipline her. When the crown prince of Jingyang awakened, it validated her actions. Despite her injuries and urgent need for medical attention, the old madam, anxious to ascertain why Shen Tang was so certain of the crown prince's revival, disregarded her condition and summoned her for questioning, resulting in Shen Tang fainting outside Song Hall. Of course, it was not the old madam's summons that brought Shen Tang there, but rather that of the second madam. While the old madam did not deny at the time, and the second madam did not confess, the reality remained that it was indeed the old madam who had called her. The consequences would naturally fall upon the old madam. Once news of Shen Tang's fainting spread, the entire estate rallied in her support, believing the old madam to be excessively partial to the eldest daughter, while treating Shen Tang, the second daughter, with malice. Even Shen Sui was irked, asserting that such a significant matter warranted his involvement. How could their mother not inquire about Shen Tang's well-being, especially when she was injured? Shen Sui had always held the old madam in high esteem and had never spoken harshly before. This was indeed the first instance. The second madam, under the guise of the old madam, had bullied Shen Tang, bringing reproach upon the old madam from her own son. How could the old madam not be furious or reprimand the second madam? She was likely seething with anger. Shen Tang did not consider the old madam's scolding to be undeserved. The second madam's audacity to use the old madam's name to intimidate her, the legitimate daughter of the first house, was indeed a result of the old madam's indulgence. Only when their father expressed his anger would the old madam constrain the second madam, who thereafter would no longer dare to act independently. The old madam's excessive favoritism had tarnished her reputation, and henceforth she would be more cautious in her partiality, at least maintaining a facade of fairness toward Shen Tang. Just as Shen Tang contemplated this, a young maid entered and announced from behind the beaded curtain, "Miss, Mama Wang has arrived." "Please invite Mama Wang in," Shen Tang replied. The young maid withdrew, and shortly thereafter, Mama Wang entered. Upon seeing Mama Wang, Shen Tang managed a faint smile, inquiring if there were any instructions from her grandmother. Mama Wang responded. The second young lady fainted outside Songha Hall, and the old madam was extremely distressed. With her prolonged unconsciousness, the old madam sent me to check on her. Shen Tang feebly expressed, "I've caused my grandmother undue worry. It is truly unfilial." Mama Wang reassured her. "The old madam is aware of the grievances the second young lady has faced. She is equally pained and has specially sent some items for you." Mama Wang glanced back, and the two maids following her stepped forward, holding a tray. Upon the tray lay a brocade box, clearly containing jewelry. After enduring such injustices, a gesture of comfort was to be expected. The maid set the tray down, and Mama Wang said, "The second young lady should take good care of herself. I shall return now." "Inxiang, see Mama Wang out," Shen Tang instructed. After Inxiang escorted Mama Wang away, she soon returned, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Miss, can you guess what happened to the eldest young lady?" Shen Tang replied nonchalantly, regretting not providing auspiciousness for the crown prince. Inxiang stifled a laugh. The eldest young lady caught a chill and developed a high fever. Shen Tang was taken aback. How could Shen Huan have caught a chill? The weather was not cold, and she had not even stepped outside. Even if it were chilly, the cold wind would not reach her. This event had not occurred in her previous life. Inxiang explained, "I overheard the maids in the courtyard discussing that the eldest young lady soaked in well water for half an hour last night." Shen Tang was struck silent. She truly seeks her own suffering. Shen Tang surmised that her earlier refusal to allow Yin to return the wedding dress had caused Shen Huan to fret, fearing that she might not marry, thus compelling herself to genuinely fall ill. The one in need of auspiciousness recovered, while the one providing it fell ill. It was indeed a farcical situation. Shen Tang barely restrained herself from bursting into laughter. After sharing a light-hearted moment, Yin went to see what gifts the old madam had bestowed upon Shen Tang. Upon opening the brocade box, Yin gasped in astonishment. The old madam actually gifted this set of jewelry to the young lady. It was no wonder Yin was taken aback. Shen Tang was equally astonished. Inside the box lay the old madam and amp, Appo's most cherished set of jewelry, one that Shen Huan had long coveted. Despite the second madam and amp, Appo's incessant support, the old madam had never relented in gifting it to her. In her previous life, this set had ultimately ended up with Shen Huan. Shen Huan had plotted against her marriage to the crown prince of Jingyang, and after the crown prince's awakening, she had regretted feeling wronged, believing Shen Tang had usurped her ideal husband, leading her to despair. The old madam had consoled Shen Huan by gifting her this very set of jewelry. On the day Siagimo accompanied her back to her marital home, Shen Huan had worn this set. Little did she expect that, in this lifetime, the old madam would present it to her as a form of solace. Indeed, provoking their father's wrath proved effective. In addition to this jewelry set, there were also a pair of jade bangles and 2 white jade hairpins. However, no matter how exquisite the adornments, they could not compensate for the grievances Shen Tang had suffered. She merely cast a cursory glance before instructing Yin to put them away. Yin believed that they should be hidden so thoroughly that not even the eldest young lady could retrieve them. The eldest young lady had expressed her desire for this set of jewelry on multiple occasions, and the old madam had never agreed to part with it. Now that it was given to the young lady, the eldest young lady would undoubtedly devise ways to claim it. As Yin tidied up the jewelry, she asked, "Do you know what the people inside and outside the estate are saying about you?" Shen Tang was indifferent to others and Appo's opinions of her, but seeing Yin and Appo's puffed-up demeanor, she inquired, "What are they saying?" Yin replied, "People outside the estate claim you value sisterly bonds, while the servants inside say you are foolish. Knowing how the eldest young lady treats you, you still refused such a good marriage proposal, knowing that marrying the crown prince of Jingyang would not lead to widowhood." Shen Tang recognized that her decision to reject marriage appeared foolish to others, utterly nonsensical. However, having wed Siagimo once, she had traversed a path filled with thorns and torment. She understood that her future prospects might be even less favorable than with Siagimo. Yet, she lacked the courage to tread that path again. Moreover, she and Siagimo were inherently incompatible, whether in temperament or physically. Their one and only consummation had nearly cost him his life. The memories of that occasion and the potential offspring flickered through her mind, a sharp pain spreading from her heart to her limbs, which she desperately suppressed. How could 2 individuals who could not even perform the marital duties truly be considered a couple? Forcing a union would only result in suffering. She had matters of greater significance to pursue, and it was better for both to let go, allowing herself and him to be free. Regardless of whether Siagimo truly held her in his heart, as Shen Huan claimed, in this lifetime, her refusal to marry meant they were destined never to intersect again. Yet, Shen Tang remained perplexed as to why, among the myriad of noble young ladies in the capital, Shen Huan, with her mediocre lineage, appearance, and talent, had attracted the attention of the crown prince of Jingyang, prompting the old prince to personally propose. It was a testament to poor judgment. Very well, yet another reason not to marry. Shen Tang pondered many thoughts in her heart, yet not a single word escaped her lips. Yin meanwhile, speculated whether she had a secret admirer. Could that mysterious glass lantern, whose origin remained unknown, possibly be a gift from the lady's beloved? This notion stirred a sense of urgency within Yin. She had sent C and Appo's to fetch the repaired lantern, but the girl had yet to return. Just as worry began to settle in, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and Seer beckoned to her from beyond the beaded curtain. Yin approached. Noticing Seer returned empty-handed. "Where's the lantern? Why do you come back without it?" she inquired. Seer, flustered, replied, "The glass lantern is gone." Yinxing froze, her voice rising in disbelief. Gone? How could it possibly be gone? At that moment, Shen Tang, preparing to rise from her bed, overheard Yinxing's anxious exclamation and asked, "What has happened?" Seer cautiously stepped forward, explaining, "Miss, the lantern shattered beyond repair. The old artisan at the jade shop tried numerous methods, but to no avail. The new apprentice, mistaking it for discarded debris, threw it away." As Xianapos continued, her voice dwindled to a whisper. In the entire Qing courtyard, who was unaware of the second young lady and Apos' deep attachment to that glass lantern, the second young lady was exceedingly generous towards the eldest, yet withheld that lantern with great reluctance. When the eldest inadvertently broke it, the second young lady wept in distress, unwilling to discard it, and spent a fortune seeking a master craftsman to mend it. Yet, the damage was so severe that it had reached a point where repairs were futile. Now, to think it had been carelessly discarded by the jade shop and Apos as apprentice, one could only imagine the sorrow and anger that would ensue. The second young lady was gentle in nature, but when truly provoked, she could be quite terrifying. Just today, she had decisively pierced herself with a hairpin. Shen Tang sat upon her bed, having momentarily forgotten about the glass lantern, yet her silence felt more foreboding than any words could convey. Yinxing, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Miss, please speak. Do not frighten me." Shen Tang shook her head. "I am fine." "Are you truly unperturbed?" Yinxing, being the young lady's closest confidant, understood better than anyone how much the lantern meant to her. With lingering concern, she tentatively prodded, "The lantern is gone. Not even a shard remains. Are you really not angry?" In Shen Tang's mind flashed the image of a masked man and a promise made in their twilight years. She forced a self-deprecating smile. A lantern that should have been discarded long ago was hardly worth the anger. Chapter 10. Stubbornness. The injury on Shen Tang's arm was not extensive. It was deep and had bled profusely due to a lack of timely bandaging. The doctor advised her to rest for 10 days to half a month for a full recovery. After 2 days of bed rest, Shen Tang ventured out on the third morning. The bruises on her knees had faded significantly, and she believed the remaining discoloration would not hinder her ability to walk. However, after a brief stroll, she felt a twinge of pain in her knee. Yinxing was unaware of her young mistress's obstinate nature. Despite Shen Tang's incomplete recovery, she could delay her visit to the matriarch without fear of reprimand. Yet, Shen Tang felt compelled to visit the Jiang family today. It was unreasonable to be unable to pay respects to the matriarch while being able to go out. Shen Tang insisted on visiting Songha Hall, and Yinxing, unable to dissuade her, accompanied her instead. The matriarch was taken aback by Shen Tang's severe injury and was touched by her visit. "You should be resting. Why have you come to see your grandmother?" Shen Tang shook her head gently, the small south pearl earrings on her ears swaying slightly. "It is but a minor injury. There is no need for concern, grandmother." Her wedding gown was soaked in blood, and she fainted before even leaving Songha Hall. Could it truly be a minor injury? Delicate young ladies would feel pain for half a day, even from a small cut, let alone such a severe wound. The matriarch reassured her, "Grandmother appreciates your filial piety, but your health must take precedence." Just as Shen Tang was about to nod in agreement, the sound of jingling bells interrupted. She turned to the screen and saw a graceful young woman entering. Shun Ran, the third daughter of the second branch. She wore a pale green embroidered camellia gown and had a fair complexion, her smile revealing shallow dimples. Shen Tang's gaze lingered on Shun Ran for a moment. There was no resemblance between her and the second madam, and she bore even less resemblance to the second master. The second madam doted on Shen Xian, but was exceedingly strict with Shun Ran. Some might even call her harsh. The second madam had only given birth to one child, and she had sent her own daughter to the eldest branch, leaving Shun Ran's origins a mystery. Though Shen Tang and her sister Shen Xian did not resemble each other, no one suspected any irregularities due to the presence of 2 placentas during childbirth. More importantly, Shen Tang bore a striking resemblance to the Jiang family, while Shen Xian looked just like the matriarch. How similar? One could say that even the matriarch's own daughter did not resemble Shen Xian as closely as she did. The matriarch and Apos affection for Shen Xian stemmed not only from her concern that Shen Xian had nearly been suffocated by the Jiang family, but also from the fact that Shen Xian was a mirror of herself. Who would not adore a granddaughter who so closely resembled them? Following Shen Ran was Shen Luo, the fourth daughter from the third branch, who was half a year younger than Shen Tang and still a month away from her coming-of-age ceremony. Aside from these four daughters, the Pingyuan Marquis had a fifth daughter, who was much younger at only 8 years old and currently away with the fourth madam to celebrate her maternal grandfather and aunt, Appo's, birthday. In the Pingyuan Marquis, only the eldest and second branches were legitimate, while the third and fourth branches were born of concubines. Shen Ran and Shen Luo bowed to the matriarch, saying, "Grandmother, we just visited our eldest sister. She is gravely ill with a severe cold and has lost a considerable amount of weight in just 2 days. It pains me to see her like this. You would surely be heartbroken upon seeing her. The chilling spring water is indeed formidable." Upon witnessing the matriarch's expression of concern, Shen Tang felt a surge of displeasure. Previously, she would have tolerated such feelings, but now she could no longer endure or suppress them. With a face full of self-reproach, Shen Tang lamented, "It is entirely my fault for mishandling matters. I had promised to discuss this with my elder sister, but she sent the wedding gown directly to me. Fearing she would not believe our mother's dream, and worried that the oracle from Dezhao Temple would come to fruition, I refrained from advising her. If I had not overlooked this, my sister would not have had to immerse herself in cold water to the point of falling ill." Her voice resonated crisply within the room. The matriarch's expression shifted from concern to stiffness, eventually turning ashen. Shen Tang spoke eloquently, but the truth was that Shen Xian had fallen ill out of fear of marrying the heir of the Jingyan prince, an unspoken truth that everyone was aware of. Having previously feigned illness, only to be inadvertently exposed by Shen Tang, the matriarch had thought Shen Xian had learned her lesson. Yet, it turned out that her cold was due to fear. The second madam approached the screen just in time to overhear Shen Tang's words, her anger boiling to the point where she wished she could silence Shen Tang's voice altogether. She remained silent, but no one mistook her for mute. Upon entering, the second madam was met with a cold glare from the matriarch. After Shen Xian and Appo's illness, the matriarch had inquired about the matter, and the second madam attributed it to the negligence of a maid who had forgotten to close the window, allowing the cold wind to invade Shen Xian's space. The second madam turned to Shen Tang, her eyes glinting with coldness. "How come I was not aware that the eldest daughter fell ill in such a manner?" This was a demand for Shen Tang to retract her statement, but Shen Tang was not the type to be intimidated by the second madam's threats. She blinked and retorted, "The entire household is aware of it. Does even the second aunt not know?" Shen Tang glanced at the maids in the room. "Did none of you hear about it?" The maids lowered their heads, fully aware but too afraid to speak up. No one dared to respond, and the matriarch's expression darkened further, clearly indicating that everyone had heard but was too fearful to let her know. How could the Pingyuan Marquis have produced such a daughter capable of deceit? Remembering how Shen Xian had been brought to her courtyard the day she was born, it was as if she had raised her personally, making the matriarch's expression even more grim. The second madam wanted to defend Shen Xian, but found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she pointed her finger at the Zhao Temple, blaming the oracle for being unfavorable. If it were not for that ominous oracle predicting misfortune upon marrying, our eldest daughter would not be in this predicament. I have contemplated this matter deeply, and it seems increasingly amiss. Without the need for a counter-curse, the heir of the Jingyan prince has managed to escape danger. According to logic, joyous occasions should bring about happiness, yet our eldest daughter drew such an ill-fated oracle. One cannot help but suspect foul play. To be honest, Shen Tang harbored similar suspicions. Yet, her doubts lay with the second madam. However, now that the second madam spoke, it seemed as if she were distancing herself from the accusations. Yet, aside from the second madam, who else would aid Shen Xian? Shen Tang could not conceive of another suspect. With no one to support the second madam's defense of Shen Xian, the conversation came to a halt. Shen Tang, unable to tolerate the matriarch and Appo's sympathy for Shen Xian, subtly sought to discomfort her sister, all while she was eager to visit the Jiang family. Just as she prepared to rise, a maid rushed in breathlessly, exclaiming, "Matriarch, it is dire. The Jingyang prince and Appo's residence wishes to annul the engagement with the eldest daughter." Chapter 11. Breaking off the engagement. Shen Tang raised her bottom at the mention of the news, only to quickly set it back down. Despite her eagerness to rush to the Jiang residence, she felt compelled to witness the unfolding commotion. The old matriarch's expression was grim, while the second madam, upon taking her seat, abruptly stood up in alarm, rebuking, "Who is spreading such rumors? How dare you bring this to the old matriarch's attention? Such a significant matter should not be carelessly circulated." Did the second madam not have any awareness of the gravity of the situation? The maid shook her head and spoke softly, "It is not a rumor." As soon as the Marquis returned to the estate, he instructed Steward Li to tally the betrothal gifts sent from the Jingyang prince and Appo's residence and intends to return them. The counting of the gifts indicated that the engagement was indeed being called off. The second madam grew anxious. Does the Marquis truly agree to the Jingyang prince and Appo's withdrawal of the engagement? The old matriarch, her fingers deftly fiddling with her prayer beads, commanded, "Go summon the Marquis." Understanding the urgency in the old matriarch and Appo's tone, the maid hurried off to fetch Shen Sui. Shen Sui arrived promptly, having been on his way to Songha Hall. As soon as he entered, the old matriarch trembled. "Is it true that the Jingyang prince's residence wishes to break off the engagement?" Shen Sui remained silent, his countenance betraying his discontent. A father could hardly feel joy when his daughter was rejected. The old matriarch and Appo's fingers turned pale as she clutched the prayer beads. "You didn't and Appo's to even consult me before agreeing to this? How could the Jingyang prince and Appo's residence simply withdraw without discussion? Could a father truly prevent such a decision from the Jingyang prince and Appo's residence? When she had allowed the empty bridal sedan to return, the old matriarch should have anticipated this day. Shen Tang had mentally prepared herself, even harboring hope, yet upon hearing the news, she felt an undeniable emptiness. Once the engagement was rescinded, any connection she had with Siegimo would be irrevocably severed. The old matriarch chastised Shen Sui for consenting to the annulment, to which he responded with a bitter smile, "There is no wall that does not let the wind through. If the Jingyang prince and Appo's residence wishes to break the engagement, should I confront them directly? Given Shun Xian and Appo's previous schemes to avoid the auspicious ceremony, how could I possibly refuse? It would be shameful not to agree to the annulment." Shen Sui and Appo's statement left the old matriarch speechless. The Jingyang prince himself had come to propose a reconciliation, and the Pingyuan Marquis and Appo's residence had acquiesced, only for a series of complications to arise. Ultimately, a grand banquet was prepared, yet the bridal sedan arrived without the intended bride, rendering the Jingyang prince and Appo's residence a subject of ridicule. Fortunately, the Jingyang prince and Appo's son awakened without the need for a reconciliation, or the annulment might have been the least of their troubles. When the Jingyang prince and Appo's son desired this marriage, the daughter of the Pingyuan Marquis and Appo's residence was unwilling to wed, and now that he no longer needed it, how could he not withdraw? The capital was replete with young ladies of noble birth, many of whom surpassed Shun Xian in merit. Did the Jingyang prince's son truly wish to stake everything on one individual? For one of his stature, seeking a bride like Shun Xian would be effortless. However, for her to marry someone of Siegimo and Appo's lineage would be a daunting challenge. Otherwise, the old matriarch would not have reacted so vehemently. Yet, in her past life, Shun Xian ended up marrying the second prince and became empress, a union forged through underhanded means. According to Shun Xian, it was Siegimo who had pushed her toward the second prince. In this life, such a scenario was unlikely to repeat itself. Shen Sui had come to see the old matriarch to retrieve the betrothal jade pendant, which had been kept by her mother. Correct? He sought to reclaim the engagement token. With the betrothal gifts being returned, the token of engagement must also be returned. "It is with Shun Xian," the old matriarch said, looking at Mama Wang, her voice weary. "Go fetch it." Since Shen Sui had already consented to the annulment, her opposition was futile. As he suggested, it would be best to part ways amicably, preserving whatever dignity remained, for a full confrontation would be far less graceful. What the Jingyang prince intended to accomplish might even evade the emperor and Appo's intervention, let alone their Pingyuan marquis and Appo's residence. It was truly a lamentable loss for such a promising match. If only. The old matriarch glanced at Shen Tang, her eyes filled with regret. Shen Tang placed too much emphasis on sisterly bonds. Had she harbored even the slightest self-interest, she would have been in the Jingyang prince's bridal sedan. Though the old matriarch favored Shen Xian more, Shen Xian was still not more valuable than the Pingyuan marquis's residence in her heart. Observing Shen Tang, the second madam understood the old matriarch's thoughts. Anger simmered within her, but she refrained from voicing it in Shen Sui and Appo's presence. Had it not been for Shen Tang and Appo's the Jingyang prince's residence would not have learned of Shen Xian's unwillingness to participate in the auspicious ceremony, and the engagement would not have been annulled. Truly a troublemaker. Fortunately, Shen Tang did not ascend the bridal sedan. The second madam preferred the annulment over allowing Shen Tang to benefit from it. However, with the annulment by the Jingyang prince's residence, would Shen Xian still be able to marry into a respectable family? The more she pondered, the more the second madam found herself looking unfavorably upon Shen Tang, her teeth nearly shattering under the pressure. After a moment, the maid returned with the engagement token, hesitating as she spoke. The old matriarch, already in a foul mood, grew increasingly impatient. "Where is the pendant?" The maid replied in a hushed tone, "The pendant is broken." It shattered. She opened her palm to reveal the jade pendant, finely crafted from top-quality mutton fat jade, now split in two. The old matriarch's already displeased expression darkened further. She understood Shen Xian's reluctance to break the engagement, yet she herself was also unwilling to participate in the auspicious ceremony. The manner in which this was handled was disgraceful. Could they not maintain even a semblance of dignity? The old matriarch felt utterly disillusioned with Shen Xian. As for Shen Tang, the old matriarch only felt regret, without placing blame on her. After all, Shen Tang had acted under the guise of a dream from the Jiang family. Moreover, the old matriarch recognized Shen Xian's temperament. Should Shen Tang be married off to fulfill the auspicious ceremony, and if the Jingyang prince's son truly awakened, Shen Xian would undoubtedly harbor resentment toward Shen Tang, leading to an irreparable rift between sisters, a calamity of untold proportions. Even if the engagement pendant was shattered, it must still be returned. The Jingyang prince would not mind a broken piece of jade. Yet, raising such a daughter left Shen Sui utterly ashamed to face the Jingyang prince again. After Shen Sui departed, Shen Tang followed suit. She made her way to the front courtyard to have steward Li arrange a carriage. Li, puzzled by her insistence to leave despite the physician's advice for her to rest, wondered what pressing matter could compel the second young lady to depart today. However, Li did not inquire further, as he was busy sorting through the numerous betrothal gifts from the Jingyang prince's residence that had been mixed with their prepared dowry, making it difficult to tally. Assuming Shen Tang and Appo's departure had the marquis and old matriarch and Appo's approval, he made the necessary arrangements. Once in the carriage, Shen Tang headed straight for the Jiang residence. Chapter 12. Cousin the Pingyuan marquis is not far from the Jiang residence. The carriage lingered in the bustling streets for a quarter of an hour, and it took merely half an hour to arrive. Yet, despite this short distance, Shen Tang could hardly manage to visit the Jiang family even once a year. Thus, when the gatekeeper of the Jiang family spotted the carriage from the Pingyuan marquis, his initial reaction was one of disbelief, suspecting it was merely passing by, until the carriage actually halted before the Jiang family's grand entrance. Upon seeing Shen Tang's face, the servant erupted in excitement, rushing inside to announce, "Quickly, inform the old matriarch, our cousin has arrived." Such urgent calls brought a lump to Shen Tang and Appo's throat. Even the Jiang family and Appo's servants were aware of how much her maternal grandparents longed for her visit. The old matriarch harbored grievances against the Jiang family for the loss of her eldest brother. who had gone out with his uncle and cousin to view lanterns and had gone missing. In her sorrow, the old matriarch blamed the Jiang family for their negligence, while Shen Tang and Amp, Appo's mother, heartbroken over her brother and Amp, Appo's disappearance, suffered a miscarriage, nearly losing her unborn child. No one believed her mother bore a pair of dragon and phoenix twins. They deemed her grief-driven madness as mere delusion. Following her mother and Amp, Appo's death, the connection between the Pingyuan Marquisate and the Jiang family nearly severed. Typically, the old matriarch would not permit her to visit the Jiang family, only relenting on occasions such as her grandparents' and Amp, Appo's birthdays. Last year, when her grandfather hosted a grand birthday banquet, Shen Tang had been well the day before, but upon waking that morning, she inexplicably suffered from abdominal pain and could not attend. The old matriarch would not overtly prevent her from visiting the Jiang family. Rather, she covertly obstructed her. The second lady, narrow-minded and vengeful, surely held a grudge against Shen Tang's mother for seeking vengeance on her second brother, who had been swapped at birth, and for attempting to harm Shen Xian, the second lady's own daughter. While Shen Tang managed to visit the Jiang family once a year, Shen Xian had not set foot in the Jiang residence in 15 years, likely unaware of which way the gates even opened. However, the Jiang family treated both Shen Tang and Shen Xian equally. Whatever one possessed, the other did as well. Although Shen Xian never visited, she accepted every gift sent by the Jiang family without fail. No one believed her mother's account of giving birth to twins. Neither the Pingyuan Marquisate nor the Jiang family. The more her mother clung to the truth, the more guilt the Jiang family felt. As Shen Tang alighted from the carriage and stepped into the Jiang residence, every member present regarded her with disbelief. After all, she was someone who had not attended the old patriarch and Amp, Appo's birthday celebrations, someone who had, just days before, inflicted wounds upon herself to avoid marrying into the Jingyang prince and Amp, Appo's household. And now she appeared at the Jiang family, which was indeed peculiar. Shen Tang's visits to the Jiang family were so infrequent that she was unfamiliar with the paths, requiring a maid to guide her. The maid led Shen Tang through the second gate towards the cypresses courtyard, where the old matriarch resided. Halfway there, Shen Tang spotted two graceful figures hurrying towards her. They were her two cousins from the Jiang family. Although she rarely visited, she was quite familiar with them, having encountered them at various gatherings hosted by noble families in the capital. Upon seeing Shen Tang, the second young lady, Jiang Ning, exclaimed with joy, "The maid reported that our cousin has come. I could hardly believe it until I saw you." Shen Tang inquired, "How is grandmother?" Jiang Ning replied, "Grandmother was heartbroken for 2 days upon hearing about your injuries sustained to avoid the wedding to the Jingyang prince. Now that she knows you have arrived, she is overwhelmed with happiness, even shedding tears of joy." Shen Tang was well aware of her grandmother and Amp, Appo's affection for her. Every time she visited, her grandmother would embrace her tightly, refusing to let go. "I shall go pay my respects to grandmother," Shen Tang declared, lifting her foot to head towards the cypresses courtyard, only to be halted by Jiang Ning, who grasped her sleeve. "Cousin, you must wait a moment." Shen Tang looked at Jiang Ning. "Is there a guest in the residence?" Jiang Ning covered her mouth with a smile. "It seems that soon, elder sister will be engaged." Jiang Li and Amp, Appo's face flushed as she pretended to swat Jiang Ning. The two sisters frolicked, yet Shen Tang's heart felt clouded, her breath constricted by an unshakable weight. "Is the one here to propose the wife of the Earl of Yongning?" Shen Tang asked. Jiang Ning nodded. "The Earl of Yongning and Amp, Appo's wife has come to seek a match for young Master Li San." As she spoke, Jiang Ning found it curious. Just moments ago, it seemed her cousin was unaware of the guest in the residence. How then had she guessed it was the Earl of Yongning's wife? Clenching her hands beneath her sleeves, Shen Tang insisted, "I must see grandmother." She turned to leave. Why had she, despite her injuries, felt compelled to come to the Jiang family? It was for her cousin Jiang Li and Appo's marriage. In her previous life, she had married Siagimo to bring good luck, and he had awakened that very night, causing quite a stir in the capital. It had been said that such luck worked wonders, prompting families with ill members to consider similar arrangements. The Earl of Yongning and Amp, Appo's family was among them. The Earl of Yongning and Amp, Oppo's son, was afflicted with a lung disease, bedridden and yet to marry or even betroth. Shen Xian had become engaged to the Jingyang prince 6 months prior, fearing widowhood and unwilling to marry, especially knowing the Earl and Oppo's son was unwell. The Earl of Yongning and Oppo's family, desperate to salvage their son and Oppo's health, resorted to deceit. Under the pretense of seeking a match for young Master Li San, the Earl and Oppo's wife came, knowing well that the Earl and Oppo's son would not live long. In her past life, he had passed away within 2 months, and the title would naturally pass to young Master Li San. The Earl and Oppo's wife, seeking a match for Li San, was unlikely to be refused by the Jiang family, who would gladly accept the proposal. But on the wedding day, it was revealed that the Earl's son and young Master Li San were marrying on the same day. Jiang Li, promised to Li San, found herself wed to the Earl's son, while the girl intended for the Earl's son married Li San instead. The Earl and Oppo's household claimed it was a mistake made by their servants and came to apologize, yet the damage was done. They could only accept the consequences. Unfortunately, this mistake condemned Jiang Li to a life of widowhood. The Earl's son passed away less than a month after their marriage, and without consummation. Jiang Li was left mourning. Later, as calamity befell the Jiang family, she succumbed to despair, taking her own life. In her past life, Shen Tang felt guilt, believing her actions to bring luck to Xie Gimo had harmed Jiang Li. This time, she resolved not to marry, hoping to avert the tragedy. Yet, her unease lingered, and her desire to see her grandparents compelled her to the Jiang family. Little did she know that regardless of her intentions, the Earl of Yongning's wife would still have her designs on Jiang Li. Could the Earl and Oppo's wife truly reconcile her conscience in marrying her own daughter to a man with a fleeting lifespan, simply for the sake of luck? Shen Tang and Amp, Oppo's heart burned with indignation, and her steps quickened, prompting the maid to hurry to keep pace. Jiang Li and Jiang Ning exchanged glances, puzzled by Shen Tang and Oppo's urgency to see the old matriarch, and they hastened to follow her. Chapter 13. The Guild of the Heart. Shen Tang hurriedly made her way to Cui by courtyard, bypassing the maidservants and entering the room directly. As she navigated around the intricately embroidered screen depicting flowers and birds, she beheld the elderly matriarch, Madame Jiang, seated on a Luohan couch. Though her hair was neatly arranged, her temples had already turned frosty white. At that moment, Madame Jiang was engaged in animated conversation with the Duchess of Yongning. Madame Jiang, a former censor, belonged to a family steeped in poetry and propriety, and was not one to easily think ill of others. The Duchess of Yongning, skillful in her dealings and charming in her demeanor, concealed beneath her friendly facade a treacherous pit for the Jiang family. As Shen Tang approached, a maidservant spotted her and exclaimed, "Miss." Upon hearing the maid's call, Madame Jiang turned her attention to Shen Tang, momentarily taken aback, her eyes soon brimming with tears. Shen Tang's resemblance to the Jiang family was striking. At first glance, Madame Jiang felt as though she were gazing upon her own daughter. Shen Tang stepped forward, bowed respectfully, and choked out, "Grandmother." Although they resided in the capital, the distance between them felt as though it spanned hundreds of miles. Madame Jiang, disregarding the presence of the Duchess, beckoned excitedly, "Come here, let your grandmother have a good look at you." As Shen Tang approached, Madame Jiang grasped her hand tightly, asking, "Wherein and Oppo's? You injured? Why have you come to the Jiang residence instead of recuperating at home?" With a lump in her throat, Shen Tang replied, "I have come on behalf of my mother to pay my respects to you and grandfather." The heir of the Jingyang prince lay in a deep, unresponsive slumber. Yet Shen Tang had boldly asserted before the wedding procession that he would awaken without the need for a ceremonial marriage, even wagering her own life on it. This proclamation, alongside the empty wedding procession returning to the Jingyang prince and Oppo's residence, spread like wildfire throughout the capital. Once the Jingyang prince and Oppo's heir regained consciousness, curiosity about Shen Tang surged. Especially after her fainting spell, the esteemed consort summoned the second madam to the palace for inquiries, and rumors emerged that Shen Tang had been visited by the spirit of her deceased mother, imploring her to refuse marriage. Consequently, the incense and paper offerings in the capital had sold out in recent days, as people sought blessings for their ancestors. Recalling her deceased daughter, Madame Jiang wept uncontrollably, lamenting, "It is the Jiang family and Appo's fault towards your father and mother." Shen Tang shook her head, insisting, "My mother never blamed the Jiang family. She asked you and grandfather to take care of yourselves and to protect my cousin, ensuring she is not ensnared by treacherous individuals." While the initial words seemed innocuous, the latter statement bewildered listeners. Jiang Li gazed at Shen Tang, while the first Madame and Appo's heart raced with concern, and the Duchess of Yongning reacted even more dramatically. She had been discussing a match with Madame Jiang, advocating for her son to wed the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, when the arrival of the second daughter of the Pingyuan Marquis interrupted their conversation. The emotional scene before her, with the two weeping, was undeniably awkward. She attempted to lower her presence by serving tea. However, just as she did, the term treachery caught her ear, sending a jolt of alarm through her, and she met Shen Tang's gaze, encountering a chilling glint in her eyes that startled her into spilling the tea. The commotion caused by the spilled tea intensified the atmosphere. The maidservants rushed to assist the flustered Duchess, who, feeling the weight of the situation, hastily declared, "I must take my leave." Without waiting for Madame Jiang to respond, she exited in a flurry, as if fearing she might be chased away. Despite her eagerness to understand the necessity of protecting her daughter, the first Madame recognized the Duchess as a guest and felt obliged to see her off. Meanwhile, Madame Jiang pondered the Duchess's evident distress and the strange look Shen Tang had directed towards her. With the Duchess's hasty departure, Madame Jiang turned her attention back to Shen Tang, questioning, "What was that about?" Shen Tang, filled with indignation, replied, "She is filled with guilt." Guilt? Madame Jiang's heart sank. Could it be that the Duchess harbored ill intentions towards Li? Even at this stage, Madame Jiang could not bring herself to think poorly of others. Shen Tang continued, "The heir of the Yongning Duke is gravely ill, his condition critical. Should he pass, the title will fall to young Master Li. It is peculiar that the Duchess is so eager to arrange a marriage for her son at such a time. Does that not strike you as odd?" Indeed, this was peculiar. While many believed the Yongning Duke's heir had little hope of recovery, the title was still not young Master Li's, and the distinction between an heir and a mere young master was significant. Furthermore, young Master Li was still quite young. There was no rush to arrange a marriage, as time was on their side. Nevertheless, it was natural for a mother to wish for her son to marry and bear grandchildren sooner rather than later. Reflecting on the Duchess's earlier panic, Madame Jiang felt a twinge of suspicion, her expression darkening. She looked at Shen Tang, who suppressed her anger, and declared, "The Yongning Duke's household is plotting to use the guise of marriage for the second son to conjure a wedding to bring good fortune to their ailing heir." Madame Jiang gasped in shock. Fuming, her lips trembled with rage. Jiang Li, too, turned pale. Had the Duchess not fled in a panic? They might have questioned Shen Tang's interpretation, but her hasty retreat spoke volumes. The audacity of such deceit was intolerable. Madame Jiang, who had been so joyful moments before, now seethed with fury, coughing violently. Shen Tang quickly stepped forward to comfort her, saying, "Grandmother, do not let your anger harm your health." How could Madame Jiang not be enraged? Had it not been for Shen Tang and Appo's timely arrival, she might have consented to the marriage. Fearing for her grandmother and Appo's well-being, Shen Tang shifted the topic. "I have good news to share with you, grandmother." Madame Jiang's eyes widened in anticipation as Shen Tang continued, "In my dreams, Mother told me that my elder brother is alive and in the capital. She asked that you and Uncle refrain from sending people to search for him. Since her brother and Appo's disappearance, both the Pingyuan Marquis and Appo's household and the Jiang family had tirelessly sought him for over a decade, yet to no avail. Many had presumed he was long dead, and even their father had lost hope, while their uncle had never given up, even considering resigning his post to search for him, only to be stopped by their father. Their father understood that the Jiang family did not intentionally cause his brother's disappearance. They cared for their mother, and both uncles cherished their nephew deeply. Given the choice, they would gladly sacrifice their own son to bring back Shen Tang's brother. Shen Tang had already informed her father, Shen Sui, of the news about her brother's presence in the capital, but with more people searching, there was a greater chance of success. Instead of allowing the Jiang family to waste resources searching far and wide, it was wiser to focus their efforts in the capital. Madame Jiang grasped Shen Tang's hand, tears of joy streaming down her face. Is your brother truly in the capital? You are not deceiving your grandmother, are you? Shen Tang shook her head. Once we locate him, you will see that I speak the truth. Chapter 14. Seeking death, the Jiang family and the Pingyuan Marquis had searched for the missing heir, Shen Yin, for over a decade without a trace. Now, they were informed that he was in the capital, not far from them. Elder Madame Jiang found it hard to believe, yet she dared not dismiss the possibility. Shen Tang asserted that there was no need for a rush of joy. The heir apparent of Jingyang Prince would awaken soon. Indeed, he did awaken swiftly, and the recent events compelled them to accept this reality. Elder Madame Jiang was at a loss for words in her joy. She could not rest in peace until her grandson was found. Remembering how the Jiang family had entrusted Shen Tang with dreams, unable to find peace for over a decade, her heart ached as she grasped Shen Tang's hand, asking if her mother had any other instructions. Just as Shen Tang was about to respond, she nodded affirmatively, recalling that with the spring examination approaching, her mother had said that her two cousins would surely excel, but they must avoid any bodies of water before the examinations. In her previous life, her eldest and second cousins had been invited by classmates to relax on a lake before the exams. Unfortunately, an accident occurred. The second cousin fell into the water, and the eldest jumped in to save him, nearly drowning in the process. Although both were ultimately saved, the eldest cousin sustained an arm injury, making it difficult for him to write, while the second cousin caught a chill, falling ill and barely managing to survive the examination. Both cousins were exceptionally talented scholars, and their grandfather and uncle had high hopes for them. Yet, due to a mere outing on the lake, they both failed to pass. The second cousin blamed himself for the accident that led to his elder brother's injury, which affected their performance in the examinations. Watching peers, less capable than his elder brother, triumph while he languished in disappointment, he succumbed to despair, drinking to drown his sorrows, and tragically fell from his horse on the way home. In her past life, Shen Tang had never questioned the circumstances surrounding her second cousin's death. Shen Xian had claimed that he perished at their hands, suggesting that both incidents, the lake and the horse, were not mere accidents. Given a second chance at life, she vowed not to repeat her previous mistakes, nor would she allow her cousins to be harmed again. The Jiang family placed great importance on the spring examination, and she insisted they refrain from any outings, fearing that her cousins might not even approach the lotus pond within the estate, having left the estate without permission and still bearing injuries. Shen Tang felt it was best to return home. Elder Madame Jiang, reluctant to part with her, pleaded, after finally having you here, can't you stay for just one meal? With her departure, uncertainty loomed over when they would meet again. Shen Tang reassured her, I will visit often to pay my respects. If I come frequently, you must not find me bothersome. Elder Madame Jiang was amused by Shen Tang's concern over being a nuisance, her sadness dissipating as she expressed her desire for Shen Tang to stay at the Jiang residence, where she could watch over her daily, ensuring her peace of mind. As Jiang de Tai Tai sent off the Duchess of Yongning, she hurriedly entered, not to discuss the schemes against her daughter, Jiang Li, but instead to inform Elder Madame Jiang that rumors circulated outside regarding the cancellation of the engagement between the prince and the young lady. Despite the Jiang family's indifference towards Shen Xian in life, claiming she was not their own, even attempting to eliminate her, they still cared for her. Upon hearing of Shen Xian's broken engagement, Elder Madame Jiang's expression changed. The betrothal between the Jingyang prince's heir and Shen Xian had been arranged by the late duke and the former marquis. Though the joyous occasion had not materialized, the heir had awakened. How could there be a cancellation? Shen Tang confirmed, the cancellation is indeed true. Elder Madame Jiang inquired, did your grandmother consent to this? Grandmother did not agree, but her consent is not definitive. Moreover, after all the commotion, the Jingyang prince's household would surely have to cancel the engagement. Otherwise, I would be utterly incensed. Shen Tang hesitated to reveal the truth about Shen Xian not being a Jiang by blood. Knowing her mother had despised Shen Xian during her life, claiming she was the only granddaughter of the Jiang family. Elder Madame Jiang was aware of this, having favored Shen Xian as well. Without evidence on her side, Shen Tang felt it unnecessary to disclose the truth, as Elder Madame Jiang and Appo's resentment towards the Jiang family would only grow should they show favoritism towards her. Shen Tang dismissed the significance of Shen Xian and Appo's cancelled engagement, understanding that Elder Madame Jiang could do little beyond lamenting the situation. After offering some words of comfort, she took her leave, with Jiang Li and Jiang Ning accompanying her out. As they reached the gates, Jiang Ning expressed her reluctance. "Cousin, you said you would visit often. You are not deceiving grandmother, are you?" It seemed no one believed her. Shen Tang shook her head, smiling. Jiang Ning pouted. "I knew you were just trying to make grandmother happy." Shrugging, Shen Tang replied, "If you all refuse to believe me, I shall have to prove it through my actions." Jiang Ning nodded eagerly. As the carriage arrived, Shen Tang climbed aboard and journeyed back to the Pingyuan Marquise. Inside the carriage, she leaned back, gently rubbing her knees. Silver Ginkgo, however, expressed concern. "Miss, will you be punished for leaving the house without permission?" "Not at all," she replied decisively. She had exited Songha Hall, closely following her father, and since she had been injured, her grandmother would assume her father had permitted her departure. After 2 days of recovery, her father would not dare to reprimand her grandmother for allowing her to leave. Even if the truth came to light, she could invoke her mother's name as an excuse. Though her father may not fully accept her claims of her mother's dreams, he would not prevent her from honoring her mother's memory. Moreover, given the cancellation of the engagement, both her grandmother and father were likely in poor spirits, leaving them little inclination to fuss over her minor escapades. Shen Tang felt emboldened. The carriage returned smoothly to the Pingyuan Marquise, and as Silver Ginkgo assisted her down, they were met with the humiliating news of Shen Xian's attempted suicide following her engagement's dissolution. Shen Tang struggled to suppress her urge to roll her eyes in disdain. Truly, how pathetic, to attempt suicide only to be thwarted. Yet Shen Tang understood that Shen Xian was not genuinely seeking death. Someone who did not even wish to remain a widow could hardly desire to die. It was merely a tactic to pressure her father into preserving the engagement. The one refusing to marry was Shen Xian, yet she was the one resorting to extreme measures to maintain the betrothal. How utterly shameless. Still, Shen Tang relished Shen Xian's antics. The engagement was irrevocably broken. The more Shen Xian stirred trouble, the more it would irritate her grandmother and disappoint her. With determination, Shen Tang made her way toward Qingyi Courtyard. Silver Ginkgo inquired, "Miss, will you not check on the eldest miss?" "What purpose would that serve?" Shen Tang replied. "Shall I assist her with her chair?" Silver Ginkgo. Chapter 15. As Shen Tang passed by Qinglan Courtyard, she did not look back as she headed to her own abode. Yinxing followed closely behind, entering Qingyi Courtyard with her. Unable to believe that her young lady truly intended to forego visiting the eldest miss, the young lady's temper had flared unexpectedly, clearly indicating that she had been deeply hurt by the eldest miss. Otherwise, she would not remain so indifferent upon hearing of the eldest miss's despair. Shen Tang and Appo's knee injury had yet to fully heal, and after walking extensively today, all she desired was to sit and rest. She made her way directly to her room, where she encountered Mama Jiang, who was gingerly approaching with a hand on her waist. Upon seeing her, Shen Tang momentarily faltered, her gaze turning icy. Without uttering a word, Shen Tang remained silent as Yinxing interjected, "Mama Jiang, your back is still injured. Why are you not resting indoors?" Mama Jiang, supporting her waist, replied, "I can't lie down. My injury is merely a few days old, and that little maid Doko is a traitor. I cannot help but worry if I'm not here to keep an eye on things." Doko a traitor? Had Mama Jiang not been equally culpable? Mama Jiang had sustained her injury while accompanying Shen Xian to the Great Zhao Temple for prayers. She had not accompanied the bride to Jing Yang Wang's residence. It was only after the young master of Jing Yang Wang awoke that she ventured there, and upon her arrival, she promptly inquired whether Shen Tang and the young master had consummated their marriage. When Shen Tang replied in the negative, a sigh of relief escaped Mama Jiang, who then encouraged her to propose replacing Shen Xian with herself. This suggestion had been broached with Siet Guamo when he first regained consciousness, but he had flatly rejected it, even scolding her with a darkened expression, despite having spent a night in Jingyang Wang and Appo's as residents. It was unfathomable for her to suggest such an audacious act, displaying a complete disregard for Shen Tang and Appo's reputation. The idea of substituting Shen Xian was futile, as Mama Jiang, who had been beside her, now sowed discord, prompting disdain one moment and urging her to send gifts to Shen Xian the next, seeking her forgiveness. At one time, Shen Tang believed Mama Jiang was genuinely concerned for her, trusting her words implicitly. However, when Mama Jiang crossed paths with Siet Guamo and was dragged away to face punishment, Shen Tang fought valiantly to protect her. Although Siet Guamo spared Mama Jiang and Appo's life, he forbade her from remaining in Jingyang Wang's residence. Thus, Shen Tang arranged for Mama Jiang to be taken to the countryside for recuperation, where she enjoyed a life of comfort until her passing. The recollection of her past folly left Shen Tang's heart in turmoil. When Jiang Shi passed away, she had arranged for someone to care for Shen Tang. But following her death, one by one, those entrusted to Shen Tang's side disappeared. Some met their end by execution, while others were sold off, gradually replaced by the second madam's people. Mama Jiang arrived when Shen Tang was merely 7 years old, teaching her to yield to Shen Xian at every turn, ensuring that any good fortune was bestowed upon Shen Xian. Had it not been for Siet Guamo's indulgence towards Mama Jiang in her previous life, Shen Tang could not fathom how long she would have been ensnared by her schemes. Observing Mama Jiang leaning against her waist, Shen Tang concealed the cold glimmer in her eyes and stated, "I have Yin Xing by my side and a host of maids in the courtyard. Mama Jiang should focus solely on her recovery. Allow me to assist you back to your room." After Shen Tang finished speaking, she stepped into her quarters. Yet Mama Jiang did not depart. She followed her inside. Shen Tang took a seat, and Mama Jiang approached, saying, as the legitimate daughter of the Pingyuan Marquis, "It is rather inadequate for you to have only Yin Xing as your primary maid. The maid Bai Lu is quite capable. She could be promoted." Receiving a compliment from Mama Jiang suggested that Bai Lu had likely been generous in her offerings to her, while Shen Tang required an astute maid. She did not need one who was overly cunning and unaligned with her interests. What difference would it make to replace one traitorous maid, Do Ko, with another? Shen Tang lifted her teacup, a smile playing on her lips as she remarked, "Bai Lu is indeed commendable, but she still lacks the qualifications for promotion to a senior maid. It is better to wait for my second aunt to make the arrangements. Her choices are always exceptionally considerate." With Shen Tang invoking the name of the second madam, Mama Jiang refrained from further pursuing Bai Lu's promotion. Should the second madam already have plans, it would be unwise to disrupt her calculations, even with a few drops of courage. She would not dare invoke the second madam's displeasure. Mama Jiang lingered, and Shen Tang paid her no mind, sipping her tea in solitude. Mama Jiang inquired, "Have you visited the eldest miss?" Shen Tang's gaze flickered slightly, her voice subdued as she replied, "I wish to go, but I did not dare." Mama Jiang, perplexed, asked, "What is there to fear?" Shen Tang's face was clouded with sorrow as she lamented, "I did not anticipate that Jingyang Wang would call off the engagement. Had I known, even if my elder sister remained skeptical, I would have communicated my mother's dream to her. Now it is too late for regrets." Mama Jiang said, "The eldest miss harbors feelings for the young master of Jingyang Wang. With the engagement annulled, she is unable to bear the blow and has contemplated despair. You are twin sisters. A few comforting words from you may help her find peace." Shen Tang replied, "How I wish to do so, but I fear my clumsy tongue may provoke her further. Mama Jiang is adept at soothing others. Perhaps you could take my place in comforting her, and I shall express my gratitude to you upon your return." Upon hearing this, Mama Jiang's heart was stirred. "I have heard that the old madam gifted the eldest miss a set of jewelry she had long coveted. Perhaps I could bring it along. It might bring the eldest miss some solace." It was evident that Mama Jiang was always thinking of ways to win favor for Shen Xian. Yin Xing was about to voice her objections, but was silenced by a glance from Shen Tang. How can a mere set of jewelry compare to the position of the future wife of the young master of Jingyang Wang? "My elder sister is currently in a fit of anger. If you take it to her, she may misconstrue my intentions as mockery. I do not withhold gifts from her. I can afford to wait a few days to present them. Mama Jiang pondered this as well, realizing that not even 100 sets of jewelry could rival the status of a future wife. Who could have foreseen that the young master of Jingyang Wang would turn misfortune into fortune? When Jingyang Wang first proposed marriage, countless noble ladies in the capital envied the eldest miss. Now, with the engagement annulled, one could only imagine the laughter behind her back. It was no wonder the eldest miss contemplated despair. Mama Jiang assured, "I shall do my utmost to console the eldest miss." Shen Tang expressed her gratitude, and as Mama Jiang departed, Yinxing pouted. The young lady has endured such injustice, yet the old madam only gifted her that set of jewelry. How can Mama Jiang expect you to send it to comfort the eldest miss? Aren't you angry? Shen Tang chuckled. Do not be upset just yet. I need you to assist me with something. Yinxing looked at her expectantly. Shen Tang gestured for Yinxing to lean closer and whispered a few instructions. Yinxing's eyes widened in surprise. After Yinxing left, Shen Tang resumed sipping her tea. A quarter of an hour later, Yinxing returned with a smile, indicating that her task had been successfully accomplished. Chapter 16. A disturbance in the early morning. Shen Tang awoke from a deep slumber, stretching languidly as she sat up in bed. Silver Ginkgo entered with a copper basin to attend to her morning rituals. After washing up, the young maid also brought him breakfast. Shen Tang, with a hearty appetite, savored a bowl of nourishing millet porridge and indulged in a meat bun. Once she finished her meal, she stepped outside, prompting Silver Ginkgo to assume she was off to visit Shen Xian. However, Shen Tang walked straight out of the courtyard, catching the attention of the maids in Qinglan courtyard, who exchanged glances but remained silent. If the eldest young lady could influence the second young lady's maids, and the second young lady remained unperturbed, she might as well rival the deities in the temple. Upon arriving at Songha Hall, Shen Tang signaled to Silver Ginkgo, who then departed, leaving her to enter the courtyard alone. Yesterday, when Shen Tang had paid her respects to the old matriarch, Shen Ran and Shen Luo were absent, but today they were present, merrily chatting with the old matriarch. The second and third madams were also there. Upon Shen Tang's entrance, the second madam's gaze instantly turned frigid, though it quickly thawed. Shen Tang approached and performed a respectful bow to the old matriarch. Before the matriarch could speak, the second madam interjected. The doctor advised the second young lady to rest. Was there a pressing matter that required her to leave the residence yesterday? The second madam, who oversaw the household, was privy to all matters large and small. Shen Tang doubted that the second madam was unaware of her visit to the Jiang family the previous day. The old matriarch, still oblivious to Shen Tang's excursion, looked at her, prompting Shen Tang to explain, "I visited the Jiang family yesterday." The old matriarch frowned slightly. There was no need for such urgency in visiting the Jiang family, which was, after all, Shen Tang's maternal family. She could not overtly disallow the visit. Shen Tang continued, "In my dream, my mother asked me to pay my respects to my grandparents on her behalf. I did not dare to delay, and since my arm is not severely injured, I hastily attended to this matter." The old matriarch surmised that it was indeed related to the Jiang family, known for their filial piety, though unfortunately lacking in fortune. Had Yina not perished, the matriarch believed her daughter would not have succumbed to grief so soon. The old matriarch remained silent, but the second madam seized the opportunity to sow discord. "Your elder sister is favored by the family, and her concerns for the Jiang family are evident, yet she shows little regard for Xiener. Had it been Xiener who had received such a dream, our engagement with the Jingyang Wang family would not have been rescinded. It was one thing to incite discord among the living. It was quite another to invoke a deceased person's displeasure. Shen Tang would not indulge such provocations. They say what one thinks during the day manifests in dreams at night. My elder sister never ponders our mother. Even if our mother wished to send a message through a dream, it would likely be impossible. If our mother truly intended to communicate with my elder sister, urging her to marry the heir of Jingyang Wang, would you advise her to heed our mother's words? Or would you suspect our mother might conspire against her even in death?" Her voice was sharp, imbued with a fierce spirit. The second madam was momentarily left speechless, her silver teeth nearly cracking in frustration. When had the second young lady become so eloquent? Clearly, she had underestimated her previously. Shen Tang took a seat, glancing back to find silver ginkgo, only to be interrupted by a maid asking, "Does the second young lady have any instructions?" Shen Luo remarked, "Why does my elder sister come to pay respects to our grandmother without a maid?" Shen Tang explained, "I did bring a maid, but upon reaching the courtyard, I realized my gold hairpin was missing. Silver ginkgo returned to help me search for it." The second madam, sipping her tea, remarked, "While searching for a gold hairpin is understandable, it is rather peculiar for the legitimate daughter of the Pingyuan Marquis to be without a maid. What would guests think of us?" Shen Tang immediately turned to the old matriarch, stating, "I have sufficient maids in my courtyard. However, since Dukku has passed, there is a vacancy among the senior maids. The few second-class maids each have their merits and flaws. I had intended to have my second aunt select one for me, but I find myself drawn to this maid. Might I request my grandmother's approval to have her assigned to me?" Shen Tang was referring to the maid who had just spoken. She would not allow the second madam to place her own people around her. Instead, she sought a trustworthy maid from the old matriarch, one who could help her manage the treacherous maids in her courtyard. The second madam could only remain silent. The old matriarch was taken aback by Shen Tang's request for a maid, but the second madam quickly intervened. "Xiao Tong is accustomed to serving the old matriarch. Do not covet her maid. I will arrange for your second aunt to provide you with a few capable maids who can attend to your needs." The second madam and Appo's refusal only solidified Shen Tang and Appo's resolve. Shen Tang gazed hopefully at the old matriarch, feigning hesitation, a look the old matriarch had never seen from her before. Amused, she replied, "One maid is not beyond my means to part with. Xiao Tong, you shall serve the second young lady from now on." Xiao Tong complied. Shen Tang joyfully expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, grandmother." Observing Shen Tang and Appo's bright demeanor, the second madam felt a sudden sense of losing control. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Even if the old matriarch granted a maid, it was still Jiang Mama who held sway in Qingyi courtyard, and Xiao Tong would not openly defy her or report her misdeeds to the old matriarch. Just then, silver ginkgo entered, covering her face, tears welling in her eyes. Shen Tang immediately rose, pulling silver ginkgo's hands away from her face, revealing clear handprints. Shen Tang's anger flared. "Who struck you?" Silver ginkgo cried. "It was Jiang Mama. I was searching for the gold hairpin when a little maid informed me that she saw Jiang Mama pick one up on a small path yesterday. Unsure if it belonged to you, I went to inquire with Jiang Mama. She denied it and demanded I name the little maid who saw her, threatening to tear her mouth apart. I feared for that maid and did not dare to speak. And in her fury, Jiang Mama struck me." Before Silver Ginkgo could finish, Jiang Mama entered, declaring, "I knew this little wretch would come to complain about me. I did not find the young lady's gold hairpin. If you do not believe me, feel free to send someone to search my quarters." Jiang Mama stood tall, exuding confidence that no one would suspect her of taking the hairpin. Shen Tang turned to Silver Ginkgo, who looked aggrieved. "I do not doubt Jiang Mama. It truly was that little maid who claimed to have seen her pick it up. The timing coincided with when Jiang Mama assisted you in persuading the eldest young lady, which is why I did not suspect her and approached Jiang Mama for the hairpin." Jiang Mama interjected, "Then please have the young lady send someone to investigate and clear my name." Shen Tang furrowed her brow and turned to Xiao Tong. "You go and search." Xiao Tong hesitated. Although the old matriarch had assigned her to the second young lady, she had yet to enter Qingyi courtyard, and it felt inappropriate to search Jiang Mama's quarters. However, the second young lady had already spoken, and she had no choice but to comply. Xiao Tong bowed and went off to carry out the task. Shen Tang settled back down, while Silver Ginkgo stood behind her, still covering her face. Jiang Mama's slap had left more than just 5 fingerprints. It had also swollen her cheek. Jiang Mama remained nearby, her expression a mix of indignation and feigned innocence. Xiao Tong, being efficient, returned in the time it took to brew 2 cups of tea. "Did you find a gold hairpin?" she was asked. Xiao Tong shook her head. "I led my team to search Jiang Mama's quarters several times, but we found no gold hairpin." Jiang Mama immediately knelt, exclaiming, Silver Ginkgo believed a little maid and doubted me, the servant of the second young lady. I asked the old matriarch to decide my fate. Wang Mama looked at Xiao Tong. Is there anything else you need to report? Xiao Tong replied, though I found no gold hairpin in Jiang Mama's quarters. We did uncover a pawn ticket. Jiang Mama froze, exclaiming, a pawn ticket? How could there possibly be a pawn ticket in my quarters? I would have discarded it the moment I left the pawn shop. Xiao Tong produced the crumpled pawn ticket, and Jiang Mama's complexion paled, her heart racing with fear. Wang Mama took the ticket, examined it briefly, and frowned as she reported to the old matriarch. The pawn ticket pertains to a gold hairpin, precisely the one belonging to the second young lady. Jiang Mama shouted, someone must have deliberately placed that pawn ticket in my quarters. I'm being wronged. Though the pawn ticket was not placed there by her, no one was accusing her falsely. Mother Jiang was meticulous in her actions, unwilling to keep the gold hairpin she had found. Thus, upon discovering it yesterday, she ventured into the streets despite her sprained waist, pawning the pin for 20 taels of silver. With this money, she procured numerous items and even consulted a physician. Although she left the manor without the ginkgo, she had enlisted a young servant from the front courtyard to keep a close watch on her activities. Every purchase and movement of Mother Jiang was thoroughly reported to Shen Tang. The pawn ticket, tossed aside by Mother Jiang, was promptly retrieved by the young servant. When Shen Tang glanced at the pawn ticket, Wang Mama handed it to her. Shen Tang noted the coincidence. A young maid had witnessed the discovery of the gold hairpin, and coincidentally, there was a pawn ticket for it in her possession. This appeared too fortuitous, would Mother Jiang confess. Or should she send someone to the pawn shop with this ticket to inquire further? Mother Jiang's face turned pale, and she remained silent. The evidence was irrefutable, leaving no room for defense. Enraged, Shen Tang threw the pawn ticket to the ground, expressing her disappointment. I have treated you well. If you were in need of money, you could have confided in me. I would not have been stingy. After 10 years of service, how could you not recognize that this was my usual gold hairpin? You simply pawned it. If it had fallen into the hands of some young lady, that would be one thing. But if... Her voice trailed off, filled with indignation. It was a grave offense for a stewardess to misappropriate her mistress's belongings, and Shen Tang's words darkened the old lady's expression, prompting her to instruct Wang Mama to retrieve the gold hairpin. Wang Mama replied, but this is a dead pawn. Even a dead pawn must be redeemed. There is nothing that cannot be reclaimed. It merely requires a bit more expenditure, insisted the old lady. Wang Mama hastily dispatched someone to attend to the matter. Realizing the old lady's wrath, Mother Jiang pleaded for mercy, claiming, I was momentarily bewitched. I acknowledge my mistake. The old lady retorted, take her away and administer 40 strokes, followed by sale. Mother Jiang's face drained of color as she repeatedly begged for mercy, being dragged away while crying out, Second Madam, save me. The second madam would have liked to help her. But how could she possibly aid someone who had found her mistress in Oppos? SB Chapter 17. Bias the thwack of the paddle echoed relentlessly from beyond the courtyard walls. Seated regally, the second madam's hands were clenched tightly beneath her flowing sleeves. Her countenance, however, betrayed nothing, even hinting at amusement. She had severely misjudged the situation. She never anticipated that Nurse Jiang would commit such an act, causing distress to the second Mississippi. It's just, Shen Tang remarked with Nurse Jiang gone. My courtyard lacks a capable steward. As Shen Tang's gaze drifted towards the old madam, the second madam, presuming she was about to request another steward from the old madam, interjected swiftly, the second miss has already obtained autumn bloom from the old madam. She mustn't covet anyone else from her courtyard. I have an excellent nurse Lu in my service. I'll have her attend to you at Qingyi Garden presently. Determined to plant someone by her side at any cost, it seemed. Would Shen Tang allow the second madam to succeed? Second aunt manages the household affairs, diligently overseeing everything. Shen Tang countered. Her staff are all indispensable and highly competent. Since second aunt discourages me from seeking assistance from grandmother, I would never dare to disrupt her management. Turning her attention to the old madam, Shen Tang continued, I recall Nurse Jiang being assigned to care for me after Nurse Zhou's departure. Years ago, Nurse Zhou erred, and grandmother banished her to the estate. Now, a decade has passed. I wonder if she still lives. I wish to bring Nurse Zhou back. Nurse Zhou was a confidant of Jiang Shi, responsible for Shen Tang's care even before Jiang Shi's passing. However, when Shen Tang was 5, Shen Han desired the 9 linked rings. Shen Tang refused, and during their struggle in the garden, Nurse Zhou, supporting Shen Tang, failed to assist Shen Han. Shen Han seized the rings and, in a fit of pique, sat heavily, injuring her arm. The old madam was distraught, and the wet nurse attending Shen Han, fearing blame, accused Nurse Zhou of forcibly opening Shen Tang's hand, deliberately causing Shen Han to fall. Jiang Shi had always regarded Shen Han with indifference, even hostility, and Nurse Zhou, as Jiang Shi's confidant, naturally prioritized Shen Tang's well-being. The second madam believed that allowing such a person to remain by Shen Tang's side would inevitably incite discord between Shen Tang and her sister. The old madam, always affectionate towards Shen Han, had long harbored resentment towards Nurse Zhou and Oppos, as preferential treatment of Shen Tang. Previously, she had turned a blind eye, but now that Shen Han was injured, the old madam would no longer tolerate it. The old madam had Nurse Zhou flogged and intended to sell her out of the manor. Slave traders were even summoned. Fortunately, Shen Sui returned. Shen Sui shared a deep bond with Jiang Shi, and Nurse Zhou was Jiang Shi's most trusted aide, and she had diligently cared for Shen Tang. Shen Sui forbade the sale and had Nurse Zhou sent to Jiang Shi's dowry estate instead. A decade later, Shen Tang was uncertain whether Nurse Zhou was alive or dead. To allow her mother's trusted aide to be treated so unfairly reflected poorly on her filial piety. The second madam stared at Shen Tang, now convinced by Nurse Zhang's accusations that Shen Tang had deliberately used the hairpin to ensnare her. However, even knowing this was futile, if Nurse Zhang hadn't been greedy, Shen Tang couldn't have buried her, no matter how deep the pit. Nurse Zhou was banished for wrongdoing, the second madam stated. How could she be brought back? Shen Tang was not afraid of the second madam's obstruction, because obstruction implied that Nurse Zhou was still alive. If Nurse Zhou were dead, the second madam wouldn't waste a breath. Shen Tang was both relieved and indignant. Although my elder sister and I share the same mother, Nurse Zhou was primarily responsible for my care and should have prioritized my well-being. When my elder sister fell, her wet nurse was present. Why could Nurse Zhou support me, while my elder sister's wet nurse couldn't assist her? If the wet nurse saw Nurse Zhou pry open my hand, why didn't she intervene instead of standing idly by? My elder sister's wet nurse was never punished, yet Nurse Zhou was sent to the estate for 10 years. Isn't that punishment enough? A cascade of questions assailed the second madam, leaving her speechless. The old madam also reconsidered the matter. At the time, Shen Han was crying and screaming from her injured arm, and the old madam, in a fit of anger, hadn't scrutinized the incident. Hearing Shen Tang's interrogation, she realized that Shen Han's wet nurse was largely to blame. If she had witnessed Nurse Zhou pry open Shen Tang's hand, why hadn't she taken precautions? If the wet nurse had served diligently, would Shen Han have been injured? Blaming Nurse Zhou for favoring Shen Tang was indeed biased, tears welling in her eyes. Shen Tang said, "This time, Mother appeared in my dream, preventing discord between my elder sister and me. For the first time, I truly felt Mother's love. I was barely 2 when Mother passed away. Father was busy, and I rarely visited the Jiang family. All my memories of Mother come from Nurse Zhou. Nurse Zhou wasn't sent away for neglecting me. I shouldn't have ignored her for 10 years. I had hoped to find an opportunity to plead for her return, even if she didn't manage affairs, just to hear her stories about Mother's life in the Jiang family and in the manor. I hadn't even spoken when Nurse Jiang erred and was expelled. I am currently lacking a capable steward. I believe Mother's arrangements were the best. I implore Grandmother to allow me to bring back Nurse Zhou." Shen Tang rose and knelt. The old madam, surprised that Shen Tang would kneel for a servant, hastily said, "Rise quickly. Grandmother grants your request." "Thank you, Grandmother." Shen Tang rose, her voice choked with emotion, tears glistening in her eyes, evoking pity. Shen Tang sat down again and, after a brief stay, excused herself, returning to Qingyi Garden with silver apricot and autumn bloom. Throughout the journey back, silver apricot covered her face. She had often been scolded by Nurse Jiang, but this was the first time she had been struck. The slap left a metallic taste in her mouth. However, considering that Nurse Jiang had received 40 lashes and was being sold off with only half her life remaining, unable to lord over Qingyi Garden again. She felt the slap was worth it. The maids of Qingyi Garden had long suffered under Nurse Jiang's oppression. Their monthly wages were significantly reduced by Nurse Jiang's greed, and the tasks assigned to them were often trivial, while those who were less articulate were forced to do more. Knowing that Nurse Jiang would never return, the maids in the courtyard rejoiced. However, some were unhappy, such as Emerald Willow, who had spent a considerable sum to enlist Nurse Jiang and Appos as help in becoming a senior maid. Now that Nurse Jiang herself had been sold, her money was wasted. Back in her room, Shen Tang applied ointment to Silver Apricot's injury. Silver Apricot said, "Miss, the ointment is precious. My skin is thick, and Appos LL heal quickly without it." Shen Tang chided her, "The ointment is meant for people. Should I keep it for when I'm beaten?" Silver Apricot was speechless. That wasn't what she meant. She simply felt that a humble maid like herself didn't deserve such fine medicine. However, she dare not argue, preferring the ointment to spoil rather than for the miss to suffer any further harm. As Shen Tang helped Silver Apricot apply the ointment, she was aware that Nurse Jiang would resist and not readily admit her guilt. However, she hadn't expected Nurse Jiang to resort to violence, causing Silver Apricot such distress. Shen Tang was determined to compensate her. She happened to have a pair of gold bangles, one for Silver Apricot and one for Autumn Bloom. Silver Apricot hadn't anticipated that Shen Tang would reward her with a gold bangle, and Autumn Bloom was even more surprised. Shen Tang said to Autumn Bloom, "I know you are reluctant to leave the old madam. Rest assured, following me, I will not mistreat you. I also hope that you and Silver Apricot can get along like sisters." Autumn Bloom knelt and said, "Now that I follow the miss is my master. I will be loyal to the Mississippi." She was somewhat reluctant to leave the old madam, but she also knew that it would be difficult for her to reach the position of senior maid at Pine Crane Hall. If there was a vacancy, it would rarely be her turn to fill it. By the second miss in Amp, Appos' side, she would immediately be a senior maid. The second miss had specifically requested her from the old madam, so she wooed into Appos to neglect her. However, she hadn't into Appos. T expected the second miss to directly reward her with a gold bangle, just like Silver Apricot, who had been with her for years. Chapter 18. Repair. The two maidservants were overjoyed with their golden bracelets, unable to contain their delight. Although Chiotong returned with Shen Tang, her belongings still remained at Songheng. Shen Tang instructed her to take two young maidservants back to assist in tidying up. After Chiotong departed, Shen Tang advised Yinxing to keep a close watch on the courtyard to observe which maidservants frequently visited King Lanyuan and the south courtyard without purpose. To safeguard her father and her beloved kin, she first needed to protect herself. She had already experienced the ruthlessness of the second house. The moment she opposed Second Madam and Shun Xian, the coldness in Second Madam's gaze had been unmistakable. It was only a matter of time before she might deploy her spies against her. Therefore, Shen Tang resolved to sever Second Madam's control over her, ensuring that her actions were not constantly under the latter's scrutiny. It would be easier to manage the younger maidservants in the courtyard after removing Duku and Jiang Mama. By bestowing a golden bracelet upon Chiotong, it was evident that they feared Second Madam would attempt to win her over and exert pressure on her. However, Shen Tang trusted Chiotong's character. After her grandmother's passing in her previous life, Chiotong had been one of the few maidservants to remain at Songheng, while the others found favorable positions elsewhere. Chiotong was loyal to the elder lady, and Shen Tang felt no worry on that front. Although the elder lady favored Shun Xian, she would not go so far as to allow Chiotong to cause harm to Shen Tang, which was precisely why Shen Tang felt at ease requesting personnel from the elder lady. As Shen Tang sipped tea and savored pastries, pondering her next course of action, Yinxing's voice broke her reverie. "Miss, the golden hairpin that Jiang Mama sold has been redeemed." Shen Tang looked up to see a young maidservant entering from behind the beaded curtain, holding a brocade box and a bundle. Yinxing accepted the brocade box and presented it to Shen Tang for her inspection. Inside lay the golden hairpin she had used to scheme against Jiang Mama. Originally, it had been a pair, but she had discarded the other during her rejection of a marriage proposal. As Shen Tang recalled the discarded hairpin, Yinxing questioned, "Miss, What about the hairpin you injured yourself with? It hasn't been returned. The maidservant who delivered the items interjected. The other hairpin was picked up by the guards of the Jinyang Prince and Appo's residence. Shen Tang, she had thrown the hairpin to the ground with the intent of having them retrieve it and report back to the Jinyang Prince. But to injure herself in front of so many onlookers was already a spectacle. Would they truly return with a bloodied hairpin? Shen Tang had no words to respond. The young maidservant lifted the bundle she carried, stating, "And this bundle was just delivered by a messenger from the jade shop on the street. They said they mistakenly discarded your glazed lamp. The shop spent an entire day and night searching for it, and several craftsmen worked tirelessly for 2 days to repair it, assuring that it would not break again. A lamp that had been broken and mended so many times was something Shen Tang had finally set aside. How could the jade shop have found it and returned it?" The young maidservant handed over the bundle, and Yinxing felt compelled to accept it. After rewarding the maidservant with 5 coins, Shen Tang watched her leave, her gaze falling upon the bundle, filled with curiosity. In her previous life, the glazed lamp had indeed been mistakenly discarded by a shop assistant, but had never been recovered. What had caused this deviation in this life? Unbeknownst to Shen Tang, fourth sister had gone to retrieve the lamp, and, upon learning it had been discarded, became furious, declaring it to be the most cherished possession of the young lady. She confronted the jade shop, demanding if they wished to close down their business after such a blunder. The jade shop, feeling guilty, was hesitant to provoke the fierce temperament of the second Miss Shen, who had even injured herself to avoid a marriage procession to the Jinyang Prince's residence. After fourth sister's departure, the jade shop hastily gathered the fragments of the glazed lamp from a pile of broken jade and stones, diligently repairing it. As Yinxing opened the bundle, Shen Tang beheld the repaired lamp, its fractures more pronounced yet somehow more beautiful. The jade shop has used gold and silver threads for the repairs. It certainly won't break again, Yinxing remarked. Dispose of it, Shen Tang replied. Yinxing, taken aback, hesitated. Miss, you previously mentioned letting it go, and I thought you were merely comforting yourself. Now that it has been returned repaired, do you truly wish to discard it? Given its current state, taking it outside would only invite ridicule, Shen Tang stated, having long since forgotten its significance. The person who gifted her the lamp had only crossed her path 3 times in her previous life, and after marrying Xie Gimo, she never saw him again. Their acquaintance had begun over an account book and a key, as he investigated the corruption of disaster relief funds involving Yi Guifei's family. When she died, the Chomping Marquis had not only avoided disgrace, but had risen in status, being conferred the title of Duke. That person should have perished long ago. The fleeting encounter and the emotion stirred half a year ago had faded during the 4 years she spent married to Xie Gimo. And now, how could a mere glazed lamp rekindle such waves? Seeing that Shen Tang was genuinely intent on discarding the lamp, Yinxing's curiosity grew regarding her mistress's sudden change of heart, for she was clearly a person of great persistence. Yinxing took the lamp outside, preparing to let fourth sister dispose of it, but ultimately hesitated. Once thrown away, it could not be retrieved. What if her mistress was merely acting on a whim? A lamp took up little space. It would be wise to keep it, just in case, ensuring it was hidden from Shen Tang and Appo's sight, rendering its disposal inconsequential. As Shen Tang became lost in thought, idly passing time with a book, she had only read halfway when fourth sister joyfully announced from behind the beaded curtain, "Miss, Mama Zhou has been brought back." Shen Tang turned her gaze toward the screen, seeing Mama Zhou enter with red-rimmed eyes. When Mama Zhou had been sent away, Shen Tang was merely 5 years old. Now a decade had passed, and Shen Tang held no distinct memories of her, only a sense of familiarity. Mama Zhou approached and suddenly knelt on the ground. Shen Tang quickly set her book aside and rushed to his sister. "Mama Zhou, please rise." Mama Zhou resisted the help, clutching Shen Tang's hands and choking back tears. "I never expected to see you again in this lifetime, my lady. I have failed in my duties to the lady." Shen Tang, filled with guilt, replied, "Mama Zhou cared for me wholeheartedly, and it is only now that I have brought you back. I am truly sorry." Mama Zhou shook her head repeatedly. When she was sent away, Shen Tang had been only 5, incapable of even safeguarding herself, let alone protecting her. Looking at Shen Tang, Mama Zhou smiled through her tears. "You have grown, and you resemble the lady even more. If the lady were aware, she would surely feel comforted. Shen Tang helped Mama Zhou to her feet, aware of the hardships she had endured over the years. However, Mama Zhou shook her head. I have not suffered greatly. I have only missed you, bearing the torment of longing for a decade. As a most trusted person by Jiang Shi's side, Mama Zhou had managed the estate during Jiang Shi's tenure. After Jiang Shi was deemed mentally unstable, her focus shifted entirely to Shen Tang, and Mama Zhou assumed responsibility for all matters concerning the estate. Prior to her sale, she had endured 30 lashes, reduced to a mere shadow of herself. Had it not been for Shun Sui sending her to Jiang Shi's dowry estate, she might not have survived that day. Both Shen Tang and Mama Zhou had resolved, one to make amends and the other to proceed with caution, ensuring no one could find an excuse to remove her from the young lady's side. Chapter 19. The invitation. After several days of recuperation, Shen Tang's arm had completely healed. One day, with fair skies above, Shen Tang, having partaken in her morning meal, proceeded with her customary visit to the venerable matriarch at the Hall of Pine and Crane, accompanied by her attendant, Yinxing. Before she had even crossed the threshold, the sound of the old woman's coughs reached her ears, betraying a lingering malaise. Shen Tang inquired with concern, "Grandmother, are you unwell?" The old woman sighed, lamenting, "I grow old and feeble, no longer of much use. I merely pondered matters late into the night, and found myself awake until the early hours." Shen Tang probed, "Does something weigh heavily on your mind, grandmother?" Indeed, the old woman was not without her worries. The absence of an heir to Shun Sui's lineage was a constant source of unease, and now, Shun Han's rejection by the prince of Jingyang's manor added to her burdens. It was Shun Han's future that had kept her awake the previous night. However, the old woman would not confide in Shen Tang about this matter. She gestured for Shen Tang to take a seat. As Shen Tang's posterior barely made contact with the stool, the second and third madams entered, with Shun Ran and Shen Luo in tow. The old woman's complexion was wan. The second madam offered to summon a physician, but the old woman declined. Had she desired medical attention, she would have sought it already, without the second madam's prompting. As they spoke, a maidservant announced, "Old madam, the eldest young lady has arrived." Shen Tang glanced towards the screen and beheld Shun Han's entrance. In truth, Shen Tang had never witnessed Shun Han in such a gaunt state, resembling a peony ravaged by a tempest, a sight to evoke pity. Knowing the origin of Shun Han's affliction, Shen Tang felt no pang of sympathy. Yet, while she remained unmoved, every other soul in the room was consumed with concern. The old woman, ever fond of Shun Han, though disapproving of her actions to resist the ill-fated marriage, found her anger melting away upon seeing Shun Han's emaciated form. "How have you become so thin?" she lamented. The second madam interjected, "Honor has barely consumed anything these past few days. How could she not waste away?" Shen Han's eyes welled with tears as she choked out, "It is Honor's fault for being so insensible, causing grandmother to worry." The old woman consoled, "Let bygones be bygones. It is most important that you regain your health." Shen Han nodded obediently, then turned her gaze towards Shen Tang, saying, "Second sister has not visited me these past few days. Are you still harboring resentment towards me? Why ask if you already know?" Shen Tang thought. Was she attempting to leverage their grandmother to pressure her into suppressing her anger? Shen Tang forced a smile and replied, "Of course not. I would not stoop to the level of my elder sister." Shen Han bit her lip gently and said, "I know you will not easily forgive me, but I still wish to offer some explanation. I was indeed afraid of widowhood and administered medicine to myself, but I did not instruct Dooku to frame you. You are my own sister, and I would never push you into a fiery pit that I myself was unwilling to jump into." The old woman had already declared that past matters should not be mentioned, yet Shen Han insisted on bringing them up to disgust her. Did she believe that with Dooku's death, there was no one to contradict her, and she could say whatever she pleased? If Shen Han had not instructed Dooku, then the blame for Dooku's slander fell upon Shen Han herself, for failing to manage her servant in a way that would prevent such animosity. There were certain matters that Shen Han had forgotten, and Shen Tang did not mind reminding her. Shen Tang's smile remained faint as she stated, "I know elder sister would never do such a thing to me. The wedding gown was sent to me by the maidservant of her own accord." The look of remorse on Shen Han's face froze, as if Shen Tang had delivered 2 stinging slaps. The old woman frowned deeply. Of her 2 granddaughters, one stubbornly refused to acknowledge her wrongdoing, while the other remained unforgiving, offering no quarter. Neither was a source of comfort. The old woman grew agitated and began to cough. The second madam hastened to soothe her, scolding Shen Tang, "Say no more." While her words were directed at both of them, her gaze was clearly fixed on Shen Tang. However, Shen Tang's talent for vexing others was unparalleled. She simply raised her teacup and took a sip, appearing to heed the second madam's words while, in reality, ignoring them completely. The second madam's face flushed with anger, but she could say nothing. The old woman gradually recovered, and her coughing subsided. Shen Tang, eager to depart, prepared to take her leave. At that moment, a young maidservant entered, holding a large red, gold-trimmed invitation, and announced, "Old madam, the Prince of Longevity's manor has sent an invitation, inviting the young ladies of the household to attend a spring banquet in a few days." Upon seeing the invitation, Shen Ran eagerly rose and snatched it from the maidservant's hands. She had long awaited an invitation to the Prince of Longevity's spring banquet and was overjoyed to finally receive it. Shen Ran and Shen Luo were both elated. But Shen Han's gaze fell upon the invitation, and her face betrayed no joy. She struggled to hold back her tears. The Prince of Longevity's spring banquet was exclusively for unmarried young ladies and gentlemen of noble families in the capital. Every year, several engagements were announced after the banquet. Shen Han had attended the previous year, but no one had expected her to attend this year. The embroidery workshop had not even prepared a gown for her to wear to the event. In her previous life, neither Shen Tang nor Shen Han had attended. Shen Tang was ineligible due to her marriage, while Shen Han was in low spirits. Even though Shen Tang had fulfilled her marriage contract, she still felt bound to the Prince of Jingyang and could not bring herself to attend the spring banquet. Whether Shen Han attended this time was of no concern to Shen Tang. She, however, would certainly attend. The Prince of Longevity's spring banquet would attract many young gentlemen from prominent families. If her elder brother was indeed of noble birth, as she suspected, he would likely be present as well. Though the chances of finding her elder brother were slim, remaining at home offered no hope at all. Nothing was more important than finding her elder brother. The second madam, unwilling to see Shen Han weep, addressed the old woman. The households of the capital placed great importance on the spring banquet hosted by the Prince of Longevity and Appo's manor. The embroidery workshop has prepared gowns for them. Perhaps we should allow the young ladies to select some jewelry as well and accompany Han and Appo's on an outing to lift her spirits. The third madam concurred. Second sister and Appo's consideration is most thoughtful. The young ladies of our marquis of Pingyuan household must not be outshone by others. With the second madam and Appo's suggestion, the third madam and Appo's agreement, and Shen Ran and Shen Luo and Appo's eager anticipation, the old woman could hardly refuse. The Prince of Jinyang's rejection had undoubtedly caused many to mock the Marquis of Pingyuan household for losing what they thought was a sure thing. The spring banquet would provide an opportunity to show those people otherwise. The old woman granted her permission, but cautioned, "You sisters may bicker amongst yourselves within the confines of this household, but when you venture out, remember your station and avoid causing others to ridicule the disunity of the Marquis of Pingyuan's daughters." Everyone knew that these words were directed at Shen Tang and Shen Han. Shen Ran, knowing that they would not respond, rose and said, "We shall heed grandmother's teachings." The old woman's gaze fell upon Shen Han and Shen Tang, who rose and acknowledged her words. Weary in both body and mind, the old woman raised her arm, and Wang Mama assisted her into the inner chamber to rest. Shen Tang and the others left the Hall of Pine and Crane and proceeded towards the main gate of the Marquis's residence. Upon their arrival, the servant had already parked the carriages at the entrance. 2 carriages were present, one opulent, adorned with tassels and bells on each corner, its occupants clearly of high status. The other was far more understated. On ordinary outings, Shen Tang and Shen Han would share one carriage, while Shen Ran and Shen Luo would occupy the other. Shen Han had presented herself as gentle and frail before the old woman, but her demeanor shifted once they left the residence. "Third sister," she declared, "you shall ride with me in one carriage today." As she spoke, Shen Tang had already descended the steps and boarded the carriage. Shen Han's face flushed with anger, and she longed to drag Shen Tang from the carriage. Shen Tang cared little about whom Shen Han wished to ride with, but she would not relinquish her seat. Shen Han could either swallow her pride and board the carriage, or join Shen Ran in the carriage behind. After sitting in the carriage for a while, and seeing no one else join her, Shen Tang lifted the curtain and addressed Shen Luo. Elder sister wishes to ride with third sister. Does fourth sister also wish to squeeze into the same carriage? She already found 2 people in one carriage too crowded, let alone 3. Shen Luo swiftly boarded the carriage. Chapter 20 Provocation. If looks could kill, Shen Tang would have been pierced by Shen's gaze the moment she lowered the carriage curtain. Shen Yin was fuming in the carriage, feeling stifled as this was her first time riding in a carriage with Shen Ran and Shen Luo. Although it wasn't significantly smaller than the one she shared with Shen Tang, she felt an unjust indignation simmering within her. Shen Ran, ever the sycophant, dared not breathe a word in Shen Yin and Appo's presence as she seethed. While Shen Yin was fuming, Shen Tang leaned against the carriage, her spirits surprisingly buoyant. The carriage rolled forward, halting at the entrance of Wan Chui Pavilion a quarter of an hour later. As Shen Luo prepared to descend, she noticed that the carriage she was supposed to take had failed to stop and had driven off instead. Shen Luo turned back. Second sister, eldest sister, and the others have left. How competitive they were, always expecting others to cater to Shen Yan's whims. Shen Tang had never indulged Shen Yan at the gate of the, let alone outside its walls. With a nonchalant tone, Shen Tang remarked, "They have no intention of accompanying us to Wan Chui Pavilion, so why should you follow them?" Shen Luo hesitated. That does seem to be the case. Originally, they had planned to visit Wan Chui Pavilion first before heading to Jinbao Pavilion, but now the eldest sister had departed without even a glance back, clearly irked by the second sister and Appo's presence and unwilling to shop for jewelry with them. Previously, Shen Luo had found the eldest sister and Appo's anger intimidating, but now it was evident that Shen Yin, who seldom lost her temper, could indeed intimidate the eldest sister when she did. Shen Luo, wary of upsetting either Shen Yin or Shen Tang, hurriedly exited the carriage. Shen Tang alighted, her focus unwavering as she entered Wan Chui Pavilion, while Shen Luo stole glances at the carriage that had taken Shen Yin and the others, watching it disappear from view. Upon entering Wan Chui Pavilion, a young attendant approached them without uttering a word, leading Shen Tang and Shen Luo directly to the second floor. The jewelry on the second floor was more exquisite and costly than that on the first. As they ascended the stairs, they spotted several young ladies selecting jewelry. However, the moment Shen Tang arrived, their attention shifted from the jewelry to her. Intrigued by her audacity to have the sedan chair from the Jingyang prince's residence returned empty, an astonishing feat given its prestigious lineage. Disregarding the scrutinizing gazes, Shen Tang was intent on her purpose of selecting jewelry. Her eyes flitted over a tray adorned with various hairpins, and she was drawn to a particularly unique peacock pin. Just as she reached out to grasp it, a delicate hand snatched it away first. "This pin is lovely. I shall take it," declared the girl with a smile that barely concealed her provocation. It was Li Ru, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Yongning. Another girl, who seemed somewhat familiar yet unplaceable, stood beside her. Shen Tang had no prior grievances with the eldest daughter of the Duke of Yongning, nor had they crossed paths in her previous life. It was clear, however, that the pin was snatched from her grasp as a means to retaliate for the incident at the Jiang family, where the Duchess of Yongning had left empty-handed, even fleeing in disgrace. The Duke of Yongning had set his sights on the Jiang family, plotting against her cousin, yet she had refrained from causing trouble for them, only to find them seeking to provoke her. With a cold glimmer in her eyes, Shen Tang regarded the situation, while Li Ru, undeterred, continued, "What a coincidence to run into Miss Shinair. I wonder if the golden pin you wore that day came from Wan Chui Pavilion? Did it hurt?" Shen Tang chuckled lightly. "How earnest you are in seeking my advice, Miss Li. Are you perhaps preparing to adorn yourself soon? As someone with experience, I can assure you that this peacock pin is quite suitable. It won't cause excessive discomfort." Her gaze remained fixed on the pin that had been so brazenly taken from her, devoid of any hint of anger. Li Ru suddenly felt a wave of disquiet wash over her. The pin she had just claimed now felt ominous. With several young ladies present on the second floor, Shen Tang's words would undoubtedly spread, leading others to believe that Li Ru intended to use the very pin she had seized on herself. Fuming, Li Ru slammed the pin onto the table. "I no longer want this pin." Shen Tang raised an eyebrow. "It seems you cannot simply decide not to buy it anymore." Li Ru's expression hardened. "I refuse to buy it. Does Wan Shui Pavilion dare to impose sales upon me?" Shen Tang remained silent. Yet the attendant at Wan Shui Pavilion smirked slightly. "The pin has been bent due to your forceful display." A glance confirmed Li Ru's assessment. One of the feathers of the peacock pin had become askew, and her face fell. Although the pin was not beyond repair, she realized that a repaired pin could not be sold to another customer without them discovering its tainted history. The thought of someone else wearing a pin that had been marred by Li Ru was intolerable. With a smile, Shen Tang commented, "Surely, the young ladies of the Duke of Yongning would not want to ruin a pin from Wan Shui Pavilion, would they?" "You," Li Ru seethed. "Who says I wanted Appos? Tea by it. I merely didn't notice it earlier." She would not tarnish her reputation for the sake of a few dozen taels of silver. However, her intention to provoke Shen Tang backfired, as she now found herself the one unsettled. Li Ru could not swallow her indignation. Shen Er had caused her elder sister to be unable to marry the Prince of Jingyang, leading to the annulment of the engagement. Yet here was Shen Er, seemingly unburdened as she leisurely strolled about. Shen Tang, unwilling to stir up trouble but feeling provoked, smiled slightly. "Speaking of guilt, there is something I must address. It would surely haunt me for a lifetime if I do not." As she raised her gaze, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She took a step closer, causing Li Ru to retreat in fright. In a low voice, Shen Tang whispered in her ear, "Go back and inform the Duke of Yongning and his wife that if they continue to engage in deceit under the pretense of marrying off young Master Li, while plotting to harm other young ladies, I shall make this known to the Ministry of Justice. Such news will reach the court and reveal the true nature of the Duke of Yongning's household." The girl who had been standing behind Li Ru felt her face flush crimson with embarrassment, torn between wanting to flee and remaining by Li Ru's side, wishing for a hole to hide in. As Li Ru stumbled back, the girl followed suit, her face paling as Shen Tang's soft words reached her ears. Li Ru's complexion darkened further. She had never anticipated that Shen Tang would dare to issue such a blatant threat, not only to her, but to her family. Shen Tang had spared the Duke of Yongning some dignity. Had her voice been any louder, word would have spread throughout the capital within the hour. It dawned on Shen Tang who the girl was. She was from the Zhao family of the Hamlin Academy, a family esteemed like the Jiang family. Shen Tang was uncertain whether the Duke of Yongning had indeed plotted against the Jiang family, now shifting their focus to the Zhao girl. Yet if a few words could save a girl's future, she would not hesitate to speak up. It must be said that the eldest daughter of the Duke of Yongning and her mother shared an uncanny resemblance, even in their hasty retreats. Chapter 21. Family rules aside from the Zhao family daughter, no one knew what Shen Tang had discussed with the eldest daughter of the Yongning Marquis' residence. Upon witnessing Miss Li flee in a state of panic, Shen Tang continued to select jewelry as if nothing had transpired, igniting a curiosity among those around her akin to a cat's playful scratching. Unable to contain her inquisitiveness, Shen Luo inquired, "What did you say to Miss Li, second sister?" Shen Tang replied with a faint smile, "I merely frightened her a little. I have only pricked myself, but I've yet to experience the sensation of pricking another." I asked if she wished to try. Shen Luo shuddered. No wonder Miss Li ran away. Second sister is truly terrifying. Shen Tang, examining a jade hairpin, glanced at her and asked, "Aren't you selecting any jewelry?" "Of course, we came out to purchase jewelry," Shen Luo responded. However, the ornaments at Wansue Pavilion were increasingly exquisite, overwhelming her with choices. Regrettably, she could only select one, making the decision exceedingly difficult. The young attendant presented the latest jewelry from Wansue Pavilion for Shen Tang to choose from. Fixating on a set of golden-laid jade magnolia ornaments, she declared, "I'll take this set." Turning around, she noticed Shen Luo still indecisively wavering between a peony gold hairpin and a jade hairpin. "Haven't you made your choice yet?" Shen Tang prompted. Shen Luo scanned the options and pointed to the jade hairpin, saying, "Wrap that one up." The attendant promptly gathered the jade hairpin, while Shen Tang pointed to the gold hairpin, adding, "Include this one as well." She then casually picked up a gold bracelet and handed it to the attendant, saying, "And this." Unaware that Shen Tang had already chosen her jewelry, Shen Luo assumed these two items were for her and thought no further of it, simply suggesting, "Shall we go to Jinbao Pavilion?" Shen Tang regarded her. "You still wish to buy jewelry at Jinbao Pavilion?" Shen Luo shook her head. As the third branch, they could not compare to the first and second branches. She could only select a single piece and had already made her choice, thus she could not purchase more. "Since you're not buying, what is the point of going? Shen Tang gui vite. Let us stroll around and then return home." As Shen Tang turned to leave, Shen Luo felt a twinge of doubt regarding her sister's memory. They were not merely going to Jinbao Pavilion to shop for jewelry, but to find their eldest sister. Their grandmother had admonished them not to quarrel outside, lest they be ridiculed for sibling discord. Although they had not quarreled, separating while shopping would surely anger their grandmother further if she found out. Concerned about being scolded by the matriarch, Shen Luo fell silent, following Shen Tang out of Wansue Pavilion. After meandering down half a street and purchasing some trinkets, they found little joy in it and decided to return home. The carriage halted before the gate of the Marquis' residence, and as Shen Tang lifted the curtain, she spotted a servant leading a carriage away. It was the carriage that Shen Xian and Shen Ran had taken home ahead of them. Dismounting, Shen Tang made her way into the residence, heading toward the Songha Hall where their grandmother resided. Upon entering through the screen, she was met with several disapproving glares. The second Madame's reprimand echoed. Before leaving the residence, the old matriarch repeatedly instructed you not to be willful. Yet here you are, the entire household's sisters, shopping, yet splitting into two groups. Do you treat the old matriarch's words as mere wind in your ears? Who truly disregards the old matriarch's words? Shen Tang would not accept being scolded for something she had not done. Second aunt, the eldest sister is right behind you. Why direct your ire at me and fourth sister? Her expression conveyed innocence, further inciting the second Madame's ire. Do you believe you've done no wrong? Standing tall, Shen Tang retorted, when we left the residence, the eldest sister wanted a ride with third sister, so I accompanied fourth sister. We went directly to Wansue Pavilion as planned. But the eldest sister and third sister's carriage did not stop and simply drove off. That is how we became separated. I genuinely do not understand what I did wrong. Please, second aunt, enlighten me. Earlier, upon noticing that only Shen Xian and Shen Ran had returned, the old matriarch had inquired, to which Shen Xian had replied, "Third sister and I went to Jinbao Pavilion." While second sister and fourth sister did not accompany us, anyone who heard this could easily assume that Shen Tang had intentionally avoided shopping with them. The old matriarch's displeasure deepened, initially directed at Shen Tang, but now shifting towards Shen Xian. Shen Xian, feeling wronged, explained, "I thought they would catch up." Shen Tang loathed Shen Xian's demeanor, pretending to be aggrieved when she was clearly in the wrong, as if someone might truly empathize with her plight. Shen Tang snapped, "Why would the eldest sister think we would follow? You left without a word. I assumed you were simply tired of my company." No one could read Shen Xian's mind as if they were a worm in her belly. The second madam interjected, "There should be an order of seniority. How is it that your eldest sister rides in the rear carriage?" Shen Tang fixed her gaze on the second madam and replied slowly, "The eldest sister chose to sit with third sister, if she does not wish to take the rear. Should I swap with her?" Shen Xian, though the legitimate eldest daughter, was only slightly older than her. There was no reason for Shen Tang to revolve around her. If Shen Xian did not want to share a carriage with her, why should Shen Tang be obliged to switch? The second madam, momentarily a loss for words, found herself unable to respond as the old matriarch's expression darkened. "It was a misunderstanding on my part. I did not grasp the situation," the second madam quickly clarified. The wrongdoer had spoken first, hoping to sweep the misunderstanding under the rug. Shen Tang was not a soft persimmon to be squished and molded. Turning to the old matriarch, Shen Tang added, "Although the eldest sister has treated grandmother's words as mere wind, and this has led to second aunt's misunderstanding of me, I implore you not to punish her too harshly, for she has just recovered from her illness. In a few days, she must attend the spring banquet at the Prince of Shou's residence. The moment Shen Tang spoke, both Shen Xian and the second Madam's faces stiffened. This was hardly a plea for mercy. It was a veiled suggestion that the old matriarch should punish Shen Xian, effectively cutting off any route for others to plead on her behalf. Though recently recovered from her illness, Shen Xian must still face consequences. Shen Xian's recent behavior had left the old matriarch disappointed. Leniency was no longer an option. The old matriarch decreed, "You shall transcribe the family rules 100 times. Should you fail to complete it before the spring banquet at the Prince of Shou's, you shall not leave the residence." The second madam quickly interjected, 100 times is excessive. The eldest daughter has only just regained her strength. The old matriarch's expression darkened, and the second madam dared not continue her defense. Shen Xian remained silent, her hands tightly clenched beneath her sleeves. At that moment, a maid entered from outside the screen. "Old matriarch, Jinbao Pavilion has sent jewelry totaling 670 taels. Manager Li inquired if this money comes from the public fund." The old matriarch furrowed her brows, while the second madam instructed the maid, "It's from the public fund." Once the maid exited, the second madam turned to the old matriarch. "I instructed the eldest daughter to select a few more pieces of jewelry. She was recently jilted, and her weight loss pains my heart. It is a rare occasion for her to leave the residence, and with the preparations for the spring banquet at the Prince of Shou, I thought perhaps the heir of Jingyang might attend. It would be best if he were to have a change of heart. If not, we must not allow others to belittle the daughters of the Pinyuan Marquis's residence." To think that a few pieces of jewelry could win over the heir of Jingyang was rather naive of the second madam, who had fabricated such a clumsy excuse to justify her actions. The old matriarch observed Shen Xian's gaunt face, and with the jewelry from Jinbao Pavilion now delivered, she chose not to comment further. Shen Xian cast a glance at Shen Tang, her eyes gleaming with triumph. Although their grandmother had imposed a punishment, she still favored Shen Xian above all, far more than anyone else. However, this sense of triumph was short-lived as another maid entered, delivering jewelry to Shen Tang. Shen Tang casually asked, "Has the payment been made?" The maid replied, "The public fund has covered it, totaling 1,380 taels." Shen Xian's expression shifted instantly, and she exclaimed, "Who authorized you to purchase such expensive jewelry?" Shen Tang's smile froze. "Didn't T-second aunt permit the eldest sister to select more jewelry? Am I not allowed to buy?" Chapter 22. Acting in a single sentence. All eyes were drawn to the second madam, who suddenly felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles. When it came to illness, Shen Tang had also fallen ill. Regarding grievances, a significant portion of Shen Tang's suffering stemmed from Shen Xian. If Shen Xian could lavish such considerable sums on jewelry, why could Shen Tang not do the same? With reddened eyes, Shen Tang gazed at the old lady and said, "Grandmother, I did not intend for the family to spend money. I was unaware that second aunt had allowed big sister to purchase so much jewelry. It is simply that the guards of the Jingyang Wangfu took away my favorite golden hairpin, and I did not dare to ask father to retrieve it for me. Today, upon seeing this set of jewelry, I was drawn to it after a few turns and, calculating what I had on hand, found it just sufficient to buy it." The incident of the hairpin being taken had reached the old lady's ears as well. She too was puzzled as to why the heir of Jingyang Wangfu's guards had taken a hairpin, but it was clear that retrieving it would be impossible. Observing Shen Tang's expression of grievance for spending her own money and fearing reprimand, the old lady cast a cold glance at the second madam, who felt as though thorns had sprouted beneath her seat, making her uncomfortable. The old lady's tone softened as she said, "Grandmother will not blame you. Since the family has already paid, it can be considered as a reimbursement to you." Shen Tang was first taken aback, then elated, quickly rising and expressing her gratitude to her grandmother. Her acting skills were so superb that her unexpected joy was vividly apparent. Shen Xian and Appo's anger was palpable. Her silk handkerchief nearly crushed in her grip. The joy of purchasing more jewelry evaporated entirely. In her previous life, Shen Tang had always yielded to Shen Xian, but that did not mean she did not understand her. When Shen Xian abandoned them for Jinbao Pavilion, Shen Tang had already guessed her intentions. Shen Tang did not necessarily wish to buy that set of jewelry, but she did not want to miss the opportunity to irritate Shen Xian and the second madam. Watching the fire in Shen Xian's eyes, barely contained, brought Shen Tang immense satisfaction. The second madam was unwilling to let Shen Tang gain such an advantage from the family. She could tolerate an equal amount as Shen Xian, but not double. Yet, she could not openly oppose it, so she signaled the third madam to take the lead, intending to shift her stance later. The third madam also had her reservations, as the family treasures belonged to all. Just as she was about to speak, Shen Tang took the jewelry box from the maid and handed it to the third madam, saying, "This is the jewelry chosen by fourth sister. It is particularly beautiful. Take a look, third aunt." The words the third madam had prepared caught in her throat, and she instinctively reached for the jewelry box. Opening it, she discovered not only the pair of jade hairpins chosen by Shen Luo, but also a pair of golden hairpins and a hefty golden bracelet. The third madam was no fool. She quickly understood the situation and remarked, "I know that second sister has always favored the eldest daughter, but since the old lady has asked second sister to assist the steward, she ought to treat everyone equally. Our family is not lacking in that regard, is it?" The second madam felt as though a surge of blood rushed to her throat, nearly choking her. The old lady's gaze toward the second madam grew even more displeased. Having exhausted her excuses, she dismissed everyone, leaving the second madam behind. Shen Tang understood that the old lady was reprimanding the second madam for her unfair management, but she felt no joy. In the absence of a matriarch in the main branch, the old lady would only entrust the household and Appo's affairs to her legitimate daughters-in-law, ensuring that the illegitimate branches had no say. Even when reprimanding the second madam, she dismissed everyone else, fearing it might undermine the second madam and Appo's authority. However, Shen Tang would not allow the second madam to monopolize the steward and Appo's power indefinitely. Today, by granting Shen Luo a few more pieces of jewelry, she aimed not only to placate the third madam, but also to gauge the latter's courage to stand against the second madam. As Shen Tang walked ahead, lost in thought, Yinqing followed closely behind, clutching the jewelry box, feeling as if she were in a dream. The young lady had not only avoided being outmaneuvered by the eldest daughter, but had also received jewelry bestowed by the old lady, all while purchasing such expensive pieces without spending a single tael of silver. How had the young lady suddenly become so formidable? Was it the second madam's collision that had enlightened her? Yinqing felt compelled to offer incense to the pillar in gratitude. As the pair walked on, a voice, stifled with suppressed fury, called from behind, "Stop!" It was Shen Xian and Appo's voice. Shen Tang halted, but did not turn around. Shen Xian, furious, caught up and blocked Shen Tang's path, gritting her teeth as she demanded, "Are you pleased now that grandmother will punish me?" Shen Tang laughed at the absurdity. Who had instigated this situation? You and the second madam had accused me of disregarding grandmother's words to provoke her favor towards me. If you act like the first day of the month, do not blame me for acting like the 15th. Shen Xian suppressed her rage and said, "Must we, as sisters, escalate matters to this extent? Now you acknowledge we are sisters, but when you schemed to have me marry in your stead, where was your consideration then?" Shen Tang felt repulsed but restrained herself, aware of Shen Xian's intentions. "If we are indeed sisters, then let us speak plainly." Shen Xian did not mince her words. "Go plead with grandmother to spare me from the family rules." "Indeed," Shen Tang replied coldly, "I lack that capability." Shen Xian insisted, "You should plead with grandmother. She would not refuse you." "Fine," she thought. "I can plead with grandmother, provided Shen Xian does not regret it." Shen Tang turned and headed back to Songha Hall. Shen Xian did not follow, but instead returned to her quarters at Qinglan Courtyard with her maid. However, after only half a cup of tea, a maid named Hong Xiu from the old lady's side entered, carrying a stack of papers. The eldest young lady wishes to transcribe Buddhist scriptures in the temple to pray for blessings for the late lady. The old lady has approved it. This was the old lady's customary golden paper for transcribing scriptures, specifically sent for the young lady to use. Once she completed her transcription, she was to send it to Dazhao Temple for offerings. Shen Xian. Truly, Shen Xian's face turned crimson with fury. What she desired was to be exempt from the family rules, not to transcribe Buddhist scriptures, and certainly not in the temple. Shen Xian and oppose, as anger reached a boiling point, but she could only acquiesce. Upon returning to Qingyi courtyard, Shen Tang sneezed twice, yet her mood was even more buoyant, since she was unwilling to transcribe the family rules. Then let her transcribe Buddhist scriptures instead. Transcribing scriptures would bring peace of mind, especially using the golden paper rewarded by the old lady, which would be even more calming. Chapter 23 Reunion. Shen Tang encountered Shen Yin 5 days later, on the day of the spring banquet hosted by the Prince of Longevity. After breakfast, Shen Tang, accompanied by Yingxing, made her way to Songha Hall, where she unexpectedly crossed paths with Shen Yin. Shen Tang wore a gentle smile, while Shen Yin and Oppo's eyes flickered with a fiery intensity. After 5 relentless days of copying Buddhist scriptures, Shen Yin and Oppo's hands were sore, and upon seeing Shen Tang, she felt an overwhelming urge to tear her sister apart. Through gritted teeth, she exclaimed, "You are truly my dear sister." Feigning innocence, Shen Tang replied, "Elder sister didn't want to copy the family rules, so she insisted I ask grandmother for permission." "Did grandmother not allow you to copy them? Are you still unsatisfied?" "Unsatisfied? I am so enraged I could commit murder," Shen Yin retorted. Originally, while copying the family rules in Qinglan courtyard, she could have taken it easy, but now she was forced to the temple, enduring a vegetarian diet and meticulously copying with gold-sprinkled paper, ensuring her writing was both neat and delicate. Her second aunt had pleaded on her behalf, claiming she needed to practice her talents, and suggesting she could copy the rules after the banquet. Yet grandmother refused to relent. Shen Yin, already weakened by a bout of typhoid, had become even more emaciated after 5 days of transcribing scriptures. The thought that her suffering was all due to Shen Tang and Oppo's actions ignited a fierce anger within her. As the elder sister, she had been bullied into submission by her own younger sibling. Standing outside Songha Hall, fearing their dispute might reach the ears of the matriarch, she quelled her fury, reminding herself that there would be ample time to settle the score later. Shen Yin loosened her clenched fists and turned to enter the courtyard, while Shen Tang acted as if nothing had transpired, following closely behind. Today, Shen Tang adorned herself in a sky-blue embroidered shoe silk dress decorated with orchids, complemented by the orchid jewelry she had purchased at Wan Shui Pavilion. The ensemble suited her exquisitely, presenting an image of grace combined with charm. Shen Yin, on the other hand, wore a water lotus-hued cloud brocade dress, with the hem and cuffs intricately outlined in golden and silver threads depicting hibiscus flowers. It exuded opulence while maintaining an air of elegance, crafted by the embroidery house over the past few nights to ensure Shen Yin would shine at the spring banquet. Shen Ran and Shen Luo also took great care with their appearances, capturing the attention of all present. The matriarch had no objections to their attire, but the lingering tension between Shen Tang and Shen Yin weighed heavily on her. After all, they had not departed together last time, and she wished to avoid a repeat of such discord at the Prince of Longevity and Oppo's residence. With a stern tone, the matriarch declared, "As sisters of one household, your fates are intertwined. One's glory is the other, and Oppo's and one's misfortune is shared. Last time, I showed leniency due to your recent recoveries. But should you behave so recklessly again at the Prince and Oppo's banquet and rumors of discord arise, I will have you kneeling in the temple for reflection. Remember your grandmother and Oppo's teachings." The 4 of them responded in unison. Shen Yin, sitting beside the matriarch, said, "Grandmother, please do not be angry. Although my second sister appears to be upset with me, she truly cares for my well-being. When I fell ill, she had Mama Jiang come to comfort me and even mentioned gifting me the jewelry you bestowed upon her." The matriarch turned her gaze towards Shen Tang. Shen Tang asked Shen Yin, "Is it Mama Jiang who informed you that I intended to pass on grandmother and Oppo's jewelry to you?" Shen Yin nodded. "Mama Jiang mentioned it in front of my second aunt." "What a cunning servant!" Shen Tang exclaimed in anger. "Disloyal to me. She has spread these unfounded rumors behind my back, deliberately sowing discord between me and my elder sister. How could grandmother still show mercy to someone who has served me for a decade. Such a treacherous servant deserves to be punished. Shen Tang's chest heaved with indignation. The fact that her elder sister refused to accompany her on shopping trips must surely be due to her believing Mama Jiang's words, resenting her for not delivering the jewelry sooner. Shun Yin was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Shen Tang's words and felt a wave of panic. She understood that Shen Tang had no intention of gifting her the jewelry, but she was frustrated by being forced to copy 100 scriptures in the temple and seize the opportunity to pressure Shen Tang into handing over the jewelry. Yet, Shen Tang not only denied Mama Jiang and Amp Apos as claims, but also turned the tables on her, leaving her feeling trapped. If Shen Yin knew from Mama Jiang that Shen Tang cared for her, why had she refused to accompany her on outings? Wasn't it Apos that contradictory? Furthermore, Shen Yin had plotted against Shen Tang, exposing herself to the cold, and Shen Tang was fully aware of it, having reported it to their grandmother. Shen Tang was already upset about the matter. How could she possibly consider giving her elder sister the jewelry bestowed upon her by their grandmother? No one believed Shen Yan's words, not even the matriarch, whose gaze was filled with disappointment. In a state of desperation, Shen Yin insisted, "Grandmother, I did not say that. The jewelry was a gift from you to my second sister. Even if she offered it to me, I would refuse." Fortunately, at that moment, a maid entered and announced, "Old madam, the carriage is ready." Shen Yin quickly rose to her feet. "Grandmother, we will not forget your admonitions. We shall head to the Prince of Longevity's residence now." Shen Tang also stood up, exiting alongside Shun Ran and Shun Luo. Having been penalized for copying the family rules and now chastised again, Shun Yin could hardly bear to share a carriage with Shen Tang. She climbed into the carriage first, and then Yingxing assisted Shun Tang inside. Once inside, she was met with Shun Yan's cold glare. Shen Tang chose to ignore it, as she had no desire to engage in a war of words with Shen Yan. Her purpose for attending the banquet at the Prince of Longevity's residence was to find her elder brother. As the carriage rolled forward, Shen Tang closed her eyes, lost in thought. The distance from Pingyuan Marquis and Amp Apos residence to the Prince of Longevity and Amp Apos was considerable. As they traversed several bustling streets, the carriage moved slowly, and upon reaching the street leading to the prince's residence, it crawled to a halt. The streets were congested with young ladies and gentlemen from noble families attending the banquet, causing what should have been a brief journey to stretch to an agonizingly long duration. Shen Tang never expected that the first person she would encounter at the Prince of Longevity and Amp Apos residence would be the Crown Prince of Jingyang. Seated at the edge of the carriage, as soon as it came to a stop, she lifted the curtain and emerged, only to be greeted by the sight of Siagimo approaching on horseback, his striking countenance reminiscent of a celestial being. In this second life, Shen Tang could hardly believe that her reunion with Siagimo would take place at the entrance of the Prince of Longevity and Apos residence. Except for the year he was away on military campaign, they had lived under the same roof for 3 years, and she was well aware of his aversion to attending banquets, making his presence at the spring banquet all the more surprising. Their gazes unexpectedly locked. Siagimo's expression was aloof, his eyes devoid of warmth, as frigid as a winter's wind. Once again, he bore that familiar look as if he were owed something. Anger surged within Shen Tang, and she found herself fixing a resolute glare upon him, as she had done countless times in her previous life. Only when Siagimo furrowed his brow did Shen Tang realize her audacity. Flustered, she swiftly turned her head and hurried down the steps, wishing she could dash herself against the stone lion outside the prince's residence. Siagimo watched her as she stumbled up the steps and hurried inside. Behind him, the heir of Xianni Marquis, Chu Yi, rode over, laughing heartily from his mount. "Am I seeing things? Did a lady dare to glare at you? This second daughter of the Shen family is indeed intriguing." Chapter 24. Heart's Retribution. As Shun Qian emerged from the carriage, Shen Tang had already hurriedly retreated into the Prince of Longevity and Amp Apos residence. Upon catching sight of the crown Prince Jingyang, Shun Qian was momentarily taken aback, her eyes instinctively reddening. When she finally alighted from the carriage, Intending to pay her respects and exchange a few words with the crown prince, he appeared utterly oblivious to her presence. Striding up the steps into the residence, Shen Tang, feeling a fiery embarrassment, regretted her earlier confrontation with Xie Guimo. Truly, it had not been her intention. In her previous life, the two had always been at odds, never having spoken civilly to one another. Whenever Xie Guimo donned that disdainful expression, anger surged within her, transforming her into a combative rooster. But that was in a past life. In this lifetime, he had not provoked her. From Xie Guimo's perspective, he had ventured out to hunt to save the second prince from poisoning, nearly losing his own life in the process. Rejecting the wedding procession that was to bring him joy, he had been compelled to attend the spring banquet at the Prince of Longevity's residence. It was hardly surprising that he bore a sour expression, which was not directed at her, yet she reacted defensively. Upon entering the Prince of Longevity's residence, Shen Tang halted her steps. She could not abandon her sisters, Shun, Qian, and Shun Ran. However, as she turned to look back, she did not see them, but instead spotted Xie Guimo walking in. Their gazes collided unexpectedly, prompting Shen Tang to swiftly sidestep, wishing fervently that she could become invisible. Only after Xie Guimo had passed did her racing heart gradually calm. Feeling overlooked, Shun Qian's mood soured further upon seeing Shen Tang, and she snapped. "Why are you walking so fast? Did she think she enjoyed such haste?" Shen Tang replied, her expression impassive. "Eldest sister does not feel embarrassed encountering the crown Prince Jingyang. I cannot achieve the same, so I had to avoid it." Seething, Shun Qian bit her lip, suspecting that Shen Tang was mocking her for her lack of shame. She wanted to explode, but, constrained by the presence of others, could only endure. A maid from the Prince of Longevity and Oppo's residence approached, greeting them, and then leading the way. As they followed the maid into the inner courtyard towards the garden, they heard the sound of 2 paper kites soaring above, accompanied by silver bell-like laughter that was crisp and delightful. Although it was early spring, with leaves still tenderly yellow, the garden was adorned with an array of exotic blossoms. Yet, the most captivating sights were not the flowers but the young ladies frolicking about, each radiating charm and grace. However, as they entered, the lively garden fell into a hushed silence, with the gazes of the young ladies fixating upon them, whispering amongst themselves. Witnessing the scene, Shen Tang wished she could slip away unnoticed. Over the past 6 months, Shun Qian had flaunted her status as the betrothed of the crown Prince Jingyang, provoking a torrent of envy and resentment. Now, having been jilted, she could only imagine how many would take pleasure in her misfortune. Shen Tang could find satisfaction in Shun Qian's plight, but dreaded any repercussions that might inadvertently affect her. Just as Shen Tang feared, trouble soon approached. Princess Chunan of the Zhao family blocked their path. "Oh dear, Miss Shen, what has happened? It's only been half a month since we last met, and you appear so much thinner," she remarked, her words cruelly piercing. Did Princess Chunan truly not know why Shen Qian had lost weight? Since Shun Qian's engagement to Xie Guimo, Princess Chunan had made it her mission to trouble Shen Qian at every turn. In Shen Tang's previous life, after she had taken Shen Qian's place as Xie Guimo's bride, Princess Chunan had turned her animosity toward Shen Tang, even going so far as to push her into a lotus pond, nearly leading to her demise. Yet, following Shen Tang and Oppo's near drowning, calamity befell the Zhao family. The Zhao prince, having embezzled tributes, was demoted to a county king and banished to a barren fief, leading to Princess Chunan and Oppo's departure from the capital, never to return. Shen Tang held no fondness for Princess Chunan, responding coldly. "Why must you feign ignorance, Princess Chunan?" With a smile, Princess Chunan retorted, "Miss Shun, your sister administered poison to herself to prevent her from boarding the crown prince's bridal sedan, resulting in her jilted engagement. It seems you hold no remorse. For actions she had not committed, why should she feel guilty?" Shen Tang chose to ignore her and attempted to leave, only for Shun Qian to boldly declare, "My second sister poisoned me, fearing I would marry and be left a widow, not to seize my engagement. I bear no grudge against her. Listen to that. What a noble elder sister, ruining her engagement and yet expressing no blame toward Shen Tang. How could such shamelessness exist in the world?" grateful for her grandmother's teachings. Shen Tang had spoken in Shun Qian and Amp, Oppo's, defense, and yet Shen Qian had turned around to repulse her, fearing she might vomit her breakfast. Shen Tang said nothing further and walked away. Apart from Yinxing, no one pursued her, and she relished the solitude. Shen Tang avoided the crowded areas. Her purpose at the Prince of Longevity's residence was solely to find her elder brother, unrelated to anything else. With the banquet still some time away and many young gentlemen lingering in the outer courtyard, she decided to wander about with Yinxing. As they walked, the noise faded into the distance. Shen Tang found herself by the lakeside, lost in thought. It was unclear how long she stood there, but soon footsteps approached. Yinxing turned her head and remarked, "Miss is the eldest." Shen Tang glanced over to see Shun Qian approaching her. "You've run quite far." "It took me a while to find you," Shun Qian said. Shen Tang's expression remained indifferent. "No one called you to find me. I came to apologize," Shun Qian said. "I know you may not wish to hear my words." How peculiar it was that a person who had always argued so fiercely before their grandmother would come to her outside the residence to offer an apology. Shen Tang raised her head. "Is the sun rising from the west today?" Shun Qian's face stiffened. "I know you are still angry with me, but I hope you can consider the honor of the Pingyuan Marquis' residence. My jilted engagement with the Crown Prince Jingyang affects not only me, but also you, as well as our third and fourth sisters, even our father." Her words were heartfelt, yet Shen Tang believed none of it. Shen Qian was not one to yield unless compelled. Shen Tang, feeling impatient, said, "Just say what you want." With a rigid expression, Shen Qian replied, "The Crown Prince Jingyang is also at the Prince of Longevity and Oppo's residence. You should go and apologize to him, claiming it was you who poisoned me, preventing me from performing the marriage rites. Our engagement cannot simply end like this." Shen Tang laughed. "Is it not enough that you poisoned yourself and framed me for it? Now you want me to apologize to the Crown Prince Jingyang? This is also our grandmother and Oppo's wish." Shen Qian insisted. Shen Tang scoffed. "Grandmother would not stoop to such shamelessness, and I am not so easily deceived. If you utter another word, I shall inform father." Shen Tang and Oppo's resolve was unwavering. Seeing she could not persuade Shen Tang, Shen Qian stomped her foot and left. Just as Shen Qian departed, a branch cracked behind Shen Tang. She turned to see who it was. From behind a rockery, Chu Yi, the heir of Marquis Xian Yi, emerged, scratching his nose awkwardly. "I swear I wasn't eavesdropping on purpose. Do you believe me?" Chapter 25. Long-faced Shen Tang did not expect the heir of Xian Yi Marquis to be present. Upon recognizing him, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. The heir, Chu Yi, was a good brother to Xie Mo, possessing commendable character, and would not engage in such eavesdropping. Moreover, should the matter be divulged, it would not tarnish her reputation. On the contrary, it would serve to vindicate her. Shen Tang bowed respectfully to Chu Yi and said, "I understand that the heir of Xian Yi is not one to eavesdrop. I am also aware of the close bond between you and the heir of Jingyang. However, could you refrain from informing him of what you just overheard?" "It is too late," Chu Yi replied in a low voice. Shen Tang did not catch his words clearly. "What did you say?" Chu Yi cleared his throat and assured her, "Rest assured, Miss Shun heir, I will not utter a single word to the heir of Jingyang." "Thank you," Shen Tang said, bowing again in gratitude. As Chu Yi fanned himself with his folding fan, the gleam of curiosity sparkled in his eyes. "Your elder sister plots against you, yet you are aware that the heir of Jingyang will not perish. Why then would you prefer to accompany him to the grave rather than marry him? Must your curiosity be so insatiable?" Shen Tang thought to herself, feeling exasperated. She could not speak the truth, and thus resorted to deception. "I do not wish to bear the infamy of usurping my elder sister and Oppo's engagement. Besides, does the heir of Jingyang not possess a face that is rather ostentatious?" Chu Yi nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning well-founded. Shen Tang continued, "I fear that should I marry him, I would be embroiled in endless romantic entanglements. After all, he does not genuinely require a wife to bring him joy." To avoid further inquiries from Chu Yi, Shen Tang hastily bowed and made her exit. As Chu Yi walked towards the rockery, he spotted a figure retreating into the distance. He chuckled as he chased after her, suppressing laughter to the point of discomfort. I never anticipated that Miss Shen would reject marriage simply because she finds your face too flamboyant. The individual in question was none other than Xie Mo, the heir of Jingyang. He glanced at Chu Yi and asked, "Do you truly believe such a flimsy excuse?" Chu Yi responded with a grin. "Flimsy? I find it refreshingly straightforward." Shen Tang ventured towards the bustling area, the garden now more animated than when they had first arrived. Jiang Li and Jiang Ning had also joined them. Upon seeing Shen Tang, Jiang Ning expressed her delight. "I thought cousin had not come, and was quite disappointed. I merely took a stroll over there," Shen Tang replied. The trio made their way to a pavilion to rest. After sipping tea, a maid from the show Wang Fu approached to invite everyone to take their seats. The spring banquet was held in the garden, a spacious setting filled with the sweet scent of flowers and a gentle breeze. Once seated, Shen Tang found herself separated from Jiang Li and Jiang Ning, sitting at a table with Shen Yin, while Shen Ran and Shen Luo occupied the seats behind them. When everyone was settled, the show Wang Fei arrived, accompanied by several noble ladies. To Shen Tang and Appo's surprise, not only had Xie Mo attended, but the Wang Fei of Jingyang was also present. Given that Xie Mo had reached the age of marriage, and with the Jingyang Wang Fu having called off Shen Yan's engagement, they were likely seeking a suitable bride for him. The spring banquet had invited numerous unengaged young ladies and gentlemen from reputable families. Such a splendid opportunity for matchmaking could not be overlooked. As the noble ladies and gentlemen took their seats, a maid appeared with a tray and a lottery box, asking those who wished to showcase their talents to write their names and intended performances, which the show Wang Fu would then draw to determine the order of presentation. Shen Tang had no intention of participating, while Shen Yin took a wooden stick, inscribed her name, and placed it into the box. The maid then carried it away. Soon, the manager of the show Wang Fu drew the first performer, a young lady. As she stepped onto the stage, her anxious face turned crimson, yet she played the qin beautifully, enchanting all present. After her performance, the next name was drawn. Shen Tang sat, engrossed in the spectacle, nearly forgetting the purpose of her attendance at the spring banquet. She meticulously observed every young gentleman of her brother's age, regrettably finding none who resembled Shen Sui. Having heard from Mama Zhou that her brother, in his youth, bore a striking resemblance to their father, she expected he would grow to look similar. However, no one matched his appearance. Could it be that her brother was already engaged? Given his age, that was certainly plausible. Shen Tang had not anticipated finding her brother in one day, yet she felt a tinge of disappointment at the thought of having come in vain. As she sipped her tea, the voice of the manager resonated, the eldest young lady of the Ping Yuan Marquis, performing sword dance. Shen Yin, ready to rise, froze upon hearing this announcement. She had clearly written qin. How had it transformed into a sword dance? It must be the doing of Princess Chunin. Shen Yin shot a glance towards Princess Chunin, who wore a look of expectation akin to that of a spectator awaiting a spectacle, which infuriated Shen Yin to the point of clenching her jaw. Seated beside Shen Yin, Shen Tang sensed the inconsistency. Shen Yin excelled at playing the qin, and her dancing was not particularly remarkable, let alone sword dancing. Shen Yin stood slowly, but just as she was about to leave, her foot twisted unexpectedly, causing her to gasp in pain. Observing this, the show Wang Fei exclaimed, "How careless! Is your injury severe?" Shen Tang knew Shen Yin was feigning the injury, yet she still rose to assist her. "I have ruined everyone in Appo's enjoyment. In Appo's, as merely a sprain, I cannot perform the sword dance. However, my younger sister's skills in sword dancing are not inferior to mine. Perhaps she can perform in my stead? What a day to be subjected to such humiliation." Shen Tang thought, feeling a wave of indignation. Shen Yin, fearing disgrace, shied from the stage and now sought to push her forward, intending for her to embarrass herself publicly. Just as Shen Tang was about to refuse, the show Wang Fei interjected, "Very well, let Miss Shen take the place of Miss Shunda for the sword dance." Thus, Shen Tang was thrust into the spotlight against her will. Shen Yin whispered, "Sister, do not bring shame to the Ping Yuan Marquis. Rest assured, I shall bring you honor." Shen Tang replied, her eyes gleaming with cold determination. She would ensure Shen Yin understood the consequences of standing tall only to fall hard. Ascending the stage, Shen Tang bowed to the show Wang Fei and the other noble ladies before accepting the sword from the maid. All eyes were upon her. There were few young ladies proficient in sword dancing, and even fewer who excelled, making this a captivating sight. As Shen Yin settled back, awaiting the unfolding drama, she was caught off guard by Shen Tang and Appo's movements, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Though Shen Yin was no expert in sword dancing, she could discern talent. Shen Tang's movements flowed with grace. The sword danced in her hands like a dragon weaving through water. Even with her critical eye, she could not deny Shen Tang's exceptional skill. Having shared years of education and practice together, Shen Yin wondered when Shen Tang had secretly honed her sword dancing to such a remarkable level. Seated in the Qing-Yi courtyard, Shen Yin was certain that Shen Tang had never practiced sword dancing before. How had she remained unaware of her sister's extraordinary talent? Shen Yin's complexion darkened. She had intended for Shen Tang to embarrass herself publicly, to demonstrate the consequences of opposing her, not to elevate her sister into Appo's status. With the sword held high above her head, Shen Tang spun it gracefully in her palm, a single motion sufficient to captivate the entire audience. Upon concluding her performance, the show Wang Fei praised, "This is the first time I have witnessed a young lady wielding a sword with such grace and vigor. Truly remarkable." Shen Tang humble zipli. "Your Highness, you flatter me. I still fall short compared to my elder sister." The show Wang Fei glanced in Shen Yin and Appo's direction and remarked, "She dances even better than Miss Shen Er. I cannot fathom the level of her skill. What a pity we cannot witness it today." Lady Zhao, seated nearby, chimed in, "There will surely be another opportunity in the future." Shen Yin squirmed uncomfortably, experiencing the sensation of being suffocated by the weight of her own pride. For the first time, she tasted the bitterness of being overshadowed. Though she was competitive, she was not entirely devoid of self-awareness, even with a decade of practice. She feared she could not reach Shen Tang and Appo's level. Now, all present were aware that she was outmatched by Shen Tang, and the next time, they would undoubtedly expect her to perform. What would she do then? She cannot feign an injury every single time. Shen Xian wished fervently in her heart to strangle Shen Tang, yet she dared not reveal the slightest hint of her feelings, for all eyes were upon her. The princess of Jingyang also cast her gaze towards Shen Xian. She had always been perplexed as to why the old marquis had chosen a girl from the Pingyuan marquisate to be the heir's consort. Today, however, she began to discern the reasons, though regrettably, as Meng Er awakened from her stupor, she was resolutely determined to annul the engagement. Chapter 26. Distressed Shen Tang resumed her seat, her gaze lingering until the eldest daughter of the left minister took the stage to perform on the Kongho. But there remained an unshakable feeling within her. She glanced over and once again locked eyes with Siagimo, albeit this time with a tinge of guilt. She feared that he might perceive his own reflection within the elegant dance of her sword. In her past life, it was also Shen Xian who had urged her to dance with a sword. Yet at that time, Shen Xian was the second prince in Appo's consort, pregnant and having suggested to the emperor that Shen Tang perform at the welcoming banquet for the Western Liang envoys. Unable to decline, she was personally instructed by Siagimo, who was concerned that she might embarrass him. Without his rigorous training, how could she have performed so splendidly? The melodious sound of the Kongho filled the garden as Shen Tang sipped her tea, relishing the moment. Yet, this enjoyment soon turned into distress by the conclusion of the spring banquet. During the festivities, young ladies from noble families and young masters showcased their talents. With the show Wang Fu preparing rewards to be bestowed upon the most exceptional performances as determined by several esteemed ladies. The young masters were awarded a fine inkstone, which was given to the eldest son of the right minister, while the young ladies received a large Dongzhu pearl, an honor Shen Tang never anticipated would fall to her. Winning such a prize should have been a delight, but the banquet was attended by unmarried young ladies and young masters. Each year, the girls who received rewards found their doorsteps nearly trampled by suitors. Propelled by Shen Xian and Appo's insistence, Shen Tang had to dance with the sword, though she had no desire to claim the top prize or attract attention for marriage. Wasn't he this simply inviting trouble? Deeply troubled, Shen Tang felt a heavy weight on her heart, unable to find joy in the situation. While Shen Tang concealed her discontent, Shen Xian's displeasure was evident on her face. From the moment Shen Tang took the stage until the banquet dispersed, and even as their carriage exited the show Wangfu grounds, Shen Xian could no longer contain herself. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, "Sister, you truly know how to hide your talents." With a surge of frustration, Shen Tang retorted coldly, "Am I not well aware of my proficiency in sword dancing? Is it not clear to you? Otherwise, why would you have so readily pushed me forward to dance in your stead?" Shen Tang understood Shen Xian's intention was to embarrass her publicly, yet such actions could not be openly acknowledged, lest it reach the ears of their grandmother, who would surely impose severe repercussions. Shen Xian was left speechless, her silver teeth nearly cracking from the pressure. As they traveled in silence, Shen Tang peered through the carriage curtains, praying that no one would take an interest in her, for if her grandmother and father arrange a marriage for her, she would need to devise a way to extricate herself from it. What a predicament this was! Shen Tang felt utterly dejected, perceiving the Dongzhu pearl in her hand not as a treasure, but rather as a scalding hot potato. Meanwhile, news of her sword dance victory at the spring banquet swiftly reached the ears of the matriarch, bringing her immense joy. Upon returning to the marquise, Shen Tang approached the matriarch, and upon rounding the screen, she was greeted by the matriarch's warm smile. "Did you truly win a prize at the spring banquet?" Shen Tang presented the Dongzhu pearl, declaring, "This is the reward from the show Wangfu, offered to you, grandmother." The matriarch replied, "Your filial piety is most heartwarming, and it brings me great satisfaction. Keep it for yourself." Yet before she could finish, the second madam interjected, "This is the second young lady and Oppos, as first prize. She means to honor you, grandmother, and you must accept it." The second madam relished the act of maneuvering things from the matriarch and the marquis to Shen Xian, seeking to ensure that anything in the matriarch's possession could potentially end up with Shen Xian. Shen Tang was not one to play such games. A single Dongzhu pearl meant little to her. While it was indeed a rare item for the marquis, it was likely that the Jingyang Wangfu would store in a box, hence Shen Xian's reluctance to part with a marriage proposal. Shen Tang placed the pearl on a small table beside the matriarch. The third madam remarked, "It's surprising that the second young lady, who usually keeps a low profile, would make such a remarkable impression at the spring banquet. When I heard the servant's report, I doubted whether the news was mistaken. You have hidden your talents too deeply." Shen Tang replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck. My skills pale in comparison to my elder sister in Oppos. Yes. Today, as I stood in for her, I had no choice but to give it my all." Such an achievement was not simply a matter of luck. Although she once believed that the second young lady was inferior to the eldest in all arts, including music, chess, calligraphy, poetry, and song, recent encounters with several young ladies who ventured out to buy jewelry had revealed Shen Tang and Oppos' intelligence, leading the third madam to believe that Shen Tang had merely been yielding to Shen Xian all along. The third madam suspected that Shen Xian had plotted against Shen Tang, framing her to suffer humiliation, and that Shen Tang and Oppos' heart had been wounded, prompting her to no longer acquiesce to Shen Xian. The second madam asked Shen Xian, "Is your foot injury severe?" Shen Xian replied, "It's merely a slight twist. It's nothing serious." Shen Luo inquired, "Will you still be able to go to the Dezhao temple tomorrow?" Shen Xian had planned to transcribe Buddhist scriptures for the late Madame Jiang and deliver them to the temple. Now, with an injured foot, that plan was uncertain. The second madam remarked, "There's no rush to visit the Dezhao temple. It can wait until your foot is healed." If she had her way, the second madam would prefer that Shen Xian not transcribe scriptures at all, particularly since Shen Xian had nearly perished at Jiang and Oppos' hands. Shen Xian bit her lip, her voice tinged with grievance. "Mother never favored me during her lifetime. If I cannot go to the Dezhao temple for such a trivial injury, she would surely be disappointed if she knew." This mother-daughter duo was adept at sowing discord. Shen Tang regretted using the pretext of a dream from her mother, Madame Jiang, to act, inadvertently giving Shen Xian a chance to feign vulnerability and garner sympathy. The matriarch sighed, "What mother does not love her own flesh and blood?" Your mother was unwell, which is why she behaved thus. I should not have prevented you from paying your respects to her all these years." Shen Xian nodded obediently. The matriarch then turned to Mama Wang, instructing, "Bring me the jade bracelet from my dressing table." Shen Xian assumed it was intended for her. But when Mama Wang presented the bracelet, the matriarch beckoned Shen Tang, placing the jade bracelet upon her wrist. The matriarch had showered Shen Tang with so many fine gifts lately. All these jewels should rightfully belong to her. Shen Xian's eyes burned with jealousy, while the second madam wore an expression of displeasure. After a brief stay, Shen Tang returned to Qingyi courtyard with Yinxing. Not long after her return, Yinxing rushed in to inform Shen Tang the eldest young lady's ankle injury was feigned. Upon returning to Qinglan courtyard, she practiced sword dancing but lost her grip on the sword several times, infuriating her to the point where she damaged several potted flowers in the courtyard. Those poor flowers had met their untimely demise at the hands of the eldest young lady. Shen Tang reclined contentedly on her small couch, enjoying a fruit. Chapter 27. Reluctance. The following day, the weather was splendid, with a clear blue sky. After breakfast, Shen Tang took Yinxing to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old matriarch. By the time they arrived, Shen Xian, Shen Ran, and Shen Luo were already present. After a brief wait, a maid entered to announce that the carriage was ready. Shen Tang and the others then set off for the Great Zhao Temple. The Great Zhao Temple, situated outside the city, served as the royal temple of the Deqi dynasty. It was usually thronged with worshippers and, today, coinciding with the 15th day of the month, the number of visitors seeking blessings was particularly high. The temple was nestled amid misty green mountains, and from the foot of the hill, one could barely catch a glimpse of its yellow walls and azure tiles. The resonant sound of the temple bells seemed to calm the most restless of hearts. The mountain path was arduous, yet the scenic beauty of the Great Zhao Temple made the journey worthwhile. Peering through the carriage curtains, the surroundings did not feel stifling. Upon reaching the temple, they disembarked and climbed the 100-odd steps, enveloped in the fragrant smoke of sandalwood, before arriving at the main hall. As Shen Tang and her companions prepared to enter the hall to light incense and pray, they unexpectedly encountered the wife of the Marquis of Chongping exiting. The Marquis's heir accompanied her. Upon meeting, Shen Tang and the others respectfully bowed to the Marquis's wife. Her gaze swept over their faces, and with a beaming smile, she inquired about the absence of the old matriarch, expressing surprise at her not being present that day. Shen Xian replied that their grandmother was unwell, and thus, only the sisters had come. While Shen Xian conversed with the Marquis and Amp, Appo's wife, Shen Tang stood aside, feeling uncomfortable under the lecherous gaze of the Marquis and Amp, Appo's heir, which was both intrusive and repulsive, accentuated by his overly indulgent countenance. The Marquis of Chongping was related to the favored imperial concubine Yi, who had enjoyed the emperor's favor for over a decade, consequently elevating the Marquis's household to a position of untouchability. The heir was notorious for his disreputable behavior, indulging in various vices and misdeeds, including attempting to seduce Shen Tang in a previous life. However, he ultimately met with retribution, rendered incapable of further harming innocent women. Fortunately, the main hall was not a place for idle chatter, or else Shen Tang would have struggled to endure his nauseating gaze any longer. After the Marquis and Appo's wife departed, Shen Tang and her companions entered the hall to pray sincerely for blessings. They handed the copied scriptures to a young monk and added a donation for incense oil before finally exiting the hall. Not far from the Great Zhao Temple, a bustling market awaited, vibrant with life. After their prayers, Shen Ran expressed a desire to explore the market. Just as they were about to leave, a young monk approached, whispering to Shen Xian's maid, who then leaned in to murmur something to Shen Xian. Shen Xian's eyes flickered, and she promptly informed Shen Tang and the others that she had an errand to attend to and urged them to go ahead without her. Before they could respond, she turned and walked toward the left side of the temple. Curiosity piqued, Shen Ran asked where their elder sister was heading. Not only was Shen Ran intrigued, but Shen Tang was as well. Shen Luo, however, was solely focused on the market, assuring them that their elder sister would join them once she was finished. She tugged on Shen Tang, urging her to descend the steps. Meanwhile, Shen Tang, accompanied by her maid, soon spotted a pavilion where the marquis's heir awaited. Approaching, she bowed respectfully and acknowledged him. The heir smiled and remarked that Shen Tang was indeed unwilling to accept the annulment of her engagement to the Prince of Jingyang. Shen Tang inquired about his motives for assisting her. The heir replied that he would never help anyone without reason and asked what conditions she had in mind. Today, the market outside the Great Zhao Temple was particularly lively, bustling with vendors selling an array of goods, from food to trinkets, and the cacophony of calls echoed all around. Shen Luo and Shen Ran reveled in the excitement. Although Shen Tang was of similar age to them, her experiences from a past life rendered her less enthusiastic about market excursions. She preferred to stroll around the temple grounds and appreciate the scenery. In her exuberance, Shen Luo paid little mind to Shen Tang, who eventually decided to excuse herself from the bustling market, claiming the noise was too overwhelming and her ears were pained. She took Yinxing with her to find a quieter place to rest. When Shen Xian arrived at the market, she found only Shen Ran and Shen Luo, and inquired after Shen Tang. Shen Luo replied that their second sister found the market too loud and had gone off in that direction. Shen Xian glanced toward where Shen Luo pointed and subtly signaled to her maid. As for Shen Tang, she led Yinxing away from the market, finally enjoying some peace. The area around the Great Zhao Temple was tranquil, with ancient trees and a cool breeze that sent shivers down her spine. Yinxing remarked on the chill and suggested fetching a cloak for her. Shen Tang instructed Yinxing to wait for her at the pavilion while she went to get it, assuring her that the surroundings were safe despite their remoteness. Shen Tang strolled leisurely toward the pavilion, but after a considerable wait, Yinxing had yet to return. Concern began to gnaw at her as she stood up and headed back toward the market. A short distance along, she spotted a maid from the marquis's household and inquired if she had seen Yinxing. The maid replied that she had seen Yinxing heading in a particular direction a short while ago. Without further thought, Shen Tang continued along the path the maid indicated. After walking for a bit, she found a pavilion, but it was empty. Pressing on, the surroundings grew increasingly silent, heightening her unease. Just as she contemplated returning to gather help, she spotted Yinxing collapsed by the roadside, clutching Shen Tang into Appo's as cloak. The sight sent a pang of dread through Shen Tang. She hurried over, kneeling beside Yinxing and calling her name, but received no response. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously in the stillness. In a state of panic, she looked up to see the marquis's heir striding toward her. In that instant, she realized she had fallen into a trap, her heart racing with fear. In her previous life, as the fiancée of the Prince of Jingyang, she had faced the marquis's heir's advances. Now, unencumbered by such ties, he had no reason to hesitate. As the heir approached, Shen Tang, gripped by fear, sprang to her feet and fled. However, her escape was thwarted when a servant of the heir blocked her path. Pale-faced, she turned to the marquis's heir and demanded that if he desired her, he should come forth and propose, rather than resorting to such underhanded tactics. The heir smirked, revealing his true intentions. He expressed a desire for her, but had no intention of marrying her. His shamelessness was laid bare as he advanced, and Shen Tang retreated step by step until she found herself cornered against a rockery, trembling with fear. In a desperate act, she brandished her hairpin at him, but he merely laughed, taunting her for her fierce spirit. He closed in on her, and in that moment of impending dread, Shen Tang felt a terror she had never known in her 2 lives. Just as his hand reached for her face, it was suddenly seized by another. The force was somewhat overwhelming, and the heir of Chongping Marquis felt a sudden shock. He turned his head just in time to catch a glimpse of a mask, before being violently kicked away, rolling down the slope after 2 somersaults. The scene unfolded with alarming swiftness. Shen Tang only witnessed the heir of Chongping Marquis being sent flying, vanishing from her sight. A familiar voice reached her ears, reassuring her that all was well. Startled by the voice, Shen Tang looked up to find a silver mask, and, beneath it, a pair of eyes filled with anger and concern. It was him. Chapter 28. Astonishment upon witnessing Shen Tang's astonished expression, the man chuckled. "Are you truly surprised to see me?" Shen Tang could not suppress her shock, exclaiming, "You're not dead?" The man's smile faltered, and he weakly replied, "Who told you I was dead?" Wherein and Oppos, to you searching for me yesterday? No one had informed her of his demise. She had scarcely encountered him a handful of times, and she did not even know the visage concealed beneath his mask. It was only after the lantern festival of her past life, when she was strangled to death in the firewood room of the Jingyang prince's residence by Shen Tang's henchmen, that she never saw him again. Their initial meeting had been amidst the investigation of the corruption case involving the Chongping Marquis's estate. While the estate was unscathed, he mysteriously disappeared, leading her to suspect something terrible had befallen him. The recollection incited further ire within Shen Tang, as she felt indignant on behalf of her past self from 6 months prior. That scoundrel had teased her at the Lantern Festival, professing his desire to marry her, and soon after sent someone to propose. She had believed him, only to find herself heartbroken when, days later, the Jingyang prince's household came to seek her elder sister's hand in marriage instead. The thought of having taken his playful remarks to heart, and having hoped for so long, filled her with embarrassment. Furthermore, his words, "What do you mean you were searching for me yesterday?" struck her as absurd. She had believed him to be dead. How could she search for him? "I did not seek you," she retorted. The man appeared displeased. "Not searching for me? Then who were you scrutinizing among the noble youths at the spring banquet at the Shou residence yesterday?" Shen Tang had indeed observed those young noblemen repeatedly while searching for her elder brother. But how did he know of this? She gazed at him. "Were you also at the Shou residence yesterday?" "Of course," he replied. A man bold enough to investigate the Chongping Marquis would undoubtedly possess a notable identity. Such individuals are invariably invited to the Shou residence unless they are already betrothed. As she considered the possibility that she had scrutinized him multiple times without recognition, her curiosity about the features hidden beneath his mask mounted. "Who are you truly?" Shen Tang inquired, reaching to remove his mask, only to have her wrist seized by him. His palm was burning, and she felt the heat radiating to her cheeks, igniting them with embarrassment. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but despite her efforts, he did not relent. Angrily, she exclaimed, "If you refuse to show me, then at least release me." This scoundrel had long disregarded the propriety between men and women. How could he so casually grasp the hand of a lady? She did not insist on seeing his face, merely wishing to resolve the regrets of her past life. In her previous existence, she had genuinely believed his proposal, longing to marry him, only to be manipulated into marrying the Jingyang prince's heir instead. Since he had not appeared before her again, she had assumed him dead, and she had regretted not insisting he remove his mask at the Lantern Festival, lamenting not knowing the face of one she once cared for. Frustrated by her inability to break free, she glared at him. The man, with an air of resignation, explained, "It is not that I refuse to show you. I merely fear startling you. If you do not wish to reveal yourself, simply say so. Do not concoct excuses." Shen Tang gulped. "I'm not so timid." The man regarded her clear, bright eyes and remarked, "Indeed, there is no one else in the entire capital who possesses the audacity to allow the Jingyang prince's bridal sedan to return empty." After a pause, he queried, "The Jingyang prince's household wields immense power, and their heir is unparalleled in appearance. Why do you hesitate to marry him?" This question ignited a surge of indignation within Shen Tang, as if it were a foregone conclusion that she should marry the Jingyang prince's heir. Though she prided herself on her ability to control her temper, she found it increasingly difficult to contain her frustration. Fury surged to her face, transforming into a wry smile as she retorted, "I'm still awaiting your proposal. How can I marry the Jingyang prince and Oppos as heir now?" The man appeared amused, a smile gracing his lips. "Did you not think I was dead?" Shen Tang, taken aback, realized his remarkable memory. She had spoken those words only moments prior. Aware of his cunning nature, she chose not to reveal her true feelings, stating, "I despise two types of individuals, those whose beauty is striking and deceivers." The word deceiver was pronounced with particular emphasis. The man discerned that she was referring to him, having just rescued her from the Chongping prince's heir. He refrained from severing ties, choosing to respond with tact. Shen Tang stared at him. "How long do you intend to hold my hand?" He finally released her wrist. Shen Tang gently rubbed her wrist, expressing, "Thank you for saving me earlier." She inclined her body slightly and began to make her way back to find Yinxing. Yinxing lay on the ground, and upon pinching her acupoints, Shen Tang roused her. When Yinxing opened her eyes, she called out, "Mississippi." "What happened?" Shen Tang inquired. Yinxing replied, "I returned to fetch a cloak, and on my way back, a little maid informed me you had come this way. As I was walking, my neck suddenly ached, and I lost consciousness." The pain in her neck persisted fiercely, as if struck by some object. Shen Tang understood that Yinxing had been knocked out, helping her to sit up. When she turned around, the man had vanished without a trace. The two of them retraced their steps, passing by the rockery where they found a jade pendant lying quietly beside the gold hairpin that had been discarded. The sight of the jade pendant startled her. It belonged to the man. The slope was not steep enough for the Chongping prince's heir to suffer fatal injuries. But having been kicked, he would certainly seek to discover who had assaulted him. Should the jade pendant be found by someone from the Chongping Marquis and Appo's as household, it could lead them to uncover the man's identity. He had risked himself for her sake, and she could not leave such blatant evidence for the Chongping Marquis's household to find. Yet to take it back, the memory of the awkward encounter when he had come to retrieve something from the Marquis and Appo's estate filled her with reluctance. Torn between her thoughts, Shen Tang ultimately decided to approach and collect both the jade pendant and the gold hairpin. As she rounded the rockery, she spotted the Chongping prince's heir's servant lying on the ground, having previously obstructed her path. Yinxing was startled, exclaiming, "Miss, we should leave quickly." The two of them hastened back to the marketplace, and upon hearing the clamorous sounds, they felt a sense of relief. Just as they exhaled a sigh of relief, Shen Xian and her companions approached. Seeing Shen Tang appear unscathed, Shen Xian inwardly cursed the Chongping prince's heir for his incompetence. She had gone to great lengths to deliver her, and yet he had failed to secure her. Shen Tang noticed the disappointment in Shen Xian's eyes and knew how hard it had been for her to suppress the urge to strike Shen Xian. Patience was essential for a greater plan. While a slap would bring temporary satisfaction, she faced a group of individuals who would stop at nothing to achieve their aims. Until she possessed the means to protect herself, she could not afford to sever ties. She would remember today's grievance, and in the future, she would repay it tenfold. Chapter 29. Proposal in her heart. Shen Yang cursed the heir of the Chongping Marquis, exclaiming, "Where have you run off to? We've been searching for you for ages." Did she not know where she had gone? Shen Tang suppressed her anger and remarked, "The scenery at the Dazhao Temple is quite lovely. Have you finished exploring so soon?" Shen Luo replied, "Elder sister is returning to the manor for lunch." The vegetarian dishes at Dazhao Temple were indeed quite good, but Shen Yang was not fond of them. Unless accompanied by the old lady, she always preferred to dine at home. The second madam managed the household, ensuring that Shen Yang's needs were met with the utmost care, perhaps even better than the old lady herself could provide. If it weren't for the near bullying by the heir of the Chongping Marquis, Shen Tang would have preferred to stay longer at Dazhao Temple. However, today, she felt compelled to remain there for a vegetarian meal. The group made their way back to the carriage, retracing their route home. Throughout the journey, Shen Tang kept her eyes closed, lost in thought, not uttering a single word. Shen Yang sat beside her, harboring a disdain for Shen Tang and Appo's face, which resembled that of the old lady but lacked her sister and Appo's beauty. If they were not twins, it would be bearable, but being born together often led to comparisons. Shen Tang and Appo's exquisite visage stirred jealousy deep within her heart. How had such beauty managed to escape the gaze of the Chongping Marquis's heir? Yet, once the heir had set his sights on her, Shen Tang found it nearly impossible to evade. After a bumpy ride lasting over half an hour, they finally returned to the Pingyuan Marquis's residence. As Shen Tang sat by the carriage, waiting for it to stop, she noticed a luxurious sedan chair departing. Without much thought, she observed that the street outside the Pingyuan Marquis's residence was wide and frequented by passers-by. However, upon seeing the second madam standing at the entrance as if bidding farewell, Shen Tang glanced back at the sedan chair. Shen Yang alighted from the carriage and called out, "Why is second aunt at the door?" The second madam smiled. "I just saw off the Minister of Right's wife." Shen Yang ascended the steps, perplexed. Why would the Minister of Right's wife come to our Pingyuan Marquis's residence? The second madam cast a sidelong glance at Shen Tang before responding, "At yesterday's spring banquet at the Shou Wangfu, The Minister of Right's wife was present and praised your younger sister's performance to the skies. Today, she has come specifically to propose. Indeed, what one fears most often comes to pass. Shen Tang regretted having overshadowed Shen Yang at the spring banquet, realizing that her actions had harmed herself more than her sister. Fearing that the old lady might agree to the marriage, Shen Tang quickly lifted her skirts and hurried into the manor. Behind her, Shen Yang inquired, "Did grandmother agree?" The second madam replied, "Not yet, but she has not refused either. She said she needed to consult the Marquis's opinion." In most families, it was rare for a proposal to be accepted on the first visit unless both parties were exceedingly satisfied, such as when the old Marquis of the Jingyang Wangfu proposed without consulting the old lady or Shen Sui. Although the Minister of Rights held significant power, Shen Sui's position was also formidable, and, more importantly, he held a title. While both families were well matched, the old lady was not entirely pleased. After all, Shen Tang and Shen Yang were twins, and Shen Yang was promised to the Jingyang Wang's heir. Despite the Jingyang Wang's withdrawal from the engagement, the old lady believed that Shen Tang should not settle for a match that fell short of such high standards, especially since she had nearly become the Jingyang Wang's consort. The Minister of Right's residence was respectable, but it paled in comparison to the Jingyang Wangfu. Moreover, having outshone many esteemed young ladies at the spring banquet, Shen Tang's reputation was on the rise. The banquet had taken place just yesterday, and now, if the engagement were settled so swiftly, it might lead others to believe that the Pingyuan Marquis's daughter was difficult to marry off, which would be detrimental. A proper family would take at least 10 days to half a month to consider such matters. If the Minister of Rights was genuinely interested in the marriage, they would return. If they did not receive a positive response this time, they would likely not come again. Furthermore, the old lady would not hastily agree to Shen Tang's marriage, especially given that Zhang's spirit had warned against Shen Tang marrying the Jingyang Wang's heir. What if the same spirit forbade her from marrying the Minister of Right's eldest son? The old lady, being a devout Buddhist, held a deep respect for such supernatural beliefs. Shen Tang, having hastily departed, did not catch the conversation between Shen Yang and the second madam. She arrived at Songhua Hall in one breath. Inside, the old lady sat on a rattan couch, sipping tea with an air of tranquility, indicating her good spirits. Shen Tang rushed in, unable to wait to pay her respects, and exclaimed, "Grandmother, you must not casually promise me to anyone." The old lady set down her teacup and chuckled. "You have returned quite early." "Grandmother." Shen Tang was nearly beside herself with anxiety. The old lady laughed. "I won't promise you to anyone without careful consideration." With her heart somewhat eased, Shen Tang recalled that many of the distinguished young ladies who had excelled at the spring banquet found their engagements finalized within a month. Thus, unease crept back in her heart. "Grandmother, there is something I forgot to mention. Mother instructed me in a dream that I must not marry until I turn 16. With no other option, Shen Tang used her mother, Jiang, as a shield. However, it proved futile as the old lady smiled and said, "You have already reached the age of flowering. Even if the engagement is set today, by the time the formal proposal is made, half a year will have passed." Shen Tang felt thwarted. Could she convince her to say that she should not marry until she turned 17? Shen Tang quickly attempted to salvage the situation. "Perhaps what mother meant was that I can only be promised to someone once I turn 16. The old lady frowned. "It is already somewhat late to be engaged. Waiting until you turn 16 would be too delayed. While one might delay marriage for a year or so, the engagement must be settled early. Although many families seek daughters, good young men are also in demand." Shen Tang countered, "Tradition dictates that the elder sister must marry first before it is my turn." When the conversation turned to Shen Yang's marriage, the smile faded from the old lady's face, replaced by a hint of melancholy. Ideally, Shen Yang should be the first to marry, but she had been jilted by the Jingyang Wang's heir. Their engagement had been arranged by the late old Marquis, who had departed the capital without returning, leaving no knowledge of the broken engagement. There might still be hope for reconciliation. The Pingyuan Marquis's residence harbored such hopes. But no one dared to pursue the Jingyang Wang's displeasure. It was likely that only after the Jingyang Wang's heir married would anyone dare to propose to Shen Yang. The thought of such a promising match being dashed caused the old lady great distress. To add to her troubles, the assailants responsible for the chaos had yet to be apprehended, leaving her with no outlet for her frustrations. Reluctant to dwell on the matter further, the old lady, adhering to the belief that matters of marriage should be guided by parental consent and matchmakers, did not entertain Shen Tang's opinions, dismissing them with a wave of her hand. Shen Tang refrained from further persuasion. With Jiang gone, her marriage required her father's approval before the old lady would consent. If the old lady remained unyielding, she could always appeal to her father. After taking her leave, Shen Tang returned to Qingyi courtyard with Yinxing. By this time, lunch had already been served. The maid brought in the dishes, but due to the troubling matters at hand, Shen Tang found her appetite severely diminished. She picked up her chopsticks, managing to eat only a few bites before setting them down again. Just as she laid her chopsticks aside, Seer rushed in, exclaiming in a flurry, "Miss, the eldest son of the Minister of Rights has had his horse startled and has fallen into the river along with the horse." Upon hearing this, Shen Tang's first reaction was to feel sorry for the unfortunate son of the Minister of Rights. However, upon further reflection, she realized that this misfortune was akin to a sleeping person being offered a pillow or a thirsty person being served tea. It was rather peculiar that such an incident occurred just as he came to propose. She doubted the Minister of Rights would dare to allow his son to marry her now. Some situations, it is said, one need not fear 1,000 troubles, but rather the one that comes unexpectedly. After a fleeting moment of sympathy for the eldest son of the Minister of Rights, Shen Tang could not suppress the smile that crept across her face, and her appetite returned. Chapter 30. A burden in this moment, Shen Tang's appetite was insatiable, while the elderly matron found the meal suddenly devoid of flavor. Although the marriage proposal from the Minister of Rights was not of great concern to her, the fact that the minister's wife had made a personal visit for the first time to propose marriage, only for the young Master Fong to meet with an unfortunate accident, falling into the river, seemed ominously inauspicious. Moreover, Shen Tang was apprehensive that the matron might engage her in an arranged marriage, particularly under the pretense of the Jiang family's insistence that one must be at least 16 to wed. This left the matron with little choice but to ponder deeply. The initial misfortune surrounding this marriage proposal made her hesitate to consider a formal engagement, fearing the extent of the ill fortune might be life-threatening. What weighed even more heavily was the fact that Shen Xian and Shen Tang were twins, sharing the same birth date and fortune. If Shen Tang was to wait until she turned 16 to marry, then Shen Xian would be bound by the same fate. Shen Xian, who desperately wished to avoid marrying the heir of the Jingyang prince, was particularly troubled by an ominous fortune received at the Great Zhao Temple. Marrying within 3 days would bring misfortune to her husband, leading to a life of widowhood. Yet, the Jingyang prince's heir seemed unaffected by such superstitions. The matron's heart wavered at the thought. Losing her appetite, the matron rose to retreat to her quarters to chant scriptures and pray for blessings. After lunch, Shen Tang perused some books, but soon felt drowsy and lay down on a small couch for a brief nap. Upon awakening, Yinxing approached her, revealing that the household servants were gossiping about the stipulation that a young lady must be 16 to marry. The second madam had issued a gag order to silence such discussions and had even scolded a couple of gossiping maidservants. "The second madam is quite concerned for you," Yinxing remarked. Shen Tang lightly tapped Yinxing in Appo's forehead, saying, "She is merely afraid that I might implicate my elder sister." Such whispers, when suppressed, often spread wider. Shen Tang had no intention of marrying again. The rumors of her being a husband killer would only serve to benefit her. However, Shen Xian not only desired to marry, but hoped to win back the favor of the Jingyang prince's household, to persuade the Countess of Chongping to intercede on her behalf. Shen Xian was willing to offer herself as a bargaining chip, unwilling to be entangled in Shen Tang's plight. Yet, as twins, they were inextricably linked, condemned to struggle together. This feeling of dragging Shen Xian along as a burden was oddly refreshing, dispelling much of the frustration that had nearly led to Shen Xian's betrayal. The following day, Shen Tang, as was her custom, had breakfast and then proceeded to the Songha Hall to pay her respects to the matron. Just as she neared the screen, she overheard a startled exclamation from the third madam, The heir of Chongping Count was attacked at the Great Zhao Temple. Who would be so audacious as to strike the nephew of the esteemed Yigui Fei? Entering the room, feigning ignorance, Shen Tang inquired, "Who was attacked at the Great Zhao Temple?" Shen Luo replied, "It was the heir of Chongping Count. Yesterday, he was apparently kicked down a hillside by someone unknown. The household searched the temple all evening before discovering him unconscious at the bottom of the slope. They say he sustained a severe head injury and has yet to regain consciousness." The gravity of the situation was more severe than she had anticipated. In her previous life, she had never learned who had incapacitated the heir of Chongping Count. It was as though fate had intervened. Noticing Shen Xian's gaze fixed upon her, Shen Tang remarked, "The heir of Chongping Count is the sole heir of his family. If he were harmed to such an extent, the Count would turn the capital upside down to find the culprit." As she spoke, Shen Xian's eyes remained locked on her, a premonition whispering that the heir and Appo's misfortune was somehow linked to Shen Tang, yet Shen Tang appeared utterly unaware of any connection. It seemed that before Shen Tang could intervene, the heir had already met with disaster, leaving Shen Tang unharmed. A stroke of remarkable fortune indeed. After bowing to the matron in greeting, Shen Tang took a seat to quietly listen to their conversation. After a brief interval, she prepared to take her leave, but just as she stood to depart, a maid rushed in to announce, "Madam, the Count has arrived." After the morning court session, her father had not gone directly to the military camp, but had returned to the Count's residence, clearly with important matters at hand. Shen Tang remained seated, and soon the familiar sound of her father and Appo's footsteps echoed through the hall. Entering, Shen Sui spotted Shen Tang and remarked, "Tang and Appo's is here as well." These words sent a jolt through Shen Tang and Appo's heart. Her father and Appo's presence in Soma Hall could not bode well for her. The matron set down her teacup, asking, "What brings you here at this hour?" Shen Sui offered his respects to the matron and then seated himself. After court, Duke Wen spoke with me. "Vising to propose for Tongar. I have met the third young master one before. He possesses both charm and virtue. I thought it prudent to discuss this with you to arrange Tanger's marriage." Shen Tang realized the implications. Indeed, this was related to her. She had intended to spread rumors about her being a husband killer before turning 16, yet here was Duke Wen's proposal arriving at her father's doorstep. While the third young master one appeared commendable now, in her previous life, he had quarreled with the heir of Chongping Count and lost half of the Duke's estate in a gambling mishap, nearly costing him his life. Her father's visit to the Count's residence was a clear indication of his intention to arrange her marriage to the third young master one. Shen Tang suddenly felt restless. "Father, please do not endanger the third young master one." Shen Sui frowned, perplexed by her words. "What do you mean by that?" Shen Tang explained. "Mother cautioned me against marrying before 16. Just yesterday, the Minister of Right's wife came to propose, and the young master Fong met with misfortune. I fear for the third young master one as well. Although the second madam had issued a gag order, the events occurring within the household were bound to reach Shen Sui's ears through the steward, Li. Yet Shen Sui dismissed the notion, responding, every day in the capital, numerous unfortunate events transpire. Why would one invite misfortune upon oneself? Our family has made no engagements. The young master Fong merely fell into the water, and he is not gravely harmed." Shen Tang wished to argue further, but the matron silenced her with a glance. Poor Shen Tang had her words caught in her throat, unable to voice her thoughts. Her father, fond of her, was unwilling to entertain such superstitions. She need not convince him. She merely needed the outside world to believe it. If no suitors dared to propose, her father could not force her into marriage. Resolute, Shen Tang decided that the matron observed Shen Sui and said, "Duke Wen is a man of integrity, and you have spoken highly of the third young master one. Do you wish to betroth Tanger to him? I have no objections." Before the matron could finish her thought, a young servant rushed in, breathless. "Master, trouble has arisen. Duke Wen has met with an accident." Shen Tang. Shen Sui. Everyone present was taken aback. Shen Sui stood in shock, demanding, "What has happened to Duke Wen?" The servant replied, "On his way back from court, one of the bearers stumbled, causing Duke Wen to fall from his sedan chair and injure his arm. Chapter 31. Deliberate. A room full of eyes fell upon Shen Tang, rendering her momentarily speechless. She had no intention of marrying, seeking to tarnish her reputation to deter suitors. Yet she did not truly wish harm upon others. An incident could be dismissed as mere misfortune befalling young Master Fong. But how could she explain the Duke of Wen's fall from his soft sedan chair today? In her past life, she had married Siagimo to bring good fortune, and such calamities had not occurred. Could it be that in this second chance at life, she had become a harbinger of misfortune? Shen Tang firmly believed that her thoughts manifested into reality. It seemed there was no need to spread rumors anymore, as they were likely already rampant. Suppressing her laughter, she donned an innocent expression as she noticed everyone staring at her, causing Shun Sui to feel a buzzing in his head. While the old matriarch and Appo's furrowed brow could have crushed a fly, the second madam, seated nearby, wore an exceedingly displeased expression. After all, when the eldest miss was betrothed to the heir of the Jingyang prince, nothing like this had transpired. Fearing for Shun Yan's reputation, she hastily sought to distance her from the chaos. However, it was not within the second madam and Appo's power to shield Shen Yan from the repercussions of Shen Tang and Appo's apparent curse. The severity of Shen Tang's misfortunes was too great. Not even an engagement had taken place, yet suitors were already deterred by the misfortune surrounding her. With numerous eligible young ladies in the capital, the daughters of the Pingyuan Marquis were not the sole contenders, and none would risk their lives in such a gamble. Furthermore, Shen Yan had recently suffered a broken engagement with the Jingyang prince's residence, ensuring that no one would dare seek her hand now. Shen Tang glanced at the old matriarch, then at Shun Sui, and said, "Father, Mother has instructed me not to marry before I turn 16. Is it not reasonable for you and grandmother to refrain from rushing me into marriage? I wish to spend more time with you." The old matriarch, weary in body and spirit, thought to herself that it was not a matter of urgency for them to arrange her marriage. It was rather that no one dared to propose. The second madam gritted her teeth in frustration, while Shun Yan tugged at her silk handkerchief in agitation. Observing the vexed expressions on Shen Yan and the second madam, Shen Tang could hardly suppress her amusement, and as Shun Sui left, she gracefully excused herself as well. As she returned to Qingyi courtyard from Songha Hall, every maid she passed cast furtive glances her way. Shen Tang fought to maintain her composure until she reached her room, where she burst into laughter, shaking her shoulders uncontrollably. Yinxing followed behind, misunderstanding Shen Tang's mirth for anger, and advised, "Miss, do not let your temper harm your health. You are not cursed. It is they who lack the fortune to marry you." At that moment, Yinxing's voice trailed off as she noticed Shen Tang laughing. "Mississippi," Yinxing exclaimed, panicking, "do not frighten me. I shall fetch a doctor for you." She turned to rush out, but Shen Tang stopped her, declaring, "I am perfectly fine. I am merely overjoyed." Yinxing, her heart racing, countered, "Miss, you are truly furious." Shen Tang inquired, "Do you wish to marry?" Yinxing shook her head vehemently, stating, "I do not wish to marry. I want to stay by your side forever." Shen Tang responded with a smile, "I too do not wish to marry." Yinxing, taken aback, exclaimed, "Miss, how can that be?" It seemed that while a maid could remain unmarried, her mistress could not. Shen Tang, unable to contain herself, playfully tapped Yinxing's forehead, warning, "If you say another word, I shall marry you off this very moment." Yinxing promptly fell silent, fearing to utter another syllable. Yet, though she held her tongue, her eyes wandered in confusion, unable to grasp why her lady was so delighted when there seemed to be nothing to be joyful about. As the legitimate daughter of a marquis, Shen Tang was destined to wed into a wealthy family, living a life of luxury without want. In contrast, Yinxing, as a mere maid, could hardly expect to marry well. She preferred to serve Shen Tang alone rather than endure the burdens of a large household. Moreover, while a maid's unmarried status would attract no gossip, Shen Tang and Appo's refusal to marry would surely invite disparaging remarks about the Marquis himself. Yesterday, the wife of the Minister of Rights had come to propose marriage for her son, an event that had gone unnoticed, but today, the Duke of Wen had approached Shun Sui on behalf of his son, and many officials witnessed it. Following the Duke's misfortune, The previous proposal also spread like wildfire. Those who had heard the rumors could not help but suspect that Shen Tang was cursed. Whispers proliferated in the streets and tea houses, reaching the ears of the Marquis's household. Yinxing relayed every morsel of gossip she heard, but Shen Tang dismissed it all, letting the words flow in one ear and out the other. "Are you not at all concerned?" Yinxing asked, exasperated. Shen Tang reclined on a small couch, idly flipping through a book when suddenly a knock at the window startled her. However, she quickly regained her composure and interjected before Yinxing could speak, instructing her, "If someone is seeking me, go to the door and do not let anyone in." Yinxing's heart raced with trepidation as she turned to leave, glancing back frequently. Upon reaching the beaded curtain, she saw a masked man leap through the window, nearly causing Yinxing to faint from shock. Fearing that someone might discover her mistress in a clandestine meeting with a man, she rushed to guard the door, preventing anyone from approaching the inner chambers. Upon seeing the man, Shen Tang clenched her teeth and scolded, "Do you not realize that scaring someone can lead to dire consequences?" The man paused, then replied, "Should I refrain from knocking next time and simply enter instead?" He seemed to expect a next time. Having startled her twice now, she contemplated mentioning to her father the need to bolster the Marquis's security. After all, she was a Marquis's daughter, and it was unacceptable for anyone to come and go as they pleased. One day, she might find herself abducted without a clue. As Shen Tang approached her dressing table, she retrieved from a hidden compartment the jade pendant she had found yesterday and tossed it to the man. If he could still carry a jade pendant, it was indeed a stroke of fortune that he had survived thus far. The man caught the pendant and chuckled softly. Suddenly, Shen Tang realized, her ears flushed with embarrassment, and she exclaimed, "You did that on purpose." The man, having investigated the Chongping Marquis's residence and even confronted the Marquis's heir, had placed the pendant near her hairpin, making it impossible for her to overlook. He wore a sly smile as he leaned closer, studying her eyes, remarking, "You are not entirely foolish." Startled, Shen Tang thought to herself that he had frightened her, yet dared to call her foolish. She wished she could kick him out the window. However, she lacked the strength to do so and could only harbor such thoughts. It puzzled her how, after not encountering this person for 4 years in her past life, she had now met him twice within 2 days. What could he possibly want? Disliking speculation, Shen Tang boldly asked, "Why have you sought me out again?" The man's forehead twitched at the thought of being suspected of foul play, and he gazed at Shen Tang. She instinctively stepped back, colliding with a display case, nearly knocking over a red-colored porcelain vase, which the man caught just in time. He explained, "I did not intend to avoid you. I had urgent matters to attend to after the Lantern Festival. Fortunately, I returned just in time. You have not been promised to anyone else." Shen Tang was taken aback by his explanation for his absence. In her previous life, he had not appeared before her because she had married Xie Gimo. The man gazed at her softly, coaxingly asking, "Are you no longer angry?" His voice was low, carrying a certain allure that made Shen Tang's ears burn. "Why do you go to such lengths to explain yourself to me?" she retorted. "Once I say I will marry you, I shall not go back on my word," he stated. Yet, how could she trust someone who concealed their identity and face from her? She was no longer the naive Chenair who could be easily deceived. Had it not been for his rescue the previous day, she would have scolded him thoroughly. Shen Tang raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Marry me? The entire street is abuzz with talk of my curse. Have you not heard?" The man chuckled softly. "It is not you who brings misfortune upon them. It is I." Shen Tang was taken aback, and her eyes widened in astonishment as she raised her voice. "Did you cause young Master Feng's horse to fall into the water, and the Duke went to sustain injuries?" Chapter 32. Reciprocity. The man regarded Shen Tang with an expression that seemed to ask, "Who else could it be?" Shen Tang suppressed her astonishment. There was always a catch when things seemed too good to be true. She had hoped her wishes were coming true, but it turned out he was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. "Then I owe you a favor," Shen Tang conceded. The man drew closer, his breath caressing her face. "If you insist on calling it a favor, how do you intend to repay me?" Shen Tang was taken aback. Could this scoundrel not invade her personal space? Her heart was pounding in her chest. However, he had indeed assisted her, and she should express her gratitude. Shen Tang slipped between the man and the antique shelf, seeking an escape. "I haven't decided yet," but I'll certainly have the opportunity to return the favor. After all, she had lived 4 years longer, and she possessed a more comprehensive understanding of the significant events that would transpire in the capital and even the entire Great Qi dynasty over the next 4 years. Wasn't he investigating the Chongping Marquis estate? In her previous life, the Chongping Marquis estate had not only evaded downfall, but had also been elevated to a dukedom shortly thereafter. Shen Tang's lips twitched at the thought. He was investigating the Chongping Marquis estate, and she was making such remarks. Wasn't she diminishing his ambition and bolstering the Chongping Marquis estate's prestige? Shen Tang dared not speak her mind, at least not at the moment. She could only offer a veiled warning. The Chongping Marquis estate is the maternal family of the noble consort Yi. It won't be easy to bring them down. You must exercise caution when investigating the Chongping Marquis estate. The man and Appo's laughter caused Shen Tang and Appo's face to flush with embarrassment. What are you laughing at? She retorted, indignant. You're worried about me, he replied. Could this man not maintain a modicum of seriousness? Shen Tang couldn't help but glare at him. At that moment, Xiaotong's voice echoed from outside the door. You're guarding outside. Who is inside attending to the young lady? Shen Tang wouldn't mind if Yinxing knew about the man's presence. But Xiaotong had only been by her side for a few days and had been personally trained by the old madam. Shen Tang couldn't and Appo's risk letting Xiaotong find out. Shen Tang frantically pushed the man towards the window. Hurry and leave. The man leaned in close to Shen Tang's ear and whispered, I'll come looking for you again. His fervent breath tickled her ear, and Shen Tang's face burned like a hot iron. She repeatedly glared at him, urging him to leave. And only then did the man leap out of the window. Almost as soon as the man had departed, Yinxing failed to restrain Xiaotong and Mother Zhou, and the door was pushed open. Yinxing entered first and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Shen Tang was alone in the room. Thankfully, he and Appo's gone. Mother Zhou entered through the beaded curtain and inquired, why doesn't the young lady have a maidservant attending to her in the room? Shen Tang ziplit. I found Yinxing too garrulous and wanted some peace and quiet. Yinxing was speechless. Couldn't the young lady come up with a better excuse? She would be reprimanded by Mother Zhou. Mother Zhou didn't scold Yinxing, assuming that Shen Tang was troubled by the rumors circulating outside. She consoled Shen Tang. Good things come to those who wait. Since the madam appeared in your dreams and instructed you to marry after you turn 16, the person you marry at that time will undoubtedly be the best in the world. Shen Tang dared to tell Yinxing that she would never marry in this lifetime, but she wouldn't dare say that to Mother Zhou. She could only nod vaguely and ask, did Mother Zhou come to me with something? Mother Zhou replied, it's nothing urgent. I'm just planning to return to the estate tomorrow. I left some belongings there when I returned last time in haste, and I need to retrieve them. Shen Tang then said, when Mother Zhou returns, please see if there are any suitable maidservants on the estate and bring 2 back. These days, I've been having Yinxing keep an eye on which maidservants are frequently visiting Shen Han and the second madam's courtyards. There are 2 who are particularly diligent, and I plan to deal with them when I have the opportunity. Shen Tang wanted to retain the people left behind by Jiang Shi, and Mother Zhou was overjoyed and readily agreed. Mother Zhou had come solely to discuss this matter, and with nothing else to say, she took her leave. After Mother Zhou left, Xiaotong also departed, and Yinxing approached Shen Tang and asked, young lady, who is that masked man? I've been following you almost every step of the way. When did you meet that man? I had no idea. Knowing that Yinxing was curious, or rather, worried, Shen Tang didn't hide anything from her. Besides, she couldn't hide it anyway, as the man had said he would come looking for her again when he left. Shen Tang said, he saved me twice. Yesterday at the Dezhao Temple, I would have been sold to the Chongping Marquis' son if it hadn't been for him. Shen Tang's voice seemed to be laced with frost, and Yinxing was too shocked to speak. She was not only shocked that the man had saved Shen Tang twice, but also by Shen Tang and Appo's words about Shen Han selling her to the Chongping Marquis and Appo's son. Was the masked man the one who kicked the Chongping Marquis and Appo's son down the hillside at the Dezhao Temple yesterday? Yinxing and Appo's eyes were red. The eldest young lady, how could she? The eldest young lady had drugged her and schemed to have the young lady marry in her stead. She thought the eldest young lady was at most this wicked but she didn't expect there to be even more malicious schemes. What sins had the young lady committed to have such a biological sister? Yinxing's heart ached for Shen Tang, aching to the point of being clenched together. Since Yinxing already knew about this matter, she wasn't afraid to let Yinxing know even more. Shen Tang looked at Yinxing and said, "Don't you think the second madam is overly kind to the eldest young lady, even better than she is to her own biological daughter? In fact, you're not wrong. The eldest young lady is indeed the second madam's biological daughter." Yinxing was shocked. How is this possible? Shen Tang's eyes were dim. Unfortunately, when my mother was alive, no one believed what she said. Yinxing said, "If the eldest young lady is the second madam's biological daughter, then who gave birth to the third young lady?" Shen Tang was also very curious about Shun Ran's background. But what was certain was that Shun Ran was definitely not the second madam's biological daughter. The second madam had taught Shun Ran to follow Shun Han's lead in everything, to the point where she had become Shun Han's shadow. In her previous life, after Shun Han married the second prince, Shun Ran was hastily married off by the second madam to her family's good-for-nothing, womanizing nephew. It was so rushed that it seemed like someone would die if she wasn't married off immediately. In short, the second madam had no maternal love for Shun Ran and must have adopted her from somewhere. Yinxing said, "The young lady must tell the Marquis about these things." Shen Tang said, "I told Father that day when I knelt in the ancestral hall. I don't know how much Father believed, so I can only investigate slowly myself." She wondered what the man's identity was. Perhaps she could ask him for help. Shen Tang fell into deep thought. Yinxing didn't dare to disturb her and stood quietly by her side. Qinglong Courtyard. The second madam went to see Shen Han. As soon as she reached the entrance of the courtyard, she heard the sound of things being smashed coming from the room. The rumors outside said that Shen Tang was a jinx, and sure enough, she had brought down the twin-born Shen Han as well. The maidservant had reported the rumors circulating on the streets to Shen Han, which had angered Shen Han to the point of smashing things to vent her spleen. The second madam entered the room and saw a scene of utter chaos, with no room to step on the shattered tea trays. She quickly ordered the things to be cleared out. Several maidservants hurried in to clean up. The second madam walked to Shen Han's side and said, "Don't get angry and ruin your health." Tears welled up in Shen Han's eyes, and the second madam said with heartache, "Even if the second young lady is a jinx, you won't be affected. Honor is my biological daughter, born more than an hour earlier than the second young lady. Their birth dates are different, so how could they be the same jinx? The best proof is that nothing has happened since the Prince of Jingyang's son and Honor got engaged half a year ago. It's just that those ignorant people outside are foolish and think that way." The second madam said, "Tomorrow, I'll have someone calculate the second young lady's birth date, and we'll know." Chapter 33. Fortunate nights, rest awakening to a bright morning. Shen Tang enjoyed her breakfast, as usual, and then proceeded to pay her respects to the matriarch, this time accompanied by Qiu Tong. Having favored Qiu Tong, she felt it was only fair to treat Yinxing with equal regard. Noticing Shen Tang's rosy complexion, the matriarch inquired about her sleep the previous night. Shen Tang replied, "Grandmother, I slept very well." The matriarch recognized that Shen Tang possessed a heart of uncommon resilience. Unsure whether to commend or criticize Shen Tang's demeanor, the matriarch observed her as she settled into a chair. Just then, Shen Xian entered the room. In stark contrast to Shen Tang's vibrant appearance, Shen Xian bore the signs of a restless night, with faint bruises under her eyelids, suggesting she had tossed and turned. This juxtaposition further highlighted Shen Tang's calm and steady nature, a rarity in the face of challenges. As Shen Tang sat in the company of the matriarch and the second madam, they engaged in discussions that were more about informing the matriarch of decisions already made than seeking her counsel. Shen Tang began to feel weary of the conversation and prepared to take her leave when a young maid entered, announcing, "Second madam, the cousin has arrived. Please show her in," the second madam replied. Shortly thereafter, the elder sister-in-law of the second madam, Madame Wang, entered and greeted the matriarch with a bow. The matriarch smiled and remarked, "It has been some time since you last visited." Madame Wang responded, "Indeed, I have been remiss in paying my respects. But with so many trivial matters to attend to, I hurried here at the first opportunity. Please do not hold it against me." Not only had Madame Wang come, but she also brought gifts to honor the matriarch. With her eloquence, Madame Wang quickly had the matriarch laughing heartily, who waved her hands, saying, "At my age, I can hardly withstand such mirth. You two sisters should converse privately." After a brief moment, Madame Wang accompanied the second madam to the southern courtyard. Once inside, the second madam asked, "Elder sister, do you seek me for something?" Madame Wang surveyed the room for eavesdroppers, and once assured they were alone, she revealed, "Your unworthy nephew has taken a fancy to the second young lady of the household and wishes to marry her." The second madam furrowed her brow, recalling the rumors circulating about the second young lady being ill-fated. "Aren't you concerned?" she asked. Madame Wang dismissed the notion of ill fate, stating, "What misfortune? Rumors can be utterly destructive. The incident involving Duke one was not caused by the second young lady. Rather, it was due to someone striking the palanquin bearers with stones." The second madam was taken aback. "How do you know this?" "At the time of the incident, your elder brother happened to pass by and witnessed it," Madame Wang explained. The second madam responded, "Even if the second young lady is not truly ill-fated, neither the Marquis nor the matriarch would endorse this match." Reluctant to speak ill of her own nephew, the second madam knew his poor reputation could not be ignored. The Marquis would undoubtedly disapprove, and even the matriarch held the Wang family in low esteem. To broach the subject would invite reproach. However, the second madam was aware of her nephew's tarnished reputation, which would hinder any prospects for a favorable marriage, provoking Madame Wang's interest in seizing this opportunity. The Marquis had no sons, only 2 daughters, and would likely strive to support his sons-in-law in the future. Madame Wang, aware of the second madam's daughter, Shen Tang being her biological child, knew she had some leverage in persuading the second madam. She continued, "The ill-fated rumors do not merely concern the second young lady. They also include Shen Tang. If the second young lady remains unmarried, the rumors will persist, and no one will dare to seek Shen Tang's hand." The mention of Shen Tang caused the second madam's expression to soften slightly. Madame Wang poured tea and remarked, "I know that directly proposing will not be accepted by the Marquis or the matriarch, but once certain events unfold, their consent will become irrelevant." The second madam hesitated, fully aware of Shen Tang's fiery temperament, which was well known in the capital. She had declined even the royal palanquin from the Jingyang Wang household. If a marriage were forced upon her, she might refuse outright, and with the Marquis's temperament, the Wang family would find it impossible to set foot in the Marquis's household ever again. Such a situation would lead to an irreparable rift. Before she could voice her thoughts, a knock at the door interrupted, followed by the voice of Mama's son. "The maid has returned. Come in," the second madam called. The door creaked open, and Mama's son entered. The second madam inquired, "What did the fortune tellers say?" Mama's son replied, "This morning, I consulted 3 fortune tellers about the second young lady's birth chart. All 3 claimed she possesses a male's destiny, which is not auspicious, indicating early separation from family and a life of reliance on others. However, they also noted that if she were born a girl, she would possess an exceptionally prosperous fate, bringing fortune to her father, husband, and children alike. They insisted on charging me significantly more for such a favorable reading, claiming that a lesser fee would defy celestial principles." "Is her fortune truly so auspicious?" the second madam asked. "And what of the other chart?" Mama's son hesitated. "It is not as promising as the second young lady and Appo's." A frown crossed the second madam and Appo's face. Mama's son and Appo's implication was clear. The other chart was far inferior. How could Shen Tang overshadow my daughter? She thought. She was determined to see if Shen Tang truly possessed such lucky prospects. The second madam turned to Madame Wang, stating, "We shall proceed as you suggest." Later that evening, Shen Tang found herself leisurely feeding the koi in the courtyard. A few pellets of fish food were tossed into the water, and the koi eagerly rushed to consume them. Just then, a young maid entered and approached her, saying, "Second young lady, the eldest young lady has sent me to inform you that the Princess Rugia of the Duan Wangfu has sent an invitation for you and the eldest young lady to join her for a boating excursion at Yinshi Lake in 3 days." Even without the maid's reminder, Shen Tang had nearly forgotten that the Princess Rugia's birthday was fast approaching. The Duan princess and the Jingyang princess shared a close bond. After Shen Xian's engagement to the Jingyang prince, The Duan princess had gifted both sisters exquisite jade bangles, fostering a warm rapport among them. Now, with Shun Xian's engagement dissolved, the Duan princess likely felt compelled to extend an invitation to avoid any semblance of neglect during her birthday celebrations at Yinchi Lake. With the gentle temperament of the Duan princess and the vivacious spirit of the Rugia princess, Shen Tang cherished her time with them. She hoped that the fallout from Shan Xian's broken engagement would not hinder their friendship. Since an invitation had been extended, she felt it was only right to attend. Recalling a white crane hairpin she had gifted in her past life, which the Rugia princess had adored, she considered it a fitting birthday gift. Shen Tang eagerly anticipated the excursion to the lake in 4 days' time. Chapter 34. Birthday celebration. Spring rain fell gently. Fortunately, after 2 days of continuous rain, the sky cleared on the day of Princess Rugia's birthday. The post-rain sky was as clear as polished jade, a brilliant blue that captivated the eye. After breakfast, Shen Tang took Ginkgo to Songha Hall, only to find 2 sulky faces awaiting them. Princess Rugia had invited them for a lakeside excursion, but since the boat could not accommodate everyone, Shen Ran and Shen Luo were not among the guests. Naturally, they felt disgruntled, having wished to enjoy the post-rain boat ride themselves. Shen Han, clinging to the old matriarch's arm, said, "Grandmother, in a few days, could you allow us to hire a boat and invite some distinguished young ladies for a lake outing?" Shen Han coaxed the old matriarch, while Shen Ran and Shen Luo looked on eagerly. With the support of the second madam, how could the old matriarch refuse? "Very well, grandmother agrees." This brought joy to Shen Ran and Shen Luo. Yinchi Lake lay outside the city, and Shen Han, feeling impatient, could not wait for the maid to announce that the carriage was ready. She turned to the old matriarch and said, "We mustn't keep Princess Rugia waiting. Let's set off early." The old matriarch, reassured by the bond between the sisters, did not admonish them to maintain harmony, especially since Shen Tang had won the sword dance competition at the spring feast on behalf of Shen Han, demonstrating their strong sisterly affection. However, she still felt it necessary to offer a word of caution. Be careful while frolicking on the boat. The 2 sisters nodded fervently. Yet, as they turned to leave, Shen Tang caught a glimpse of a smirk at the corner of the second madam's lips, a sight that stirred discomfort within her. However, when she sought to scrutinize it further, the second madam was already engaged in conversation with the third madam. Once they left the estate and boarded the carriage, they headed straight for Yinchi Lake. The mountains were cloaked in verdant hues, the trees cast thick shadows, and the flowers flourished beautifully. As the carriage came to a halt, Shen Tang pushed aside the curtain and emerged, spotting a flock of wild geese flying overhead, affirming the lake's name. Maidservants from the Duke of Duan's residence awaited them, greeting them before leading them to the boat. From a distance, they could hear laughter and joyous chatter. Princess Rugia had already arrived, accompanied by several esteemed young ladies. Upon seeing them, Princess Rugia approached with a smile. Shen Han accepted a brocade box from a maid and bowed to the princess, saying, "We apologize for our tardiness. Today marks your birthday. May you celebrate many more such days to come." With grace, Princess Rugia accepted the birthday gift from Shen Han, opening the box to reveal a pair of exquisite gold and ruby earrings. Gift exchanges among young ladies often lean towards the delicate and refined, avoiding overly extravagant items to prevent undue burden. "Thank you for joining me in this birthday celebration," Princess Rugia expressed warmly. "We are fortunate to bask in the princess's radiance. The weather is perfect for a lakeside outing," Shen Han replied, turning to Shen Tang. "Sister, why not present the gift we prepared for the princess?" Before her sentence was complete, Ginkgo had already handed the brocade box to Shen Tang. Shen Han's eyes narrowed in surprise. She had not informed Shen Tang of Princess Rugia's birthday. How had Shen Tang known? Shen Tang had little regard for Shen Han's petty schemes. Their grandmother had repeatedly emphasized the importance of their sisterhood. One's honor was tied to the other's. Shen Han's embarrassment at being publicly humiliated was hardly a matter of pride. How could she attend Princess Rugia's birthday without a gift, revealing such ignorance of social customs? Even if the princess did not mind, the other young ladies would undoubtedly gossip. Would Princess Rugia, who had distanced herself from Shen Han, continue to maintain a close relationship with her twin sister? Shen Tang felt a surge of resentment, recalling how, in her past life, she had ascended to the throne, an outcome she could hardly accept. Presenting the gift to Princess Rugia, Shen Tang wished her joy, health, and a life free from worry. Princess Rugia beamed, eagerly unwrapping the brocade box to find a jade hairpin shaped like a white crane, its smooth texture and exquisite craftsmanship signifying good fortune. I adore this hairpin. Thank you, Sister Shen Tang. Shen Han's deliberate omission of Princess Rugia's birthday had created a misunderstanding that favored Shen Tang, as the princess appeared to favor her more. Previously, Princess Rugia had even jested that if Duke Duan's son were to marry Shen Tang, they could become in-laws. The Duchess of Duan also held Shen Tang in high esteem, leading Shen Han to worry that a marriage proposal might truly materialize. Had that happened, Shen Han would have been beside herself with fury at the thought of Shen Tang marrying the Duke's heir. Princess Rugia, enamored with the hairpin, immediately adorned herself with it, betraying her satisfaction with the birthday gift. Just as she donned the hairpin, Yu Hui, the princess from Shou Wangfu, approached. Princess Rugia welcomed her, relieved by her arrival. Yu Hui, feigning annoyance, remarked, "You didn't attend my spring feast. How presumptuous." Princess Rugia sighed. "It's not that I didn't wish to go. If only I had a greater social standing, I would have asked you to postpone the feast for me. Alas, I could not attend, as my mother permitted me only to celebrate my birthday with a lakeside outing." Yu Hui, concerned, said, "You must have consulted many physicians. How could there be no remedy?" Princess Rugia suffered from excruciating pain whenever she encountered a certain ailment, a condition Shen Tang also shared. However, after marrying Xie Gimo, he had sought treatment from a physician who cured her affliction. Princess Rugia found the remedy effective, and Shen Tang resolved to transcribe the prescription for her. She too needed to take it, for she wished to avoid the agonizing feeling of being pierced from within. Gradually, more esteemed young ladies arrived, including the eldest daughter of the Earl of Yongning. The last encounter between Shen Tang and Miss Li had ended on an unpleasant note, and Miss Li cast a hostile glance at Shen Tang, though Shen Tang paid her no mind. Shen Han, however, noticed the animosity lurking in Miss Li's gaze. As if struck by a thought, Shen Han smiled slyly and approached Miss Li. Once everyone had arrived, they boarded the boat. The vessel was spacious, laden with an array of pastries, fruits, and wines, with a chain platform set up for entertainment, promising a delightful day ahead. As the boat glided towards the lake's center, the guests stood on the deck, admiring the scenic beauty and engaging in lively conversation. However, Yinshi Lake was not limited to their single boat. Two others were present. Drawn by the laughter and merriment emanating from their vessel, one of the approaching boats drew nearer, causing some young ladies to worry about a potential collision. Among the occupants of that boat were several young men, and as it drew closer, Shen Tang caught sight of the second madam's nephew, the eldest son of the Wang family, standing at the bow. Upon seeing him, Shen Tang's heart raced uneasily, prompting her to retreat from the deck. Just then, she noticed Miss Li accidentally stepping on her skirt, causing her to stumble towards Shen Tang. Unable to evade her, Shen Tang fell backward, losing her balance. Just before she could plunge into the water, she grasped Miss Li and Appo's hand. With a splash, they both plunged into the lake. Oh no! Second Miss Shen has fallen into the water. Chapter 35. The nemesis aboard the ship, Xie Gimo, the crown prince of Duan, and the heir of the Marquis of Xian Yi, Chu Yi, were drinking together. Xiao Sun poured wine for Xie Gimo, marveling at his rare presence for a lakeside outing. Chu Yi chuckled, remarking that it was not a matter of lack of time, but rather a lack of spirit. He held a folding fan before his face and whispered, expressing his curiosity about what Xie Gimo had experienced during his recent departure from the capital. He recalled the foul expression on Xie Gimo's face upon his return, jokingly suggesting that perhaps a certain young lady had heartlessly abandoned him. Don't provoke him, Xiao Sun cautioned, edging away from Chu Yi, wary of Xie Gimo and Appo's as potential wrath. Chu Yi, somewhat apprehensive, cleared his throat and closed his fan just as a maid's urgent cry pierced through the air. Before he could comprehend the situation, Siagimo had already rushed out, his actions so hurried that he knocked over his wine cup, causing the liquid to drip down the table. Puzzled, Chu Yi followed Xiao Sun outside, only to find Siagimo had vanished, while 4 figures were seen in the lake. Stunned, Chu Yi could hardly believe his eyes. Siagimo had actually jumped in to save someone? It seemed more like something the heir of the Jingyang prince would do, to shove someone into the lake rather than rescue them. Was the sun rising from the south today? Chu Yi instinctively looked up at the sky. Meanwhile, Shen Tang had been pushed into the lake by Miss Li, who had fallen in alongside her. As Miss Li splashed about, panic-stricken and gasping for breath, she screamed for help. If it weren't for her exposing the schemes of the Yongning Marquis household, Shen Tang might have considered this an accident. However, such coincidences were rare, especially since Miss Li had always regarded her with malice at Yinchi Lake. Shen Tang was convinced that Miss Li was seeking revenge for her interference with the Yongning Marquis' affairs, deliberately pushing her into the water. Unlike Miss Li's frantic state, Shen Tang had learned to swim after being pushed into the water by Princess Chunin in her past life. Although the chilly waters of early spring made her instinctively flail for a moment, she quickly regained her composure. Observing Miss Li choke on several mouthfuls of water, Shen Tang decided to rescue her. Despite being the one pushed into the lake, she could not stand idly by, especially knowing there were many capable swimmers on board who would not allow Miss Li to drown. Just as Shen Tang was about to swim over to Miss Li, she noticed the eldest son of the Wang family, who had also jumped into the water to save someone, approaching her. His expression was devoid of urgency, replaced instead by a smug smile. The look in his eyes made Shen Tang's heart sink. She could not afford to assist Miss Li now and swiftly turned to swim away. The Wang heir was taken aback, not anticipating that Shen Tang could swim, and even outpace him. Onlookers from both vessels exchanged incredulous glances. 2 individuals had fallen into the water, and 2 had jumped in to save them. Shen Yi, the second young lady, did not require rescuing, yet the others pursued her instead. Miss Li, on the verge of drowning, thrashed about desperately. Just when hope seemed lost, she clutched onto someone's arm, her survival instinct igniting a fierce grip that rendered the Wang heir motionless. Had it not been for the swift action of the boatman, who threw a rope, they would have both perished. After the Wang heir and Miss Li were pulled aboard, the rope was then tossed to retrieve Shen Tang. In the water, Siagimo watched as Shen Tang was hauled up, his frustration bubbling into laughter. Behind him, Xiao Sun called out, asking if he was enjoying the bath. Just then, Chu Yi tossed a rope to Siagimo, who pulled himself out of the water and landed on the deck. Seeing him drenched, Xiao Sun could not suppress his laughter, clapping Siagimo on the shoulder and teasing him about encountering a nemesis. With a dark expression, Siagimo re-entered the ship, leaving wet footprints with each step. Chu Yi, puzzled, inquired about the nemesis, suspecting that there was something they were hiding from him. Inside the ship, Siagimo walked over and seized the wine jug from the table, pouring it into his mouth. After several swigs, he slammed the jug down with such force that it nearly shattered. Xiao Sun struggled to contain his laughter, shaking with suppressed mirth. Chu Yi followed him in, astonished that Shen Tang, a young lady of high standing, could swim so proficiently. Chen Qi brought over a brocade robe as Siagimo stepped behind a screen to change. Meanwhile, Shen Tang, after being rescued, felt a cold breeze that sent shivers through her bones. Yinxing promptly wrapped her in a cloak, helping her change into dry clothing. Princess Rojia had not anticipated such a distressing incident on her birthday and quickly instructed her maid to prepare ginger soup to ward off the chill. As Shen Tang changed, she sneezed uncontrollably, overhearing a conversation about who the Jingyang prince's heir had jumped in to save. Stunned, she realized she had seen 2 individuals enter the water to help, but in her haste to evade the Wang heir, she had not noted who the other rescuer was. She inquired, who else jumped in to save them? Yinxing replied, it was the Jingyang prince's heir. Shen Tang was taken aback. Siagimo too? He jumped in to save someone? She was bewildered by his sudden change of character. With so many people on board, it seemed unnecessary for the esteemed Jingyang prince's heir to personally plunge into the water. Nevertheless, Shen Tang did not perceive his actions as a rescue for her. She was simply grateful for her swimming ability, thankful that she did not require saving. Had it not been for him, she might have needed assistance. And being rescued by a man in public would have tarnished her reputation, likely resulting in an obligation to marry him. After changing her attire and drying her hair, the ship finally docked. Following such an incident, Princess Rojia lost her desire to continue the lakeside outing. Had she known it would lead to such misfortune, she would have preferred to stay home and let her mother celebrate her birthday in peace. Shen Tang, unable to stop sneezing, drank the ginger soup in one go as Yinxing helped her out. She apologized to Princess Rojia, expressing her regret for disrupting the birthday festivities. "I'm just glad you were safe. Otherwise, I would feel guilty for a lifetime," Princess Rojia replied, knowing Shen Tang had been pushed into the water. As for whether Miss Li had acted intentionally, she was uncertain. Miss Li had not emerged unscathed either, clinging to the Wang air like an octopus. Her reputation was surely compromised. Miss Li emerged, her eyes swollen and red, the terror of near drowning still fresh. Upon seeing Shen Tang, her gaze seethed with animosity as if she wished to consume her whole. Shen Tang remained unfazed by her glare, but when Miss Li turned her ire towards Shen Xian, the latter began to falter. Exiting the ship, Yinxing quietly informed Shen Tang that Miss Li had been laughing with her before boarding. A chill washed over Shen Tang as she began to piece together the unfolding events. Chapter 36. The chill upon returning to the residence. Shen Tang was accompanied by Shen Xian. Inside the carriage, Shen Xian gazed at Shen Tang, gritting her teeth. "My dear sister, just how much have you concealed from me?" Wrapped in her cloak, Shen Tang cast her a sidelong glance. "We enter and exit together. When have I ever hidden anything from you?" It was precisely because they shared such experiences that Shen Xian was even more astonished. Shen Tang had not practiced sword dancing, yet she performed remarkably well, stealing the spotlight at the spring feast of the Prince of Longevity's residence. Now, she could even glide across the water. Recalling the look in Miss Li's eyes as she watched Shen Tang, Shen Xian felt restless, demanding, "When did you learn to glide across the water?" The tone of her inquiry resembled that of an interrogator, which displeased Shen Tang. Leaning against the carriage, she replied, "Would you believe me if I said I just learned it in the lake?" Shen Xian retorted coldly, "Am I so easily deceived? If you don an amp, oppose, to believe it, then so be it." Having been reborn without even informing her father, how could she share such secrets with Shen Xian? No matter how curious she was, she would have to keep it to herself. They were fully aware of how many people they had stuffed into her Qingyi courtyard. Every word and action of hers was under their watchful eyes, and no matter how hard they tried to figure it out, they would never discover that she had learned to glide at the residence of the Prince of Jingyang. Shen Tang fell silent, leaving Shen Xian inwardly frantic and at a loss. As Shen Tang sat in the carriage, she felt the chill seeping in, sneezing and sniffling. Upon her return, the incident of being accidentally pushed into the water by the eldest daughter of the Duke of Yongning had already reached the ears of the matriarch. Shen Tang did not go directly to Qingyi Courtyard, but instead made a stop at Songha Hall first. Before she even entered the room, her sneezing had already announced her arrival. The matriarch, upon seeing her, expressed her concern. "How could you fall into the water after leaving the house? Have you called for a doctor?" A maid quickly replied that Manager Li had already sent someone to fetch a physician. The matriarch urged Shen Tang, "You must return quickly. In this weather, falling into the water will surely lead to a chill and suffering." Silver Ginkgo could not comprehend why her young lady was so stubborn. There was no need to go to Songha Hall, and yet she insisted on making this detour. As soon as the matriarch spoke, she hurried to assist Shen Tang in leaving. After Shen Tang departed, the second madam inquired of Shen Xian what transpired. Shen Xian bit her lip before explaining, "I do not know. We were on the boat watching the Crown Prince's vessel approach, and Miss Li, for some reason, lunged forward, causing my second sister to fall overboard. In her panic, she inadvertently dragged Miss Li down with her." Pausing for a moment, Shen Xian continued, "It was our cousin who rescued Miss Li." The second madam's brow furrowed before finally relaxing. It was a stroke of fortune for an inept nephew from their family to marry the eldest daughter of the Duke of Yongning. However, how could Shen Tang glide across the water? The second madam inquired, "When did the second girl learn to glide?" Shen Xian shook her head, "I do not know." The matriarch also found it peculiar. Typically, young ladies of their standing would not learn such skills due to lack of opportunity, and even among young masters from noble families. Few could swim. Where had Tanger acquired such knowledge? The matriarch mused. Knowing how to glide is a good thing. If she could not, she would most likely have been saved by the young master of the Wang family, who, despite not yet being married, already had several concubines. Not to mention that Shen Tang is a legitimate daughter of the Marquis of Pingyuan. Even if she were a concubine, the matriarch would not approve of her marrying such a man. For the eldest daughter of the Duke of Yongning, marrying someone like him would ruin her life. When a matriarch learned that it was not only the young master of the Wang family who had jumped into the water to save people, but also the crown prince of Jingyang, she paused her beadwork, stunned. The crown prince of Jingyang had also jumped in to save someone? Mama Wang brought tea to the matriarch, chuckling. Indeed, the young master of the Wang family jumped in first, and then the crown prince of Jingyang followed suit. However, our second girl is quite capable. She did not give the crown prince a chance to save anyone. The matriarch. She raised her hand to rub her temples. At a loss for words. Her granddaughter had clearly had two opportunities presented to her to become the crown prince of Jingyang's consort, yet they had slipped away. For some reason, the matriarch felt there would be a third chance. Shen Tang had caught a chill, despite having promptly consumed ginger soup to ward off the cold. And the doctor having taken her pulse and prescribed medicine, she still succumbed to the ailment, her head heavy, her voice nasal and altered, leaning against the welcoming pillow. Her head felt as though it belonged to someone else. Silver Ginkgo entered with the medicine. Say, miss, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Yongning has also caught a chill. I heard she has developed a high fever. If she could glide and fell ill like this, Miss Li had nearly drowned, and the shock alone would have been enough for her to suffer. Being saved by the young master of the Wang family had tarnished her reputation, making it a wonder if she didn't and oppose fall ill. However, Shen Tang felt no sympathy for her. The Duke of Yongning had plotted against a good girl from another family to bring luck to his sickly son. Now, after failing, they were left humiliated, and their daughter was forced to marry someone of questionable character. One had to wonder if the Duke of Yongning could empathize with that. More importantly, this time in the water, Miss Li had brought it upon herself. She had no one else to blame. Not only had Shen Tang and Miss Li fallen ill, but the young master of the Wang family had also caught a chill. Silver Ginkgo was a bit curious, wondering if the crown prince of Jingyang had also fallen ill. He wouldn't oppose. Catch a chill, Shen Tang replied without a moment and oppose, as hesitation. Silver Ginkgo asked, how do you know? How did she know? Having lived under the same roof for 3 years, could she not be aware? A man who took cold baths in the winter would certainly not catch a chill from a brief dip in the lake. Of course, she could not voice that thought. Shen Tang replied, martial artists are not so easily affected by the cold. Silver Ginkgo countered, the young master of the Wang family is also skilled in martial arts. Shen Tang. This maid had learned to retort against her. Shen Tang shot Silver Ginkgo a glare. Silver Ginkgo said, I understand. The young master of the Wang family is not very proficient in martial arts. Silver Ginkgo offered the medicine to Shen Tang, who grimaced as she finished it, then rinsed her mouth and popped a candied fruit into her mouth. Shen Tang was uncertain about the medicine's effectiveness in treating her chill, but she was sure it would help with her insomnia. Before long, she fell into a deep slumber. She did not know how long she had slept, but when Shen Tang opened her eyes, she found someone seated by her bedside. In her drowsy state, she beheld a silver mask. A sudden jolt of fear coursed through her, and she was instantly wide awake. Why was he here again? Shen Tang suspected that he would eventually scare her to death. The room was empty except for the two of them. Silver Ginkgo must have gone out to stand guard. Shen Tang tried to speak, but a cough escaped her first. The man, filled with concern, remarked, just falling into the water. How could you be ill to this extent? After coughing for a while, nearly brought to tears, Shen Tang retorted, do you have any idea how cold the lake water is? He replied, then why did you fall into it? Did she want to fall in? Was this fool incapable of holding a proper conversation? Shen Tang shot him a glare. He asked, how did you learn to glide? The way he said it felt somewhat gritted through clenched teeth. Shen Tang found it odd. Is it so bad that I can glide? Good. Very good. It was indeed said through gritted teeth. Shen Tang looked at him in confusion. He pressed, who taught you? Shen Tang certainly would not divulge that it was the crown prince of Jingyang who had taught her. In her previous life, pushed into the water by Princess Chunin, she had nearly drowned, but Siagimo arrived just in time to save her. Afterward, he insisted she learn to glide, saying that it was easy for her to be envied. He could not always be there to save her, and so she reluctantly learned. But it proved true that she was indeed prone to attracting envy. Having multiple skills was never a burden. Feeling the man's gaze upon her, Shen Tang sensed an inexplicable familiarity in his eyes. Perhaps it is just a natural talent, she replied. Chapter 37. Intimacy. The man discerned that Shen Tang was reluctant to speak, merely offering him a perfunctory response. Yet he refrained from probing further. Fearful of his inquiries, Shen Tang inquired, "Have you come to see me regarding something?" The man gazed into her eyes, questioning whether one must have a reason to visit her. Shen Tang, pondering her own words, realized the inappropriateness of the situation. After all, this was her private chamber. A lady of her stature should not have visitors at will, especially without a valid purpose. Though she had no intention of remarrying in this lifetime, it did not imply that she was willing to sacrifice her reputation. Furthermore, there were other young ladies in the Ho residence who aspired to wed. A headache began to throb in Shen Tang's temples as she reflected on the security of the Jingyang prince and Appo's residence, which was far more stringent than the laxity at Pingyuan Marquis's estate, akin to a bustling marketplace where anyone could enter and exit freely. She raised a hand to massage her temples. The man observed her discomfort, remarking, "Are you unwell?" The physician from Pingyuan Marquis and Appo's residence is utterly inept. It has been 2 days, and you still show no signs of recovery. 2 days? Just yesterday at this time, I had not even fallen into the water. She thought, illness strikes suddenly and departs gradually. One cannot expect to recover from a fever so swiftly. Nonetheless, the concern reflected in his eyes stirred something unusual within her, leaving her feeling somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, at that moment, a knock at the door interrupted them, and the urgent voice of Ginkgo announced, "Miss, Princess Rugia has come to see you." Shen Tang had anticipated the visit from Princess Rugia, as it was she who had extended the invitation. But she had not expected her to arrive at this hour. Shen Tang quickly cast a glance at the man, silently urging him to leave, but was met with a gaze filled with helplessness and sorrow. The man's tone mirrored his expression as he said, "I shall take my leave for now and return later." Shen Tang thought, could not come back? She truly did not wish to be startled again, especially after the fright she had endured from falling into the water. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, the man had already leapt from the window. The horse awaited him beyond the walls of Pingyuan Marquis and Appo's estate. He vaulted over the wall and landed gracefully upon the steed. With no one around, feeling the weight of the mask on his face, he casually removed it, revealing an exceptionally handsome visage, none other than Siagimo, the heir of the Jingyang prince. Chen-Chi soon followed him over the wall, and a mask was thrown in his direction. Fumbling, Chen-Chi caught it and reported, "Master, I was just at Pingyuan Marquis and Appo's estate and inadvertently overheard a conversation between Miss Shun and Madame Shun." Siagimo grasped the reins, inquiring, "What did you hear?" Chen-Chi replied, "Miss Shun intends to quell the rumors of her being a widow by marrying her younger sister to young Master Wang. It was she who instigated the incident of her falling into the water yesterday." "Such malice!" Chen-Chi exclaimed, struggling to find words to convey the depth of his disdain. Were Miss Shun and her sister truly blood relatives? First, to avoid her own widowhood, she would push her sister into a marriage, and then, for the sake of her own reputation, she would offer her sister to someone like young Master Wang. To achieve her ends, she resorted to unscrupulous means. The thought that the heir had been entangled with such a venomous woman for half a year was an affront to his dignity. He pondered why Miss Shun's sister had been so adamantly opposed to the marriage. Even if she refused to enter the bridal sedan, she had not granted him the opportunity to rescue her. The Jingyang prince's residence and the Pingyuan Marquis's estate had been betrothed, yet the engagement had been retracted. For him to marry Miss Shun too would be an insurmountable challenge, and without any ties, how could he bring her home? The heir of the Duke had remarked that he had encountered his nemesis, and indeed, that was no exaggeration. How could a young lady of such stature learn to swim? Logically, she should not possess such skills. If Miss Shen were aware of her sister's abilities, she would not have plotted for her to fall into the water. Siagimo stared at the walls of Pingyuan Marquis's estate, his gaze inscrutable, revealing nothing of his thoughts. After a pause, he instructed, "Send someone to protect her. Should anything arise, inform me promptly." With that, he spurred his horse and rode away. Inside, Shen Tang reclined against the large welcoming pillow as her maid drew the beaded curtain aside, allowing Princess Rugia to enter. Noticing Shen Tang's pale complexion, the princess expressed her regret, saying, "Had I not invited you, you would not have had to endure such tribulations." Shen Tang gestured for Princess Rugia to take a seat. "My falling into the water has nothing to do with you, princess. My elder sister and Appo's engagement with the heir of Jingyang has been annulled. Your continued association with us sisters is already a favor." As Princess Rugia settled in, she observed Shen Tang's pallor, which was likely due to the chill from her fall. She moved her chair closer, saying, "Although I became acquainted with you due to the engagement between Miss Shen and the heir of Jingyang, I genuinely enjoy our conversations. Their annulment will not affect our friendship." Understanding the sincerity of Princess Rugia, Shen Tang nodded and remarked, "I recently acquired a prescription said to be effective against the chills from falling into water. I shall try it first, and if it proves beneficial, I will have my maid deliver it to you." Princess Rugia felt deeply touched. "You are suffering from the cold, yet you still think of me." Shen Tang dismissed her concerns. "It is merely a chill. A few days of medication will suffice." Princess Rugia nodded, and then broached the topic of the eldest daughter of the Yongning Duke's residence, stating, "I just came from Yongning Duke's estate, where Miss Li is in despair, unwilling to marry young Master Wang. Who would wish to marry him?" Shen Tang thought. Young Master Wang hailed from a modest background, was of average appearance, and lacked notable character. How could Miss Li ever be attracted to him? Young Master Wang had initially pursued her, knowing she could swim and would not require his rescue. Thus he decisively abandoned her for Miss Li. After all, such an opportunity would not come again. Now that they had shared intimate contact in public, Miss Li and Appo's reluctance to marry could not simply negate the engagement. Shen Tang was unaware that Miss Li not only refused to marry, but harbored a deep-seated hatred for young Master Wang. Had young Master Wang not saved her, she would have been rescued by the heir of Jingyang. Indeed, no one believed that the heir had jumped into the water to save Shen Tang. He had leapt in to save a girl who would rather perish alongside him than marry him for good fortune. With only two young ladies having fallen into the water, if neither had been Shen Tang, it was evident that the rescue was for Miss Li. It was absurd to think someone would jump into the water for leisure. As they conversed, Shen Xian and the others arrived, though they were not there to visit Shen Tang, but to attend to Princess Rugia. Given the close relationship between the Duchess of Duan and the Princess of Jingyang, Shen Xian was eager to solidify ties with Princess Rugia, believing that her goodwill would be far more beneficial than that of Madame Chongping. Princess Rugia had indeed come to check on Shen Tang, but after spending some time conversing, she decided not to disturb her rest any further. Rising, she said, "I shall take my leave for today and will visit you again on another occasion, Sister Shen Tang." Sister Shen Tang. The address was unexpectedly affectionate. Shen Xian had never heard Princess Rugia refer to her in such a manner, and a flicker of jealousy ignited within her heart. Hoping to converse with Princess Rugia a while longer, Shen Xian hurriedly approached, only to find that the princess was preparing to depart. Unable to dissuade her, Shen Xian escorted Princess Rugia out of the estate. Shen Ran and Shen Luo accompanied them as well. Once they had left, entered, announcing, "Madame Wang has come to the Marquis's estate, requesting Madame Heir to assist in proposing marriage to the Yongning Duke's residence." Chapter 38. The efficacy of medicine. It was entirely within Shen Tang's expectations that Madame Wang would request second Madame's assistance in proposing marriage to the Earl of Yongning's household. She was not surprised. Firstly, Miss Li had fallen into the water due to an unfortunate collision with Shen Tang, who had pulled her down. Secondly, the affairs of the Pingyuan Marquis were typically managed by second Madame, as there was no legitimate mistress in the household. The entire capital was aware that Shen Sui had no sons, and thus the title would undoubtedly be inherited by the second branch. The elder master and mistress were perceived as half-marquis and marquise when they stepped outside, while second madam's proposal was respectable. The eldest son of the Wang family was woefully inadequate, and the Earl of Yongning would undoubtedly be dissatisfied. Furthermore, given that Shen Yin had played a role in the recent misfortune, the Earl's attitude towards second madam would likely be less than cordial. As Shen Tang had anticipated, when second madam returned from the Earl's residence, her countenance was far from pleasant. The details of what transpired at the Earl's household that had incensed second madam remained unknown to Shen Tang. However, it was rare for a marriage proposal to be successfully concluded in a single visit, especially under the current circumstances where the Earl's household was filled with ire. It was unlikely that second madam would secure a favorable response without making several trips, even if this union appeared to be a foregone conclusion to outsiders. For 3 consecutive days, third madam had been busy navigating this issue, yet during this time, Shen Tang had not set foot outside her door. She had consulted a physician for her typhus, taking medicine 3 times daily, but instead of showing improvement, her condition exhibited signs of deterioration. On one particular day, Shen Tang reclined against a large pillow, beset by a throbbing headache, fatigue, and a severe sense of oppression in her chest. When Yin Xing entered with a bowl of medicine, she noticed Shen Tang clutching her chest and remarked, "Miss, you have taken the medicine for 3 days. How is it that there is still no sign of improvement? We must consult another physician." Typically, after 3 days of treatment, one would expect significant progress. The physician attending to her was Dr. Liu from the Huichun Hall, whose skills were commendable, making this lack of improvement perplexing. Shen Tang's gaze fell on the steaming bowl of medicine. "Who prepared this concoction for me?" she inquired, having spent the last few days closely observing Shen Tang. Yin Xing had grown wary and replied, "It was fourth sister who brewed the medicine, right outside in the corridor." It should be. Fourth sister was one of their own, and it was unlikely that anyone would tamper with the medicine in such an open setting. Yet the lack of improvement in Shen Tang's condition was undeniable. The issue must lie with the medicine itself. Once the medicine had been delivered to Qingyi Courtyard, there had been no opportunity for interference. However, what if it had been tampered with before being sent? The medicine had been procured from the clinic by people from the front courtyard. Shen Tang asked, "Is there any medicine left that has not been brewed?" Yin Xing replied, "There's one last packet. We must leave the estate and find a physician to examine it." Concerned for Shen Tang's health, Yin Xing did not dare to be negligent, and she set the medicine bowl down to attend to this matter. However, as she grasped the medicine packet, she hesitated, saying, "If I leave the estate alone, the gatekeeper will inspect what I carry out." Currently, within the marquisate, aside from a few matters that second madam could not control, all profitable tasks were managed by her people. While others might bribe their way out, second madam had always been strict with Shen Tang, meaning that any attempt by Yin Xing to handle this would face thorough scrutiny. It was indeed absurd that a legitimate daughter of a marquisate found it so difficult to send a maid out to investigate her medicine. Yet, Shen Tang was determined to proceed. She intended to send Yin Xing to find Steward Li, but just as she was about to speak, there was a gentle knock at the window. The sound was not loud, yet it startled both the young lady and her maid. Yin Xing glanced toward the open door and hurried to guard it. Shen Tang waited for the visitor to enter. However, after some time, when no man climbed through the window, she knitted her brows and, despite her dizziness, pushed aside the covers and got out of bed. Approaching the window, she opened it to find a figure clad in black, a familiar face that left Shen Tang momentarily speechless. Shen Shan declared, "My master is concerned for Miss Shen Er's safety and has sent me to protect you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me." "My master?" Shen Tang blurted out, "Aren't you one of the Prince of Jingyang's men?" This revelation shocked Chen Shan. How could Miss Shen Er know of his association with the Prince of Jingyang? Prior to being dispatched to the Pingyuan Marquisate, he rarely appeared in public, and he had never encountered Shen Tang before. Chen Shan looked at Shen Tang with confusion, pondering how she had discerned his identity, while in her eyes, he seemed perplexed at her words. Shen Tang wished she could bite her tongue. Although she had been reborn, the memories of her past life were indelibly etched in her mind. She pretended to have said nothing, turning to hand the medicine packet on the table to Chen Shan, saying, "Please take this." Chen Shan quickly responded, "This is my duty." He deftly maneuvered, disappearing along with the medicine packet from Shen Tang's sight. Much like in her previous life. In her past, approximately 6 months after marrying Siagimo, she had accompanied the princess of Jingyang to offer incense at the Dezhao temple. While wandering, she had encountered an assassination attempt, from which Chen Shan had rescued her. She had expressed her gratitude, and he had replied that it was his duty to protect her, before vanishing in a manner akin to what had just transpired. In her previous life, she had only seen Chen Shan that once, and his actions had left a profound impression on her. She had assumed he was sent by Siagimo to safeguard her, and after returning home, she had expressed her thanks to Siagimo, who had coldly replied, "Do you really think I would send someone to protect you?" They had always been at odds with one another. She had taken his words to imply that he aimed to keep an eye on her to prevent any indiscretions that might bring him shame. In truth, she had been mistaken. The one who had saved her was not his man. Shen Tang returned to her bed, feeling a mixture of emotions. After marrying Siagimo, the man had not shown himself again. Or perhaps he had, but she had been unaware. She had believed him to be dead, unaware that she owed a debt of gratitude for her life. Previously, Shen Tang had feared that he would come again, but now she found herself wanting to see him. Half an hour later, there was another knock at the window. Shen Tang initially thought it was Chen Shan returning with news about the medicine packet, and she hurriedly got out of bed. Just as she stepped down, the window was pushed open, and she once again encountered the silver mask. Seeing her out of bed, the man remarked, "You are still unwell. Why are you getting up?" Shen Tang replied, "I did an oppose to realize it was you." Wait. How did he know she was still unwell? It must have been communicated by the shadow guards. Shen Tang inquired, "Is there a problem with the medicine?" The man and oppose's gaze darkened as he replied, "The medicine you have taken was tainted with an ingredient that exacerbates cold symptoms, rendering its efficacy nearly null." She had suspected the medicine was compromised. She had exposed Shun Yan's schemes, forcing her to resort to using well water to feign illness. And publicly confronting Second Madam had provided her with a chance to retaliate. There was no way the Second Madam and her daughter would let such an opportunity slip by. It was also her carelessness that had taken her 3 days to realize the truth. Shen Tang was already feeling lightheaded, and upon hearing this revelation, her dizziness intensified. The man observed her condition closely, and a hint of murderous intent flickered in his deep-set eyes. Shen Tang clenched her fist beneath her sleeves and looked up at him, asking, "Can I request your assistance with a matter?" Just as the man was about to respond, another knock echoed at the window, accompanied by a voice calling, "Master." He moved towards the window, and after a brief exchange with the newcomer, he turned to Shen Tang and said, "You may command Chen Shan for any matters. If he cannot handle them, he will seek me out." As he prepared to leap from the window, Shen Tang called out, "Wait." He turned his gaze upon her. Shen Tang stepped closer and said, "Thank you for sending someone to protect me, not only in this life, but in the last as well." The latter part of her statement was only uttered in her heart. A slight smile curved the man and oppose's lips. A simple thank you was insufficient. Indeed, one word of gratitude was not enough. Shen Tang inquired, "What would you like in return?" She was willing to agree to anything within her means. The man did not specify his desires but leaned in close to whisper, "Once you recover from your illness, I will come to collect." Chapter 39. The prescription. Without uttering her demands, she would wait until the time came to claim what was owed. What could she offer in return? Shen Tang stamped her foot at the empty window. The thought of someone tampering with the medicine made her expression turn cold as she gazed outside. At that moment, Chen Shan appeared and inquired, "Miss Shen, what are your instructions?" Shen Tang whispered a few directives. As Chen Shan departed, a knock on the door announced the arrival of Yin Xing, who entered and said, "Miss, Manager Li has brought the imperial physician to check your pulse." Quickly, Shen Tang reclined against the large, welcoming pillow. Soon, Manager Li entered with the physician, and upon recognizing it was Dr. Zhao, Shen Tang felt a wave of surprise wash over her, followed by an uncontrollable flush in her ears. Among all the doctors in the capital, Dr. Zhao was the one she dreaded seeing the most. In her previous life, the embarrassment of having him examine her pulse was so profound that even now, the sight of him made her cheeks burn. In her past existence, when Siagimo suffered from chest tightness and irritability, she feared he was unwell and had Chun Chi summon a physician, who turned out to be Dr. Zhao. Upon examining Siagimo, Dr. Zhao had casually remarked that no medication was necessary. A few days of indulgence would suffice. Indulgence. She could scarcely describe how much she wished to sink into the earth at that moment. However, Siagimo was not in a better situation. That day, Dr. Zhao had nearly been thrown out of the Jingyang prince's residence. Since then, Dr. Zhao had never returned to the estate. Though Dr. Zhao was highly skilled, he seldom made house calls. Shen Tang merely had a slight cold, and it should have been sufficient to call upon a regular physician. Why then had they summoned a renowned physician, and why Dr. Zhao? No less. Shen Tang felt a twinge of doubt and an undercurrent of unease. Yin Xing brought a stool, allowing Dr. Zhao to sit and take Shen Tang and Appo's pulse. The more he examined, the more his brow furrowed. No wonder I was summoned, he murmured, and Shen Tang caught his words, a flicker of suspicion crossing her mind. Could it be that he had been summoned by him? After a prolonged examination, Dr. Zhao finally withdrew his hand and proceeded to write a prescription. Shen Tang coughed twice and remarked, as it happens, I have matters for Chiao Tong to attend to outside. She can pick up the medicine on her way back. She felt uneasy about entrusting the task to anyone else. Manager Li handed the prescription to Chiao Tong. Just then, Wang Mama entered, bowing to Dr. Zhao, expressing surprise that the Marquis had called upon him to attend to the second young lady. She mentioned that the old madam had been feeling a bit dizzy lately and requested Dr. Zhao to take some time to examine her as well. Dr. Zhao agreed and followed Wang Mama out. As Manager Li prepared to leave, Shen Tang called after him. Manager Li, do you have any instructions? She asked. Was it my father who summoned Dr. Zhao? Manager Li replied, I cannot say for certain. The Marquis did not send anyone with a formal request, and Dr. Zhao came of his own accord. He suspected it was unlikely that the Marquis had arranged for Dr. Zhao's visit. These past few days, the Marquis had been preoccupied with affairs, hardly taking the time to check on the second young lady. Had it not been for Dr. Zhao's arrival, indicating that Shen Tang and Appo's condition was serious, he would have remained unaware of her worsening ailment. Yet apart from the Marquis, it was improbable that anyone else in the Marquisate had summoned Dr. Zhao. It was unlikely that an outsider would have done so. With no further instructions from Shen Tang, Manager Li took his leave. Shen Tang increasingly believed it was him. Her father would not have been so meticulous as to request a specific physician. Moreover, Dr. Zhao's remarks hinted that her ailment was likely more serious than it appeared. Before long, Shen Tang realized her suspicions were correct. Chiao Tong returned with the medicine. N.C.R. entered the corridor with the concoction ready to be served. Just as Shen Tang was about to take the medicine, a knock resounded at the window. Yin Xing prepared to step out to guard the door, but Shen Tang interjected, there's no need to go out. Yin Xing had been guarding the door so frequently that Shen Tang worried it might raise suspicion. Yin Xing hesitated, looking at Shen Tang in confusion. Shen Tang placed the medicine bowl down and approached the window. Chen Shan handed her several packets of medicine, and she asked, what is this? Chen Shan responded, the master instructed that Miss Shen should take this medicine. A chill settled in Shen Tang's heart. Why had Dr. Zhao prescribed 2 sets of medication for her? Chen Shan admitted, I do not know. Then I shall not take it. You may return it, Shen Tang declared. She had initially asked Chen Shan to procure medicine to consult a physician. It was clear that a man had summoned Dr. Zhao. Chen Shan could not have been ignorant of this. Known for her fiery temperament, Shen Tang was well aware that Chen Shan understood her nature. He could only relay the truth. The packets contained a potent cold remedy, and prolonged use could hinder a woman and Appo's fertility. Fortunately, Shen Tang had not taken them for long. The master was worried, hence the reason for Dr. Zhao's visit. Dr. Zhao had refrained from directly prescribing anything because he believed Shen Tang had been cursed with misfortune in her relationships, making it difficult for her to find a suitor. If more rumors circulated, her prospects would worsen. Hence, he had only prescribed medication for her cold. Before Chen Shan could finish speaking, Shen Tang and Appo's expression turned icy, akin to a layer of frost settling upon her. Yin Xing stood nearby, trembling with rage. The second madam and the eldest young lady had resorted to levels of malice beyond her imagination. They had attempted to poison Shen Tang, selling her to the heir of the Chongping Marquis, and now they were sabotaging her medicine to ensure she would never bear children. Had Shen Tang committed some grave offense against them in her previous life to warrant such relentless harm? Shen Tang felt a cold rage envelop her. Though she had no intention of marrying or bearing children, there was a profound difference between the choice not to and the inability to. The fury within her was enough to drive her to murderous intent. Chun Shan stated, "The matters you instructed have been handled." Before he could finish, the door swung open, and he vanished from the window's view. Shen Tang turned to see Chiu Tong hastily enter, and upon confirming Shen Tang was unharmed, she sighed in relief. "It is good that you are well," Mississippi Yin Xing, puzzled, asked. "What could possibly be wrong?" Chiu Tong replied, "The second master, the second madam, and the eldest young lady suddenly fell ill, experiencing severe vomiting and diarrhea. They suspect the food from the main kitchen may have been the cause." Clearly, the ones who had tampered with Shen Tang and Appo's medicine were either Shen Xian or the second madam. After enduring 3 days of miserable medication with no effect, Shen Tang could not bear the indignity and instructed Chun Shan to administer a laxative to the second madam and Shen Xian, ensuring they too would suffer for their deeds. Only instructing Chun Shan to administer a laxative was born from her belief that the medicine was merely diluted and not a matter of grave concern. Had she known the second madam and her daughter were so vicious, she would have undoubtedly commanded Chun Shan to procure poison. Shen Tang already felt suffocated, and her anger was mounting. Yet, she refrained from asking Chun Shan for poison, but the laxatives nearly cost the lives of Shen Xian, the second master, and the second madam. The trio suffered relentless diarrhea for 4 to 5 days, requiring the attendance of several physicians. While Shen Tang's cold had improved, they had yet to recover from their ordeal. Chapter 40. Compensation. On this day, the spring sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. After being confined indoors for 6 or 7 days due to a bout of typhoid fever, Shen Tang could no longer endure the stifling atmosphere of her quarters. Following breakfast, she decided to visit the old lady to pay her respects, accompanied by a ginkgo tree branch. The old lady, having not seen Shen Tang for several days, was relieved to find her looking somewhat spirited despite her significant weight loss. With a warm and affectionate gaze, she expressed her concern, advising Shen Tang to rest a few more days indoors after her recent illness, asserting that paying her respects could certainly wait a few more days. Shen Tang, displaying her usual obedience, replied, "I apologize for worrying you, grandmother. I've been cooped up in this room for so long that I felt as though I might suffocate. I simply wished to take a stroll." After a brief pause, she inquired, "I heard from Mama Wang that you had been feeling faint. Are you feeling better now?" The old lady was pleasantly surprised that Shen Tang, despite her own illness, had been thinking of her. Her expression softened further as she mentioned that after taking the medicine prescribed by physician Zhao, she was feeling much improved. Third Aunt chimed in, praising physician Zhao's exceptional skills, noting that without his medicine, they would not know when second sister and the others would recover from their ailments. Shen Tang was unaware that it was physician Zhao who had treated Shen Xian and the others for their diarrhea. Shen Xian, second aunt, and second master had all suffered from severe vomiting and diarrhea, and after consulting several physicians with no improvement, the old lady had sent someone to fetch physician Zhao using Shun Sui's invitation. However, physician Zhao had not come in person and merely sent back a bottle of anti-diarrheal medicine, which had finally halted their symptoms. Unable to contain her curiosity, Shen Luo turned to Shen Tang, wondering who had summoned physician Zhao to their household. "Does second sister know?" Shen Tang blinked and replied, "Wasn't he a father who invited him? If it were the Marquis who had invited him, there would be no need to ask." After pondering a moment, she added, "There are not many in the capital who would concern themselves with my well-being. I heard from a maidservant that after I fell into the water, the Jiang family inquired about my condition. Could it be that my grandfather was the one who sought out physician Zhao for me? Indeed, aside from the Pingyuan Marquisate, the only family in the vast capital that would be concerned for Shen Tang was the Jiang family. Yet, even with Shun Sui's invitation, physician Zhao had not come, but had merely sent a bottle of medicine. Did the Jiang family possess enough influence to summon him? The old lady harbored doubts, but refrained from voicing them. Matters of personal connections often transcend mere power and status. Perhaps the Jiang family had indeed aided physician Zhao in some way. For over a decade, due to Shun Yan's disappearance, the Pingyuan Marquis and the Jiang family had nearly severed ties. Concerned for Shen Tang and Shen Xian, the Jiang family had not dared to visit, but had only sent servants to inquire about their well-being. The thought that physician Zhao might have been summoned by the Jiang family left the old lady feeling somewhat uneasy. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Tang said, "Grandmother, I wish to visit the Jiang family again in a couple of days. Mother has asked me to express her filial piety. The last time I went, I was injured and had to rush back, leaving my grandmother wanting for my company during lunch. I truly feel remorseful without the consent of the old lady and Shen Sui. Shen Tang could not leave the Marquis. Shen Sui was often out early and returned late, and even when Shen Tang was ill, she rarely saw her father. Therefore, she had no choice but to seek her grandmother and aunt, Oppos, as approval. With eager eyes, she looked at the old lady, who, unable to refuse, understood the Jiang family and Oppos' affection for Shen Tang. However, she could not help but harbor resentment towards the Jiang family for the loss of her beloved grandson, who had disappeared after attending the Lantern Festival with them. The grief-stricken Jiang family had been devastated, leading to the old lady's deep-seated bitterness. After more than a decade since the passing of the Jiang matriarch, who had appeared in dreams urging Shen Tang to fulfill her filial duties, the old lady's heart softened. When you decide to go, inform your second aunt in advance, so she can prepare some nourishing supplements to take along. Shen Tang was taken aback by her grandmother and Oppos' unexpected consent and the offer to bring along supplements, which was nearly unprecedented in the past decade. She could not help but feel delighted, initially intending to simply pay her respects and leave. Shen Tang lingered longer and then went to the flower hall to observe Shun Ran and Shun Luo embroidering. However, the quality of their embroidery was rather subpar, leaving much to be desired. After watching for a while with little interest, Shen Tang decided to take a stroll in the garden and bid farewell to the old lady. Just as she exited the flower hall, she encountered second aunt entering. Third aunt remarked with a smile, "It's commendable that second sister is feeling better and has already been bustling about." This being the fourth time she has advocated for the marriage proposal between the eldest son of the Wang family and the eldest daughter of the Yongning Duke's residence. Has the Yongning Duke's residence finally relented? Second aunt replied, "The Yongning Duke's residence has indeed agreed to the marriage." Third aunt then said, "That is certainly worthy of congratulations for the Wang family, given the eldest son's character and reputation. Securing a marriage with the legitimate daughter of the Yongning Duke's residence is truly a stroke of good fortune. Otherwise, with second aunt's temperament, she would not have persisted in visiting repeatedly." Second aunt took a seat and addressed the old lady. Although the Yongning Duke's residence has ultimately consented to the marriage, they are not entirely satisfied with this match. Marrying my nephew does indeed bring some distress to Miss Li. She did not intentionally push the second daughter into the water. Rather, she was dragged down by the second daughter. Thus, our Marquis should offer some form of compensation. The mention of compensation caused the old lady's brow to furrow deeply. Shen Tang's anger flared as she stepped forward to question, "Why should our Marquis compensate Miss Li? It was she who collided with me, and in my moment of panic, I merely pulled her down with me. I was simply attending the birthday celebration of Princess Rugia and suffered this ordeal without reason. I have not held her accountable, considering our future connections through her marriage to the eldest son of the Wang family. I ask second aunt, in what way have I wronged Miss Li that warrants compensation?" Shen Tang understood the origin of the notion of compensation. Second aunt intended for Shen Xian to push her into the water, allowing the eldest son of the Wang family to come to her rescue. Shen Xian was likely fearful of being reprimanded by the old lady and had thus seized upon this opportunity to involve Miss Li, who already harbored resentment towards her. However, none had anticipated that she would drag Miss Li into the fray as well, and ultimately, it was Miss Li who would bear the brunt of their schemes, not Shen Tang. The sisters of the Pingyuan Marquis were embroiled in conflict, and Miss Li was caught in the crossfire, jeopardizing her future. The Yongning Duke and his wife would never agree to such a marriage. Consequently, they could not avoid marrying off their daughter, but would need to demand a greater compensation for her. They could not suffer this loss without recompense. Second aunt dared not approach the Yongning Duke's wife directly. Even if the old lady held a fondness for Shen Xian, she would never allow Shen Xian's schemes to go unpunished. To suggest that the Marquis offer compensation? Absolutely not. Second aunt had not expected Shen Tang to be present in Song Hall and to react so vehemently. With a cold gaze, she retorted, Miss Li did not intentionally push you into the water. Does the second daughter possess no compassion whatsoever? To accuse someone devoid of empathy while being the architect of such misdeeds is truly the height of absurdity. Shen Tang scoffed inwardly and asked second aunt, Is this compensation something you are offering voluntarily, or is it demanded by the Yongning Duke's residence? With that single inquiry, second aunt was rendered speechless. She could not claim it was a voluntary offer. No one would be foolish enough to do so, as it would clearly reveal her intent to enrich her own family at the expense of the Marquis. The old lady would never permit second aunt to plunder the Marquis for her maternal family's benefit, stating that the Yongning Duke's residence was demanding it would be even less plausible, as the Pingyuan Marquis would never acquiesce to such a request. To have their second daughter pushed into the water, suffering from typhoid fever, and then be expected to provide compensation? If they were to concede, the Pingyuan Marquis would have no standing left in the capital. Chapter 41. Tonic Shen Tang simply gazed at the second madam, awaiting her response. Everyone in the room fixed their eyes on the second madam, who was seething with suppressed fury. Her silence did not render her invisible, as the second madam remained mute. The old madam presumed her acquiescence, her countenance hardening. If she desired to lavish attention on the eldest daughter of the Yongning Count's estate and the Wang family, let her supplement them from her own dowry. However, to encroach upon the public funds of the Marquis and Damp, Oppo's estate would necessitate relinquishing her authority over household affairs. The old madam, typically a staunch defender of the second madam's prestige, even in reprimand refraining from doing so before servants and younger members of the family, had her own inviolable principles. The second madam and Damp, Oppo's actions had provoked her to the point of disregard for decorum. Panic seized the second madam. I didn't Damp, Oppo's mean to imply. It Damp, Oppo's best if you didn't Damp, Oppo's The second madam dared not utter another word of defense, inwardly wishing 1,000 deaths upon Shen Tang. Unable to linger any longer, the second madam rose to take her leave. Following the second madam and Oppo's departure, Shen Tang also exited the Hall of Pine and Crane. Observing the second madam heading towards the Qinglan courtyard, Shen Tang instructed Yinxing to inform the second madam that she would be visiting the Jiang family the following day and required her to prepare tonics. Yinxing's eyelids twitched. The second madam was currently in a fit of pique. Was it truly wise to proceed? She intended to address the matter precisely while the second madam was in such a state. Qinglan courtyard. Shen Han reclined against a large bolster, her complexion pallid and her breath faint. Although both she and the second madam had suffered from vomiting and diarrhea, Shen Han had recently recovered from a bout of typhoid fever, leaving her constitution weakened. The days of vomiting and diarrhea had further emaciated her already slender frame. The second madam's heart ached at the sight of her diminished state. Shen Han inquired, Has the Yongning Count's estate agreed to marry the eldest daughter of the Li family to the eldest son of the Wang family? The second madam replied, They have agreed, but the Yongning Count's estate is unwilling. Your second aunt vehemently opposed it, preventing the Yongning Count's consort from seeking redress. The Yongning Count's estate demands 10,000 taels to settle the matter. Shen Han's face grew unsightly, and she exclaimed in a panic, Grandmother and father will never agree to compensate the Yongning Count's estate with such a sum. The second madam reassured her, You simply focus on recuperating. I will devise a solution for the financial matter. Shen Han nodded slightly. The second madam adjusted the quilt for her. A maidservant knocked on the door outside, and, standing beyond the beaded curtain, announced second madam. Yinxing, the second Mrs. Maidservant, has come to convey a message. She says that the second miss will be visiting the Jiang family tomorrow, and the old madam has instructed you to prepare some tonics for the second miss to take with her. Shen Tang had provoked the old madam to reprimand her before so many people with just a few words. The The second madam was already struggling to contain her resentment, and now she dared to ask her to prepare tonics to take to the Jiang family. The second madam and Apos. Gaze turned as cold as if it had been steeped in poison. Upon returning to the Qingyi courtyard, Shen Tang busied herself with her own affairs. However, by evening, the second madam had not yet sent anyone to deliver the prepared tonics. Shen Tang did not instruct anyone to press the matter. The following day, after partaking in breakfast, Shen Tang dispatched Yinxing to deliver a medicinal prescription to the princess of Rugia. She then led Xiotong to the Hall of Pine and Crane to pay her respects to the old madam. From afar, she observed a maidservant carrying a large red, gold-trimmed invitation into the Hall of Pine and Crane. As Shen Tang approached the screen, she overheard the second madam saying, "The grand imperial concubine, Su, will soon be celebrating her birthday. During my last visit, she playfully teased Honor, suggesting that Honor and the heir apparent of Jingyang accompany her to offer birthday felicitations. Now that Honor's health has not fully recovered, I wonder if she will be able to attend the grand imperial concubine Su's birthday celebration." If Shen Han had not feared widowhood and refused to offer herself to ward off misfortune from the heir apparent of Jingyang, she could have indeed accompanied him to offer birthday felicitations to the grand imperial concubine Su. Alas, there was no remedy for regret in this world. The old madam said, even if her health were to improve, her complexion would not. You may take Tanger and Ranner instead. Shen Ran, who was present in the room, was immediately overjoyed upon hearing that she could attend. Ordinarily, she would not have been permitted to go. Typically, only one young lady was taken to offer birthday felicitations. While it was acceptable for Shen Tang and Shen Han to attend together as twins, including Shen Ran, would be excessive. Shen Tang stepped forward and performed a curtsy to the old madam. She was attired in a light purple dress and adorned with the jewelry set bestowed upon her by the old madam, her every gesture exuding grace and poise. The old madam smiled and remarked, "This ensemble is quite becoming." Shen Tang said, "Grandmother, I will be departing for the Jiang family shortly." As she spoke, Shen Tang turned her gaze towards the second madam and inquired, "Second aunt, have the tonics for the Jiang family been prepared?" The second madam looked at the old madam and replied, "When a maidservant informed me yesterday, I happened to be at Honor's residence." Honor, upon hearing that second miss was going to the Jiang family to fulfill her filial duties on behalf of her elder sister-in-law, expressed her desire to accompany you. Therefore, I did not prepare any, intending to wait until Honor recovered and then have his sisters visit the Jiang family together. Shen Tang knew that the second madam would undoubtedly create some sort of disturbance for her, but she had not anticipated that she would be waiting for her here. Shen Tang said, "Elder sister's health is frail, and she is unable to visit the Jiang family today. I can wait for her to recover and then accompany her on another trip. Why must I wait for elder sister to recover before going?" The second madam said, "Your elder sister has been despondent these past few days, and I cannot bear to refuse her. Can second miss not postpone her visit to the Jiang family for a few days for her sake?" "I cannot." Shen Tang and Apos. Gaze was resolute as she looked at the old madam and said, "Grandmother, it is not that I am unwilling to wait for elder sister to go together. If elder sister were able to accompany me, the entire Jiang family would be overjoyed. However, during my last visit to the Jiang family, I did not have the opportunity to see my maternal grandfather, uncles, and cousins. I was thinking that since today is a rest day, they should all be at home, which is why I wanted to go today. Second aunt altered my itinerary without even informing me. I instructed stewardly to send someone to the Jiang family to give them advance notice this morning. She was going to fulfill her filial duties on behalf of her mother, to give advance notice and then not go. Causing her maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother to wait for her would not be an act of filial piety. The old madam looked at the second madam. The second madam hastily acknowledged her error, saying, "I was negligent. I have been ill these past few days and preoccupied with the Wang family's affairs. I forgot about this matter after returning from Honor's residence." Shen Tang said, "I went empty-handed last time. Perhaps I should go today first, or have steward Li prepare a portion of tonics for me. It wouldn't take much time." In any case, she was determined to visit the Jiang family today. She would not allow Shen Han to visit the Jiang family, nor would she go with Shen Han. The old madam nodded and was about to agree when the second madam interjected, "I should prepare them." Stewardly is already busy enough with matters in the outer courtyard. The second madam immediately discussed with the old madam which tonics to bring, such as bird's nest, cordyceps, lingji, and deer antler. Once they had decided, she instructed the maidservants to prepare them. Shen Tang sat for a full 3/4 of an hour before the maidservants entered with the tonics, fully prepared. Shen Tang eagerly rose to take her leave of the old madam. Qiudong received the gift boxes from the maidservants and followed Shen Tang out of the estate. When Shen Tang arrived at the main gate of the Marquis's estate, the carriage was already waiting there. Qiudong assisted Shen Tang into the carriage and then boarded herself. Once Shen Tang was seated, the page urged the carriage onward. Shen Tang and Appo's gaze fell upon the gift boxes that Qiudong had placed on the seat. She said, "Open the gift boxes and take a look." Qiudong felt that there was nothing to see, but she complied with Shen Tang's instructions. Qiudong opened the topmost gift box, which contained bird's nest, the snow-white nest being exceptionally beautiful. Qiudong said this bird's nest is quite good, even better than what the old madam usually eats. The word good had barely escaped her lips when it caught in her throat. As Shen Tang picked up a nest of bird's nest from the top, Qiudong saw how inferior the bird's nest placed underneath was, with large amounts of bird feathers visible. Shen Tang exclaimed angrily, "Stop!" The page halted the carriage. Shen Tang opened the other gift boxes. The cordyceps were either thin and small or broken and worthless. The lingji was shriveled, and the deer antler was of the lowest quality. Qiudong's face burned with shame, regretting her earlier comment. The old madam had instructed the second madam to prepare the tonics, and the second madam had prepared such inferior goods. Was this not an insult to the Jiang family? Shen Tang clenched her fists and said, "Return to the Marquis's estate." The page turned the carriage around and stopped it in front of the main gate of the Marquis's estate. Seeing Shen Tang return, the gatekeepers all looked at her. Shen Tang did not wait for Qiudong to assist her, but alighted from the carriage. She hurried back towards the inner courtyard, but after walking halfway, she turned towards Shen Sui and Appo's study. Chapter 42. On command in the study, Shen Sui was engrossed in writing an official document. A voice from outside interrupted him, announcing, "My lord, the second young lady has arrived." "How did Tang and Appo's her come here?" "Let her in," he instructed. The servant pushed open the door, and Shen Tang entered. Setting down his wolf hair brush, Shen Sui looked up to see Shen Tang's eyes glistening, as if she was holding back tears. Concerned, he asked, "What troubles you?" Shen Tang shook her head, assuring him she was fine, but her voice trembled as she admitted, "I have been short of funds lately and wish to borrow 100 taels." Her tone grew increasingly choked with emotion. Shen Tang had never before asked her father for money. This was the first time across 2 lifetimes. Shen Sui was taken aback, never having considered that his daughter could be in need of money. Was it truly so distressing to ask her father for a mere 100 taels? A wave of guilt washed over him as he opened the drawer and handed her 1,000 taels. Shen Tang shook her head, insisting that 100 taels would suffice. "Father has more than just one daughter. If you give me this, it would appear you are favoring me over my elder sister, and grandmother would not permit such indulgence." She was resolute yet aggrieved. Reluctantly, Shen Sui exchanged 1,000 taels for 100, and Shen Tang accepted it with a bow before taking her leave. However, the image of her suppressed grievances lingered in his mind, causing him to furrow his brow. He understood his daughter's temperament. If she chose not to speak, he could not pry it from her. Once Shen Tang exited, a man entered the study. Shen Sui instructed, "Follow her and see what she is up to." Having received the 100 taels, Shen Tang wiped away her tears and continued on her way with Qiudong. Upon reaching the entrance, she was confronted with several humiliating gift boxes, which soured her expression. Qiudong hurriedly rearranged the boxes, placing them at her feet to avoid inciting her anger. After Shen Tang settled into the carriage, she instructed the driver to the treasure pavilion. Within no time, the carriage halted before the establishment. The treasure pavilion, renowned in the capital for its health supplements, welcomed her as she entered. A young attendant approached eagerly, inquiring, "Miss, what would you like to purchase?" "Our products are the finest in the capital." Shen Tang recited the list prepared by the second madam. For Qian of cordyceps, 2 liang of bird's nest, one superior grade of Ganoderma, and one liang of deer antler. Ensure they are the best. The attendant quickly complied, presenting the items for her approval before packaging them. The total came to 95 taels and 7 chien, but after a discount, only 95 taels were collected. As Qiu Tong carried the gift boxes, she assisted Shen Tang back into the carriage. Upon taking her seat, Shen Tang discarded the supplements meant for the Jiang family, carelessly tossing them to a beggar outside the treasure pavilion. Qiu Tong remarked, though the second madam's actions are excessive, those supplements hold value. Are you not concerned about returning to report this to the matriarch? Ingrained with the habit of not questioning her mistress and Appo's decisions, Qiu Tong hesitated to retrieve the discarded items until Shen Tang firmly commanded, "Do not pick them up." Just as Qiu Tong's hand almost touched the boxes, she retracted it and silently followed the carriage. The beggar eagerly began to open the boxes, but Shen Sui's man appeared, tossing a tael of silver into her broken bowl before taking the boxes away. The man returned to the Pingyuan Marquis's residence, having scaled the walls to enter, and brought the boxes into the study. Inside, Steward Li was reporting matters to Shen Sui when the man entered, prompting Shen Sui to inquire, "Why have you returned so soon?" The man replied, "The second young lady borrowed 100 taels and went to the treasure pavilion, where she spent 95 taels to repurchase some supplements, discarding what the Marquis's residence had prepared for her." Shen Sui's gaze fell upon the gift boxes, which the man began to open one by one. With each item revealed, Shen Sui's expression darkened further, culminating in a blazing fury as he questioned, "To whom were these supplements sent?" Steward Li hurriedly responded, "The second young lady went to the Jiang family." Shen Sui's already grim visage grew even more severe. Rising in anger, the man interjected, "I have one more matter to report to the Marquis." At this, Steward Li swiftly gathered the gifts and exited. Shen Sui, suppressing his rage, asked, "What further news do you have?" The man replied, "Someone has been secretly following the second young lady." Shen Sui's brow furrowed. "Following Tanga?" The man nodded, explaining that the follower had skills on par with his own, yet posed no threat to Shen Tang, claiming to be under orders to protect her. Having accompanied her from a Marquis's residence to the treasure pavilion and then to the Jiang family. Protecting his daughter? Shen Sui frowned. Under whose orders? Meanwhile, Shen Tang sat in the carriage, simmering with anger. Qiu Tong cautiously suggested, "Do not let your health suffer," my lady, wiping a tear from her eye. Shen Tang dismissed her concern. There is no reason to be upset. Yet how could she not be? The second madam and Appo's recent actions had become increasingly intolerable. As they approached the Jiang family, Shen Tang pulled out a hand mirror to ensure her eyes did not betray her distress before disembarking. On her previous visit, Shen Tang had startled the Jiang family. This time, her arrival was even more astonishing. Although she had promised to return, few had taken her seriously. The doorkeeper quickly sent word to the matriarch and elder master, then eagerly assisted in setting up a footstool, his face beaming with delight. Shen Tang and Qiu Tong strode into the Jiang household, making their way to the matriarch's quarters in the cypress's courtyard. Midway, she encountered the two Jiang sisters, who rushed over. Jiang Ning exclaimed joyfully, "Cousin, you truly meant it when you said you would visit often." Shen Tang smiled. "I knew you would not believe me, but now you must." The sisters nodded eagerly. Jiang Ning added, "Does this mean we can visit you at the Pingyuan Marquis and Appo's residence? We were too afraid to come see you after your illness. Even when you were ill, we could not visit. Are we still cousins?" Jiang Li remarca. Shen Tang, Dao Jiet, replied, "If you wish to see me, you're always welcome at the Marquis's residence." Jiang Ning nodded enthusiastically. Shen Tang and the sisters continued their lively conversation, with Qiu Tong trailing behind. In the household, it was common knowledge regarding the relationship between the Pingyuan Marquis's residence and the Jiang family. Qiu Tong, aware of the dynamics, pondered the bond between the cousins, which, despite its closeness, had been largely neglected. She also wondered if the lost heir would ever be found. Chapter 43 Reflection within the confines of the room. Grandmother Jiang reclined on the Luohan couch. As Shen Tang entered, she could hardly wait to pay her respects before Grandmother Jiang beckoned her to sit beside her. Shen Tang obediently complied. Observing Shen Tang's face, Grandmother Jiang's heart ached at how much weight she had lost after a mere fall. She wondered how many days it would take to restore her health. She felt sorrow not only for Shen Tang, but also for Shen Xian, who had similarly fallen ill, endured a broken engagement, and was likely in a dreadful state. Reflecting on the rumors that Shen Tang was a harbinger of misfortune, Grandmother Jiang felt a deep pang of sympathy. It was clear that Shen Tang, who had grown up without a hitch, had recently faced a series of distressing events that had turned her idyllic life upside down. Noticing the compassion in Grandmother Jiang's eyes, Shen Tang reassured her, "Grandmother, I am fine. You know that Mother wishes for me to fulfill my filial duties on her behalf. I have brought many nourishing supplements for you today." A flicker of surprise crossed Grandmother Jiang's gaze. Due to the loss of her grandson, Lady Shen had harbored grievances against the Jiang family, fearing for Shen Tang and Shen Xian's safety, and thus keeping them from visiting. The two families resided in the capital, yet she had not seen her granddaughter for an entire year, which left her feeling uneasy. However, she recognized that the Jiang family bore responsibility for this oversight and felt guilty towards the Pingyuan Marquisate. As long as Shen Tang and Shen Xian were well, the Jiang family sought nothing more. The fact that Lady Shen had prepared nourishing supplements for Shen Tang to bring was a momentous occasion. Grandmother Jiang's eyes glistened with tears. It had been nearly 16 years since Yan had gone missing, and this was the first time such a gesture had occurred. Grandmother Jiang surmised that Lady Shen had come to believe Shen Tang's words about the Jiang family's dream. Harboring hope that her lost grandson was indeed in the capital and would soon be found, which softened her previous disdain for the Jiang family. Choking back her emotions, Grandmother Jiang expressed her gratitude, instructing Shen Tang to extend her thanks to her grandmother, promising to personally visit and express her gratitude once they had recovered her eldest grandson. Shen Tang nodded earnestly, and Grandmother Jiang smiled as she remarked, "The last time you visited, your grandfather was not home, and he regretted it for several days. Fortunately, he is in the house today." As they spoke, old Master Jiang entered, and Shen Tang rose to pay her respects, greeting him warmly. Old Master Jiang's eyes glistened with tears of joy as he remarked, "Just as your grandmother said, you resemble your mother more and more as you grow. It is as if you're crafted from the same mold. The Pingyuan Marquisate has raised you well, and your mother would surely be pleased if she were aware." Shen Tang understood that old Master Jiang was referring to her triumph at the spring banquet in the royal palace, where she had won the top prize and showcased her skills in water dancing. In truth, as Lady Jiang lay on her deathbed, she had wished to entrust Shen Tang to the Jiang family for her upbringing, given that Shen Sui had managed to steal away her newborn son right under her nose. Lady Jiang was concerned about leaving Shen Tang in the Pingyuan Marquisate, especially considering her desire to eliminate Shen Xian. However, she faced opposition. The old lady did not permit it, and Shen Sui also refused. Despite this being Lady Jiang's dying wish, the Jiang family had failed to protect their granddaughter, allowing her to be taken from right beneath their eyes, which made them reluctant to retrieve Shen Tang. Thus, she remained in the Pingyuan Marquisate, growing up there. Observing Shen Tang's grace and her proficiency in sword dancing and water skills, Old Master Jiang and Grandmother Jiang felt a sense of relief that the Jiang family could not have nurtured her as well as she had been. Jiang Ning asked, "Cousin, has your fever subsided? Can you stay at the Jiang residence to share a meal with grandfather and grandmother?" Shen Tang nodded, promising to have lunch before returning home. Grandmother Jiang, delighted, immediately instructed the maid to have the kitchen prepare additional dishes. At this moment, Grandmother Jiang paused, realizing she didn't even know what her own granddaughter liked to eat. Shen Tang suggested, "Let us prepare a couple of dishes that Mother enjoyed during her lifetime." Mentioning her daughter made Grandmother Jiang's heart ache, but she smiled and instructed the housekeeper to make arrangements. As Shen Tang sat beside Grandmother Jiang, conversing with her, Old Master Jiang inquired about Shen Xian. Although Shen Tang was reluctant to bring up Shen Xian, she answered all his questions. After spending about half an hour with Old Master Jiang and Grandmother Jiang, they reluctantly allowed Shen Tang and Jiang Li and Jiang Ning to visit the garden. The group strolled through the garden, and as lunchtime approached, Madame Jiang remarked, "Your two uncles are busy with official matters and could not be summoned. I do not know where your two cousins have gone so early in the day. Next time you visit, please inform us in advance so we can enjoy a reunion meal together." Shen Tang nodded in agreement. Grandmother Jiang placed a piece of sweet and sour ribs into Shen Tang's bowl, saying, "This was your mother's favorite dish. Try it and see if you like it." Shen Tang picked it up, taking a bite, and found a flavor perfectly balanced, neither greasy nor heavy. "I quite like it," she replied. Watching Shen Tang relish the sweet and sour ribs, Grandmother Jiang was momentarily transported back to when her daughter was still at home, unmarried. How quickly 20 years had passed. The entire Jiang family adored Shen Tang, eagerly piling her plate high with dishes. Before she could finish one, her bowl was already stacked with food. Feeling uncomfortably full, Shen Tang protectively held her bowl, stating, "I cannot eat any more. If I do, I fear I shall gain back all the weight I lost during my illness." Her remark elicited laughter from Grandmother Jiang, while Madame Jiang attempted to give her fish balls, only to withdraw them. Grandmother Jiang chuckled, "If you cannot eat, then do not. I enjoy seeing you with a bit of meat on you, but we must not overindulge." Shen Tang had indeed eaten quite a bit, and after sitting with Grandmother Jiang for a quarter of an hour more, she decided to take her leave, intending to stroll outside to aid digestion. Jiang Li and Jiang Ning accompanied Shen Tang to the entrance, waving goodbye as she boarded her carriage and departed. Upon returning to the marquisate, Shen Tang learned from a maid that the second madam had been punished by the old lady to kneel in the Buddhist hall for reflection. Shen Tang feigned surprise, asking, "What did second aunt do to merit such a severe punishment from grandmother?" Just as the young maid was about to explain, Steward Li approached, stating, "The Marquis requests that the second young lady meet him in the study upon her return." Shen Tang made her way to Shun Sui's study. Entering, she found Shun Sui closing a military book. With a puzzled expression, she asked, "Father, did you summon me for something?" Shun Sui replied, "If you have suffered any grievances, why not inform your father?" Shen Tang insisted, "I have not been wronged." Shun Sui pressed, "If you have not been wronged, then why did you discard the supplements prepared for you by the marquisate outside the treasure hall?" Lowering her eyes, Shen Tang explained, "Due to my brother's disappearance. Grandmother has always been opposed to my visiting the Jiang family. She reluctantly agreed to let me go fulfill my filial duties on behalf of my mother, and I was content with that. I did not want to upset grandmother over a few supplements, which might prevent me from visiting the Jiang family altogether." Shun Sui stated, "Your mother is no longer here. It is only right that your father fulfills her filial duties. In the future, if you wish to visit the Jiang family, you may do so without needing your grandmother and Appo's approval." Shen Tang nodded repeatedly, thanking her father, though her tone was cheerful. Upon noticing her father's frown and hesitation, Shen Tang inquired, "Father?" Shun Sui asked, "Who has been secretly protecting you?" Chapter 44. Proposal in an Instant. Shen Tang's face flushed crimson. She had been careless, thinking that her father would notice her tear-filled eyes and distressed expression when she asked for money. She had not anticipated the presence of secret guards, revealing that someone had been covertly protecting her. Once discovered, her father would grow ever more suspicious. Yet she remained oblivious to the identity of her protector. Shen Tang could only vaguely inquire if her father had heard about the incident a few days prior, when the heir of the Chongping Marquis had been pushed down a slope at the Dezhou Temple. Shen Sui furrowed his brow and questioned the man as to why he suddenly brought up the heir of Chongping. Looking at Shen Tang, she explained that the heir had attempted to harass her at the temple, but fortunately, she had been saved. The person who rescued her had previously saved her during the Lantern Festival 6 months ago, and concern for her safety, had sent someone to guard her at the Marquis's residence. As her voice trailed off, Shun Sui's expression turned a shade of iron. "Why do you not inform me of these incidents?" he demanded. His daughter had been bullied twice, and the outside world was aware, yet he, as her father, had been completely in the dark. Autumn, who was in the study, widened her eyes in astonishment upon hearing these words. Shen Tang replied, "Father, you are often busy, and since I was unscathed, I thought it unnecessary to bother you with such matters." Shun Sui replied, "If he has saved you twice and wishes to marry you, why has he not come directly to propose?" Shen Tang, feeling flustered, realized he must have mentioned wanting to marry her, but how did her father know? Her face burned with embarrassment, and unable to respond, she fled the room. Shen Sui had not expected such a reaction from her. He did not oppose the union, believing that as long as they were mutually affectionate, he would consent to the match, regardless of the suitor's background. He decided not to press her further, recognizing her shyness. As she stepped outside, the wind only intensified the heat on her cheeks. Shen Tang hesitated at the entrance, taking a moment to compose herself before venturing out. Initially, she planned to visit Soma Hall upon returning home, but that thought was now secondary. She needed to inquire with Chen Shan about how her father had uncovered the truth. Upon returning to the inner courtyard, Shen Tang made her way to Qingyi Garden, but midway, a young maid approached her, saying, "Second miss. The old lady has sent for Chiotong to visit her." Shen Tang turned to Chiotong, saying, "You go see grandmother. I'm feeling a bit faint, so I will not accompany you. I shall pay my respects tomorrow." Shen Tang hurriedly departed. Back in Qingyi Garden, she went straight to the window, peering out for an extended time and even calling out, yet Chen Shan's figure was nowhere to be seen. At that very moment, Chen Shan was scaling the wall into the Jinyang prince's residence. In the Xinchang pavilion, Xie Guimo was perusing military texts. Upon Chen Shan's arrival, he reported, "Sir, I have been discovered." Xie Guimo turned a page nonchalantly. "By whom?" "By the Pingyuan Marquis," Chen Shan replied. Xie Guimo raised an eyebrow, and just then, Chen Qi entered with tea, exclaiming, "How could the Pingyuan Marquis discover you?" Chen Shan recounted the entire incident of being spotted, explaining that he had been assigned to protect Miss Shen and had followed her wherever she went. He had not anticipated that Shen Sui would send someone to follow her, and when he noticed Shen Sui's man, he was already seen. Chen Qi asked, "Did you not inquire who sent you?" "How could I not?" Chen Shan retorted. "He was following the daughter of the Pingyuan Marquis. No father would trust an unknown person to follow his daughter." Chen Qi pressed, "So how did you respond?" Chen Shan glanced at Xie Guimo before answering. "I dared not reveal your identity without your permission." He hesitated, prompting Chen Qi to press further. "What exactly did you say to deceive them?" In a hushed tone, Chen Shan explained, "I informed them that without your approval, I could not disclose your identity, but assured them that you would certainly come to propose to Miss Shan." "That was not entirely untrue," Xie Guimo remarked. And then, Chen Shan, after a moment of silence, continued, "Just now, I escorted Miss Shan back to the Pingyuan Marquis's residence, where the Marquis summoned her to the study for questioning. Afterward, his people instructed me to convey that you should come to propose tomorrow." Xie Guimo was taken aback. Chen Qi interjected, "You have just declined the eldest daughter of the Pingyuan Marquis's proposal. If you go to propose to the second daughter tomorrow, will you not be turned away?" As soon as he uttered those words, he felt a displeased gaze upon him, realizing he should have kept quiet. Although his words were harsh, they bore a semblance of truth. Not only would the Pingyuan Marquis likely refuse, but Miss Shen herself would certainly not consent. The previous incident where the young lady had nearly drowned had been the perfect opportunity to win her heart, yet no one could have foreseen that she, a genteel lady, would be so adept at swimming. Chen Qi felt a pang of sympathy for his lord, who had never faltered before, yet had stumbled twice at the hands of Miss Shan. Xie Guimo rubbed his temples, a headache unlike any other weighing upon him. "What will happen if I do not propose tomorrow?" No one dared to respond. Xie Guimo turned to Chen Qi and Chen Shan, demanding, "Speak." Chen Qi, steeling himself, said, "If you choose not to propose, you may find it even harder to do so in the future. The Pingyuan Marquis may not allow you the opportunity again. Until you secure the lady's hand, her father's word will carry more weight than an imperial decree." Chen Qi worried for his lord, feeling the weight of the situation. After some contemplation, Xie Guimo rose abruptly. Inside, Shen Tang stood by the window for quite some time, confirming Chen Shan's absence before turning to sit down. Yinxing poured tea for Shen Tang and recounted her visit to the Wang residence to deliver a prescription to Princess Rugia, who was delighted and had sent her thanks along with a few silver melon seeds for Shen Tang. Shen Tang had instructed Yinxing to deliver the prescription to ensure Chiotong could visit the Jiang family. Everything had unfolded as she had anticipated. The old lady had punished the second madam and summoned Chiotong for questioning. In the inner room, the old lady knelt on the floor, chanting scriptures and praying for blessings. Chiotong dared not interrupt until Wang Mama helped the old lady to her feet, at which point Chiotong approached her. The old lady inquired. What on earth is going on with the supplements? Shen Sui had brought the supplements to the old lady, but had said little, only expressing, Mother, why would you prepare such supplements for Tang and Amp? Oppos, to take to the Jiang family. What does that imply about my son? Shen Sui was aware that the second madam had arbitrarily speculated on the old lady's intentions, but as the elder brother, he felt it inappropriate to directly address the second madam without the old lady's intervention. Therefore, he left the matter for her to resolve. Furious, Shen Sui exited after saying his piece. The old lady, upon unpacking the items, realized how poor the supplements prepared by the second madam were. This was the second time the second madam had caused the old lady to face Shen Sui's ire after the previous reprimand. The old lady had punished her by making her kneel in the Buddhist hall. However, the specifics remained unclear to the old lady, and fearing Shen Sui might misunderstand her reprimanding the Shen Tang for reporting, she sought out Qiutong for clarification, knowing she had accompanied Shen Tang out of the residence. Qiutong replied, the second young lady took me to the Jiang family, likely out of concern. She had me inspect the supplements prepared by the second madam, and upon seeing them, she was so incensed that she turned back to the residence, intending to report to you, fearing it would anger you. She borrowed 100 taels from the marquis and purchased a new set of supplements from the treasure pavilion. The supplements prepared by the second madam were thrown to a beggar outside the pavilion. Little did we expect that the marquis, noticing the second young lady's low spirits, sent someone to check on her and retrieve the supplements. The old lady frowned. Did the second young lady not report to the marquis? Given the second madam's covert machinations, it would have been entirely reasonable for Shen Tang to report such actions. Yet the old lady was astonished that Shen Tang had refrained from doing so. Qiutong shook her head, stating that the Lord intended to offer 1,000 taels to the second young lady, yet she declined the generous sum. At the Jiang residence, she merely mentioned that these supplements were brought at the behest of the esteemed matriarch. The matriarch was taken aback by Shen Tang's remarkable composure at such a tender age. In comparison, the actions of the second madam seemed utterly beneath consideration. It was decided that a message should be sent to the Buddhist hall, instructing the second madam to transcribe 300 articles of family regulations, with not a single one to be omitted. Chapter 45 Preferences after reporting to the old lady. Qiutong returned to Qingyi courtyard. Inside, Shen Tang was sipping tea, her mind seemingly elsewhere, as she appeared somewhat distracted, even missing what Yinxing was saying. It wasn't until Yinxing called her name twice that Shen Tang snapped back to reality and turned her gaze towards Qiutong. Approaching her, Qiutong preempted Shen Tang's inquiry, stating that the old lady had summoned her to discuss the gifts prepared by the second madam for the Jiang family. Qiutong conveyed the truth to the old lady, who reacted with anger, punishing the second madam to transcribe 300 family rules. Such matters were not secrets, but Shen Tang was more concerned about other issues. Kneeling, Qiutong reassured Shen Tang, saying that she understood the most significant taboo for a servant was to serve two masters. Since the old lady entrusted her to Shen Tang, she would henceforth have only one mistress. The second young lady was not one to lack decorum, and given that the marquis was already aware of the situation, there was no need for the old lady to fret. Shen Tang was taken aback by Qiutong's act of kneeling and hastily set down her teacup to assist her up, declaring that from now on, Qiutong, Yinxing, and Mama Zhou would be her most trusted companions. In the Buddhist hall, the second madam sat sipping tea. Sent by the old lady as punishment to kneel and reflect, she had arrived but refused to kneel, let alone reflect. For over a decade, she had been in control, and no one dared to report her to the old lady. Even though she knew the old lady had dispatched Hongxiu, the second madam chose to ignore it. Her delicate tea-drinking demeanor hardly suggested she was there to repent. It appeared more as though she sought solitude. Hongxiu, aware of her position, approached respectfully, pretending not to notice the second madam's scornful gaze. However, the second madam's attention was drawn to the writing materials being carried by the maid behind Hongxiu. Frowning, she inquired, "What is this?" Hongxiu replied, "This is what the old lady instructed me to bring for you. So you may transcribe 300 family rules. You may return only when you have completed them." Instantly, the second madam's expression darkened. After delivering the message, Hongxiu bowed and exited, while the maid placed the writing materials down and followed her out. Just as they left, the sound of a teacup smashing echoed from within, prompting the two maids to hasten their departure without looking back. Fuming, the second madam felt her lips tremble in anger. The old lady had summoned her to the Buddhist hall for reflection, and she had anticipated only a few days of confinement, akin to a change of residence. Instead, she was not only punished to remain there, but also compelled to transcribe family rules, 300 of them, even if she wrote day and night. It would take 5 or 6 days. The Jiang family had failed to keep track of their heir, leaving the marquis without a son. Wasn't the old lady most averse to the Jiang family? By irritating them, wasn't she playing right into the old lady's hands? Clenching her nails into her palm until it bled, the second madam felt rage boiling within her. She had truly underestimated the second young lady, who had grown increasingly cautious, even checking the supplements prepared for the Jiang family. No, it was more than just checking. She inspected them thoroughly, although the supplements appeared harmless. And even a cursory glance could have sufficed to deceive. The Jiang family would resent them and dare not inform Shen Tang. Yet she never anticipated Shen Tang would be wary of her and inform the marquis, forcing the old lady to impose a harsh punishment. The once harmless second young lady had developed claws, thwarting their schemes repeatedly. The second madam regretted not eliminating Shen Tang sooner, but it was not too late. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Tang was leisurely trimming flower branches when a young maid entered, greeting her, "Second young lady. The eldest young lady requests your presence." It was clear that Shenine sought her out regarding the second madam's punishment. Yet rather than coming herself, she had dispatched a maid, displaying an air of superiority. Snip! Shen Tang's copper shears clipped away an unnecessary branch. Seeing Shen Tang's lack of response, the maid called out again, "Second young lady?" Shen Tang replied indifferently, "Do you not see that I am busy? I shall go when I am free." As for when she might be free, that remained uncertain. The maid understood the recent discord between Shen Tang and Shenine. Since she could not drag Shen Tang to meet the eldest young lady, she bowed and retreated. Just as the maid exited, a knock echoed at the window. Shen Tang glanced over and was momentarily dazzled by the light reflecting off the man's mask. Seeing him, her ears flushed crimson. It was one thing for him to come, but now that her father was aware of him sending people to protect her, the situation had grown exceedingly improper. If her father were to learn that he frequently intruded upon her private quarters, Shen Tang dared not continue that line of thought. Feeling her entire being ablaze, she hastily rose from her small couch, lowered her voice, and gritted her teeth. "What do you want this time?" Each of his visits sent her into a frenzy. Inching dared not remain outside guarding the door. This time, she securely closed it and locked it. The man regarded Shen Tang, stating that he had matters to discuss with her. Matters to discuss? Yet she herself needed his assistance. How could she possibly help him? However, recalling that he had saved her more than once, perhaps she could indeed be of help. Shen Tang inquired, "What do you need?" He cleared his throat. "I came to inquire about your father's preferences." Shen Tang, taken aback, thought, "Father?" She dared not assume he referred to her own father. "How could I possibly know your father's preferences?" The man leaned closer, articulating each word, "Pingyuan Marquis, your father, my future father-in-law." Shen Tang could no longer feign ignorance. Her ears turned crimson in fury as she stomped her foot. "Who is your future father-in-law?" "You scoundrel! Is that title something you can use so casually? If my father hears you, he will think we have already made a private engagement, or worse." Shen Tang glared daggers at him, pushing him towards the door. "Leave now and do not come back." However, her feeble strength was no match for him. He did not budge an inch. "I must come. Your father wishes for me to propose tomorrow." Shen Tang gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. "You must be joking." He chuckled lightly. "What do you think?" Shen Tang felt on the verge of tears. How could a father invite someone to propose? She was not someone who could not marry. No, she never intended to marry at all. The man replied, "Since a proposal is in order, I cannot arrive empty-handed. I must cater to his preferences." Before he could finish, Shen Tang urgently interrupted, "You are not allowed to propose." Gazing into her once clear eyes, now filled with panic and urgency, the man's smile faltered. He could see that Shen Tang was not merely shy. She was genuinely afraid of his proposal. Feeling a knot in his chest, he looked at Shen Tang. If I cannot propose, who do you wish to marry? Chapter 46. Sincerity, a subtle hint of anger lurked within his voice. The Duke of Pingyuan had summoned him to propose marriage the following day, and he dared not refuse. Yet, he understood that the Duke would never express such a desire unless he was certain it was him, nor would he agree to wed his daughter to him. He sought out Shen Tang to gauge her attitude first. If she passed this test, he would approach her directly the next day. However, before he could even remove his mask, Shen Tang outright rejected his proposal. Noticing the man's gaze fixed intently upon her face, Shen Tang murmured, I have no intention of marrying anyone. I do not wish to wed. It was not that she desired to marry another man. The man's expression softened slightly, still vexed by her previous remarks at the Lantern Festival regarding marriage proposals. How obstinate could she be? She had clearly stated her disinterest in marriage. Shen Tang retorted, I had completely forgotten about that. The man believed her. After all, who would remember the words of a deceased person? His grandfather had arranged a betrothal for him, and he could not face her under another man's title. He sought every possible means to marry her, yet she acted as if he were already dead. Reflecting on this, the man's irritation dissipated. He looked at Shen Tang and asked, Are you certain you will reject me without even seeing my face? How audacious! A man who would not even reveal his visage had the gall to speak of marriage. He had already deceived her once half a year ago. How could she trust him a second time? It was merely a face. Why would she care to see it? Moreover, she had turned down many handsome suitors before. Shen Tang snorted. No matter how handsome you are, can you surpass the heir to the Prince of Jingyang? The man conceded. Indeed, I cannot. He fell silent, and Shen Tang pressed. Why are you not speaking? He scratched his nose, admitting, I cannot surpass him. Shen Tang Zimat? You're quite honest, but I'm not inferior in looks either. They spoke almost in unison. Shen Tang felt like cursing herself for her words. How could he be so brazen? He was puffing himself up beyond belief. Although the heir to the Prince of Jingyang had a notoriously difficult personality, his beauty was undeniable. There was not a second face in the entire capital, let alone in the realm of the Qi, that could rival his. No noble scion in the capital was even half as attractive. It was no wonder he always wore a tattered mask. Without it, he could not boast so grandly. Shen Tang's mind swirled with unspoken thoughts, but the man could see through her silence. He said, You do not believe me? I could take off my mask for you. As he reached for his mask, Shen Tang quickly interjected, No need to remove it. I believe you. She was not marrying him, after all. His appearance was of no concern to her. Even if she was somewhat curious, she would have to suppress it today. She could not let her refusal of marriage be seen as a petulant reaction to not viewing his face. Recalling her previous life, when she had married Siegimo, the man had never revealed his face again, even after saving her once more. Today, rejecting him would likely mean they would not meet again in the future. The thought of never seeing him again left Shen Tang feeling a touch melancholic, yet she brushed it aside. That was simply her nature. When the Prince of Jingyang's estate withdrew the engagement and the Duke of Pingyuan returned the betrothal gifts, she felt a pang of disappointment, but it faded quickly. Suppressing her fleeting sadness, Shen Tang raised a smile and wished, I hope you find a woman who suits your heart's desire and share a lifetime together. The man's lips pressed tightly together, fury surging through him. You seem intent on driving me to my grave, he said. In a swift motion, he pulled her into his embrace. Just as she fell into his arms, the voice of Shun Xian echoed from outside. Why is the door closed so tightly in broad daylight? Held tightly by the man, Shen Tang blushed and exclaimed, You must let me go. He gritted his teeth, declaring, Since the moment I decided to marry you, you shall not escape my hold. What audacity! If she had not publicly rejected the marriage proposal, would he dare to covet the heir to the Prince of Jingyang? However, in his current rage, Shen Tang dared not voice her thoughts, fearing Shun Xian and Appo's imminent entrance. Inxing, stationed by the door, hesitated to look back, unsure of what transpired behind the beaded curtain. A young lady of high standing being accosted in her own chamber, while simultaneously denying a marriage proposal. What was she thinking? Shun Xian pounded on the door with increasing urgency, yet the man held Shen Tang tighter, refusing to relent. In a fit of frustration, Shen Tang shouted, "You will be the death of me." Finally, he released her. Even through the mask, Shen Tang could sense his displeasure. She cautiously stepped back, but the man's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he turned and leaped out the window. As the man departed, Shen Tang coldly commanded, "Open the door." Inching promptly complied. Shen Xian stormed into the room, her eyes narrowing upon seeing Shen Tang seated there with a cup of tea. "Why did you lock the door during the day? What mischief are you up to with the maid?" Shen Tang shot a glance at Shen Xian, retorting, "Feel free to guess boldly. I was having a clandestine meeting with a man." Inching gasped, her heart nearly stopping. Shen Tang truly dared to speak such words. But the more Shen Tang asserted herself, the less Shen Xian believed her. "You risk your reputation for such folly, while I still have mine to consider." As long as it was not a secret meeting with a man, she and Inching could rummage through the room without consequence. Shen Tang set down her teacup and distanced herself, asking, "Did you seek me for something, elder sister?" Shen Xian plopped down beside her. "You actually reported to father, causing grandmother to scold her, and now Aunt Air has been sent to the Buddhist hall to copy family rules." Shen Xian had been punished. Aunt Air had protected her. And now Aunt Air faced punishment, leaving Shen Xian agitated. Such was the depth of maternal love. However, Shen Tang remained unmoved. Coldly, she replied, "The one who caused grandmother's ire was not me, but Aunt Air. I did not report to father." Shen Xian countered, "You borrowed money from father for supplements. How is that not telling on her?" Indeed, there was little difference, perhaps even more effective than a direct complaint. Shen Tang did not bother to deny it, instead smirking. "So, elder sister has come to champion Aunt Air?" Shen Xian was indeed there for Aunt Air, but she could not admit to it without making it seem as though the old lady had wronged Aunt Air. "I know Aunt Air's actions were misguided, but she acted for father's and our family's sake. Had it not been for the Jiang family's negligence, our elder brother would not have gone missing at the Lantern Festival, and our mother would not have died heartbroken, leaving us motherless at such a young age. Aunt Air does not wish for us to grow close to the Jiang family." Shen Tang interjected, "Elder sister, be cautious with your words. I can overlook them. But if grandmother hears, she might think you are criticizing her and father for being ungrateful while Aunt Air defends them, leading to her punishment in the Buddhist hall." Hearing this, Shen Xian's face paled. She had not anticipated Shen Tang would misconstrue her meaning. Although she spoke with concern about being overheard by the matriarch, her voice was still loud enough for the maids in the courtyard to hear. Suppressing her anger, Shen Xian said, "I understand that you are headstrong, but you must realize that our elder brother has been missing for so long, and father has no legitimate sons. If our elder brother does not return, the Duke of Pingyuan's estate will fall to the second house. Offending Aunt Air will not bode well for you." If gentle persuasion failed, she would resort to a harsher approach. Shen Tang found herself amused. The dukedom had yet to fall to the second house, yet Aunt Air was already bullying her. Should she expect that in the future, if she faced grievances in marriage, Aunt Air would come to her aid? If she did not pile on the misfortunes, she would be grateful. Shen Xian had not anticipated Shen Tang to be so articulate. "Are you resolute in seeing Aunt Air punished?" "Shen Tang zipli imbatindi." It is not I who punishes Aunt Air. If Aunt Air had the ability, would Shen Xian have come to threaten her? It would have been better for both mother and daughter to kneel together in the temple and transcribe the family rules long ago. Shen Xiang was well aware that it was not Shen Tang who was punishing the second madam. Rather, the second madam was penalized because of Shen Tang. If Shen Tang were to intercede on her behalf, the second madam would be spared, at least from having to transcribe 300 passages of family regulations. However, no matter how much Shen Xiang persuaded her, Shen Tang remained resolute and unyielding. Frustration tightened Shen Xiang's fists. "We are sisters, the closest of kin in this world. I act solely for your benefit, yet you misconstrue my intentions as favoring the second aunt. Very well, I shall cease my entreaties. I only hope you do not come to regret this in the future." Had Shen Xiang refrained from uttering those words, perhaps Shen Tang might have tolerated her for a while longer. Yet, once those words were spoken, Shen Tang could no longer endure it. Inching escorted her out. Shen Xiang was nearly beside herself with rage. She stormed away, her footsteps echoing with a sharp, melodious sound as she rudely brushed against the beaded curtain. There was no need for Yinxing to accompany her. Thus, she returned to Shen Tang's side. Observing Shen Tang gazing out of the open window, Yinxing inquired, "The Marquis has already come to propose. Why does the young lady hesitate to accept him?" Shen Tang withdrew her gaze and replied, "The chomping Marquis's household is searching throughout the capital for the one who pushed the heir down the slope. Even if they cannot identify him, they will certainly harbor suspicions. I have no intention of marrying, so why should I place him in jeopardy? Moreover, he would not genuinely come to propose." Yinxing, puzzled, asked why not. Shen Tang smiled slightly, but offered no reply. If he intended to propose, he would have arrived much earlier. He would not wait until today. In matters of marriage, it has always been the will of the parents and the matchmaker's decree. The one who comes to propose is effectively granted their consent by the father. If he intends to come tomorrow, now is the time to prepare the betrothal gifts, not to seek me out. His arrival signifies that he wants me to oppose him. Shen Tang could not fathom the reasoning behind it. If he did not wish to marry her, why not simply disregard the matter? She could find no other rationale, save for sheer idleness. Chapter 47. Part 1. Shen Tang resolved never to marry again in this lifetime. Thus, this matter did not trouble her. Regardless of the man and Appo's intentions, he had indeed saved her twice. In her previous life, she was not one to linger on such matters. Perhaps his pride was wounded by her firm rejection, which led to his current behavior. She ought to have considered his dignity a bit more. Shen Tang reflected on this and continued to read, passing the time. The next day, as usual, Shen Tang had breakfast and took Ginkgo to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old matriarch. At the entrance, she encountered Shen Yan. After being driven out of Qingyi courtyard the previous day, Shen Yan looked at Shen Tang with a gaze filled with venom, as if she wished to devour her whole. Upon seeing Shen Tang's faint smile, her fury intensified, causing her insides to feel as if they were ablaze. Neither greeted the other, pretending not to see one another as they entered Songha Hall in succession. However, upon reaching the old matriarch, Shen Yan put on an act of a caring elder sister, stating, "A few days ago, when I went out to buy jewelry, I heard my second sister mention having over 1,000 taels. Yet just a few days later, why do you still need to borrow 100 taels from father?" Her concern was feigned. Her true intention was to report Shen Tang's actions. Indeed, Shen Tang had mentioned having over 1,000 taels in Songha Hall. Yet borrowing money while possessing wealth was evidently a way to draw their father and Appo's attention, an indirect way of reporting her. The truth was, Shen Tang and Appo's explanation was accurate. Yet she remained unfazed. "Isn't it clear to my elder sister how much money I possess? The over 1,000 taels I mentioned were the rewards given by grandmother and father during festivals, and I can settle the account with the public treasury. But I cannot directly use the rewards to buy things outside." Shen Yan was taken aback, realizing that Shen Tang's over 1,000 taels came from this source. She had assumed Shen Tang had secretly sought the money from Shen Sui, and she felt resentful towards her father for his favoritism. Golden peanuts and melon seeds are indeed money, usable for purchases, yet they are typically not counted as part of one's savings. Shen Yan replied, "You could exchange them for silver before leaving the estate." Shen Tang looked up, staring blankly at Shen Yan. This reaction made Shen Yan feel uncomfortable. Why was she looking at her like that? Shen Tang lowered her gaze and murmured, "I will no longer borrow money from father." Her voice was tinged with a hint of a sob, capturing everyone in Appo's attention and directing their gaze toward Shen Yan. Shen Yan and Appo's expression changed repeatedly, feeling as if she were sitting on pins and needles, gritting her teeth in frustration. "That's not what I meant." It was indeed what she meant. Shen Yan hurriedly defended herself. "I just think father is usually very busy. Since he rarely rests at home, we shouldn't disturb him over trivial matters." Shen Tang zipped. "Elder sister, your admonition is fair. Yesterday, in my anger, I only thought to rush back and forth to Qingyi courtyard for money, then find stewardly to exchange it, which delayed my visit to the Jiang family and caused my grandparents to wait, which was disrespectful. Coincidentally, father was at home, and since I hadn't seen him for many days, I wanted to pay my respects and borrow money." The more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. Her grievances were so profound that Shen Yan felt an overwhelming urge to silence Shen Tang. However, Shen Tang continued, "Elder sister, I truly did not report to father, but I have thought about your words a lot. You are right. Father has no sons, and if we cannot retrieve our elder brother, the marquisate will be inherited by the second branch. I truly should not offend second aunt over such trivial matters, as there may be no one to support me in the future." Shen Yan was left speechless. Shen Yan wished she could rush over and cover Shen Tang in Oppo's mouth. Although everyone knew the truth, how they spoke privately as sisters was acceptable, but it must never be brought to light. As long as their father was alive, the marquisate was under his authority, and it would not fall to the second branch. Noticing the old matriarch in Oppo's cold gaze upon her, Shen Yan wished to deny it, yet the words stuck in her throat. In the past, she might have been able to deny it, but now, besides Shen Tang, only Chiotong was present. Chiotong, a gift from the old matriarch to Shen Tang, could testify that Shen Tang was not lying, and many maids knew of Shen Yan's furious visit to find Shen Tang yesterday. She could not evade the truth. While Shen Yan pondered how to remedy the situation, Shen Tang addressed the old matriarch, "Grandmother, I dare not plead for second aunt. But may I and my elder sister go to the Buddhist hall to help her copy the family rules?" The old matriarch's expression turned cold. "You need not go. Your elder sister can manage alone." Shen Yan's complexion turned pale as she pleaded, "Grandmother." A cold glare from the old matriarch silenced her. The third madam interjected at the right moment, with the eldest young lady's assistance. "Second aunt will be able to finish copying the 300 family rules before the birthday of the late Princess Su." The old matriarch replied, "The marquisate has more than just her second aunt to attend the birthday celebration of the late Princess Su. Take them with you." A smirk of satisfaction appeared on the third madam's lips. Although the third branch could not surpass the second branch in inheriting the marquisate, her representation at the celebration would elevate her status in the eyes of others, and more importantly, it would allow her to bring her daughter along. Shen Luo could no longer contain her excitement. Shen Yan had expected to expose Shen Tang's true nature to plead for second aunt, but before she could say much, she found herself punished with the task of copying family rules, leaving her seething with frustration. Although the old matriarch had ordered her to go, she had no choice but to comply. Just as she was about to rise, the second, third, and fourth lords entered. Seeing them, the old matriarch asked, "Why is everyone still here and not at the government office?" The second lord replied, "When I left the court, I heard my elder brother speaking with General Wu, saying he wouldn't go to the military camp this morning due to some matters at home. I didn't inquire further." Shen Tang's heart trembled at this news. Was her father waiting for someone to come to propose marriage? Such solemnity. If they did not arrive, would her father not be utterly disappointed? Had she known that her indirect report would lead to this outcome, she would have refrained from telling her father anything. Shen Yan still hoped to plead for second aunt, wishing to spare her from punishment. In fact, she thought that the punishment of 300 family rules was too lenient. The old matriarch's curiosity was piqued. "What could be so important at home that you did not ask your elder brother?" The second lord responded, "I did ask, but just as my elder brother was about to speak, the emperor summoned him to the study, so I returned first." With the emperor summoning Shen Sui, none could ascertain the nature or duration of the discussion, leading them to leave the palace and return home. The second lord inquired if the third and fourth lords were aware, and soon they all returned together. A group of people waited for Shen Sui, while Shen Yan abandoned her plans for the Buddhist hall. Expecting a long wait, they were surprised when Shen Sui returned in just a quarter of an hour. Upon seeing him, the old matriarch asked, "What was the matter at home?" Shen Sui replied, "It's settled now. Shen Tang." Everyone else. The old matriarch frowned tightly as Shen Sui sat down. "From now on, if anyone comes to propose marriage to Tang, refuse them all." The old matriarch asked, "Have you arranged a marriage for Tang and Amp?" Oppose. Shen Sui glanced at Shen Tang and replied, "Consider it half arranged." Shen Tang. The entire room. A half-arranged marriage? What does that even mean? The old matriarch exclaimed urgently, "Is it arranged or not? To whom have you promised her?" Shen Sui's head throbbed. "I don't know either." The old matriarch. The whole room. Everyone was in a daze, utterly unable to comprehend the Marquis's words. The old matriarch exclaimed, "Are you trying to drive me to my grave?" Shen Sui remarked, "It is not that I am unwilling to speak, but rather that I am entirely in the dark. I too am eager to discover who has come to seek the hand of Tanger today." However, just as I was about to leave the palace after court, the emperor summoned me and informed me that someone had entrusted him with a message. This individual, alas, is unable to visit the Ho residence today to propose marriage and will require some time before he can do so. To avoid inciting the ire of me, the prospective father-in-law, and risking Tanger's refusal to wed, he asked the emperor to convey this message. As the words hung in the air, all eyes in the room turned towards Shen Tang. Her face flushed crimson, and the elderly matriarch gasped in astonishment. Who could this individual be that would request to marry Tanger through such a significant intermediary as the emperor? Chapter 48. A stinging realization. It was no wonder Shen Sui had declared the betrothal nearly settled, though no formal proposal had been made. Even the emperor was aware of the matter and had deigned to intercede. To fail to seek Shen Tang and Appo's hand after such imperial involvement would be tantamount to defying the emperor himself. With the emperor and Appo's endorsement, the Marquis of Pingyuan's manor could scarcely offer Shen Tang to another. The old madam struggled to fathom the identity of one who could solicit the emperor's aid. Even a most favored prince would hardly dare such a request. Yet, if they could appeal to the emperor, why had they not yet approached the Marquis of Pingyuan's manor with a formal proposal? The old madam speculated whether the rumors of Shen Tang and Appo's ill-fated past might be the cause, prompting them to delay the proposal until Shen Tang reached the age of 16. Such apprehension was, perhaps, understandable. Seated nearby, Shen Han nearly shredded her silk handkerchief, consumed by burgeoning envy. She had been scorned by the Prince of Jingyang, while the one who sought Shen Tang's hand could command the emperor's influence, a person of extraordinary eminence. Forcing down her resentment, Shen Han inquired, "The second sister know the identity of this person?" Shen Tang shook her head, genuinely unaware. Yet, no one believed her. Neither Shen Han nor Shen Sui entertained her claim. Seeing no room for discussion and lacking any knowledge of the suitor's identity, Shen Sui informed the old madam, fearing a potential proposal from another party. While highly improbable due to the rumors surrounding Shen Tang, prudence dictated caution. Despite the widespread rumors, there were still those audacious enough to seek her hand. Anticipating no visitors that day, Shen Sui prepared to depart for the military camp, summoning Shen Tang as he left. "Cease concealing the truth from your father," Shen Sui urged. Who is this person? Shen Tang felt weary. She genuinely did not know. Daughter has not deceived father, Shen Tang insisted. "I truly do not know his identity. He wore a mask, and I remain ignorant of his appearance." Shen Tang regretted not having insisted he removed the mask the previous day. Shen Sui's head began to throb once more. Only yesterday had he learned of the Prince of Chomping's harassment of Shen Tang. The Chomping Marquis's manor was also in pursuit of the masked man, lending credence to Shen Tang's words. Yet, he was on the verge of betrothing his daughter to a man whose face she had never seen. Had the matter not reached the emperor's ears, Shen Sui would have feared his daughter was being deceived. The thought that the man, unable to propose directly, had beseeched the emperor to intercede, lest Shen Sui be angered, suggested that his daughter possessed nothing that the man could covet. In time, his identity will be revealed, Shen Sui conceded. "Let's hope he does not keep your father waiting too long." Shen Tang blushed, retorting, "Does father so eagerly seek to marry off his daughter?" Just yesterday, Shen Tang had contemplated rejecting the match, assuming the man would cease contact and withdraw his protectors. She had intended to request one from Shen Sui, as she had much to accomplish and required assistance. However, she now hesitated to broach the subject. After Shen Sui's departure, Shen Tang escorted Yinxing back to Qingyi Courtyard. Yinxing, having restrained herself throughout the journey, burst out upon entering the room. "Yesterday, you asserted with such conviction that no proposal would be forthcoming." A wave of embarrassment washed over Shen Tang, who retorted, "I was not mistaken. He did not propose today." Yinxing countered, "It is not that he is unwilling, but rather that he is presently unable. Fearing your father's displeasure, he even went so far as to involve the emperor, demonstrating his profound sincerity in seeking your hand. Shen Tang could not deny the truth of those words. Yet, she remained curious as to why the man could enlist the emperor's aid but could not propose directly. Shen Tang longed to inquire directly, but after her rejection the previous day, she hesitated to ask Shen Shan to seek him out. To avoid dwelling on these thoughts, Shen Tang sought to occupy herself. After sipping a cup of tea, she led Yinxing to the Buddhist hall. Inside, the second madam, already incensed by copying the family precepts, grew even more displeased upon learning from Shen Han of Shen Tang's near-settled betrothal. The fact that Shen Han had been rejected by the Prince of Jingyang only exacerbated the situation. Now, Shen Tang was poised to secure a match of extraordinary caliber, a prospect the second madam could not stomach. Observing the envy etched upon Shen Han and Appo's escant face, the second madam declared, "You shall never marry beneath her." She would not allow such a thing to occur. Shen Han nodded slightly. Though the second madam had never explicitly acknowledged their maternal bond, Shen Han was not naive. Jiang Shi had claimed to have witnessed the birth of a son, a fact known throughout the household. Shen Han could surmise the truth. While the eldest branch lacked a male heir, ensuring the inheritance of the peerage by the second branch, the transfer was not yet secure and vigilance was paramount. "I shall assist second aunt in copying the family precepts," Shen Han offered. However, the second madam, moved by Shen Han's frail appearance, would not permit it. As they were unable to attend the imperial concubine Su and Appo's birthday celebration, a delay of a day or two in completing the task was inconsequential. "Your presence is sufficient," the second madam replied. As the two exchanged confidences, a maid entered, announcing, "Second madam, second miss has arrived." Shen Tang was greeted by two matching, frigid stares. Though Shen Han bore a striking resemblance to the old madam, her gaze mirrored that of the second madam. Resentment surged within Shen Han, who demanded, "What brings you here? To flaunt your impending betrothal?" Did she assume that everyone was like her, eager to boast of a favorable match? "When did I become betrothed?" "Shen Tang Gao De." "Sister, pray tell, to whom has father promised me?" Her words silenced Shen Han. Grandmother only permitted elder sister to assist second aunt in copying the family precepts. Shen Tang continued, "I dare not defy grandmother. However, I may read here, keeping second aunt and elder sister company." With that, Shen Tang found a seat, producing a book and commencing to read. Shen Han and the second madam were livid. Was this companionship? It was blatant surveillance. With Shen Tang present, Shen Han and the second madam were forced to exercise extreme caution in their speech. The second madam declared coldly, "We require no company from second Mississippi." Shen Tang feigned distress, lamenting, "Indeed, second aunt does not favor me, preferring elder sister." The second madam choked on her words, unable to utter them. Shen Han had been punished by the old madam to assist the second madam in copying the family precepts precisely because of this matter. Thus, the second madam dared not dismiss Shen Tang, instead choosing to ignore her presence. Having endured the situation, the second madam signaled the ink-grinding maid, who promptly departed. The morning passed uneventfully in the Buddhist hall. Shen Tang's promise of companionship was genuine, as she spent the entire morning reading, finishing her initial selection and instructing Yinxing to retrieve additional volumes. Even lunch was consumed within the Buddhist hall. As a sacred space, the consumption of meat was forbidden, and the meal consisted solely of vegetarian fare. Shen Tang, in high spirits, found everything delectable. Shen Han, disliking vegetarian cuisine, nonetheless ate heartily. She had spent the entire morning copying family precepts, leaving her both weary and famished. With the afternoon's task still ahead, she needed sustenance. Following lunch, Shen Tang took a stroll in the courtyard to aid digestion. However, after only a few circuits, she observed Shen Han, supported by a maid, hurrying towards the privy. What has befallen her? Shen Tang wondered aloud. Before she could finish her inquiry, the second madam emerged, clutching her abdomen. Shen Tang was perplexed. One instance of abdominal pain was conceivable, but two? Had they consumed tainted food? Had the Marquis's manor ever served food so easily capable of causing illness? The previous episode of vomiting and diarrhea had been the result of a laxative. Could this be another instance? Shen Tang surveyed the Buddhist hall. suspecting that Chen Shan might be responsible for administering a laxative to the second madam and Shen Han. Resisting the urge to question Chen Shan, Shen Tang remained in the Buddhist hall for half an hour, during which the second madam and Shen Han made repeated trips to the privy. Shen Tang then returned to Qingyi courtyard, reasoning that while she had intended to accompany the second madam, she could hardly accompany them to the privy. Upon returning to Qingyi courtyard, the window was knocked upon, and Shen Tang immediately realized her suspicions were correct. The second madam and Shun Xian had indeed been drugged. Shan Shan reported that the second madam's maid had covertly instructed a young maid to administer poison in the food of the second young lady. But his subordinate had opportunely switched the meals while the young maid was distracted. Shen Tang was filled with indignation. Remembering the recent bout of diarrhea suffered by the second madam and Shun Xian, she knew the old madam would surely allow them to return home. Clenching her fists, Shen Tang resolved that, after finally managing to have the old madam punish them, she would not permit them to evade consequences so easily. She whispered a few directives to Chen Shan. The second madam and Shun Xian were suffering greatly from stomach pains, prompting the maid to hastily inform the old madam. Although the old madam was furious with the second madam and Shun Xian, she could not disregard their health and summoned a physician to the residence. After taking their pulses, the physician attributed their condition to the accidental ingestion of a laxative, assuring that 2 doses of antidote would suffice to remedy the situation. However, the accidental consumption of a laxative was no trivial matter. It indicated an intent to harm the second madam and Shun Xian. The old madam ordered an investigation into the source of a laxative, which ultimately traced back to the young maid in the second madam's courtyard. The young maid, fearing for her life, hesitated to reveal that the second madam had instructed her to poison Shen Tang's food. However, when faced with the threat of punishment, she succumbed after enduring several strikes, confessing that the laxative had been given to her by the second madam's main maid. The old madam concluded that the second madam and Shun Xian had resorted to a cruel ruse to avoid the family regulations. In her rage, she not only forbade the second madam and Shun Xian from leaving the Buddhist hall, but also doubled the length of the family regulation from 300 articles to 600. When Yin Xing reported this matter to Shen Tang, she could not help but smile, her cheeks aching from the mirth. Chapter 49. Regrettably, in the following days, Shen Tang refrained from visiting the Buddhist temple. Both the second madam and Shun Yan were ruthless and vengeful individuals. With each visit to the temple, they would undoubtedly resort to adding laxatives to her meals, and with a few more visits, they might concoct even more devious schemes against her. However, even without her presence, they would not show her any mercy. The temple was situated in a secluded area, and Shen Tang was disinclined to face the mother and daughter duo, opting instead to avoid unnecessary discomfort. With 600 family rules to copy, that was more than sufficient for them. During her leisure time, she occupied herself with reading and strolling through the garden, and soon the birthday of the late Princess Su arrived. On that day, the weather was splendid, with a clear blue sky that invigorated the spirit. After breakfast, Shen Tang accompanied Ginkgo to Songa Hall. Upon her arrival, the third madam and Shen Luo, along with Shen Ran, were already present. Shen Luo wore a beaming smile, while Shen Ran appeared discontent. Although the gift was intended for her mother always prioritized the old matriarch and never showed favoritism. She had thought that Shan Yan would be unable to attend the prince's residence, thus allowing her to join. But as it turned out, the second madam had sent herself to the temple in retaliation against the Jiang family, rendering her unable to attend, let alone take Shen Ran with her. The third madam could not possibly leave her daughter Shen Luo behind to bring Shen Ran and Shen Tang along. Shen Ran could only hope that Shen Tang and Shen Yin would marry off sooner, so that the second madam could take her to the various gatherings in the capital. As Shen Tang accompanied the third madam to the prince's residence, Shen Yin was left in the temple, irritable and restless, having lost count of how many family rules she had copied incorrectly. Frustrated, she crumpled another sheet of paper and tossed it to the ground. The second madam, having finished copying a sheet, set it aside and remarked, "Avoid impatience." With a sense of grievance, Shen Yin protested, "Second aunt." The second madam smoothed the paper with a paperweight, speaking slowly, "Not being able to go to the prince's residence may not be a bad thing. Many have left home only to never return alive. Hearing the second madam and Appo's insinuating words and observing her calm demeanor, Shen Yin realized that Shen Tang's outing would likely result in some misfortune for her. The thought of Shen Tang's repeated escapes from danger filled Shen Yin with cold disdain. She could not believe that Shen Tang would continue to evade calamity with such luck. She would wait and see. Meanwhile, as Shen Tang and the others reached the gate of the Ho residence, the carriage and palanquin awaited them. The third madam settled into the palanquin, while Shen Luo and Shen Tang climbed into the carriage. Once inside, Shen Luo's gaze remained fixed on Shen Tang's face. Shen Tang, believing there to be something on her face, raised her hand to wipe it and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that, fourth sister?" Shen Luo scooted closer and whispered, "Who is my future brother-in-law?" Shen Tang, feeling her ears flush, replied, "I don't know." Shen Luo insisted, "Don't lie to me, second sister. Just tell me quietly. I won't tell anyone." Shen Tang was aware of the curiosity surrounding them, but curiosity was of no consequence. With a resigned expression, she replied, "I am not lying. I genuinely do not know. If I did, would I not tell father and grandmother? It is not something that can be hidden." Indeed, this was true. When the time came for a formal proposal, not only would the Ho residents know, but the entire capital would be aware, leaving no need for secrecy. Yet, the more it was concealed, the more it indicated something amiss. Moreover, the emperor himself knew, which lent an air of legitimacy that no one dared to question, thus stirring unease within. Shen Luo had been curious for several days and asked, "Does second sister have no speculation at all?" Shen Tang found this question somewhat awkward. If she could have guessed, she would not have assumed the person was deceased after half a year of absence. Luckily, that person did not share her concerns. However, among the few in the capital who could facilitate such matters with the emperor's assistance, it was unlikely to find many. If Shen Tang truly wished to speculate, she might have arrived at a conclusion, but she did not want to engage in such guessing games. After all, if she were wrong, it would be quite embarrassing. Seeing Shen Luo's expectant gaze, Shen Tang shook her head, stating, "When the time comes, I shall naturally know." With a sigh, Shen Luo remarked, "I have yet to see anyone engaged in a courtship as mysterious as yours, second sister. However, your audacity in allowing the palanquin of the Prince of Jingyang to return empty, coupled with your swordsmanship and even your swimming skills, would certainly attract attention." They had grown up together in the same household, yet none of them were aware of Shen Tang's remarkable abilities. As the carriage neared the prince's residence, it slowed down considerably. With the celebration of the princess's birthday, officials and dignitaries flocked to congratulate her, causing a bottleneck on the road. A journey that usually took 15 minutes took over twice as long. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Shen Tang beheld the grand stone lions at the entrance of the Prince and Appo's residence adorned with red silk, their golden plaque glinting in the sunlight. The steward and attendants busied themselves welcoming guests, while a maid led the third madam, Shen Tang, and Shen Luo to the inner courtyard to pay their respects to the princess. In the main hall, the princess sat on a rattan couch. Though she had reached the age of 53, she appeared well-preserved and spirited, with hardly a strand of white hair visible, a testament to her youthful beauty. Several noble women were already present, seated beside the princess, engaging in lively conversation and laughter. The third madam led Shen Tang and Shen Luo forward, offering greetings and wishing the princess longevity and prosperity. The princess, seldom receiving visitors and with social engagements typically managed by the second madam, did not recall the third madam. A matron standing nearby informed the princess, "Your Highness, this is the third madam of the Pingyuan Ho residence." Upon hearing this, the third madam remarked, "My sister-in-law has been unwell lately and could not come to celebrate your birthday, so I brought along these two younger ones." Though the third master held a modest official rank, the third madam represented the Pingyuan Ho residence in delivering their well wishes, which, despite the numerous nobles in the capital, made her presence significant. The princess smiled, "Please take a seat." As the maid led the way, the third madam sat down. But there was no place for Shen Tang and Shen Luo to sit as younger members. The two prepared to excuse themselves when the princess of Jingyang entered. The princess of Jingyang approached to greet the princess, who smiled and said, "Welcome, princess. Why didn't you bring the heir along?" The princess of Jingyang replied, "He is in the front courtyard. He said he would come later to pay his respects." After taking a seat, the princess remarked, "I had hoped he would bring his fiancée, Yi, to celebrate with me. What a pity." The princess of Jingyang replied, "Mo and the eldest daughter of the Pingyuan Ho residents are not very acquainted, but I'm sure he will bring his fiancée, Yi, to celebrate with you next year." The princess smiled. "I wonder which girl will be fortunate enough to marry Mo." The third madam sat there, feeling somewhat awkward, as if the implication was that the daughters of the Pingyuan Ho residents lacked such fortune. While this statement was not entirely unfounded, it was still uncomfortable. None of them had found such luck. Wait, Shen Tang might still have that fortune. Her engagement had even drawn the emperor's attention, suggesting that the family background of her suitor was certainly not inferior to that of the prince of Jingyang. Feeling uneasy, Shen Tang and Shen Luo quickly excused themselves, only to encounter the wife of the Earl of Yongning outside. Upon seeing Shen Tang, the expression of the Earl's wife instantly cooled, for it was Shen Tang who had prevented her son from marrying for good fortune, and her daughter had lost her reputation, being forced to marry into the Wang family. A calamity in itself. The sight of Shen Tang ignited a surge of ire within her. Shen Tang was well aware that the Earl's wife would not greet her kindly, but the necessary courtesies could not be neglected. Shen Tang bowed respectfully and then followed Shen Luo and the maid towards the garden. Chapter 50. The Jade Pendant in the garden. Vibrant flowers bloomed amidst the lush greenery, and the air was filled with joyous laughter. Groups of illustrious young ladies, gathered to celebrate a birthday, frolicked and played, their merriment echoing throughout the space. Shen Luo quickly mingled with the other young ladies, while Shen Tang, accompanied by Yinxing, strolled around, intending to enjoy the breeze by the lakeside. After walking just a few steps, she spotted a face that was all too familiar approaching her. It was none other than the heir of the Jingyang Wang, Siagimo. How could he be in the garden instead of the front courtyard? As their gazes met, Shen Tang felt an unaccountable flutter in her heart. Without a moment's hesitation, she grasped Yinxing and Appo's hand and decisively changed her course. The last encounter at the show Wang Fu had left her feeling embarrassed, and she could only imagine what might unfold if they crossed paths again. It was better to avoid him altogether. Behind Siagimo, Chen Shi observed Shen Tang retreating as if from a plague, his expression contorting with suppressed amusement. It was no surprise that the lord had taken a fancy to such an extraordinary girl. While many envied her and wished to marry him, Shen Ergunyang would rather accompany him to the grave than accept a bridal sedan chair. Even when she fell into the water, the lord's desire to rescue her was thwarted, and now, upon seeing him, she chose to bypass him entirely. As luck would have it, while avoiding Siagimo, she inadvertently encountered the third young master of the Wangua Gongfu. Shen Tang internally lamented her unending embarrassment. However, the third young master was not daunting enough to make her change her path. They met face to face, and Shen Tang performed a respectful curtsy, to which he responded in kind. As she prepared to leave, he spoke, "My family has wronged you, Miss Shen." Shen Tang, taken aback, thought, "Shouldn't I be the one apologizing? Why does the third young master wish to apologize to me?" She inquired, bewildered. With a slight blush, he replied, "On the day my father fell from the palanquin, it was no accident, and it resulted in you facing slander regarding your supposed ill fate in marriage." The rumors of Shen Tang's supposed ill fortune had spread widely, and although the Wangua Gongfu had defended her, asserting that the incident was due to a servant's misfortune, few believed it. The Wangua Gong had been accustomed to the palanquin for years, and the mishap had occurred precisely when they sought her hand in marriage. Furthermore, the Wangua Gongfu itself did not seem to believe their own defense, or else the marriage proposal would not have been left unresolved. Shen Tang shook her head, asserting, "It is I who should apologize for causing your father's injury." The third young master frowned. "Do you truly believe you carry such a curse?" Shen Tang, realizing the absurdity of the notion, thought, "Of course, I do not believe in such superstitions, but the fact remains that your father was injured because of me, and an apology is warranted." Unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, she muttered, "I was merely being courteous." Their conversation lingered in the air until Siagimo remained rooted in place, while Qin Shi felt an inexplicable chill. Just as he was about to speak, a piece of jade was tossed in his direction. He fumbled to catch it, puzzled, my lord. Have her come to see me, Xie Guimo instructed succinctly before striding toward the pavilion. Meanwhile, Shen Tang and Yinxing continued their stroll, arriving at the lakeside. Though the scenery was picturesque, the wind was biting, prompting Shen Tang to sneeze and decide to find a more sheltered spot. As they walked, Shen Tang admired the views, while Yinxing, with her keen eyes, spotted a jade pendant nestled in the grass. Miss, someone has dropped this jade pendant. Following Yinxing's gaze, Shen Tang indeed saw the pendant. Yinxing rushed over to pick it up, but upon seeing it, Shen Tang frowned and instructed, put it back. Yinxing, perplexed, asked why put it back. We could return it to the people of the Suxiang Wangfu. Today, all the officials are there to celebrate the birthday. This is a splendid opportunity to gain renown. Yet you refuse to collect it? Shen Tang replied, this belongs to the heir of Jingyang Wang. I have no desire to be entangled with him. Yinxing, examining the exquisite craftsmanship of the pendant, questioned, how do you know it belongs to him? Shen Tang replied, I have seen it before. Yinxing looked at her, contemplating whether to indeed leave it behind. Even if it is his, you could still keep it. Shen Tang, resolute, insisted that Yinxing return the pendant. With a sigh, Yinxing complied and placed the pendant back where it had been found. As they moved away, Qin Shi swiftly approached the pendant, bending to retrieve it. In the pavilion, Xie Guimo sat sipping tea. Qin Shi hurried inside, presenting the pendant. Xie Guimo frowned. How did you recover it? Qin Shi explained, Miss Shen recognized it as yours. The maid picked it up but insisted on returning it. Xie Guimo chuckled. How could she recognize this pendant as mine? Qin Shi shared his confusion, noting that the pendant had only recently been gifted to the heir and was being worn for the first time today. Given the distance at which Shen Tang had seen Xie Guimo earlier, it seemed implausible for her to have recognized it. Reflecting on her earlier words, he pondered. Miss Shen mentioned she had seen you wear this pendant before. Xie Guimo took the pendant from Qin Shi, examining it closely. It was indeed a piece he had never shown her. How could she have seen it? Just then, Chun Shan entered the pavilion, stating, my lord, there is something I forgot to report. What is it? Xie Guimo inquired casually. Chun Shan continued, you had tasked me with protecting Miss Shen, but it seems she recognized me and was surprised that I was not one of the Jingyang Wang's men. Xie Guimo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that so? Chun Shan and Appo's gaze fell back on the pendant. She recognizes not only you, but also your shadow guard and your pendant. Moreover, she displayed no fear when confronting you outside the show Wangfu, and her reaction when you frowned seemed to fluster her. Few dare to look you in the eye, and she certainly does not appear to be one to possess such audacity. Yet, she avoided you as if fearing entanglement. This notion inexplicably unsettled Xie Guimo, darkening his expression. Is there anything else peculiar about her? Chun Shan, always vigilant, noted Miss Shen is adept with the sword and skilled in swimming. Yet no one from the Pingyuan Hofu is aware of this. She also knows of the schemes from the Yongning Bofu to manipulate circumstances in favor of the heir, having even rushed to the Jiang family to prevent a marriage proposal despite being injured. Chapter 51. The frightening horse, the matter of dreams, is enigmatic and profound. And originally, Xie Guimo held little belief in such things. Even without the need for auspicious circumstances, he would awaken. Shen Tang had helped the Jiang family evade the schemes of the Yongning Duke's residence, all of which was attributed to the Jiang clan's dreams. Surely, the art of swordplay and the skill of swimming could not have been learned solely in dreams. Gazing into the distance where Shen Tang had vanished, Xie Guimo's gaze darkened, concealing his thoughts from all. Unbeknownst to Shen Tang, her desire for solitude had only drawn her deeper into the throng, and she dared not roam aimlessly anymore, opting instead to remain amidst the crowd. She approached the noble young ladies, and upon seeing her, Princess Rugia stepped forward affectionately, calling out Sister Shen Tang. Shen Tang performed a respectful curtsy, greeting the princess. Before she could fully bow, Princess Rugia swiftly assisted her upright, exclaiming, Sister Shen Tang, why do we still stand on ceremony? In a hushed tone, she continued, you sent your maid to deliver the prescription to me. I have yet to properly thank you. Shen Tang instructed Ginkgo to deliver the prescription, knowing that with Princess Rugia's status, she would not carelessly consume any medicine. Ginkgo was told to assure the princess that the prescription was highly effective and that should she feel uncertain, she could consult a physician before taking it. It was true that the princess had sought a physician's opinion on the prescription, which had been deemed excellent. For several days, Princess Rugia had been taking the medicine. Had Princess Rugia not mentioned this, Shen Tang might have forgotten that she too required medication for her own condition. After suffering from a chill recently and having taken too many bitter medicines, she intended to pause for a few days before resuming her treatment. In the span of 4 years, she had lost track of when her pain had last struck and had not inquired with Ginkgo. She needed to start her regimen again, as she did not wish to endure that excruciating pain once more. Madame Second's people were stationed at the door, and Ginkgo would undoubtedly be interrogated while procuring medicine. It would be unwise to ask Chan Shan for assistance in this matter. She resolved to find a pharmacy on the way back after the birthday banquet had concluded. After conversing with Princess Rugia for a while, the noble young ladies beckoned her to join a game of blind man and oppose. Bluff. Shen Tang, disinterested in participating, found a spot to sit quietly and observe. After a while, the maidservants from the prince's residence approached, inviting everyone to take their seats for the banquet. Shen Tang and the noble young ladies proceeded to the dining area. The birthday celebration for the Dowager Princess was grand, with all available civil and military officials attending to offer their congratulations. Even the Emperor and Empress had sent gifts, underscoring the significance of the Su residence. The festivities were lively and lasted nearly 2 hours before the gathering dispersed. After the banquet, the Su residents saw off their guests. As they approached the carriage, Shen Tang quietly informed Madame Third, "Aunt, I have just received a new prescription and am eager to consult a doctor at the pharmacy. I may need to delay my sister for a moment. Would you prefer to return home first?" Madame Third was curious about the prescription, but, surrounded by people, refrained from asking. Since Shen Tang intended to take her daughter, Shen Luo, along, she reminded her not to linger too long on the streets, knowing her daughter enjoyed shopping. Shen Tang nodded in agreement. Once inside the carriage, Shen Luo inquired, "Elder sister, what prescription do you need to consult the doctor about?" Shen Tang, not wishing to conceal the truth, replied, "It is a remedy for my pain." As a sister, Shen Luo was aware of Shen Tang and Oppo's condition and lost interest, instead expressing her desire to explore the streets. "You go fetch the medicine. I shall wander about." Shen Tang had no intention of insisting on her company, especially since she had not written down the prescription but kept it in her memory. Ultimately, neither of them made it to the pharmacy. Shen Luo, eager to shop, instructed the servant to take them to the busiest streets of the capital, where pharmacies were abundant. Shen Tang was not particular about the pharmacy, but when they reached a bustling street, the horse suddenly became frantic, causing the carriage to lurch wildly. Shen Luo was ready to disembark, but as the carriage jolted forward, she stumbled backward. Had Shen Tang not acted swiftly to catch her, the outcome could have been disastrous. With one hand steadying Shen Luo and the other gripping the carriage, Shen Tang felt her insides churn painfully as her back collided with the carriage's interior. Shen Luo, unable to hold on, was tossed about, clinging desperately to Shen Tang. In that moment of chaos, Shen Tang felt a surge of rage and fear, having traveled by carriage countless times without incident. She could hardly believe that this was mere misfortune. The horse galloped uncontrollably, and with no sign of stopping. She realized she had yet to find her brother or convince her father of the second household and Oppo's ambitions. She could not perish like this. Shen Luo and Oppo's face turned pale, tears streaming down her cheeks, a mixture of fright and pain. Just as Shen Tang felt she could no longer maintain her grip, the horse and Oppo's speed began to lessen, allowing her heart to settle somewhat. A gust of wind lifted the carriage curtain, revealing a familiar figure attempting to rein in the runaway horse. Without time to discern who it was, she felt a flicker of reassurance. In that instant, the horse came to a sudden halt, propelling both Shen Tang and Shen Luo forward uncontrollably. Shen Tang clung tightly to the carriage while Shen Luo stumbled ahead, nearly pulling Shen Tang's arm from its socket. Fortunately, Shen Luo did not collide with the carriage, Her head struck the side instead, absorbing some of the force. Otherwise, Shen Tang would have feared for her own arm safety. As the horse stilled, Shen Tang felt dizzy, her arm throbbing painfully, tears welling in her eyes. Not daring to remain in the carriage any longer, she hurriedly exited, only to be met by a pair of urgent and concerned eyes, those of Xie Guimo. How could it be him? The horse lay slain, unmoving on the ground. Shen Tang stood in shock, unable to fathom that her savior would be Xie Guimo. Shen Luo, eager to escape, pushed Shen Tang aside. The carriage tipped, and Shen Tang, caught off guard, fell out. Just as she was about to hit the ground, Xie Guimo caught her, but it was her injured arm that he grasped, sending a jolt of pain through her body, causing her to gasp and tears to flow. Oh, the pain. Xie Guimo's expression changed. What happened to your arm? Shen Tang was too pained to respond. He examined her arm, confirming, it is not broken, merely dislocated. I will set it back, bear with me. He grasped her arm and lifted it, prompting Shen Tang to bite her lip to stifle a cry. It's all right now, he said softly, and in that moment, Shen Tang felt as though she had never truly known him. Ginkgo and Chunmei hurried over, their own faces pale with fear. Ginkgo rushed to assist Shen Tang, while Chunmei helped Shen Luo. Shen Tang looked at Xie Guimo and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, young Master Xie, for saving us. Chapter 52. Remorse. Shen Luo, having struck her head, felt lightheaded. Shen Tang, equally sore, required a physician and Amp, Oppos, as attention. Thus, they rode in Yinxing and Chunmei and Amp, Oppos, as carriage back to the manor. As they departed, her gaze swept over the fallen steed. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Xie Guimo instructed Chen Qi to investigate the cause of the horse's sudden frenzy. Yes, Chen Qi responded. Xie Guimo then mounted his horse. Just then, Duan Wang and Oppos, heir, Xiao Sun, and Xuan Marquis and Oppos, heir Chu Yi, approached on horseback. Noticing the Pingyuan Marquis manor and Oppos' carriage, Xiao Sun raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Rescuing someone is truly no easy feat. Chu Yi glanced at Xie Guimo, then back at Xiao Sun, sensing an underlying meaning in his words. The second prince and Chongping Marquis and Oppos' heir also arrived. The latter remarked, the second Miss Shun would rather die alongside Jingyang Wang and Oppos' heir than marry you. Yet, you spare no effort to save her. Earlier, the second prince had sought Xie Guimo and Oppos' counsel, but a sudden commotion in the street prompted Xie Guimo to abandon their conversation and ride to the rescue. They had assumed he was saving some other maiden, not a Pingyuan Marquis manor and Oppos' daughter, which greatly surprised them. Chu Yi, equally puzzled, questioned Xie Guimo. Why did you save her? He added, it would be one thing if the second Miss Shun refused the marriage to spare her sister's feelings. But that is clearly not the case. Xie Guimo replied expressionlessly, returning the favor for her refusal. With that, Xie Guimo spurred his horse and departed, leaving the others dumbfounded. Well, one of them said, that's a fair debt to repay. Even before the engagement was finalized with the eldest son of the Minister of Rights or the third son of the Duke of Wan, misfortune had already struck. What consequences might arise if she were to truly marry? The second Miss Shun's willingness to injure herself to avoid the marriage was an act of kindness toward Jingyang Wang's heir. How could one not reciprocate such a gesture? Yet, something felt amiss. He felt his mind growing dull. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Shen Tang was writhing in pain from the jolting ride. Shen Luo was even more distressed, feeling nauseous and on the verge of vomiting. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the Pingyuan Marquis manor. As soon as the carriage halted, Shen Luo hastily exited, leaning against the stone lion at the entrance and retching, though nothing came up. Inside the Soma hall, the old madam sat on the arhut bed, sipping tea. After returning, the third madam did not immediately return to the west courtyard. Instead, she went to inform the old madam. Noticing that she had returned alone, the old madam inquired, where are Tanger and Luo? The third madam replied, the second miss has acquired a new prescription and went to the apothecary to inquire about its suitability. You had accompanied her. I returned ahead of them. Just as the third madam finished speaking, a maidservant rushed in, exclaiming, "Old madam, something terrible has happened." The second miss and fourth miss were startled by a horse in the street. The third madam jumped to her feet, exclaiming, "How could a horse suddenly startle?" The maidservant shook her head, only knowing that such an incident had occurred, not the cause of the horse's fright. The third madam grew anxious. The old madam asked, "Were they injured?" The maidservant replied, "The second miss dislocated her arm, but Jingyang Wang's heir reset it. As for other injuries, I do not know." The old madam thought she had misheard, asking, "Jingyang Wang's heir?" The young maidservant nodded repeatedly, confirming that Jingyang Wang's heir had saved them from the startled horse. A strange feeling stirred within the old madam's heart. The previous time, Shen Tang attended the Rugia princess's birthday celebration. She was accidentally pushed into the water by the Yongning Earl Manor's eldest daughter. Jingyang Wang's heir had jumped in to save her, but Shen Tang, being a proficient swimmer, did not require assistance, thus missing another opportunity to become Jingyang Wang and Amp, Oppos, as heir and Amp, Oppos, as consort. At the time, the old madam had a premonition that there would be a third encounter. She had not anticipated that the third encounter would come so soon. If Shen Tang and Amp, Oppos, marriage arrangements were not already halfway finalized, the old madam would have suspected that Shen Tang was destined to become Jingyang Wang's heir's consort. The old madam said, "Let's hope they are unharmed. Send someone to fetch a physician." Even if they were not injured by the startled horse, they must have been greatly frightened and require medical attention. Learning that Shen Tang and Shen Luo had returned, the third madam did not bother to take her leave from the old madam and hurried out. In the distance, she saw maidservants supporting Shen Tang and Shen Luo as they approached. Shen Tang's hair was disheveled, and Shen Luo had a large bruise on her forehead. Seeing the third madam, Shen Luo burst into tears, crying, "Mother, I almost didn't an Oppos, see you again." Shen Luo clung to the third madam, weeping uncontrollably, genuinely terrified by the experience. The third madam, heartbroken for her daughter, patted Shen Luo and Amp, Oppos, back and gently comforted her. Shen Tang, aching all over, did not stop, instructing Yinxing to assist her directly back to Qingyi courtyard. In the ancestral hall, the second madam was copying family precepts. Shen Han had made several oversights. By this time, Shen Tang and the others should have returned from the Su Wang Manor's birthday celebration. Growing impatient, Shen Han put down her brush, massaging her sore wrist. A maidservant hurried in, reporting, "Eldest miss, the second miss and fourth miss were startled by a horse in the street." So, it finally happened, Shen Han thought. Shen Han barely suppressed the elation from showing on her face. She feigned concern, asking, "How could a horse suddenly startle? Are they seriously injured?" The maidservant replied, "Not too seriously, I think. The second miss dislocated her arm, but Jingyang Wang and Amp, Oppos, heir reset in the street." Shen Han and Amp, Oppos, face instantly darkened. "Explain yourself. Who treated the second miss and Oppos' dislocation?" The maidservant weakly replied, It was Jingyang Wang and Oppos' heir." The maidservant also found the situation unbelievable. How could Jingyang Wang's heir treat their Pingyuan Marquis Manor's second miss? Yet, it was undeniably true. Shen Han gritted hartit, feeling as if the anger within her was about to explode. Does Jingyang Wang and Oppos' heir simply enjoy saving people so much? When Shen Tang fell into the water, he wanted to jump in to save her. When Shen Tang was startled by a horse, he saved her again. Does he enjoy saving someone who knows he will not die and is unwilling to marry him? Shen Han's vision blurred with rage. Shen Tang and Shen Luo were startled by a horse, but Jingyang Wang's heir saved them. They could not have been seriously injured. This was not the first time her schemes against Shen Tang had failed. Why was Shen Tang always able to escape danger? Shen Han, enraged, swept the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones off the table, scattering them across the floor. Meanwhile, back in Qingyi courtyard, not long after Shen Tang returned, Steward Li led a physician in. Shen Tang had several contusions and a bump on the back of her head, but these were all superficial injuries that would heal with a few days of medication. However, she was also greatly frightened, so the physician prescribed some calming medicine. After confirming that Shen Tang was not seriously injured, Steward Li led the physician to the west courtyard. Once they had left, Shen Tang removed her dress, revealing large bruises on her shoulders and back. Inxing and Amp, Oppos, tears streamed down her face as she carefully applied the medicine. Yet Shen Tang still trembled in pain. Biting her fingers, Shen Tang could not shake the image of Siek Gimo and Amp, Oppos, his urgent and worried eyes from her mind. She had never felt so remorseful. She had avoided him, and even though she knew he had dropped his jade pendant, she had not allowed the maidservant to retrieve it for him. Yet, he did not hold a grudge against her for leaving Jingyang Wang's bridal sedan empty and had saved her life in the street. Chapter 53. Habits. The bruises on her body had all been treated. Friend Amp, Oppos, brought over the prepared medicine, and Shen Tang, feeling utterly exhausted, drank it down and soon fell into a restless slumber. However, her sleep was plagued with discomfort. The shocks from her fright and the pain from her injuries caused her to stir awake several times. To make matters worse, her monthly visitor arrived at that very moment. Shen Tang experienced sharp, cramping pains in her abdomen, and Inxing suspected that the medicine she had taken had been tampered with. Shen Tang replied, "It in Amp, Oppos, just that the time has come for my monthly visitor." Inxing expressed her surprise, stating that her lady's cycle was usually punctual, with 3 or 4 days still to go. Yet, she understood that such irregularities were not uncommon given Shen Tang and Oppos' recent misfortunes and illnesses. Shen Tang retreated behind the screen to change her clothes and then returned to lie down on the small couch. Friend Amp, Oppos, brought a hand warmer to her, remarking, "There are rumors circulating that the heir of the Jingyang prince saved you out of gratitude for your refusal to marry." Shen Tang accepted the hand warmer, using it to warm her abdomen, while Inxing inquired, "Who is spreading such rumors?" Fora clarified, "It's not just a rumor. The heir of the Jingyang prince himself said so." Shen Tang was taken aback. How could the heir of the Jingyang prince say such a thing? Before she could voice her disbelief, there was a knock at the window. Inxing and Xiaotong had grown accustomed to such occurrences, but Fora jumped in surprise and turned to look at the window. When the window was pushed open, a masked man jumped inside. Fora nearly screamed, but Xiaotong quickly covered her mouth, pulling her outside to guard the door. As the man approached, Shen Tang's cheeks flushed crimson, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "You frightened my maid." Though Fora was indeed her servant, she worried about what might happen if someone else had intruded. What if word got out? Her reputation would be ruined. The man replied, "You will soon grow accustomed to it." His words were infuriating, and he sat down directly beside the bed, stating, "How do you know he wouldn't say such a thing?" Shen Tang was momentarily at a loss, instinctively responding, "Who? What did he say?" The man gazed into Shen Tang and Amp, Oppos' eyes and repeated, "The heir of the Jingyang prince saved you out of gratitude for your refusal to marry." How could he know? After all, they had shared the same roof for 3 years. How could she not understand his character at all? Despite her refusal to enter the bridal sedan, Siek Gimo had been nothing but gracious. Would he really express gratitude for her decision not to marry? However, she had not anticipated that it was Siek Gimo who had saved her and Shen Luo today. The debt of gratitude for saving her life would surely compel her father to offer substantial gifts of thanks. The thought of her father visiting and the ensuing awkwardness was unbearable. Yet, Shen Tang conceded, "He does owe me a debt of gratitude for my refusal to marry." The man chuckled in disbelief. He had made that statement to silence the gossip, to provide a plausible excuse for his actions, yet here she was, echoing his words. One day, he would surely be driven to madness by this woman. He was intrigued to hear her reasoning. Looking at Shen Tang, his gaze was profound. "Is there even need to ask?" Shen Tang lightly laughed in response. "Would you want a woman you do not love to occupy the position of your rightful wife?" "No, I would not." "Then that settles it." Just as Shen Tang was about to continue speaking, the man smiled and said, "Are you so certain that the heir of the Jingyang prince does not have feelings for you?" When she had died in her previous life, Shen Xian had claimed that Siek Gimo loved her. Shen Tang had found it hard to believe then, and even more so now. Furthermore, the question itself made Shen Tang doubt whether the man had left his wits behind in his haste. She replied, "The heir of the Jingyang prince likes me, and then asked for my elder sister and Amp, Oppos' hand in marriage. Is he truly that foolish?" The man remained silent. Besides, I am self-aware. I'm not a banknote that everyone desires. The man was at a loss whether to be pleased with Shen Tang and Apos, as self-awareness or infuriated by it. Shen Tang wished to avoid further discussion about the heir of the Jingyang prince and redirected the conversation. Did you come to see me for a specific reason? The man replied, You startled a horse on the street. I came to deliver medicine to you. As he spoke, he produced a vial of ointment from his hand. Shen Tang recognized it immediately as imperial-grade medicine. Who exactly was this person? To wield such a precious item and even have the emperor facilitate his communications was astounding. Displeased with her assumptions, Shen Tang was about to inquire further when an unexpected sharp pain struck her abdomen, causing her forehead to sweat. Clutching her stomach tightly, she inadvertently aggravated the bruises on her back. In her moment of distraction, she had forgotten to take her medicine, and she felt she deserved the pain she endured. It had been a long time since she had felt such agony, and tears streamed down her face. Seeing her in such distress, the man asked, Haven't it hurt this much? I shall summon the physician. As he stood to leave, Shen Tang stopped him, insisting, I am fine. He did not believe her. You appear to be in considerable pain. How can you claim to be fine? Shen Tang shook her head. I assure you, I am truly fine. Yet the man, still unconvinced, furrowed his brow beneath his mask. I remain uneasy. I shall ask Dr. Zhao to come again. Despite her protests, Shen Tang could not dissuade him. In desperation, she exclaimed, I am genuinely fine. I simply have my monthly visitor. Realizing what she had just revealed, Shen Tang wished to bite her tongue off. Not to mention her face, she felt utterly engulfed in embarrassment. As a refined young lady, it was inappropriate for a man to intrude upon her private quarters, and to let him know about her monthly visitor was mortifying. In her heart, Shen Tang prayed that the man would not understand, but alas, her pleas were in vain. Though his face was obscured by the mask, his ears and neck flushed crimson, indicating he was indeed aware. The man regretted knowing too much. He had not anticipated that Shen Tang would rather remain a widow than enter the Jingyang prince's household. To ensure a pleasant wedding night, she had repeatedly perused the instructional book provided by the prince and Apos, residence, which left little room for misunderstanding. An air of awkwardness enveloped the room. The man cleared his throat. Rest well. I shall return to check on you later. As he began to leave, Shen Tang called out, Wait. The man turned back, asking, Do you not wish for me to leave? What was he saying? Shen Tang and Apos' face burned even more fiercely. He should not have come. They had not even been betrothed yet, and even if they were, it was still inappropriate for him to be there. Not wishing to be courteous to him any longer, Shen Tang said, Please help me investigate how the horse was startled. She did not believe the incident was merely a coincidence. The man replied, I have already had someone look into it. The horse was driven mad after being fed a drug. As expected, Shen Tang va Apos et pseudagen. She had never harbored ill will towards anyone. But the only individuals capable of such cruel actions against her were Madame Eyre and Shen Xian. With old grievances added to new, Shen Tang could not let this go unpunished. She could not swallow this anger. Looking at the man, she asked, Could you assist me with one more favor? The man smiled. What is it that you need? Do not allow my second uncle to ascend to the position of assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. The man found Shen Tang and Apos' request peculiar, as he had not heard of any issues within the Ministry of Revenue that would create a vacancy for the assistant minister. Without any opportunity for her second uncle to contend for the position, it seemed unnecessary. Considering Shen Tang and Apos' severe abdominal pain, the man refrained from pressing further. After leaving the Pingyuan Marquis and Apos' residence and on his way back to the Jingnan Prince and Apos' estate, he recalled that the Assistant Minister of Revenue and Apos' residence was nearby and decided to take a detour. As he passed by the residence of the Assistant Minister of Revenue, he happened to see a steward escorting a physician out of the gates. Xie Guimo exchanged a glance with Chen Shi. As they moved further away, Chen Shi caught up and said, Master, the old matriarch of the Assistant Minister of Revenue and Apos' household fell gravely ill last night. Several doctors have visited, and all have declared she has but a few days left. Upon hearing this, Xie Guimo tightened the reins, bringing his horse to a stop. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the Assistant Minister of Revenue and Amp, Appo's residence. His expression was inscrutable. It seemed there was indeed an opportunity for a vacancy. Chapter 54. Embarrassment after the man departed, Inxing could not help but shed tears, saying, "Miss, the startled horse must be the doing of the second madam and the eldest daughter. We must inform the Marquis." A cold glint flickered in Shen Tang and Appo's eyes, without evidence. Her father would never believe her. If her father had any inclination to trust her, her mother would not have been left in sorrow, departing this world with resentment. Inxing exclaimed, "Are we to let this go just like that? Allow it?" That was out of the question. She vowed to ensure that Shun Yin and the second madam experienced the terror of a startled horse themselves. Leaning against a large pillow, Shen Tang was soon visited by Chiotong, who entered and announced, "Miss, the Marquis has arrived." Shen Tang straightened herself, and shortly after, Shun Sui entered, with a frail voice. She greeted Father. Shun Sui had attended the birthday celebration at the Su Wangfu that day, but after the banquet concluded, instead of returning home, he headed directly to the military camp, only coming back to the Marquis and Appo's residence upon hearing of Shen Tang and Appo's incident with the startled horse in the streets. He inquired, "Is your injury severe?" Shen Tang shook her head. "Just some superficial wounds. I shall recover in a few days." After a pause, she asked, "Father, have you been able to investigate the cause of the horse's fright?" If she directly informed Shen Sui that it was the second madam and Shun Yin who had plotted against her, he would not believe it. However, if he were to uncover the truth himself, he could not dismiss it. Shen Sui replied, "It has been discovered that someone has administered a drug." Inxing interjected, "The Marquis must find out who is harming the young lady." Shen Sui was already aware that someone intended to harm Shen Tang. There was no need for Inxing and Appo's as reminder. However, while investigating was one matter, determining whether it could lead to the second madam was another. Shen Sui reassured Shen Tang, "I will look into this matter. Until we ascertain the truth, it would be best for you to remain indoors." But can one truly evade danger when it lurks within the very household? From Shen Sui's words, Shen Tang understood he did not suspect the second branch. Did her father have such unwavering trust in her uncle? Even when Shen Tang doubted that the second madam and Shun Yin had plotted her demise, her father remained oblivious to the second branch and Appo's treachery. Shen Tang felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Her body ached all over, and now anger only intensified her discomfort. Shen Sui had merely come to check on her, and upon confirming she was not gravely harmed, he felt at ease. As he exited Qingyi courtyard, the old madam sent someone to summon him. Upon entering Songa Hall, the old madam sighed and remarked, "Tang and Amp, Appo's, and Luo and Amp, Appo's, were fortunate to be saved by the heir of the Jingyang Wang. We, the Pingyuan Marquis and Amp, Appo's household, ought to express our gratitude." The thought of this matter made her feel embarrassed. One daughter was afraid of widowhood and schemed against her own sister to facilitate a marriage, while the other was fully aware that the Jingyang Wang's heir would not perish, yet stubbornly refused to enter the bridal sedan chair, leaving it empty to return to the Jingyang Wangfu. Their joyous banquet had turned into a farce, and yet the heir of Jingyang Wang repaid their ingratitude with kindness, leaving the Pingyuan Marquis household utterly ashamed. The actions taken had already become fodder for gossip, and failing to express gratitude would only invite further ridicule. Not only had the heir of Jingyang Wang saved their two daughters, but he had also, in front of a crowd, caught Shen Tang and aided her in treating her dislocated joint. In a different scenario, such an act would likely lead to a betrothal. Yet the tea houses and taverns were silent on the matter. If it were meant to be, it would have been settled long ago. The heir of Jingyang Wang had even rescinded his engagement to the Pingyuan Marquis household. When the sedan chair arrived at their door, Shen Heir's daughter had already donned her phoenix coronet and bridal attire, preferring to pierce herself than marry the heir. How then could a marriage even be contemplated? Such notions were utterly ridiculous, and there was no point in discussing them further. Moreover, if one were to require the services of a physician to reset a bone, that would imply the physician had to marry every girl he treated. The old madam dared not hope for another alliance between the Pingyuan Marquis household and the Jingyang Wangfu. Her greater fear was that this incident might affect Shen Tang and Appo's as half-arranged marriage, not even knowing who had proposed to marry Shen Tang. And with no one coming to formally request her hand, Shen Sui could not simply inquire of the emperor. The thought of visiting the Jingyang Wangfu to express gratitude caused Shen Sui's head to throb. The last encounter had already been awkward enough when the engagement was annulled. He hoped there would be no further embarrassments in the future. Shen Sui declared, "Tomorrow, after the morning court, I shall go to the Jingyang Wangfu to offer my thanks." After discussing which gifts to present, he took his leave. A restless night followed, and upon waking, Shen Tang found her head somewhat heavy. As she propped herself up in bed, Yinxing and Qiutong entered with a copper basin. Upon seeing Shen Tang awake, Yinxing hurried to assist her in getting out of bed. Grinning as she said, "Miss, something happened in the Buddhist hall last night." Shen Tang perked up immediately. What transpired in the Buddhist hall? Yinxing explained. The second madam and the eldest daughter wanted to finish copying the family rules quickly, so they stayed up all night. But somehow, the eldest daughter knocked over the candlestick, and the lamp oil burned over 500 copies of the rules, nearly setting the Buddhist hall ablaze. Yinxing could hardly contain her laughter, fearing that others would accuse her of gloating. The old madam had decreed that they must copy 600 family rules before being allowed to leave. But now that the copies were burnt, they would not count. Shen Tang's mood lightened considerably, though she wondered how Shan Yin could be so careless. She glanced out the window, suspecting that Chen Shan might have been acting on her behalf. After a moment, Yinxing, noticing Shen Tang's gaze, said softly, "I inquired, and it was indeed Chen Shan who was avenging you." Shen Tang felt gratitude swell within her. She could not let this kindness go unacknowledged. After breakfast, she thanked Chen Shan, offering him 10 taels of silver. He replied, "This is merely my duty as a subordinate. Shen Tang Zima, though your master has tasked you with protecting me, he surely did not instruct you in such detail." Indeed, it was Chen Shan and Appo's own idea. He had perched in a tree for so long that he was nearly stiff and had decided to stretch his limbs in the Buddhist hall since he had nothing else to do. Shen Tang pressed the silver into his hand. This time, Chen Shan accepted it, expressing many thanks for the noble lady and Appo's generosity. Shen Tang Mu said, how fitting it was that a master had a servant who addressed her as Lady of the Air, without a thought for her discomfort. Had she known, she would have refrained from thanking him. Yet, did this not reveal that his master was indeed an heir? Considering the man could request the emperor and Appo's intervention, it was hardly surprising. Shen Tang and Appo's injuries were merely superficial, and after 3 days of recuperation with the medicinal ointment provided by the man, she was nearly well. One day, after finishing her morning ablutions, Shen Tang sat down to breakfast. She picked up a bun, took a bite, and immediately furrowed her brow. It was excessively salty, causing her to spit it out in haste. Yinxing sampled a bite and exclaimed, "How can this be so salty? I will go inquire." After a brief absence, Yinxing returned to inform Shen Tang. The kitchen has been in disarray these past 2 days, and the dishes requested by various courtyards were mixed up. When had the kitchen ever made such a blunder? Shen Tang asked, "Is it only the kitchen that is in disarray?" Yinxing replied, "It seems the embroidery room has encountered some issues as well. I heard from C and Appo's that the various housekeepers nearly all visited the old madam yesterday. Shen Tang Chuka. The second madam must be growing impatient with copying the family rules in the Buddhist hall and is now causing disturbances to pressure the old madam into releasing her." The old madam had aged, and for over a decade, the second madam had managed the household. Even if the old madam wished to take over, she lacked the strength. Since the second madam was so eager to leave the Buddhist hall, Shen Tang saw no harm in lending her a hand. After finishing her breakfast, she headed to Songha Hall with Yinxing. On the way, Yinxing advised, "Miss, your bruises from the fall have not yet fully healed. Why the rush to pay respects to the old madam? If you delay a few days, she will not hold it against you." Shen Tang sighed, "I have been beset by misfortunes one after another. My heart is restless. I must go to the Zhao Temple to pray for blessings." Yinxing cautioned, "But you have just been startled by a horse. The Marquis specifically instructed you to remain indoors, and the old madam will not permit you to go." Shen Tang "Even if they do not allow it, I shall go. With my mother gone and my father busy, If I do not handle these matters, who else can I rely upon? It would be one thing if misfortune befell me alone. However, I dread the thought of this ill fate extending to my father and grandmother. To seek solace, I shall refrain from taking the carriage." As the master and the servant conversed, they walked away, while from behind a decorative rockery emerged a figure clad in emerald green, hastily making their way towards the Buddhist hall. Chapter 55. Return gift. Within the chamber, the elder matriarch reclined on the rattan couch, sipping tea, while the third madam sat at her side, engaging her in conversation. As Shen Tang entered, having circumvented the screen, the elder lady expressed mild surprise, which was mirrored in the astonished countenance of the third madam. How could this second young lady, who had sustained more severe injuries than Luo heir, have recovered so rapidly? Approaching respectfully, Shen Tang bowed to the elder matriarch, reassuring her that she need not worry, as the bruises from her fall had nearly healed. The elder lady nodded benevolently, expressing her relief that all was well. The third madam, however, was becoming increasingly restless. It was well known that Shen Tang's injuries were more grave, as confirmed by the physician, while her own daughter, who had narrowly escaped death from a startled horse, was still in recovery. Yet here was Shen Tang, able to pay respects to the elder matriarch while her daughter, who was of a more delicate constitution, remained incapacitated. This was simply unacceptable. The third madam suspected that the physician had favored Shen Tang, providing her with superior ointments compared to those given to her daughter. Indeed, Shen Tang had received better medicines, but not from the physician, though the third madam harbored doubts. She lacked any evidence to voice her concerns. Seating herself, Shen Tang addressed the elder matriarch, stating, "Grandmother, the estate has faced a series of unfortunate events lately, and it is indeed ominous. I wish to visit the great Zhao Temple to pray for blessings for you and father." It was not only Shen Tang who felt the recent misfortunes of the marquisate. Everyone in the household sensed that calamities had befallen them since the young heir of Jingyang had required auspicious rites, and the eldest young lady, fearing widowhood, had refused to marry. Since the heir had recovered from his poisoning, the misfortunes surrounding the Pingyuan marquisate had only continued to mount. It was indeed time to seek solace at the great Zhao Temple. However, the elder matriarch was not inclined to permit Shen Tang's visit. Just as she was about to voice her opposition, a young maid hurried in, delivering a message from the second madam, who felt that the marquisate had been too unsettled of late, causing her great anxiety. She wished to go to the great Zhao Temple to pray and sought the elder matriarch and Apo's as permission to do so, promising to return and continue the task of copying the family rules. Upon hearing this, Shen Tang quickly interjected, "Grandmother, I can go on behalf of everyone." The elder matriarch replied, "You have just recovered from your injuries. It is best for you to remain in the estate to recuperate. Let your second aunt take your elder sister to pray for our family instead." The elder matriarch's refusal to let Shen Tang go was anticipated, as was her suggestion that the second madam and Shen Xian go in her stead. The elder matriarch had imposed a punishment on the second madam to copy the family rules for several days, and the second madam had been restless, unable to contain her discontent. The elder matriarch was aware of this and realized that if she were to relent and allow the second madam to leave, it would seem as if she had been manipulated. Yet, with the opportunity to gracefully decline the request, the elder matriarch was keen to accept. Shen Tang, though initially resistant, soon resigned herself to the elder matriarch's decision. She remained seated patiently until the second madam and Shen Xian arrived. Shen Tang had not visited the Buddhist hall in days, and the second madam appeared to have lost weight, while Shen Xian looked even more haggard. The Buddhist hall forbade meat, and the meager fare they had consumed over the past few days had undoubtedly affected their spirits. Noticing the elder matriarch's eyes filled with concern, Shen Tang spoke, "Grandmother, my elder sister accidentally knocked over a lamp, burning the copy of the family rule she had completed. This is why she has yet to finish the 600 articles. I beg you to spare her from punishment." Inxing, standing behind Shen Tang, was taken aback. Had the young lady lost her senses? Why would she advocate for the eldest young lady and the second madam? They ought to be made to copy the family rules until the end of time. Shen Tang had no desire to intercede on behalf of Shen Xian and the second madam, but seeing the elder matriarch's deep concern, She knew that if she did not advocate for them, the elder matriarch would not permit them to continue their punishment. Having provided a graceful exit, it would not harm her to assist a little further. As expected, upon her plea, the elder matriarch acquiesced, saying, for Tanger's sake, "You need not continue copying the family rules." The second madam and Shen Xian, grateful for Shen Tang's intervention, expressed their thanks. Shen Xian, who had risen early to begin the tedious task, gritted her teeth as she thanked Shen Tang. Shen Tang then recounted, "Father mentioned that my sister and I were startled by a horse due to someone having fed it a maddening potion, leading me to suspect that someone is targeting me. I hold no grievances with anyone, but I fear that it is not only me, but our entire Pingyuan Marquisate that is under threat. Second aunt and elder sister must exercise caution during their visit to the Great Zhao Temple." The third madam remarked, "If the second young lady suspects someone is targeting you and our Marquisate, why would you still wish to visit the Great Zhao Temple to pray?" Shen Tang lowered her gaze, replying, "If my suspicions are correct, then by going to the Great Zhao Temple, I may draw the attention of my adversary. I shall instruct Steward Li to discreetly follow me, ensuring we catch them in the act, so that we may no longer live in fear when leaving the estate." With this, Shen Tang turned to the elder matriarch, "Grandmother, please allow me to go." The elder matriarch was already reluctant to permit Shen Tang to go, and the notion of her placing herself in danger was even more unacceptable. How could a young lady of high standing entertain such reckless thoughts? The elder matriarch cautioned the second madam, "Ensure you take additional attendance for safety." The second madam hastily agreed. When a maid from the front yard came to announce that the carriage was prepared, the second madam and Shen Xian took their leave. Watching them depart, Shen Tang sipped her tea, the fragrant steam obscuring her expression. She had given her due warnings. She hoped that the return gift she had prepared would be well received. After the departure of Shen Xian and the second madam, Shen Tang did not linger, taking her leave with Yinxing. They spent a while in the garden admiring the blossoms and feeding the koi before returning to Qingyi Courtyard. After several days of convalescence, Shen Tang had grown weary of her bed rest, and upon returning, reclined on a small couch with a book. Shen Xian had always disliked the vegetarian meals at the Great Zhao Temple, especially after consuming nothing but bland fare in the Buddhist hall for so many days. Thus, it was unlikely they would remain there long. Word would surely reach her soon. As Shen Tang patiently read, finishing one book and then half of another, Seer rushed in, panting, "Miss, something terrible has happened. The eldest young lady and the second madam have also been startled by a horse at the Great Zhao Temple." Yinxing's eyes widened in disbelief. The young lady's fright had been orchestrated by the second madam. How could both the second madam and the eldest young lady have also faced such a calamity? Yinxing glanced at Shen Tang, suspecting her involvement, only to hear Shen Tang express concern. Have they been injured? There was no way to escape unscathed from such a fright. Injuries were inevitable, though their severity could vary. Seer replied, "The eldest young lady and the second madam are fortunate. Their falls are not too severe, but what? Shen Tang vets?" Siad hesitated. Relaying what a servant had conveyed, the eldest young lady and the second madam were traveling in the same carriage. After praying, as they descended the mountain, the horses suddenly went wild, causing them to be thrown from the carriage. Fortunately, the slope led to a field that had recently been tilled, softening their fall. However, it was noted that the field had been recently fertilized. Shen Tang, Yinxing, they both envisioned the scene vividly. If given the choice, Shen Xian and the second madam would likely prefer to break a limb rather than soil themselves in such a manner. This was a long-awaited release of pent-up frustration. Chapter 56. A scuffle. Although the second madam and Shan Han sustained only superficial injuries, the ordeal had left them thoroughly discomposed. Instead of returning directly to the manor, they sought refuge at the Marquis's nearest estate. Shan Han would not allow the household to witness her in such a disheveled state. She would not return until she had meticulously cleansed herself, both inside and out. After partaking in luncheon, Shen Tang, at loose ends, meandered back to the Hall of Pine Longevity. The dowager was visibly distressed, and Shen Tang, upon entering, inquired, "What is this about startled horses?" Did second aunt and eldest sister not take sufficient precautions when venturing out? The dowager remained silent, but Wang, the matron, responded, stewardly dispatched a considerable retinue. From their departure until the incident, no one approached the carriage, yet it was to no avail. The misfortune, it seems, was unavoidable. The assailant was Chun Shan, whose skills were beyond the capabilities of the manor's lackeys. Shen Tang's porcelain visage clouded with concern. It seems my suspicions were correct. These individuals are not solely targeting me, but our entire Pingyuan marquisate. The second madam and Shun Han, upon entering, overheard Shen Tang and Appo's remark, which ignited their resentment. Had Shen Tang not been under their constant surveillance, lacking the means to conspire against them, the second madam might have suspected her of orchestrating the incident. Regardless, they would hold Shen Tang accountable. Had the maidservant not overheard her intention to visit the great Zhao temple for blessings, the second madam would not have sought to leave the Buddha hall under the guise of prayer. Had she not gone to the great Zhao temple, she would not have been targeted and nearly plunged to her death. The terror of the startled horses still sent shivers down her spine. Shen Han burst into tears, her already gaunt appearance tugging at the dowager's heartstrings. Who will we offended? The dowager lamented. The second madam declared, I drew a divination stick at the great Zhao temple today, which foretold that someone within the manor had divulged celestial secrets, potentially bringing misfortune upon the marquisate. No one within the manor could possibly divulge celestial secrets, save for Jiang, who had appeared to Shen Tang in a dream. The second madam was attempting to cast blame for the marquisate's misfortunes upon Jiang, denying her peace even in death. Shen Tang Vito E. Li. Had the divination stick at the great Zhao temple not been tampered with, eldest sister would now be the consort of the Jinyang prince's heir. Has second aunt not always despised the divination sticks of the great Zhao temple? Why would she dare seek one now? The second madam's countenance stiffened. One must not abstain from food for fear of choking. Is second aunt not concerned that this divination stick may also have been manipulated? Shen Tang, that's... Shen Tang turned to the dowager. This divination stick is insidious. Someone tampered with my carriage, nearly costing me my life. Yet it speaks of someone within the marquisate divulging celestial secrets, causing these misfortunes. This is a clear attempt to incite infighting within our household. Should we believe it, we would turn on each other, requiring no external intervention. Shen Han interjected, it is better to be safe than sorry. Shen Tang countered, and then what? Will the second, third, and fourth branches move out of the manor to avoid implication? Or will we, the eldest branch, be forced to relocate? The eldest branch would never relocate. It would be a laughingstock. However, the second, third, and fourth branches would be unwilling to move, particularly the second. Who will be the first to object? Shen Han proposed, there is a solution. The divination interpreter at the great Zhao temple suggested that the person closest to the one who divulged celestial secrets should transcribe 1,000 Buddhist scriptures to resolve the issue. They had demanded that she transcribe 600 rules of the household. Now, they wanted her to transcribe 1,000 Buddhist scriptures. Shen Tang in Guit, is eldest sister willing to transcribe 1,000 Buddhist scriptures to resolve the marquisate's misfortunes? Shen Han was taken aback. Why should I be the one to transcribe them? She protested. Shen Tang explained, I am the one who divulged celestial secrets, and you and I are the closest of kin. If not you, then who? Shen Han gritted her teeth. It was mother who divulged celestial secrets. Shen Tang thou win. This is the first I and Appo's V heard of the deceased divulging celestial secrets. If you insist it was mother, then father would have to transcribe the 1,000 Buddhist scriptures. Forcing Shun Sui to transcribe 1,000 Buddhist scriptures was tantamount to Shen Han and the second madam courting death. Shen Han exclaimed, mother's closest kin is clearly you. Ultimately, they were targeting her. Shen Tang was grateful that they were twins, as she could drag Shen Han into her predicaments. You and I are both mother's offspring, naturally her closest kin. If you insist on believing the divination stick from the great Zhao temple, I'll transcribe them, but eldest sister, you must transcribe them with me. Each of us 1,000 times. Otherwise, if the stick refers to both of us, my transcription alone may not avert the misfortunes befalling the marquisate. To object would be to disregard the safety of the marquisate. Should anything happen, she would bear the blame. She might as well involve Shen Han and see if she was willing to transcribe 1,000 Buddhist scriptures. Shen Han had not anticipated Shen Tang's tenacity. This matter had been initiated by the second madam, leaving her no room to refute. The 300 rules of the household had already cramped her hands. Forcing her to transcribe 1,000 Buddhist scriptures was akin to sentencing her to death. The second madam, unable to force Shen Tang to transcribe the scriptures, concealed her resentment. The second daughter is right. If the divination stick was a scheme by someone, the Marquis would fall into their trap if we believed it. I will have someone investigate the matter at the Great Zhao Temple. The dowager, who had remained silent throughout, grew increasingly somber. She was aware of the origins of the divination stick, but she had not anticipated Shen Tang's astuteness in evading their machinations and prompting the second madam to retract her statement. Steward Li arrived with a physician to examine Shen Han and the second madam. Their injuries were superficial, and they had already been treated at the estate. The physician prescribed a calming remedy, offered a few words of advice, and departed with his medical kit. Shen Han and the second madam, shaken and unable to gain any advantage, returned to their respective courtyards, and Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Garden. As she approached the courtyard gate, a maidservant in a daffodil dress scurried up behind her. Second daughter, she called. Shen Tang paused and turned to see the maidservant approaching. Her forehead beaded with sweat. Second daughter, she gasped, your cousin, the second young master of the Jiang family, and the third young master of the Yongning Earl and Appos S Manor are fighting at the Hot Springs Pavilion. The Yongning Earl and Appos S Manor again, having failed to marry their daughter into the Yongning Earl's manor to ward off misfortune. They had become a persistent nuisance. Despite being an earl's manor, they were like leeches, utterly repulsive. Shen Tang was not only indignant, but also concerned. Her second cousin was unskilled in martial arts and no match for the third young master of the Yongning Earl's manor. With the imperial examinations imminent, any injury could jeopardize his prospects. The Hot Springs Pavilion was a popular destination for the nobility, but the three Jiang cousins preferred reading and spent their money on books. They would never frequent such places. Now, not only had they gone, but they were also fighting. Remembering that she had informed the Jiang family that her elder brother was in the capital, she surmised that her second cousin had gone to the Hot Springs Pavilion to help her find him. The maidservant was unaware of the severity of Jiang Mingyuan's injuries. Shen Tang, concerned, decided to visit the Jiang family. She turned to leave. Steward Li objected to Shen Tang's visit to the Jiang family. The individuals responsible for startling her horses had not yet been apprehended, and the second madam and eldest daughter had also encountered trouble that day. It was best for her to refrain from visiting the Jiang family for the time being. Shen Tang retorted, Father has said that I may visit the Jiang family whenever I please, without anyone's consent. Steward Li, simply prepare the carriage for me. Chapter 57. Visit Shen Tang was resolute in her intention to visit the Jiang family. Despite Li Guanshir's attempts to dissuade her, he ultimately arranged for a carriage and dispatched additional guards for her protection. At this hour, coinciding with lunchtime, the streets were relatively quiet, allowing the carriage to proceed unobstructed directly to the Jiang residence. As they passed through the bustling streets, Shen Tang lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside. In her view, a familiar figure appeared suddenly. Their eyes met, and Shen Tang felt an intense heat emanating from the lifted curtain, prompting her to hurriedly lower it and sit upright. Her heart raced with an inexplicable sense of guilt, which did not go unnoticed by Siagimo, who furrowed his brow. He was uncertain about the severity of Shen Tang's injuries from the recent incident with the startled horse, but the fact that she ventured out again so soon seemed reckless. Upon noticing Siagimo's pause, Chen Shan, who had been discreetly following, rode up to him and inquired, Sir? Siagimo asked, Where is she heading? Chen Shan replied, The second young master of the Jiang family and the third young master of the Yongning Marquis' residence have gotten into a fight at the Hot Spring Pavilion. The young lady is concerned and is going to check on them. The title of young lady made Siagimo and Appos S frown softened slightly. Has she fully recovered? Chen Shan responded, Not yet. Siagimo's expression darkened again. It was merely a scuffle between cousins, yet she, still unhealed, rushed to the Jiang household. Did she truly care so deeply for her cousin? Previously, she had avoided him, and now, after he had saved her life, she regarded him as if he were a pariah. The more he pondered, the more displeased he became. As the carriage began to distance itself, Chun Shan hastily pursued it. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage halted before the Jiang family's grand entrance. This newly crafted carriage, adorned with the emblem of the Pingyuan Marquis's residence, was instantly recognized by the doorkeeper, who understood it could only be Shen Tang, as only she would arrive by carriage rather than on horseback. The doorkeeper, surprised that Shen Tang visited so soon after her recent incident, promptly reported her arrival to the elder Mrs. Jiang. Upon entering the Jiang residence, Shen Tang and Yinxing made their way directly to the Tsurong courtyard, where elder Mrs. Jiang resided. As they rounded a beautifully embroidered screen depicting landscapes, Shen Tang spotted her second cousin, Jiang Mingyuan, seated there while a physician examined him. One of his eyes was bruised, and he grimaced in pain as the physician assessed his injured arm. The physician remarked that fortunately, the force applied during the arm's dislocation had been somewhat mitigated. Otherwise, the injury would have been far worse. You must rest well for the next fortnight, the doctor advised. Jiang Mingyuan, still shaken, thanked the physician. Shen Tang lingered by the screen for a moment before stepping in. Seeing her, Jiang Ning exclaimed, "Cousin, what brings you here?" Shen Tang replied, "I intended to visit grandmother soon, but upon hearing about the altercation between my second cousin and the third young master of the Yongning Marquis's residence, I felt compelled to come." Jiang Tai retorted, "If only your second cousin could hold his own against the third young master of the Yongning Marquis's residence. Alas, it was he who was beaten." Jiang Mingyuan's face flushed with embarrassment. He had no retort. Lacking martial skills, he was merely a victim with no means to fight back. Shen Tang understood that her cousin stood no chance against the third young master. In truth, it was surprising he was still sitting there, for the Yongning Marquis's household was known for its ruthless nature, showing no mercy once a confrontation commenced. Given that you have no training in martial arts, it is commendable that you sustained only this level of injury from the Yongning Marquis's third young master, Shen Tang remarked. Her words only deepened Jiang Mingyuan's embarrassment. Today, I was fortunate to have the Crown Prince and the young Marquis of Xian assist me. Otherwise, I fear I would have been carried home. Shen Tang was taken aback that the Crown Prince and young Marquis had come to her cousin's aid. Their bond with Xie Gimo was exceptionally close, akin to that of brothers. "Was your visit to the hot spring pavilion to search for my elder brother?" Shen Tang inquired. Jiang Mingyuan did not nod, but Shen Tang perceived it as an acknowledgement. She understood that her elder brother had gone missing at the tender age of 4. Now, 15 years had passed, making identification by appearance nearly impossible. However, he bore a birthmark the size of a coin on his lower back, and bathing in hot springs required disrobing. Jiang Mingyuan had gone to the hot spring pavilion to search for Shen Yin, looking at other young masters of similar age, but had encountered trouble with the third young master of the Yongning Marquis's residence. As Shen Tang settled beside elder Mrs. Jiang, she spoke, "Grandmother, besides sending me a dream to inform me of my brother and Appo's presence in the capital, my mother conveyed another vital piece of information that I neglected to share with you. My brother's current status is not ordinary. It is likely as esteemed as that of the Pingyuan Marquis's heir. Though he has been lost to us for many years, he has not lived poorly. With the upcoming imperial examinations, I implore you to let my cousins prioritize their studies over the search for my brother." Though finding her brother was of utmost importance, the futures of her two cousins were equally significant. A failure in the examinations would result in a 3-year wait, an opportunity they could not afford to squander. This visit was primarily for that reason. Elder Mrs. Jiang sighed. "Why didn't your mother tell you directly where your brother is? How could he possibly hold a status above that of the Pingyuan Marquis's heir?" Yet, she trusted Shen Tang's words. Elder Mrs. Jiang only hoped that during these years of separation, Shen Yin had not suffered and had been well fed and clothed, not daring to wish for anything beyond that. Shen Tang regretted not having inquired about her brother's whereabouts from Shen Xian. She had not anticipated such divine favor. After death, she was granted a second chance at life, an opportunity to start anew. Had she asked one more question, she would not have to expend countless efforts searching for her brother. "Rest assured, grandmother, we will surely find my brother. However, my older and second cousins must not neglect their studies for the sake of finding him. I still hope to see you crowned as the top scholar, dear cousin, Shen Tang declared. Jiang Mingyuan felt a heavy burden descend upon him. His cousin's expectations were excessively high. Even if he studied tirelessly, achieving high marks seemed improbable. Elder Mrs. Jiang chuckled. As long as my two grandsons achieve any recognition, your grandfather and I will be content. Yet you, with all your recent misadventures from falling into water to startling horses. Among all her grandchildren, Elder Mrs. Jiang harbored only concern for Shen Tang, who had faced too many tribulations lately, though she had managed to avert disaster each time. With her head resting against Elder Mrs. Jiang's arm, Shen Tang reassured her, I am perfectly fine. Having arrived late, Shen Tang could not linger any longer at the Jiang residence. Elder Mrs. Jiang felt a pang of reluctance. After nurturing Shen Tang for over a decade, even after 3 visits in quick succession, she feared it would be a long time before seeing her again. Be cautious around the Yongning Marquis' household. They harbor grudges, Elder Mrs. Jiang cautioned. It was the Yongning Marquis' daughter who had inadvertently pushed Shen Tang into the water before, and now it was the 3rd young master who had assaulted Jiang Mingyuan, clearly seeking retribution for that day. While Shen Tang outwardly acquiesced, inwardly, she plotted how to avenge her cousin's humiliation. Chapter 58. Critical Strike. Jiang Li and Jiang Ning escorted Shen Tang away. Upon returning to the Pingyuan Marquis mansion, the sky was adorned with splendid twilight hues, and weary birds returned to their nests. As she disembarked from the carriage and stepped into the estate, a maid approached her, exclaiming that the 2nd young lady had finally returned, and the old lady requested her presence in the Songha Hall. In Ginkgo expressed concern, stating that the young lady had not yet recovered from her injury and had ventured out. The old lady would undoubtedly be quite upset. Anger was certain, especially given the visit to the Jiang family. Yet since she dared to go, she was untroubled by the old lady's wrath. Shen Tang made her way to the Songha Hall, and upon passing the screen, she beheld the old lady's furious countenance. The old lady slammed her teacup down, demanding to know if it was imperative to visit the Jiang family today. Shen Tang stepped forward, asking her grandmother to calm her anger, explaining that there were matters she feared would not be believed if she recounted them. The old lady furrowed her brow tightly. Shen Tang glanced around, and Wang Mama gestured for the maids and servants in the room to leave. Once they were alone, Shen Tang revealed, previously I injured myself, and in haste, went to the Jiang family upon my mother's directive in a dream to prevent them from promising my cousin to the Yongning Duke's household. The Yongning Duke's household is using my cousin's marriage to their 3rd young master as a pretext to bring good fortune to the heir. The eldest daughter of the Yongning Duke's household pushed me into the water not by accident, but out of anger for thwarting their schemes. The 3rd young master of the Yongning Duke's household struck my cousin for the same reason. My cousin went to the hot spring pavilion seeking my elder brother. My mother's dream indicated that my brother is in the capital. I informed my father of this matter on the day of the marriage exchange. I do not know if he believed me or sent someone to search for my brother in the capital. Anxious to find him, I confided in my maternal grandfather and uncle. Today, my 2nd aunt and elder sister went to the Dazhao temple on a whim, but an incident occurred there, indicating that someone is watching our Pingyuan Marquis mansion. Just as I was contemplating this, I received news of my cousin's misfortune and decided to use myself as bait. Knowing that my father's men were secretly protecting me, I would be safe. It is unfortunate that I returned unscathed, while others plotted against me. The old lady was astonished, having been unaware of these events. She exclaimed, Is it not good to return safely? Do you wish for someone to plot against you? Shen Tang lowered her gaze, stating, without exposing them, It feels like a thorn in my throat. The old lady trembled as she clutched her prayer beads, finally saying, Did your mother truly say in her dream that your brother is in the capital? Shen Tang nodded earnestly, asserting that if her grandmother did not believe her, she could inquire with her father. Due to the Yongning Duke's proposal, her maternal grandfather and uncle firmly believed in her mother's dream, and in recent days they have been eager to search every corner of the capital for her brother. However, fearing that searching for her brother would delay her cousin's examination, she felt compelled to visit the Jiang family. The old lady was frustrated with Shen Tang's recklessness in exhausting herself while still injured. As Shen Tang was unharmed and Jiang Mingyuan was beaten while searching for Shen Yin at the hot spring pavilion. The old lady withheld further reprimand. She advised, "In the future, please inform your grandmother before taking action, to spare me the worry." Shen Tang nodded repeatedly. The old lady instructed, "Go rest now." Shen Tang, indeed feeling fatigued, rose to take her leave. As she stepped out, the old lady slowly twirled her prayer beads, silently hoping that, as the Jiang family's dream suggested, Shen Yin was indeed in the capital, and that she might see her long-lost grandson once more. Exiting the Songha Hall, Shen Tang returned directly to Qingyi Courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Xiao Tong standing in the corridor, who, upon seeing her, hurriedly exclaimed, "You have finally returned." Her voice was urgent. Glancing back at the tightly shut door, this clearly indicated someone was waiting for her inside. Shen Tang opened the door, and, after taking a few steps, she noticed a man seated there, drinking tea, casually treating her boudoir as his own. Truly, it was enough to frighten Shen Tang. Did he not worry that Xiao Tong would fail to guard the door and allow someone to intrude? The man sat there, unperturbed, feeling the heat of an intense gaze upon him. This woman, still bearing her injuries, was restless. He had yet to express his displeasure, yet she was already upset with him. As Shen Tang entered, the man glanced toward her and asked, "Are you so concerned about Jiang Xiaoya?" The way he phrased it made it seem as though she was fretting over a mere stranger. Shen Tang, feeling weak, replied, "He is my cousin." "And what of that?" The jealousy in his tone was palpable, causing Shen Tang's teeth to ache with its intensity. She found it rather curious. Shen Tang retorted, "That day in the street, when the horse ran amok, it was the young master of Jingyang who saved me, held me, and even set my bones. You did not express anger then. Why is it unacceptable for me to visit my cousin now?" The man, taken aback, countered, "Is it the same? The one who saved her and set her bones was he himself. How could he be angry at his own actions?" Seeing the confusion in Shen Tang and Appo's eyes, he clarified, "Even if the one who saved you were the young master of Jingyang, I would still not wish for you to be harmed." Shen Tang was enveloped in an unfamiliar sensation, a warmth that coursed through her body. This was a feeling she had never experienced in either of her lives. She gazed at the man, asking, "Why are you so kind to me?" Given his status, able to seek the emperor's assistance for communication, she was certain she possessed nothing that warranted his interest. He reached out, pulling her into his embrace. Shen Tang and Appo's face flushed crimson as she struggled, exclaiming, "Let me go." He replied, "Do you truly believe I am kind to you?" "Of course." "Then why do you not allow me to propose formally?" He inquired. The reason he had not made a formal proposal was that she had not permitted it, compelling him to seek the emperor and Appo's intervention. Was he truly so compliant? Shen Tang, refusing to believe it, added, "Besides, I am no child of 3. Asking the emperor to intervene is no different from an engagement. No, there's a distinction. It is even more severe. Without a formal engagement, my father and grandmother would not dare to promise me to another." The man chuckled, his voice laced with delight. "Does this mean you are willing to marry me?" Shen Tang wished to cover his mouth. The room offered no sound insulation. She retorted, "Do I have any choice in the matter?" He raised an eyebrow. "Are you unaware of who I am, yet still willing to marry?" Without a moment in Appo's hesitation, she responded, "As long as you are not the young master of Jingyang." The man, outside on the tree, Chen Qi and Chun Shan, sensed the blow their master had just endured. It was ruthless, akin to a silent assassination. The man stiffened, questioning, "Why is it that the young master of Jingyang is unacceptable?" Shen Tang would never reveal the reasons behind her inability to marry the young master of Jingyang. Thus, she resorted to using her mother as a shield, stating, "My mother does not permit the marriage." No wonder she had been avoiding him at every turn. His gaze dimmed, lips pressed into a straight line. Fearing further inquiries, Shen Tang shifted the subject. "Can you do me yet another favor?" His breath caught. What favor? Unaware of his unusual demeanor, Shen Tang continued, "Have your people give the third young master of the Yongning Duke's household a good beating." While Shen Tang could endure a bit of bullying herself, she would never allow the Yongning Duke's household to vent their frustrations upon the Jiang family. Seeking his assistance, she expected him to tease her as usual. However, he simply agreed without further ado, not in the mood for banter. Exiting the Pingyuan Marquis mansion, the man rode atop his horse, gazing longingly at the high walls of the estate, unable to tear his gaze away. Qinshi contemplated advising his master to pursue a different lady. If she remained obstinate, there were ways to make her acquiesce. Yet, how could one win the favor of someone long deceased? Burning paper? Qinshi. Chapter 59. Envy. After a restful night, Shen Tang awoke the next day, stretching her limbs as Yin Xing, who had been waiting outside, hurried in with a gleeful expression. Miss, the third young master of the Yongning Duke's residence was beaten last night. Shen Tang's arm froze mid-stretch, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. It was not so much the fact that the third young master had been assaulted. After all, it was Shen Tang who had sought this retribution on his behalf, and the man had assured her he would fulfill this promise. Rather, she was astonished by the rapidity with which news of the incident had reached the Ho residence. Though good news seldom travels far while bad news spreads like wildfire, did the Yongning Duke's household not care for their reputation? Being beaten was hardly a matter of pride. Yin Xing chuckled. Not only do we in the Pingyuan Marquis know, but I dare say the entire capital is aware by now. Last night, the third young master was severely beaten and hung at the gates of the Yongning Duke's residence for all passers-by to see. Shen Tang. She had sought to vent her cousin and Appo's grievances by having the third young master punished, but did it really need to culminate in such public humiliation? Nevertheless, a sense of satisfaction welled up within her. Such a vile family as the Yongning Duke and Appo's deserved this kind of punishment. In high spirits, Shen Tang indulged in an extra meat bun for breakfast. After finishing her meal, she took Yin Xing to the Songha Hall to pay respects to the old matriarch. As they approached the screen, she overheard the third madam remarking, though he has a strict father and a loving mother, the Yongning Duke is perhaps too harsh on his son. Young Master Li merely spoke out of turn. A beating is one thing, but to hang him outside at night? The servants are so rigid, they don't even think to discreetly lower him down. Shen Tang. Entering the room, she interjected, Did you not say that the third young master of the Yongning Duke's residence was assaulted by intruders and hung at the gate? The third madam chuckled. That is merely a rumor. After all, it is still a duke's residence. How could anyone just walk in and beat the air, let alone hang him outside all night? The guards of the Yongning Duke's house must be terribly incompetent. In truth, it was the Yongning Duke himself who struck his son. All because of the incident at the Hot Springs Pavilion where young Master Li had assaulted young Master Jiang. With Miss Li and young Master Wang now betrothed, the Yongning Duke's family has a rather indirect connection to the Jiang family. Shen Tang could hardly comprehend the third madam's confidence that the Yongning Duke's residence was impenetrable. Even within the Pingyuan Marquis, outsiders could come and go as they pleased. Yet, she was indeed taken aback that the Yongning Duke would, for the sake of his pride, claim that he had struck his own son, sacrificing the reputation of his son to preserve the dignity of the entire household. Who would believe that the Yongning Duke, faced with his son's brutal beating, would not seek to capture the assailant, but instead take the blame upon himself? If someone were to step forward claiming to have dealt the blows, it is unlikely anyone would believe them. Unbeknownst to Shen Tang, the Yongning Duke's harshness toward his son had become a topic of widespread gossip, even reaching the ears of the emperor, garnering admiration from numerous ministers. The Duke seemed unperturbed by the prospect of his son harboring resentment, with both the matron and his mother refraining from intervening. The servants dared not oppose him. This was the true hierarchy of familial authority, husbands over wives, fathers over sons, where the head of the household was resolute in his commands. It would be difficult to find another like him in the capital, even with the emperor included. As for what thoughts occupied the Yongning Duke amidst this envy and praise, it remained a mystery. Shen Tang sat quietly, uncertain whether she had truly avenged her cousin. She felt a sense of relief, yet it felt incomplete. After a brief moment, Shen Tang prepared to return to Qingyi Courtyard. Just as she stood to leave, a maid rushed in, reporting old matriarch. The matriarch of the Ministry of Revenue's right assistant, Lady Lu, has passed away. Shen Tang recalled that Lady Lu had died within a month of her own marriage to Siagimo. The Princess of Jingyang had visited the Lu residence to pay her respects, and due to Shen Tang and Appo's as recent nuptials, she had not been allowed to accompany her. However, she could not recall the exact date of Lady Lu's passing. Yet she vividly remembered that the second Master's rise had begun with his appointment as the right assistant of the Ministry of Revenue. At that time, she had married Siagimo, the Pingyuan Marquis, and the Jingyang prince's residence were now in loss. With her elder brother missing and her father without a son, the second master had received unwavering support, hosting banquets and offering gifts to curry favor with several prominent ministers, ultimately securing his promotion to the position of right assistant. Not long after the second master established himself at the ministry, Shen Tang lost her virtue to the second prince, becoming his consort. Barely a year into his tenure, the Minister of Revenue fell ill and passed away, allowing the second master to rise 2 ranks, receiving an exceptional promotion to minister. Later, after her father was murdered, the Pingyuan Marquis was inherited by the second master, and the second prince successfully ascended to the throne after the emperor's demise. Reflecting on her father's heartfelt trust in the second master, which ultimately led to his demise, Shen Tang clenched her fists beneath her sleeves, angered further by her father's misplaced faith. Yet, in this life she had not married Siagimo, and the man had promised to thwart the second master's ambitions of becoming the Minister of Revenue. The second master would not have his way this time. Upon hearing of Lady Lu and Appo's passing, the old matriarch slowed her manipulation of the prayer beads, murmuring, "Lady Lu was barely half a year younger than I. I had not heard of her ill health. How could she have died so suddenly?" As the old matriarch aged, she became increasingly sensitive to the realities of life and death, particularly in the case of those of similar age. Having lived a life of luxury, adorned in silks and brocades, and having enjoyed wealth and splendor, her only regret was that Shen Sui had no children. Her long-lost grandson had yet to be found. Each time she heard of a matriarch's sudden death, she feared that her own time might come unexpectedly. The old matriarch's concerns were palpable to those in the room. No one was foolish enough to discuss such morbid topics openly. The third madam remarked, "Hasn't the second master always aspired to join the ministry? With Lady Lu's passing, the assistant minister will be in mourning for 3 years. This is a splendid opportunity. The second master must seize it." The position of assistant minister was a lucrative one, replete with real power, and many were eyeing it. If either Shen Tang or Shen Tang were to marry the heir of the Jingyang prince, the old matriarch might still have a sliver of hope. But now, with even that hope dwindling, what could she use to compete? Such a desirable position slipping away would be a lamentable loss. Given the second master's age, if he could secure the position of right assistant, he would undoubtedly ascend rapidly, bringing glory to the family. This opportunity was rare. Even the second madam, who had sustained injuries in a recent fall, was too preoccupied to care for her own well-being. Good positions must be fought for. A moment's delay could mean the difference between success and failure. The second madam hastily groomed herself before rushing to Songha Hall. Upon entering, she neglected to greet the old matriarch and insisted, "Mother, you must persuade the Marquis to help father enter the ministry." The old matriarch was equally invested in the matter, responding, "I have already sent someone to request the Marquis's assistance." However, mere assistance from the Marquis would not suffice. The second madam pressed on, "I have just sent a message to the palace. If Lady Yi is willing to help, this matter is certain to succeed." Lady Yi wielded considerable influence in the struggle for the crown between the second prince and his rivals. Should she choose to assist, the second master's chances of success will be greatly enhanced. In her previous life, Lady Yi had indeed aided the second master, but in this life, as she had not married Siagimo, it was unlikely that Lady Yi would even deign to see the second madam. As Shen Tang had surmised, the second madam's message to the palace was swiftly returned, with Lady Yi refusing to meet her. Undeterred, the second madam sent another note to the palace, this time accompanied by 2 exquisite pearls. With the allure of the pearls, Lady Yi agreed to meet with her. Chapter 60. Recommendation. Shen Tang believed that the man would keep his promise to prevent the second master from taking the position of right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Yet a lingering worry gnawed at her. Thus, she dispatched a maid to keep watch. When the maid reported that the second madam had returned from the palace, Shen Tang made her way to Songha Hall. Upon entering the room and approaching the screen, she heard the anxious voice of the old matriarch. Would the noble consort Yi be willing to lend her assistance? While enlisting the help of consort, Yi could indeed enhance their chances. It would also mean aligning themselves with the second prince in the struggle for succession. However, for the second master, his preference had always leaned towards the second prince. The old matriarch was evidently distressed, and the second madam smiled as she conveyed that consort Yi had agreed to let the second prince and Marquis Chongping assist in recommending the second master. If the Marquis could also find 2 influential ministers to join in the recommendation, their success would be nearly assured. In this lifetime, the Pingyuan Marquis had not formed a matrimonial alliance with the Jingyang Wangfu, yet consort Yi still agreed to assist the second master. Did she truly believe that the Pingyuan Marquis would be unable to reclaim the lost heir, and that the title would inevitably fall into the hands of the second master? Her foes were not just from the second house, but included consort Yi and the second prince as well. Shen Tang yearned to understand how the second madam had managed to persuade consort Yi to help, especially since the second madam had been rebuffed even after sending an invitation to the palace. The old matriarch was equally curious and directly inquired if consort Yi would easily agree to offer her assistance. After all, it had taken 2 large East pearls just to secure an audience with her, and consort Yi was not one to be easily swayed. The second madam chuckled, explaining that consort Yi had been unwell these past few days, hence their lack of meeting. The Pingyuan Marquis was not insignificant in the capital. Despite the desirability of the position of Assistant Minister of Revenue, there were not many competitors. Since they owed a favor to consort Yi and the second prince, they would eventually need to repay it. Consort Yi had readily agreed to assist. That seemed implausible. The second madam had exerted considerable effort to persuade consort Yi, as she had previously had little interaction with her. It was only due to Shun Xian and Appo's engagement to the Jingyang Wang and Appo's heir that consort Yi had taken a favorable view of the second madam, courtesy of the Jingyang Wangfu and Appo's influence. Indeed, Shun Sui had no children, but he was still not yet 40. There was no guarantee that he would remain childless for the next decade or 2. If a son were to be born, even if he were a legitimate or illegitimate child, the second master would not have a chance. Consort Yi did not hold the second master in high regard. Rather, it was the sincerity of the second madam's request that prompted her to grant an audience, considering the value of the 2 large East pearls. Consort Yi had initially thought the second madam sought her assistance for Shun Xian to remarry the Jingyang Wang's heir, to which the second madam replied that such matters would be handled by the Marquis. She could not repeatedly trouble the noble consort. Consort Yi quickly surmised that the second madam had other motives for seeking her out. The second madam subtly mentioned the old matriarch of the assistant minister's residence mourning, and consort Yi understood immediately, cutting off the second madam before she could even voice her request. The second prince had more suitable candidates for recommendation. Positions like that of the assistant minister, which held real power, would be filled by allies of the princes vying for the throne. The factions behind the princes were precisely those who occupied such important positions. At present, the second master was far from being in a position to contend. When the second madam realized her request was futile, she swiftly altered her approach. "I have come to seek your assistance regarding the marriage of the second miss of the Pingyuan Marquis." Consort Yi raised an eyebrow, questioning how the marriage of the second miss had come to involve her. The second madam explained that she was unaware which noble had taken an interest in the second miss, as they had not been able to visit to propose marriage. Fearing the Marquis's displeasure, she had specially requested the emperor to convey the message. In the past few days, the entire Pingyuan Marquis had been consumed with curiosity about which noble could compel the emperor to act as an intermediary. The old matriarch, being elderly and in poor health, had mentioned the sudden passing of the old matriarch of the assistant minister's residence twice. As a dutiful daughter-in-law, the second madam felt compelled to seek information from consort Yi. Consort Yi was taken aback by this revelation. Even though she had enjoyed the emperor's favor for many years, she would not dare to ask him for such a favor, whether it be to a minister, the empress dowager, or even the empress herself. It was not surprising that the Pingyuan Marquis was abuzz with curiosity. Consort Yi herself was equally intrigued. She sensed that this matter was extraordinary, But she also knew that even with the second madam's boldness, she would not fabricate such a story. Coincidentally, not long after the second madam made her statement, the emperor arrived to see consort Yi. Upon noticing the second madam and Apos as presents, the emperor was somewhat surprised. Consort Yi rose to greet him, saying, "Your Majesty, I had just been hoping to find you." The emperor assisted her to her feet, asking, "What matter do you seek?" Once seated, Consort Yi inquired, "Just now, I was lamenting to the second madam about the failed engagement between Miss Shen and the Jingyang Wang's heir, and this led to a discussion regarding the second Mrs. Prospects. I wish to know who has taken an interest in her and has sought your Majesty and Apos' assistance in conveying a proposal." The emperor chuckled. "Once their engagement is secured, you will naturally find out." Consort Yi was taken aback by the emperor's refusal to divulge even a hint. Nevertheless, his words confirmed that such a matter indeed existed and that it was quite unusual. Consort Yi had seen the second miss only a few times and had a vague impression of her, but she had scrutinized the eldest Miss Shen on several occasions, finding her average in appearance, character, and talent. It was unclear how she had caught the eye of the esteemed Lord Xie, whose discerning eye was notoriously difficult to please. This engagement was already curious enough, and now there was the second Miss Shen. The second miss possessed the audacity to have the Jingyang Wangfu and Apos' bridal sedan chair return empty, and she was skilled in swordplay and swimming. She was indeed extraordinary. As the emperor visited Consort Yi, the second madam felt it inappropriate to linger, having intended to leave, but she could not interrupt Consort Yi's conversation. Seizing an opportunity, the second madam took her leave. However, Consort Yi did not allow her to depart just yet. Gesturing to a palace maid who then led the second madam to a side hall to wait. The second madam lamented the two large East pearls that seemed wasted. The fact that she was not allowed to leave suggested a potential turn of events, and she patiently awaited her fate. However, her wait was short-lived, as the emperor merely glanced in on Consort Yi and departed in less than 15 minutes. After the emperor's departure, the maid escorted the second madam back to see Consort Yi. Consort Yi, sipping her tea, exuded elegance and grandeur in every gesture. She smiled. "What brings you, second Madam Shen, to seek an audience with me today?" The second madam then candidly articulated her intentions, praising the second prince. The underlying implications of her flattery were well understood by all parties involved, requiring no further elaboration. Consort Yi replied, "This favor shall be granted." The second madam sought Consort Yi's assistance through the matter of Shen Tang's marriage, yet she dared not disclose this to the old matriarch. The engagement had not yet been finalized, announcing that the Pingyuan Marquisate was on the verge of acquiring a powerful ally which surely intimidate any potential suitors. The second madam secretly hoped that Shen Tang would not marry well, preferring to bypass Shen Xian entirely, by assisting the second master while simultaneously sabotaging the marriage. She would achieve a dual victory. Chapter 61. Good intentions. The old lady did not harbor high hopes, but now that concubine Yi had agreed to assist the second master, she felt that the position of deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue was nearly secured for him. The rest depended on Shen Sui. The old lady instructed a maid to summon Shen Sui from the barracks to see her. She was quite invested in the second master's future. Shen Tang was about to leave, but having entered the room, it would be improper to leave without offering her respects. It was rare for her to visit the old lady at this hour. The old lady inquired, "What brings you here at this time, my granddaughter?" Shen Tang replied, "I was just wandering in the garden and, upon reaching the courtyard gate, came to pay my respects." The old lady intended to discuss the second master and Apos' promotion with the second madam, so Shen Tang offered her respects and took her leave. Once outside Soma Hall, with no one around, Yinxing could not help but ask, "Miss, will you not stop the Marquis?" Shen Tang replied, "If I could, would I not do so?" Her father trusted the second master, and concerning his future, he would not withhold assistance without solid evidence. Moreover, with the old lady still alive and concubine Yi willing to help, the matter was almost half settled. If her father did not put in his effort and it fell through, he would have to answer to the old lady. Shen Tang understood that Shen Sui was in a difficult position. As a daughter, she felt reluctant to pressure her father, so she could only subtly hinder him. She also wished to see whether concubine Yi and the second prince were more formidable, or if the man held greater influence. Shen Tang was self-aware, alone. She could not shake the second prince's claim to the throne. She needed allies, though the man could not propose due to unknown reasons. He had sought the emperor's intervention on his behalf. It seemed unlikely she would marry anyone else in her lifetime but him. The man was investigating corruption in the Chongping Marquisate, making him a thorn in the second prince's side. They were, after all, in the same boat, and he likely did not wish for the Pingyuan Marquisate to become too entangled with the second prince. The deputy minister's position was significant, and it would not remain vacant for long. A decision would soon be reached, and she would patiently await the outcome. In the following days, Shen Sui busied himself with securing the deputy minister position for the second master, hosting banquets and presenting gifts, the magnitude of which increased with the rank of the position. The second madam and Appo's mood improved significantly, evident from her demeanor, reflecting the high hopes for the second master's success. On a particular day, after finishing breakfast, Shen Tang, accompanied by Yinxing, went to Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old lady. After offering her greetings and enjoying a cup of tea, the second madam arrived fashionably late. The third madam remarked with a smile, "Sister-in-law, why the delay today?" The second madam, beaming, explained that she had instructed the servants to purchase pastries, which had taken longer than expected. The third madam understood. It was evident that the second master's promotion was likely to be confirmed today. Should the second master be elevated, numerous officials would send congratulatory gifts, and suitors would come seeking Shen Ran's hand in marriage. It was wise to prepare pastries in advance to avoid last-minute haste. The old lady was in good spirits, declaring, "It has been 5 days, it should be settled by now." The third madam chimed in. Not only the second prince and the Chongping Marquis are supporting the second master. The Marquis has also sought the endorsements of the Right Chancellor and Prince Shou, along with the Duke of Wan. With so many backing him, how could he possibly fail? As Shen Tang sat sipping her tea, she furrowed her brow at the third madam's words. In her previous life, her father had indeed enlisted the Right Chancellor and Prince Shou's support for the second master, but he had not sought the Duke of Wan. Just then, the old lady remarked, "I did not expect the Duke of Wan to proactively assist our Pingyuan Marquisate." Shen Tang recalled the incident where the Duke of Wan's third son had apologized to her, and it dawned on her that the Duke might feel guilty for inadvertently involving her in a scandal that tarnished her reputation. Wishing to make amends on behalf of their family, the thought left her nearly breathless. Was this not a case of retribution for her? With the Duke's involvement, Shen Tang was even more apprehensive about the man's inability to prevent the second master from attaining the deputy minister position. Everyone believed the second master's success was assured, and the second madam and the old lady were in high spirits. The room filled with laughter until a maid rushed in, announcing that the deputy minister of revenue had been confirmed. The maid hesitated before continuing, her face flushed. "It is not the second master." In an instant, the joy on everyone's faces shifted to Shen Tang's heart. The old lady's smile froze, and the second madam stood in shock. "If not the second master, then who?" The maid murmured, "It is the second master of the Shuani Marquisate." Her voice was barely audible, as the faces of the second madam and the old lady darkened further. Yet Shen Tang heard it distinctly, her astonishment palpable. In her previous life, the second master of the Shuani Marquisate had indeed aspired to the position of deputy minister. With the second prince and the Chongping Marquis supporting the second master, and the Zhao princess's brother also in contention, the second master of Shuani had given up early on, fully aware he could not compete. How could this happen now? The second madam could not accept such a turn of events. She had prepared pastries for guests, only to be told she had celebrated too soon. To have another take the position, especially the second master of the Shuani Marquisate, was unfathomable. She bit her lip. Who endorsed the second master of the Shuani Marquisate? The maid shook her head. "I only know that the emperor did not promote the second master, but instead endorsed the second master of Shuani. Beyond that, I am unaware." Shen Tang too was eager to find out. Perhaps then she would discern the identity of the man. The second madam, frustrated, sank into a seat. Though the funds for the second master's promotion came from the public purse, they had still spent over 10,000 taels. If this endeavor failed, it would all be in vain. She had to uncover the truth. After a long wait, the second master returned from court. As soon as he entered, the second madam confronted him. Who endorsed the second master of Xuanyi, taking your position as deputy minister of revenue? The second master's expression was grim as he replied. It was Prince Jingyang. Shen Tang, bewildered, thought, how could it be Prince Jingyang? This prince was not known for meddling in such affairs. None dared to solicit his endorsement. In her previous life, he had not supported the second master of Xuanyi either. With his military power and the emperor's trust, he alone could rival all the figures the second master and second madam had sought. Chapter 62. Possibility. Madame Heir had not anticipated that her husband would be defeated at the hands of Prince Jingyang. She found herself at a loss for words, filled with a sense of bitterness. How could the prince, who never supported anyone except for military officials, choose to endorse the second master of the Shen Marquis? If only someone could provide an explanation for Madame Heir. The silence around her was deafening. The old matriarch sighed, but remained silent, unable to contain her frustration. Madame Heir declared that Prince Jingyang must be seeking revenge for their family's past slight when they had allowed his bridal sedan to return empty. Yet, she refrained from directing her ire towards Shen Tang. The thought of her husband failing to attain the position of Right Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue was less distressing than the prospect of Shen Tang becoming the consort of Prince Jingyang. She still harbored hopes for Shun Yin and Prince Jingyang's son to become engaged, but with the prince's endorsement of her husband, it was evident that her dreams were now utterly dashed. If there were even a sliver of possibility, the prince would not have acted in such a manner. With the engagement now a certainty that would never occur, the only obstacles to her husband's career were the enemies of the second household. One could hardly expect Madame Heir to utter kind words, especially in her current state of anger. Madame Heir, still fuming, was chastised by the old matriarch, who questioned how the highborn Prince Jingyang could engage in such scandalous behavior. If he sought vengeance against the Pingyuan Marquis, there were far more direct means at his disposal. Not long ago, Shen Tang and Shen Luo had been thrown from their horses on the street, only to be saved by Prince Jingyang's son. The prince's son had generously forgiven Shen Tang for her refusal to marry him, thus resolving any grievances. If he could exhibit such magnanimity, how could one expect the prince to act otherwise? With a house full of people, if word of this were spread, it would only reflect poorly on the Pingyuan Marquis, not to mention that Prince Jingyang would likely disdain such behavior. Ultimately, it was merely a stroke of misfortune for her husband. What had seemed a sure thing had fallen through due to the prince. One could only wonder how long they would have to wait for another opportunity. Shen Tang remained silent for a quarter of an hour, not uttering a single word. Upon exiting Songha Hall, she found herself alone when Yinxing softly remarked, "Could that man possibly be Prince Jingyang's son?" Shen Tang paused, glancing back at Yinxing. "Do you think that is possible?" Yinxing hesitated. "It seems unlikely. The prince's son is betrothed to the eldest young lady, and she would rather accompany him to the grave than marry him. Moreover, he has already broken off the engagement. Anyone could be that masked man, except for Prince Jingyang's son." Yet for that fleeting moment, she had felt as though the man was indeed the prince's son. The young lady had solicited his assistance in preventing her husband from obtaining the position of Right Assistant Minister. Who else could summon Prince Jingyang to thwart her husband's prospects? When a young lady fell into the water, Prince Jingyang's son had plunged in to save her. Although the young lady did not require rescuing, Yinxing felt that he had acted to save her. On that day, when a young lady was thrown from her horse in the street, Prince Jingyang's son could have remained indifferent, but chose instead to save her and even treated her dislocated shoulder without hesitation. The apothecary was not far away. He could have let her seek a doctor herself. The more Yinxing pondered, the more plausible it seemed, yet she dared not voice her thoughts. To ascertain the truth of her speculation, she would need to observe whether Prince Jingyang's son would come to the young lady's aid again in the future. But she wasn't wishing misfortune upon the young lady. The young lady was certainly blessed and would be fine. Yinxing silently retracted her thoughts, praying for Shen Tang's longevity and safety. Shen Tang, too, believed that the man could not possibly persuade Prince Jingyang to endorse her husband. However, the man who could compel the emperor to intervene was certainly no ordinary individual. As long as her husband did not attain that position, she would be satisfied. who assisted him was of little consequence. Upon returning to Qingyi courtyard, Shen Tang walked directly to the window and peered outside. At that moment, Chun Shan appeared, inquiring, "What are your orders, young lady? Could you refrain from addressing me in such a manner?" She replied, feeling her cheeks flush, "I'm truly not that thick-skinned." Chun Shan remarked, "If I do not call you that, my master will be displeased. Why should I care about his feelings?" Shen Tang retorted, "Please thank him for me." Chun Shan opened his mouth as if to speak, but remained silent. "Speak freely," Shen Tang urged. Chun Shan hesitated, fearing to voice his thoughts. Could he really say that Shen heir should not thank his master, but rather scold him a few times? It was pitiable that his master wore a mask and was unaware of how many times Shen heir had metaphorically stabbed him in the heart. Chun Shan finally said, "I will convey your thanks to my master." At the Jingyang Prince's residence, in the study, Siagimo was engrossed in writing military strategies when a servant knocked and announced, "Young master, the heir of the Shen Emarchiate has arrived." "Let him in," he replied. Almost immediately, Chu Yi entered and asked, "Gimo, was it you who asked Prince Jingyang to endorse my uncle?" Siagimo remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the question. With a look of gratitude, Chu Yi continued, "I knew it had to be you. True friends are never misjudged." Siagimo gave him a sidelong glance. "You have not yet attained such significance in my eyes." Chu Yi frowned, unconvinced. "If I do not hold such importance, then who does? My father?" Siagimo remained silent. With a look of disbelief, Chu Yi pressed, "You helped me, yet you do not want me to feel grateful? I know my influence is considerable." As he spoke, Chu Yi touched his own face, brimming with self-assurance and pride. Siagimo simply replied, "You should not dwell on it." Leaning against the table, Chu Yi inquired, "What exactly motivated you to assist my uncle? Do not deceive me." Siagimo flipped through a military text and answered, "I merely acted on someone else's behalf." Chu Yi's eyes widened. Who would assist the Shen Emarchiate?" Siagimo did not respond, prompting Chu Yi to glance at Chen Qi, who stated, "Someone sought to prevent Shen heir from becoming the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue." "Ah, so my uncle has been fortunate, then," Chu Yi remarked. "But if it's not at the expense of others, it must be due to my influence. I always knew I had a significant presence." With that, Chu Yi proudly patted his own face, brimming with confidence. Siagimo and Chen Qi exchanged glances, both incredulous. Chapter 63. Temptation. Chu Yi was not only proud and confident. He also possessed a talent for piercing remarks. With an odd expression, he gazed at Siagimo, saying, "Xiao Sun deceived me into believing you have an interest in Miss Shen heir. I wonder which eye has discerned that. If one were to have an interest in a lady from the Pingyuan Marquisate, one should not hastily seek to win her favor, as this would only ruin the good fortune of the Pingyuan Marquisate. Is that not tantamount to digging one's own grave?" Siagimo was not the sort to engage in such thankless, self-sabotaging antics. Chu Yi was convinced that Xiao Sun was merely tricking him, regretting the 2 portions of trust he had previously granted. Chen Qi raised an eyebrow. Was it not evident how well his master treated Miss Shen heir? Even the crown prince had directly informed the heir of the Shen Emarchiate, yet the latter remained unconvinced. However, it was true that the heir of the Shen Emarchiate had not been mistaken. His master had indeed persuaded the king to endorse the second master of the Shen household, thereby obstructing the promotion of the second master of the Pingyuan household. The latter must be furious now, but it was Miss Shen heir who sought his assistance. If he helped, he would be severing his own path. And if he did not, he would leave her with no path at all. Clearing his throat, Chu Yi turned to Siagimo and inquired, "Do you truly have feelings for Miss Shen heir?" Siagimo shot him a sidelong glance, asking, "Why so direct?" Chu Yi replied, "I find her rather intriguing." This was not the first time he had uttered such words. Siagimo paused in his reading of military texts, stating, "It is getting late. Let's prepare to leave." Confused, Chu Yi asked, "Why should I pack my belongings?" "To send you off to the mines." "Must you be so cruel?" Chu Yi's lips twitched. "Do you genuinely like Miss Shen heir?" Rarely did Siagimo's gaze shift from the military book, causing Chu Yi to retreat a considerable distance, hastily exclaiming, "I donned amp, oppose, to intend to encroach upon your territory. It was Xiao Sun who, seeing my disbelief, urged me to test you." I shall take my leave. You shall go. Fearing that Siet Gimo might strike him, Chu Yi hurriedly exited. Yet his curiosity surged within him. How could Xiao Sun, who possessed no more insight than he, discern Siet Gimo's affections for Miss Shen Air, while he himself had failed to notice? It seemed he had wasted a pair of bright, deep-set eyes. Meanwhile, as Chu Yi departed the Jingyang prince's residence, Chun Shan stealthily climbed over the wall and into the study. Miss Shen Air has asked me to convey her gratitude to you, he announced. Shun Qi interjected. Why do you no longer refer to her as the young lady? Miss Shen Air has requested otherwise. Siet Gimo's expression visibly darkened. If she doesn't want you to call her that, will you simply comply? He knew his master would not be pleased. Chun Shan quietly stated, If the young lady has spoken, I cannot disregard her wishes. The master has gone to seek assistance from the king on behalf of Miss Shen Air. Surely, he understands her standing in my master's heart? Siet Gimo resumed his reading. Shen Qi queried, Does Miss Shen Air not harbor any suspicions regarding your identity as the Jingyang prince's heir? His master had yet to remove his mask, and Chen Qi felt anxious on his behalf. Chen Shan replied, Miss Shen Air and Oppos S. made has her suspicions. And then? Chen Qi pressed. Miss Shen Air dispelled her maid's doubts. Siet Gimo chuckled in disbelief. It was so glaringly obvious, yet that woman appeared entirely unconvinced. Was she being intentional or merely afraid to draw conclusions about him? He could be anyone, but he could not be the Jingyang prince and Oppos S. heir. Remembering Shen Tang and Oppos S. words, a sense of unease settled in his heart. He did not trust dreams. That woman must be concealing something from him. Inside the room, Shen Tang was examining the flower rope made by Yin Xing and Xiao Tong, while outside, Sier entered with a tray holding 3 plates of assorted pastries. Yin Xing inquired, Why are there so many pastries? Sier replied, The main kitchen just sent them over. As for why the main kitchen had sent them, there was no need to ask. The second madam believed the position of Minister of Revenue was already secured for the second master, and had instructed the kitchen to prepare pastries early to welcome congratulatory guests. Unfortunately, it was premature joy. All these pastries had been purchased from the pastry shop, and the servants dared not partake freely. Nor did the kitchen dare inquire how the second madam intended to handle them. Quietly consulting with the steward beside the second madam, Mama-san instructed the kitchen to send more to various courtyards, and they complied. This time, the second branch had suffered a tremendous loss of face, not only within the household, but also beyond its walls, in the court, in the sprawling marquee. Perhaps only Shen Tang was in good spirits and able to indulge in the pastries. However, 3 plates were far too many for her alone. So after savoring a piece of red bean cake, she instructed the maid to distribute the rest. The household staff were also disheartened. After all, the second master had received a promotion, and the second madam was elated, preparing to reward the staff with 3 months' worth of bonuses. With the second master's promotion now thwarted, their bonuses vanished as well. Just as Shen Tang finished her piece of red bean cake, a knock echoed at the window. Hurriedly peering outside, she initially thought a gentleman had arrived, but after the knock, silence ensued, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. Descending from her small couch, she opened a window and found Chan Shan standing outside. He bowed, saying, The young lady asked me to convey her thanks to you. However, a mere thank you is insufficient. She requests that you have her embroider a pouch as a token of gratitude. Although Shen Tang suspected it was the gentleman and Oppos as assistants, hearing it confirmed left her astounded. How had he managed to persuade the Jingyang prince to recommend the second master of the Xian Yi household? Such a significant favor made the request for an embroidered pouch seem trivial. Yet, the idea of embroidering a pouch troubled her. Those who had used such a pouch had taken the life of the Jingyang prince's heir. She instinctively recoiled from the thought of embroidering another pouch. He likely did not require a pouch from her. Perhaps a handkerchief would suffice? Shen Tang felt that a handkerchief would not adequately express her gratitude, fearing it might be misconstrued as a lack of sincerity. So, she resolved to embroider a belt as a gift for the gentleman. With her decision made, she took Yin Xing to the storeroom, selected a piece of sky blue silk, and began her embroidery. For 3 consecutive days, Shen Tang immersed herself in the task of embroidering the belt. One evening, as she worked, Sierre entered and announced, "Miss, the third young lady has arrived." Hastily, Shen Tang set the belt back into the basket and covered it with fabric. Just as she concealed it, Shen Ran entered. Shen Tang smiled. "What brings you here? Third sister?" Shen Ran replied, "In a few days, the old matriarch of the Onewood Duke's residence will celebrate her birthday. They just sent over an invitation. Grandmother has asked my mother to bring me and second sister to congratulate her, so I came to inform you." Surprisingly, Shun Xian had not been included. Shen Tang suspected it was due to Shun Xian's recent weight loss. The old matriarch likely wished to spare her the embarrassment of appearing haggard after her engagement had been called off. Shen Tang assumed Shen Ran would merely convey the message and depart, but to her surprise, Shen Ran sat down, curious about her needlework, lifting the basket's lid. Upon seeing the belt, Shen Ran exclaimed, "I did not realize your embroidery skills were so remarkable. Who is this belt for?" "It's my cousin." Shen Tang had no choice but to use her cousin as a shield, explaining, "With his birthday approaching, I'm embroidering a belt for him as a gift." Shen Ran felt that such intimacy between cousins was excessive, yet Shen Tang reasoned that they were indeed half-related, even if they were not. The old matriarch would never consider marrying Shen Tang into the Jiang family, so there was no need for misunderstandings. After setting the belt down, Shen Ran said, "You seem busy, second sister. I shall take my leave." Shen Tang rose to see her off. Upon returning from seeing Shen Ran out, Shen Tang noticed the gentleman seated on the small couch, holding the half-finished belt. "Okay, I will refine the text you provided, removing extraneous elements and enhancing the language for a more polished and sophisticated tone. Here's the revised version." Chapter 64. Certainty. The gentleman, masked and scrutinizing a girdle, obscured his countenance from Shen Tang. As she approached, he lifted his gaze, his eyes betraying a suppressed ire that startled her. He cast the girdle into the embroidery basket, displeasure evident. "I remark that a pouch remains unfinished after 3 days, yet you are embroidering a girdle for your cousin? Which cousin claims your attention this time?" A wave of pique washed over Shen Tang. He was privy to her conversation with Shen Ran. When had he arrived? And this jealous remark bore a familiar echo. As Shen Tang pondered its origin, he swiftly drew her into his embrace, his voice a grating interruption. "I am addressing you, yet you allow your mind to wander in my very presence." He had never encountered such a woman, one who stirred in him the urge to strangle her. He was met with excuses when he only wanted a pouch, but she had to embroider a girdle for her cousin. Did she have to give him a gift? Why does he always embrace me so readily? Shen Tang wondered. Her face flushed as she pressed against his chest. "The girdle is not for my cousin. Then for which paramour is it destined?" He retorted, his eyes ablaze. "I have never heard such an insult," she mused. Shen Tang chuckled, prompting him to tighten his hold. Drawing her closer, her ears burned as she confessed, "It is for you." The gentleman and oppose, as anger dissipated beneath his mask. "For me?" She looked up at him. "You have assisted me so greatly that a mere pouch seemed insufficient. Thus, I embroidered this girdle. However, my third sister discovered it, and I could not reveal the truth, so I feigned it was for my cousin." She had not anticipated his overhearing this and taking it to heart. "May I be released now?" Though his face remained hidden, his ears betrayed his embarrassment. He released Shen Tang. "How did you persuade the Prince of Jingyang to aid you?" she inquired. He moved, drawing her close once more, his breath hot against her brow. "Do you not, even for a moment, suspect that I am the Prince of Jingyang and Amp?" "Amp?" Oppose. "As son?" An impossibility she dismissed. "Why would I entertain such a notion? Are you so certain?" He pressed. "The Prince of Jingyang and Amp, Oppose, as son, Siegimo, shared a strained relationship with his father. Having resided in the Prince and Amp, Oppose, S manor for 4 years, she was well aware of this. If he were Siegimo, why had he not disclosed this in her previous life? She remained resolute in her conviction. However, these thoughts remained unspoken. Shen Tang gazed up at him and asked, "Are you he?" He returned her gaze, causing her to avert her eyes. "You would prefer that I were not," he stated. His words struck her as peculiar, though she could not pinpoint why. She was simply curious as to how he had swayed the Prince of Jingyang, yet he steered the conversation toward the prince's son. He seemed unduly concerned with Siegimo. a topic she dreaded. Indeed, curiosity was a dangerous trait. It sufficed that he fulfilled his promises. Why should she pry into the means? I will endeavor to complete the girdle before the Dowager of the Duke of Wonghua and Appo's birthday celebration, she said. His gaze lingered on the despised girdle within the embroidery basket. I also desire a pouch. Must you have a pouch? Shen Tang blurted out. He regarded her intently. You truly do not wish to embroider one for me. Shen Tang was taken aback. What manner of man was this? She offered him a girdle of tenfold difficulty, yet he failed to perceive her gratitude, instead discerning her reluctance to embroider a pouch. To refuse now would indeed confirm her unwillingness. Embroidering a pouch is no great task, she conceded. I shall embroider one for you. Though inwardly resistant, she would remain vigilant, ensuring no one could tamper with it as before. Moreover, neither Shen Han nor the second madam were aware of his existence. She would not allow past fears to dictate her actions. His countenance softened upon her ready agreement. Did you seek me for a particular reason? She asked. To hasten the completion of the pouch, he replied. Shen Tang was incredulous. Did he have so much time to spare? A man of his stature could surely acquire pouches in abundance. I shall begin with the pouch, then, she offered. Begin with the girdle, he countered. Shen Tang sighed. Very well, whatever he desired, having unilaterally decided to embroider a girdle in lieu of the pouch. She now found herself obligated to complete both. Could she be any more self-inflicting? He had repeatedly rescued her and, save for his occasional jealousy, acceded to her every request. Embroidering an additional girdle was a small price to pay. Despite her best efforts, Shen Tang was unable to complete the girdle before the Dowager of the Duke of Wonghua and Appo's birthday celebration. Another half-day would have sufficed. She would have to resume upon her return. With the morrow's festivities looming, Shen Tang stifled a yawn, placed the embroidery basket on the bedside table, and drifted into a deep slumber. The following day, Shen Tang awoke, performed her ablutions, partook of breakfast, and proceeded to the Song Hall. Upon her arrival, she found the second madam and Shen Han already present. Shen Han was cajoling the Dowager. Grandmother, please permit me to attend the Duke of Wonghua and Appo's celebration. To attend this celebration, taking your second and third sisters is already excessive, the Dowager demurred. How could I possibly take three? I did not attend the consort Su and Appo's birthday. Shen Han lamented. The third madam had taken Shen Tang and Shen Luo to consort Su's birthday, while Shen Ran had been excluded. This was a veiled attempt to exclude Shen Tang, though unspoken. The Dowager and Appo's refusal stemmed not from a desire to exclude Shen Han, but from her concern for her health. Even if Shen Tang were not to attend, the Dowager would not permit her to go. Shen Tang interjected with a smile. Birthday celebrations are all much alike. Allow my elder sister to attend today. Many will undoubtedly be eager to witness her swordsmanship. With a single sentence, she extinguished Shen Han and Appo's desire to attend. She sought entertainment, not humiliation. Harboring resentment toward Shen Tang for placing her in such a precarious position, Shen Han's eyes flashed with animosity. Oblivious to her past attempts to shift blame onto Shen Tang and subject her to public ridicule. The elder lady has not fully recovered her strength, the second madam interjected. She is unable to wield a sword. Perhaps another time. Shen Han seized her entreaties, her displeasure etched upon her face as she clutched her embroidered handkerchief. Upon the servant's announcement of the carriage's readiness, the second madam departed with Shen Tang and Shen Ran. Having recently experienced a runaway horse, the second madam was hesitant to travel by carriage. Soft sedan chairs awaited outside, while Shen Tang and Shen Luo, who had shared the carriage during the incident, traveled in separate carriages with their respective maids. This arrangement suited Shen Tang perfectly, much to the delight of Yin Xing Chapter 65. Reminders with the company of Ginkgo. The journey was filled with laughter, and soon they arrived at the residence of the Duke of Won. The celebration for the matriarch and Appo's birthday was adorned with vibrant decorations, creating a festive atmosphere. The Duke, known for his integrity and seldom engaging in conflict, was graced by the presence of numerous officials, making the occasion even more lively than the birthday celebration of the late Empress Dowager. However, Shen Tang felt a tinge of awkwardness as she stepped into the Duke and Appo's S residence. For many curious gazes were cast upon her. After all, the Duke had once sought her hand for his third son, only for calamity to befall him, resulting in a sprained arm due to her supposed ill fate. Under such circumstances, her presence at the Duke and Oppo's S residence seemed ill-advised. Reluctantly, she had come, recalling how the third son of the Duke had come to entangle himself with the heir of the Marquis of Chongping. The fateful encounter had occurred during the matriarch and Amp, Oppo's S birthday celebration, where the two had engaged in an archery contest. The third son, possessing exceptional skill, had pierced through the air and Amp, Oppo's S arrow and struck the bullseye, claiming victory. Some individuals, unable to bear the humiliation, bore a grudge against him, leading to a scheme that nearly cost the Duke his life. Feeling remorse for the distress caused to the Duke, Shen Tang had been impressed by his character and could not simply remain indifferent to the challenges faced by the Duke's family. Unbeknownst to her, prior to advocating for the second master, the Duke had sought Shen Tang's hand for his son, but her father had graciously declined without revealing her engagement. Upon entering the inner courtyard, guided by a maid, Shen Tang scanned her surroundings for the third son, but unexpectedly met the gaze of the crown prince of Jingyang. Instinctively, she averted her eyes, though this was not the first encounter. However, the crown prince's brow furrowed, and to his further dismay, he noticed Shen Tang repeatedly glancing towards the third son. The crown prince's expression darkened, while the young master Shao Sun, standing nearby, struggled to suppress his laughter. Shen Tang, uncertain whether the third son had noticed her searching for him, followed the second madam to pay respects to the matriarch. Both the matriarch and the Duke's wife were taken aback by Shen Tang's arrival, with the former expressing satisfaction at her presence, lamenting the failed engagement that had unjustly stained Shen Tang's reputation. The second madam thanked the Duke's wife for her prior support in promoting her husband for a position, which unfortunately did not materialize, surprising everyone as the position had stirred interest from the crown prince. Today, not only the second madam had come, but the wife of Marquis Xian had also arrived, and amidst cordial conversations, no one seemed to notice the tension as they praised the second master of the Marquis and Oppo's S residence for his promotion. However, Shen Tang was surprised to see Miss Li, the daughter of the Earl Yongning, present as well. The young lady, who was on the verge of marriage, typically would not make public appearances. Upon spotting Shen Tang, Miss Li and Amp, Oppo's S grip on her embroidered handkerchief tightened, though she displayed no outward emotion. With the gathering so large, Shen Tang and her sister Shen Ran excused themselves to the garden, where the sisters soon parted ways. The second madam had instructed Shen Ran to be a shadow to Shen Jian, but had neglected to teach her to follow Shen Tang, likely fearing reprimand if she did so. Shen Tang, not particularly fond of Shen Ran's company, was aware of her purpose for visiting the Duke's residence. She hesitated between sending Chen Shan to find the third son or asking a maid to do so. The latter option could harm her reputation if discovered, while the former might reveal her intentions of coming to celebrate the matriarch's birthday with an escort. Just as she vacillated, the third son appeared, accompanied by a group of young noblemen, which rendered him less conspicuous. As Shen Tang momentarily lost her focus by the lotus pond, Ginkgo, hearing footsteps, turned to alert her. "Miss, the third son is coming." Shen Tang turned to see him approaching, and she bowed in greeting, to which he reciprocated, awkwardly expressing, "I hope I am not mistaken. But does Miss Shen have something to discuss with me?" Shen Tang nodded, affirming that he had not misinterpreted her intentions. "You must have heard about my mother's dream," she began, referring to a widely known matter in the capital. The third son nodded, and Shen Tang continued. "Perhaps my mother sensed that your family intended to propose to me and wished to share a warning. I advise you not to engage in archery contests with the heir of the Marquis of Chongping today or in the future, especially not to win against him." The third son, puzzled, inquired why. Shen Tang explained, "The heir is vindictive. Should you embarrass him, he will surely seek revenge, potentially luring you into a gambling den and causing you to lose half of the Duke's fortune." A chill ran through the third son at her words, for he had already agreed to compete against the heir. However, he steadied himself and replied, "I cannot best him in archery. It will be better if I do not win. Winning brings little gain, but losing creates numerous enemies, which is hardly worth the risk. Unaware of his prior commitment, Shen Tang felt her warning had been given, and beyond that, her influence waned. The two former betrothed conversed amidst curious onlookers, who frequently glanced in their direction. The third son expressed his gratitude, bowed, and departed. Once he left, Shen Ran approached, asking, "What were you discussing with the third son?" The second household was always keen to clarify any unusual behavior. Shen Tang nonchalantly replied, "What do you think I could discuss with him? We merely crossed paths, and I expressed my thanks for the Duke and Appo's support in recommending my uncle." Realizing there was little for her to inquire about, Shen Ran soon found her own company among the young ladies, leaving Shen Tang feeling parched as she sought refreshment in the pavilion. However, before she could finish her tea, news arrived that the third son had indeed triumphed over the heir of Chongping. Shen Tang sighed, feeling her warnings were in vain. Had he truly been unable to avoid this challenge? She hoped he had heeded her advice and would refrain from entering the gambling den. Otherwise, he would face dire consequences. As she continued to sip her tea and nibble on pastries, a maid approached, bowing and presenting a note. "Miss Shun, this is a message from Miss Li of the Earl Yongning and Appo's residence." "Miss Li? Why hadn't Appo's she come directly? What could she possibly want to convey?" Intrigued, Shen Tang took the note, unfolding it to read. "If you wish to know who urged me to push you into the water, meet me at the southwest corner of the garden." Shen Tang had not anticipated that Miss Li wished to see her. Could it be that she had a change of heart and intended to reveal the truth? Shen Tang preferred to believe that Miss Li was unwilling to sacrifice her own future for Shun Jian and aimed to incite conflict between the sisters. Shen Tang wished to ignore the situation, yet finding herself idle, she figured, with Chun Shan discreetly guarding her, there was little to fear from Miss Li's schemes. Thus, she decided to discern the nature of the disturbance. Rising from her seat, she strolled towards the southwestern corner of the garden, accompanied by Yingxing. The area was not particularly secluded, but it lacked visitors. As she proceeded, she faintly heard soft gasps emanating from behind the rockery. Glancing over, she noticed a floral-embroidered belly band lying on the ground. A jolt of shock coursed through her, prompting her to retreat hastily. However, upon taking a single step back, she collided with a solid chest and inadvertently stepped on someone and Appo's foot. It was not Yingxing. Panic seized her, and just as she was about to scream, a hand clasped over her mouth, and a stranger whisked her away to the other side of the rockery. Terrified, she bit down on the man in Appo's hand, eliciting a pained reaction. He whispered in her ear, "It's me." The familiar voice brought her eyes wide open, revealing a strikingly handsome face looming before her. It was Xie Guimo. Chapter 66. Eavesdropping Shen Tang was astonished to discover that the person covering her mouth was none other than Xie Guimo. The unease in her heart was swiftly supplanted by embarrassment. She was acutely aware that he was not destined to die, nor would she marry him. His willingness to overlook past grievances and rescue her in a moment of shock was already mortifying enough. Little did she realize that even more awkwardness awaited her. On the other side of the rockery, soft gasps echoed continuously. She found herself pressed against the artificial hill, paralyzed with trepidation. Could things possibly become more uncomfortable? The embarrassment was so intense that Shen Tang felt as though she might perish from it. Curiosity, often a perilous companion, led her to this rendezvous with Miss Li. Fully cognizant that the young lady harbored ill intentions, Miss Li had summoned her to this place, yet it seemed others were indulging in clandestine pleasures here. Was this a trap to catch her in the act? Regret churned within Shen Tang as her cheeks burned with shame. However, her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by voices drifting from the other side of the rockery, male voices bold enough to openly entice the son of a noble family. Did they not fear the wrath of the young Master Wang, who might retaliate for such an affront? Shen Tang's eyes widened in disbelief. With Miss Li on this side, and her intended betrothed being none other than young Master Wang, could it be that it was her? Soon, a woman's voice rang out, declaring, "I will not let him touch me." It was indeed Miss Li's voice. The male voice was unmistakable. It belonged to the heir of the Chongping Marquis. He chuckled. "Very well. I shall shower you with affection from now on." His fervent advances left the woman defenseless, pleading for mercy. Listening to such intimate exchanges was mortifying enough. But the dire situation was compounded by the fact that she was entwined with a man, a perfectly normal man, who was reacting rather vigorously to the stimuli. Shen Tang had never felt such a strong urge to vanish. Her assumptions were confirmed. Miss Li had indeed intended for her to catch them in a compromising situation. Only it was she who was entangled with the heir of the Chongping Marquis. Young Master Wang was no stranger to such escapades, and the heir of Chongping Marquis was his equal in that regard. However, the power of the Chongping Marquis household far surpassed that of the Wang family. In this life, one must leap into the fire, and thus it was imperative to choose a leap that would benefit the Yongning Duke's residence. Especially since, of late, the Yongning Duke's household had evidently offended someone, leading to an audacious night raid that left the young Master Li severely beaten, his humiliation displayed at the entrance. Miss Li's marriage to the heir of the Chongping Marquis might deter further aggression against the Yongning Duke's household, as the perpetrator would likely fear the Marquis influence. Although Miss Li and young Master Wang had shared intimate moments in public, the weight of such encounters could vary. Should word of Miss Li and Amp, Oppo's lost virtue to the heir of the Chongping Marquis spread, he would undoubtedly be obliged to take her as his wife. Otherwise, the one who uncovered their liaison, namely Shen Tang, might find herself silenced. In any case, Miss Li stood to gain regardless of the outcome. Shen Tang forced herself to indulge in these convoluted thoughts, lest her attention linger on the man who held her. Chen Shan was nearby, and the mere thought of that jealous man discovering her predicament filled her with dread. The sounds behind the rockery persisted, and Shen Tang could only hope they would conclude their rendezvous swiftly. Yet, as time dragged on, she found herself on the verge of collapse. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief at their silence, a second wave of intimacy ensued. Shen Tang, Xie Gimo, why could he not lead her further away from this rockery? Shen Tang silently lamented. The man, whose face and neck were flushed crimson, regretted his impulsiveness. The area behind the rockery was spacious, and he considered that anyone might stumble upon them. In his haste, he had forgotten what they were hiding from, and now it was too late to escape. Patience was their only option. The first encounter felt interminable, while the second dragged on even longer. Shen Tang, Xie Gimo, this was the first time the sound of clothing rustling struck her as melodious. Miss Li, waiting in vain for Shen Tang's arrival, was filled with disappointment. After the heir of the Chongping Marquis departed without so much as a glance back, she could only endure her discomfort and leave. Finally, she was gone. Shen Tang felt as though she might go mad from the confinement. Yet, the man who held her refused to release his grip. She pushed against him, but to no avail, and upon looking up, she found herself met with eyes brimming with restrained desire. His breath grew heavy with yearning. In the flush of youth, hearing two passionate encounters, how could he possibly remain unaffected? Shen Tang and Amp, Oppo's lips, as vibrant as freshly washed cherries, beckoned seductively. The man swallowed hard, leaning in to kiss her, but instead of her lips, he met her cheek. This action doused him in icy water, leaving him utterly chilled. He gazed at Shen Tang, his voice hoarse. "I will marry you." What nonsense was he spouting? This man, who had been so composed in his previous life, was now so easily undone by mere passion. Shen Tang, mortified and enraged, retorted, "I have someone I like. I will not marry you." Xie Gimo observed the reflection of himself in her eyes and inquired, "Someone you like? Who?" Shen Tang longed to divulge the truth, yet she was unaware of the man's identity, which rendered her speechless. "I'm already betrothed," she declared. Xie Gimo chuckled, his heated breath brushing against her neck. "To whom?" Shen Tang, exasperated, thought, what a pestering fool. This man, who had barely exchanged 3 words with her in their previous life, was now bombarding her with questions. She snapped, "If you don't believe me, go ask the emperor." Xie Gimo's spirits lifted. "Such a trivial matter. Why would I consult the emperor? Were you deceiving me?" Although Shen Tang's words were not entirely truthful, she had not lied outright. The relentless questioning stirred a flicker of resentment towards the man whose identity eluded her, and she concealed her face, wishing to avoid the scrutiny that would reveal her ignorance. And still, he proclaimed he would marry her. Why did she keep encountering such insufferable men? Hmm. Before she could respond, the man called her back from a reverie. Fuming, Shen Tang asserted, "I do not know who he is, but I am not lying to you." Siek Gimo replied, "Not knowing who he is still counts as being betrothed? Aren't you afraid of marrying an ugly brute?" Shen Tang retorted, regardless of his appearance. "I like him. Is that satisfactory?" "Quite," he replied, satisfaction evident in the upward curve of his lips. Shen Tang, gritting her teeth, suspected that the heir of Jingyang was an impostor. The man before her bore little resemblance to the one she had known for years. She attempted to push him away, but he proved unmovable. Siagimo remarked, "I did save you after all. Why are you hiding from me?" Shen Tang dared not speak the truth, opting instead to feign ignorance. "I am not hiding from you. I merely happen to be heading elsewhere." Siek Gimo laughed. "How brazen of you to lie to me with your eyes wide open. Such coincidence?" Chapter 67, Excuse. Why must this person delve so deeply into matters? She'd been so conspicuously evasive, yet he still sought clarity. He was evidently not of such a nature. Shen Tang felt a surge of frustration within, yet found herself helpless. The manner in which they conversed was far too ambiguous and perilous, coupled with Siagimo and Appo's unusual behavior, which instilled genuine fear in her, prompting a desire to escape. Shen Tang could only relent, pleading, "The birthday banquet has commenced for quite some time. If we do not take our seats, the Duke of Wen's household will surely send someone to find us." The fear that flickered in Shen Tang's eyes did not escape Siagimo's notice, and he felt a pang of guilt for possibly frightening her. Nonetheless, this woman had encountered trouble on every outing, and he could not rest easy until she was safely married. He disliked her wearing a mask whenever they met, but he was too anxious to pursue matters hastily. He could only proceed slowly. Siek Gimo released Shen Tang, who inquired, "Where are my maid and my hidden guard?" Inxing, who had clearly been following her, had somehow transformed into him. The maid had been quietly taken away, and it was likely that Chen Shan had also vanished. Chen Shan, tasked with her protection, would not fail to appear at a crucial moment unless he was unable to do so. Inxing was fiercely loyal to her, and Chen Shan was a man sent to safeguard her. She could not solely concern herself with her own safety and disregard theirs. Chen Shan remained hidden, not anticipating that Shen Tang would remember her maid and him when she was in peril. After all, with the young master personally rescuing the princess, what need was there for him to intervene? Siagimo gazed into Shen Tang's eyes, remaining silent, for no response was required. Shen Tang heard the sound of Inxing's footsteps and turned her head to see Inxing rushing towards her, holding up her skirt. Eager to leave, Shen Tang departed, and since Siagimo had released Inxing, he would not make things difficult for Chen Shan. Upon seeing that Shen Tang was unharmed, Inxing felt relieved and quietly asked, "The heir of King Jingyang did not bully you, did he?" Shen Tang did not answer, but instead asked, "What about you?" Inxing rubbed her neck and replied, "The heir's guard, the one named Chen Shi, knocked me unconscious." Inxing knew Chen Shi had done this out of fear that she might expose the affair between the two, worried that she and Shen Tang would be silenced. However, his method was too heavy-handed. Her neck was nearly throbbing with pain. The two of them exited from the southwest corner, but Shen Tang felt uneasy and glanced around. Chen Shan, knowing they were looking for him, emerged and asked, "Is the princess looking for her subordinate?" Shen Tang inquired, "Did your master come to the Duke of Wen's residence today?" Chen Shan hesitated, stuttering. Shen Tang pressed, "Is that something you cannot disclose?" "Not that I cannot," Chen Shan replied, nodding. Shen Tang insisted, "I want to see him." "You just saw him," Chen Shan said, his expression troubled. Shen Tang clenched her embroidered sleeve tightly. "Is your master that afraid of me, knowing who he is?" She had never felt such an urgent desire to uncover his identity until now. After being pressed by the heir of King Jingyang and feeling utterly humiliated by her inability to respond. The answer Shen Tang sought was one that Chen Shan could not provide. He feared that his master himself was deeply conflicted, wishing for Shen heir to know, yet dreading her discovery. He did not dare speak recklessly. Chen Shan fell silent, and Shen Tang's heart sank further. She grasped Inxing's hand and walked away. After taking a few steps, Inxing turned back, but Chen Shan's figure had vanished from where he had stood. Not far away, Chen Shan leaped forward to block Xie Guimo's path, stating, "Master, Shen Heir is very upset. She wishes to see you." Meanwhile, Shen Tang, accompanied by Yinxing, arrived at the garden where a maid hurried towards them, relieved to have finally located Shen Heir. "Shen Tang si li et lai. I twisted my ankle over there and needed to rest for a while." She refrained from mentioning that she had lost her way, as it would be impolite to wander aimlessly at a birthday celebration. It was not commendable for a young lady to lack a sense of direction. So she had to concoct a plausible excuse. How did Shen Heir twist her ankle? The maid murmured quietly. Shen Tang did not catch that, asking, "What happened?" The maid shook her head repeatedly, expressing concern. "Is Shen Heir seriously hurt?" Shen Tang replied, "No, I and Amp, Oppos, am fine." The maid led Shen Tang to the banquet hall, where the birthday feast was already underway, with dishes partially consumed. Her seat was beside Shen Ran, and as she sat down, Shen Ran whispered, "Where did sister go?" Shen Tang showed Shen Ran the small note. Upon seeing it, Shen Ran and Oppos' eyes widened. Shen Tang explained, "I was looking for Miss Li, but I could not find her anywhere and got lost." Shen Tang scanned the surroundings. "Have you seen Miss Li?" Since entering, she had been searching for her, but had yet to spot her. Shen Ran quietly responded, "She accidentally twisted her ankle and did not attend the banquet." A maid took her back to the Yongning Marquis's residence. Shen Tang, realizing this, thought, no wonder she mentioned her ankle. The expression of the Duke of One End Oppos' maid was peculiar. It seemed she had borrowed an excuse from Miss Li. As Shen Tang took her seat, she listened to the laughter and chatter of the young ladies. Meanwhile, Miss Li was departing in a carriage, leaving the Duke of Wen's estate. Exhausted, she nearly collapsed into the carriage upon entering. Today had been her first encounter with worldly affairs, and even after having taken an aphrodisiac beforehand, the pain was unbearable, especially since the heir of Chongping Marquis was not one to be gentle. She did not regret yielding to the heir of Chongping Marquis. Her fate had been sealed when Shen Tang had pulled her from the lake, and Master Wang had rescued her. Yet, she could not comprehend why her maid had clearly witnessed Shen Heir and her maid receive her handwritten letter and head towards the southwest corner. Yet the outcome diverged from her plans, and they did not expose her affair with the heir of Chongping Marquis. Miss Li questioned her maid again. "Are you certain Shen Heir and her maid went that way?" The maid nodded emphatically. "I saw it with my own eyes." But there was only one path to where she and the heir of Chongping Marquis had been, with no diversions. If Shen Heir and her maid had gone there, why did it seem as if they had vanished in a thin air? Miss Li clenched her jaw, a look of intense anger igniting in her eyes. Her wedding to Master Wang was to be settled in the coming days. Today was almost her last chance to resist. She had not anticipated any mishaps and had placed all her hopes on Shen Tang, only to have her let her down. She had been thoroughly taken advantage of by the heir of Chongping Marquis, leaving her with nothing in the end, and she was unwilling to accept this fate. As Shen Tang entered the banquet hall, the feast was nearly halfway through. She had only sat for a brief period before the celebration concluded, and the guests began to depart, with the Duke of One and his wife bidding everyone farewell. Young Master One, in the front courtyard, was greeting the departing guests when he saw Shen Tang approaching, his face filled with embarrassment. Shen Tang had come to remind him not to compete with the heir of Chongping Marquis, and he had resolved not to provoke the heir. Yet, misfortune had befallen him. There was no place to hide. He attempted to shoot an arrow, hoping not to disgrace the Duke of One End Oppos' household, but as he released it, his hand trembled inadvertently. For most, a trembling hand would result in a stray shot, but for him, it struck the arrow of the heir of Chongping Marquis directly. Could he express that the entire banquet felt like being fried in hot oil? He could not avoid offending the heir of Chongping Marquis, and with that, he could not escape the consequences of being schemed against, losing half of the Duke of One End Oppos' household and facing his father in Oppos' wrath. No, since Shen Heir had warned him, it indicated that it was avoidable. He had missed one opportunity. He could not afford to miss a second, for that would betray Shen Heir and Oppos' counsel. Shen Tang followed the second madam as they stepped out of the Duke of One End Oppos' estate and into the carriage. She lifted the curtain, but still did not see the person she wished to meet, feeling disheartened as she lowered the curtain once more. The carriage moved intermittently, finally picking up speed as it departed from the Duke of One and Amp, Oppo's estate, halting before the gates of the Marquis of Pignon and Amp, Oppo's residence. Upon entering the residence, in a secluded area devoid of onlookers, the second madam turned to Shen Tang and remarked regarding the incident where Miss Li pushed you into the water. Whether it was an accident or a deliberate act, she has learned her lesson. This matter is now in the past. Let us not bring it up before his lordship and the old matriarch. The suddenness of the second madam and Oppo's words indicated that Shun Ran had informed her about the note. Shen Tang showed the note to Shun Ran, feeling dejected and lacking the spirit to engage her. Miss Li's schemes had backfired, and her intense hatred towards Shen Tang made her seek confrontation. It was likely that Miss Li would retaliate. The young Master Wang was the second madam's nephew, and prior to Miss Li and Amp Oppo's marriage, she had humiliated the Wang family, allowing for future conflicts to arise. Thus, she patiently awaited the unfolding of events. Rest assured, I will not trouble grandmother or father over such trivial matters. That is well, the second madam replied, yet her expression remained as dark as water. The compensation demanded by the Earl of Yongning had been fully paid, and now they dared to toy with her. The second madam's countenance was stormy. Following the second madam, Shen Tang made her way to Songha Hall, and after greeting the old matriarch, she returned to Qingyi Courtyard. Just as she entered, the window was knocked upon. Shen Tang initially thought it was a gentleman arriving, yet when she did not see the window opening, she approached it. Upon opening the window, she found Chan Shan standing outside, who conveyed, "The master has instructed me to inform Miss Shun that 10 days hence, at the Lantern Festival, he will reveal his identity to you." 10 days was not an extensive period, yet Shen Tang felt an overwhelming impatience. She merely wished to ascertain who he truly was and to glimpse the face concealed behind the silver mask. Was it truly necessary to shroud himself in such mystery? If he did not intend to keep her in the dark indefinitely, why prolong the revelation for 10 days? Were it not for the gentleman seeking assistance from the emperor to convey a message, Shen Tang would genuinely suspect he was playfully toying with her. 6 months prior, at the Lantern Festival, she yearned to see his face, but he had denied her, stating that she would naturally discover it once he came to propose. In the end, he had broken his promise, leaving her in silence for half a year, and even for many years thereafter, she had not seen him. This led her to doubt whether he had perished at the hands of the Earl of Chongping. Now, she was determined to see if he could indeed keep his word this time. "Inform your master. I shall place my trust in him for one final time." With that declaration, Shen Tang slammed the window shut. She returned to her small couch, sipping tea to quell the anger bubbling within her. She was unsure whether her ire was directed at the gentleman or at the Crown Prince of Jingyang, or perhaps at herself for her wavering resolve. Having returned to life, when she had refused marriage at the wedding sedan, she had resolutely decided never to marry again. She sought only to recover her lost elder brother, to wish for her father's longevity, and to hope that the Jiang family would not fall prey to scheming individuals, with no other thoughts occupying her mind. Yet, she had turned down the Crown Prince of Jingyang's proposal, and now the man who had vanished from her life reappeared before her, disregarding her reputation, intruding upon her chamber intermittently, and even sending people to protect her, to the extent that her father and Oppo's people noticed, compelling him to propose, an affair that had inexplicably reached the emperor's ears. At this juncture, the situation was beyond her control, and she inwardly acquiesced that the gentleman would soon come to propose. She would eventually marry him. Who would have thought that during her visit to the Duke of Wen's residence to celebrate his birthday, she would encounter the most embarrassing situation of her 2 lifetimes, listening to 2 performances of Risku plays alongside her former husband, the very man who had once treated her coldly, now professing his desire to marry her under such circumstances. From the moment the Crown Prince of Jingyang uttered those words, her heart was in turmoil, her mind racing with recollections of Shen Xian's words before her death in her previous life, that Xie Gimo had feelings for her. She could not contain the urge to understand why Xie Gimo was so different from before, continually rescuing her. Why had she ever provoked him? She was acutely aware that even if she unraveled the mystery, she would never marry Siagimo. Shen Tang wished to sever all ties with Siagimo, thus claiming she was already engaged. Yet, in reality, not only had she failed to reject him, but she had also become the subject of his amusement. Was it not laughable? She did not even know who the man she was purportedly engaged to was or what he looked like, yet she dared to claim an engagement. How absurd. In her previous life, one had vanished without a trace while the other wore a perpetual scowl. Yet in this life, they had become like a persistent adhesive. An outrageous turn of events. As Shen Tang and Appo's thoughts spiraled into frustration, she consumed cup after cup of tea, forcing herself to abandon these troubling matters, instructing Yinxing to find her something to occupy her attention. Unaware of the source of Shen Tang and Appo's agitation, Yinxing suggested, "Miss, did you not wish to embroider a waistband? You had mentioned completing it before the Duke of One and Appo's birthday banquet to present it to the gentleman. Despite your efforts, it remains unfinished. Last night, you claimed you would resume embroidering it after celebrating the old matriarch and Appo's birthday. Despite her claims of wanting to marry him, she only wished to see his face, yet he continued to obfuscate and delay, even requesting her to embroider a waistband for him. Shen Tang's gaze burned with indignation as she looked at the embroidery frame, nearly reducing the waistband to ashes. Nevertheless, in the end, she completed the embroidery. While her anger was undeniable, she could not disregard the fact that the gentleman had indeed aided her considerably. She could not, in good conscience, let her resentment lead her to act in a manner that would invite ridicule. Shen Tang not only finished the waistband, but, disregarding her fatigue, stayed up late to complete the purse she had promised him. In a fit of defiance, she thought to have Chunshan deliver it to his master without delay. Though Shen Tang merely contemplated this, Yinxing took it upon herself to act, recognizing that her mistress was clearly exhausted yet determined to finish the embroidery, indicating her eagerness to present it to her future fiancé. Had she not been in a hurry, she could have easily resumed the task the following day. As Chunshan received the waistband and purse, he contemplated that by this hour, the master was already asleep, and he dared not disturb him to present the gifts. Yet, given the young lady and Appo's command, he could not afford to disregard it. The duties of Shadow Guard were indeed challenging. Having deftly scaled the walls, Chunshan returned to the Jingyang Prince and Appo's manor, intending to place the belt and pouch on a bedside table for his lordship to discover upon awakening. However, upon entering through the window, he found the bedchamber empty, devoid of his lordship and Appo's presence. Chun Chi entered, inquiring about his unexpected return so late in the evening. Instead of answering, Chunshan asked about their lordship and Appo's whereabouts. The young prince was typically punctual with his sleep schedule, only venturing out for official matters, in which case Chun Chi would invariably accompany him. Chun Chi cleared his throat, explaining that his lordship was taking a cold shower. The reason for this ablution remained unspoken. At such a virile age, having been privy to 2 explicit scenes during the day, especially alongside Miss Shen, it would be surprising if his lordship and Appo's blood hadn't and Appo's been stirred. Chun Chi questioned the purpose of his return. Chunshan indicated the belt and pouch on the table, explaining that Miss Shen had embroidered them overnight and requested their return. Chun Chi suggested discreetly storing them away, lest his lordship be compelled to take a 3rd cold shower. As Chun Chi reached for the belt and pouch, a voice commanded him to put them down. Chun Chi reluctantly complied. Siagimo approached, his gaze sweeping over the belt and pouch. The woman had been understandably upset by the day's events, and, not having seen his face, was even more incensed. Yet, she had still diligently embroidered the belt and pouch overnight. This anomaly unsettled him. What else did she say? Siagimo inquired. Chunshan replied, Miss Shen said she would trust you one last time. It seemed this was truly the final chance. However, he no longer intended to conceal his identity from her. This step was inevitable, for he needed to understand why she consistently avoided him. Shen Tang, having retired late, awoke later than usual, arriving 2/4 of an hour behind schedule to pay her respects to the old madam. By the time she arrived, Madame and Shun Han were already present. Shen Han seized the opportunity to criticize her tardiness, questioning why her second sister had arrived so late to greet their grandmother. Shen Tang responded with a composed demeanor, explaining that she had been contemplating matters late into the night and had slept soundly, so the maids had hesitated to rouse her. Madame Eyre inquired if anything was troubling the second Mississippi. Sensing an attempt to pry under the guise of concern, Shen Tang demurred, attributing it to idle musings. Shen Han persisted, arguing that she wouldn't oppose to have risen so late otherwise. Growing impatient, Shen Tang decided to answer in a way they wouldn't oppose to appreciate. With the imperial examinations after the Lantern Festival, eldest sister had planned to visit the Jiang family with me. I intend to revisit the Jiang family in the coming days. I wonder if eldest sister would like to accompany me. Shen Han hadn't opposed. He expected Shen Tang to be preoccupied with this matter. She knew that Shen Tang no longer held her in the same esteem, maintaining a distance so profound that she was reluctant to exchange even a few words. Although Shen Tang didn't oppose, do you want to go to the Jiang family with her? The Jiang family would undoubtedly welcome her. Shen Han remained silent, touching her face. Madame interjected. Honor has been repeatedly taken ill and has become too gaunt to even attend the one Guogong family's old madame's birthday celebration. In such a state, she would only cause concern for the Jiang family. I believe it would be best to wait until after the imperial examinations. The Jiang family and oppose, as two young masters are both accomplished scholars. They're certain to achieve high ranks in the examinations, at which point we can offer our congratulations. To dissuade Shen Han from visiting the Jiang family, she even began praising her two cousins, which was entirely unnecessary. The old madam remained silent. As Shen Tang contemplated whether to retort, a maid entered, joyfully announcing to Madame Eyre that the Wang family had sent word that the wedding date for the Wang family and oppose, his eldest son and the Yongning Count and oppose, his eldest daughter had been set for the 12th of this month. Due to the note, Madame Eyre harbored some discontent towards Miss Li, even contemplating visiting the Yongning Count's manor to inquire about its meaning. However, upon hearing that the wedding date had been set, all her grievances vanished. Once Miss Li entered the Wang family and oppose, as gates, and became her nephew and oppose, as wife, she would naturally align herself with the Wang family. Madame Eyre beamed with delight. Madame Sun congratulated Madame Eyre. Shen Tang sat there, contemplating the proverbial cuckold and oppose, as had atop the Wang family and oppose, as eldest son and oppose, as head, feeling a pang of sympathy. However, her pity lasted only as long as it took to sip 2 cups of tea. The Wang family's eldest son was no paragon himself, being a frequenter of brothels. The two were perfectly matched. As today was already the 6th, the wedding date was rather soon. However, considering the date of Miss Li and oppose's accidental drowning, it could also be considered late. Shen Han and Shen Ran discussed sending bridal gifts. Shen Tang had no intention of participating, and no one asked her to join. Bridal gifts amounted to little, and the Yongning Count's eldest daughter was not lacking in such things. Shen Tang's presence would only cause distress to the Yongning Count's family. Madame Eyre and Shen Han were not so lacking in tact. Since no one wanted Shen Tang to accompany them, she pretended not to notice when Shen Han and the others left the manor the next day to select bridal gifts. On the day Shen Han and the others went to deliver bridal gifts to Miss Li, Shen Tang also left the manor, but she was going to the Jiang family. She left the manor empty-handed, but since she was going to congratulate her cousins on their anticipated success in the imperial examinations, she would naturally bring gifts. The carriage stopped in front of the largest stationery shop in the capital, where Shen Tang intended to select 2 superior wolf hair brushes for her cousins. Upon entering the shop, a shop assistant greeted her attentively. The shop offered a variety of brushes. Shen Tang selected 2 of the finest quality and Yinxing paid. Just as Shen Tang was about to leave, a servant entered, inadvertently bumping into a shop assistant, causing the painting he was carrying to fall to the ground. The servant grumbled, "Are you blind? This is Master Zhou Gu and oppose, as painting from the previous dynasty. Can you afford to compensate if it and oppose as damaged?" The shop assistant quickly picked up the painting and apologized profusely. The servant opened the painting to inspect it. While paintings are easily damaged, they don't typically break from a simple fall. As Shen Tang passed by, she glanced at it, and this glance caused her to stop in her tracks. Yinxing, who was following behind her, didn't oppose. She realized she had stopped and nearly bumped into her back. This painting, it couldn't oppose. Be her painting, could it? Or rather, it wasn't quite accurate to say that. This painting had been hers in her previous life. It was part of the Pingyuan Marquis family's dowry to her. Originally the Jiang family's dowry to Jiang Shi, later used as Shen Han's dowry, and finally entering the Jingyang prince's manor with her. In this life, she hadn't married Siagimo, so the painting should be in the Marquis family storeroom. How could it be in this servant's hands? Masterpieces often have many imitations, but she was so certain because this painting didn't just resemble hers at a glance. It was identical, even down to the creases in the mounting. The servant brought the painting to the shop because his master found the mounting too old and wanted it remounted. The shop owner said, "We are truly sorry for the earlier incident. We won't charge for this remounting as compensation." The servant's attitude in admitting fault was excellent, so he said nothing more. Shen Tang looked at the painting. Yinxing called out to her, "Miss?" Shen Tang snapped out of her reverie, retracted her gaze, and walked out. The servant was waiting outside. Shen Tang sent the servant to buy pastries, then looked around. Chen Shan appeared, asking, "Does Miss Shen Er need my assistance?" Shen Tang said, "Help me check if there's a soybean-sized ink stain on the lower right corner of the painting's back." Shen Tang didn't want to jump to conclusions, so she needed to confirm that the painting wasn't a forgery first. The painting had been hers in her previous life, and no one knew more about what was on the painting than she did. It was such a minor matter that Chen Shan returned after checking before the servant had even bought the pastries. There was indeed a soybean-sized ink stain on the lower right corner of the painting. Shen Tang's face instantly turned cold. If the creases were a coincidence, what about the ink stain? It was impossible for both to be coincidental. Seeing that Shen Tang's expression was off, Yinxing asked, "What's wrong, miss?" Shen Tang looked at Chen Shan. "Help me investigate who sent the painting for mounting and how it ended up in his hands." Chen Shan agreed. "After escorting Miss Shen Er to the Jiang family, I will investigate this matter." Commissions given by Shen Tang were not taken lightly by Chen Shan. However, he remained cognizant of his primary duty, to safeguard Shen Tang's well-being. Only when assured of her safety could he attend to other matters. Otherwise, should an incident occur en route to the Jiang residence, how would he explain himself to their lord? Despite her impatience, Shen Tang refrained from pressuring Chen Shan. She was content with his willingness to investigate and dared not demand more. After a brief wait by the carriage, the servant returned with the pastries. Shen Tang and Yinxing boarded the carriage, proceeding directly to the Jiang residence. The carriage halted before the Jiang family's gates. The Jiang family servant was once again taken aback upon seeing Shen Tang emerge from the carriage. Her frequent visits to the Jiang residence were becoming surreal. With the young master yet to return, the Pingyuan Marquis and Amp, Appo's, manor had markedly improved its attitude towards the Jiang family. They not only permitted the young lady's visits, but also brought numerous tonics on their previous visit. Were the two families mending their relationship? Yet if so, why was the eldest daughter not seen? The Jiang family and Appo's servant diligently assisted with the mounting stool as Shen Tang entered the residence, inquiring of the Jiang family's steward whether the eldest and second young masters were present. The Jiang family steward confirmed that both young masters were in the study. "I shall seek them out," Shen Tang declared. The Jiang family steward, puzzled by the young lady's decision to visit the young masters before paying respects to the old madam, nonetheless arranged for a servant to escort her. Shen Tang then followed the servant to meet her two cousins. Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan each had studies in their respective courtyards. Additionally, a study filled with numerous books was arranged for them in the front courtyard, adjacent to the Jiang Old Master's courtyard. More importantly, its proximity allowed for convenient discussions and inquiries with the Jiang Old Master. Inside the study, Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan were engrossed in their reading when the servant knocked, announcing, "Eldest young master, second young master, the Pingyuan Marquis' manor's young lady is here." The door promptly opened, revealing Jiang Mingyuan's delighted expression. "Why, cousin, what brings you here?" Shen Tang replied with a smile. "I hope I am not disturbing your studies." Jiang Mingyuan responded, "We were about to take a break anyway. But does cousin require our assistance?" He stepped aside to allow Shen Tang to enter the study. Shen Tang, who had rarely visited the Jiang residence, was entering the study for the first time. The walls lined with books left her wondering how long it would take to peruse them all. Shen Tang greeted her cousins and then stated, "I have come to borrow a book, and, coincidentally, I have acquired 2 high-quality wolf hair brushes, which I present to you as a token of my best wishes." As Shen Tang spoke, Yinxing placed the wolf hair brushes in Shen Tang's hands, which she then offered to her cousins. Jiang Mingxiu and Jiang Mingyuan accepted the brushes, opening the brocade box to reveal the newly released wolf hair brushes, which they had seen at the store just days before. Jiang Mingyuan remarked, "Cousin, these are clearly newly purchased, not newly acquired. That is inconsequential." Jiang Mingxiu smiled and said, "Then we thank cousin for her auspicious words. Which book does cousin wish to read?" "Shang Shu," Shen Tang replied. Jiang Mingyuan was taken aback. "Cousin reads this book as well?" Shen Tang responded, "I am merely browsing." Jiang Mingyuan turned and retrieved a book from the desk, which was none other than the Shang Shu that Shen Tang sought. Shen Tang randomly flipped through the pages, but, after a prolonged search, could not find the passage. Shen Tang inquired, "Where is the sentence? When guilt is in doubt, favor leniency. When merit is in doubt, favor reward. It is better to acquit the innocent than to wrongly punish the guilty." Jiang Mingyuan was perplexed. Cousin remembers it so clearly, yet she does not know the page number. It is just 1 page over. Shen Tang turned the page and, indeed, found the sentence. Jiang Mingxiu inquired, "What does cousin require this sentence for?" "Shen Tang ziplit." "So it truly exists." Jiang Mingxiu was utterly baffled. Jiang Mingyuan was equally perplexed. They exchanged glances, both at a loss. Shen Tang looked at them and asked, "Has grandfather been testing you with questions recently?" Jiang Mingyuan wore a pained expression. "Indeed, he tests us daily." Upon seeing a sentence, "Grandfather deems it a potential topic for the imperial examination and tasks my elder brother and me to each write an essay." Observing the cousins' distressed countenances, Shen Tang innocently blinked her eyes and said, "Last night, I dreamed of my mother. This is a question she has posed for you to each write an essay and burn for her." Jiang Mingxiu was dumbfounded. Jiang Mingyuan was equally taken aback. Surely not. Grandfather and father already burdened them with questions. Now, even aunt is assigning them tasks? They're being exhausted even before entering the examination hall. Shen Tang, concerned, urged cousins, "Please be sure to write with utmost care." Jiang Mingyuan dejectedly replied, "Rest assured, cousin, my elder brother and I will certainly write with diligence." Their aunt, in the afterlife, had entrusted cousin with the task of requesting their essays. How could they dare be negligent? Moreover, even if they did not write the questions posed by their aunt, they would still have to answer those of their grandfather and father. There was simply no respite. The imperial examination comprised several questions. Shen Tang only remembered this one, which Siagimo had prompted when he impulsively asked her to grind ink as he wrote an essay on the same topic. Having been reborn, many things had changed. Shen Tang was uncertain whether these changes would affect the imperial examination questions. However, since she was aware of it, she had to inform her cousins. What if it remained unchanged? Shen Tang was also aware that, should the examination questions remain the same, she would be assisting her cousins in cheating, which would be unfair to other scholars. However, considering the prevalence of corrupt officials in the imperial court who preyed on the common people, and given the Jiang family's integrity, she believed they would not produce corrupt officials. Furthermore, in her previous life, her second cousin had fallen into the water, and her eldest cousin had been injured while saving him, affecting their performance and causing them to fail the examination. Having experienced so much, Shen Tang found it difficult to believe that the incident was merely an accident. "I shall not disturb your studies any longer. I will now pay my respects to grandmother." The 2 cousins escorted Shen Tang to the door. Upon leaving the study, Shen Tang proceeded to the by courtyard to pay her respects to the Jiang old madam, who gently chided, "Why did you visit your cousins first?" Shen Tang replied, "I had just acquired 2 wolf hair brushes and was eager to present them to my eldest and second cousins, so I did not come to pay my respects to grandmother first." Shen Tang sat beside the Jiang old madam and continued, "Grandfather and uncle are assigning the cousins too many questions. The imperial examination questions are not so easily guessed. With the examination imminent, a relaxed mindset is more important. Please advise grandfather and uncle not to assign them so many questions." The Jiang's second madam added. Far has also been complaining to me these past few days. The Jiang old madam nodded and said, I will advise them later. With Jiang Li and Jiang Ning away at the Dazhao temple, Shen Tang spent time with the Jiang old madam, alleviating her boredom. After lunch, Shen Tang departed from the Jiang residence, as the two girls had not yet returned. Upon returning to the Marquis's manor, Shen Tang, anxious to learn about the matter she had entrusted to Chen Shan, returned directly to Qingyi Garden without visiting Song Hall. As soon as she entered her room, a knock sounded on the window. Shen Tang rushed over, and Chen Shan reported, the painting has been traced. It was sent by the Zhao prince's manor for mounting, intending to present it to the emperor. According to a servant from the Zhao prince's manor, it was given to the Zhao prince by the Yongning earl. Chen Shan did not investigate further, remembering the second madam's earlier attempt to compensate the eldest daughter, which Shen Tang would not have forgotten. Shen Tang knew that the Yongning earl's manor was unwilling to accept that their legitimate daughter had become a casualty of her and Shen Han's rivalry and would certainly seek compensation. Previously, the second madam had attempted to use the Marquis's manor's public funds for this compensation, but she had refused, and the old madam would not have agreed. In the end, it was dropped. She had assumed that the second madam had used her dowry to fill this gap to protect Shen Han and Appo's reputation. But it turned out that she had stolen her mother's dowry. Shen Tang's face was as cold as if covered in frost. Chapter 69. The examination in her previous life. The second madam did not harbor any intentions to covet her mother's dowry, or perhaps she simply overlooked it. The urgency of the Jingyang Wangfu's celebratory occasion consumed her entirely. As the second madam focused all her thoughts on assisting Shen Yin in evading the misfortune of marrying into widowhood, leaving no time for the covert substitution of the dowry. Moreover, at that time, at least half of the people in her courtyard were under the second madam's influence. She lived under the very eyes of the second madam. And even after marrying into Jingyang Wangfu, there was no rush for such a deception. The individuals that the second madam had placed beside her did not possess Shen Guimo's heart. Their endeavors were either to harm or to sell her out. And the second madam and Appo's reach did not extend into Jingyang Wangfu. Additionally, her mother and Appo's dowry remained securely locked in the outer courtyard in Appo's storeroom. Shen Tang did not think much of it, failing to recognize the true capabilities of the second madam, who managed to stealthily abscond with such a considerable portion of her mother's dowry. A mere painting could not quell the wrath of the Yongning Bo house. Heaven only knows how many items the second madam had pilfered. Was not her father skeptical of the ambitions of the second house? This incident could serve as a means for him to gain clarity. Approximately at the time when Shen Sui returned from the military camp, Shen Tang made her way to the front courtyard, waiting outside the study for Shen Sui. After waiting for about 15 minutes, Shen Sui returned. Upon seeing Shen Tang standing there with reddened eyes, he inquired, "What is the matter?" Shen Tang replied, "I have something to discuss with father." The courtyard was not a suitable place for their conversation, so the father and daughter entered the study to speak. Once inside, Shen Sui asked, "Who has made you feel wrong this time?" Shen Tang gazed at him and said, "Father, do you recall the 9 Peaks snow clearing painting for my mother's dowry? Why bring up that painting out of the blue?" Shen Sui responded, for not only did he remember it, but the memory was also vivid. Jiangshi had once shown it to him for admiration and imitation, a period he would never forget. Assuming Shen Tang desired that painting, he said, "I will have someone retrieve it from the storeroom for you." Shen Tang questioned, "Is my mother's painting the genuine article?" Shen Sui chuckled, "Of course it is authentic." Shen Tang continued, "Today as I left the estate, I saw that painting in the Mo Bao Pavilion, and it too is genuine." Shen Sui's brow furrowed. There could only be one authentic piece. It was impossible for it to exist both in the Hofu storeroom and outside. He asserted, "The one left by your mother is the true original." How could father not discern the implications behind her words? Her mother's dowry had been stolen. She understood that her father did not believe anyone would dare to steal her mother's dowry and suspected he had discreetly sent someone to open the storeroom to retrieve that painting. Shen Tang, as previous assertions, had not convinced Shen Sui, as she lacked evidence to persuade him, but this time was different. Either the painting was no longer in the storeroom, or it had been replaced with a counterfeit. She wished to see her father's expression upon discovering that the painting was indeed a forgery. Given the significance of Jiang Shi's dowry and the minimal effort required to check, Shen Sui instructed Steward Li to retrieve the painting. After a considerable wait, Steward Li returned with the painting, apologizing for the delay. Shen Sui took the painting, swiftly glanced at it, and his expression darkened. Although the piece was convincingly realistic, a counterfeit remained a counterfeit. Having imitated it several times himself, how could he not recognize it? Shen Tang turned to Steward Li and asked, "After I fell into the water, did anyone enter the storeroom?" Steward Li nodded. People from the second madam and Oppo's side entered once, claiming that the eldest daughter was uncertain when she would marry, and they sought to retrieve the dowry given by the second house for future use. Considering Shan Yan's marriage to the heir of Jingyang Wang as a means to avert misfortune, it was understandable that the second house wished to reclaim their substantial dowry, which included 2 shops, a manor, and considerable farmland. Furthermore, this action had the old matriarch and Oppo's approval. Steward Li continued, "When the second house's people were searching for items, I had someone accompany them. Under normal circumstances, there should not have been any issues." His voice trailed off as he realized that without his direct supervision, the possibility of tampering existed. Shen Sui tossed the counterfeit onto the table and looked at Shen Tang. "Tell me everything you know." It was rare for her father to finally show some willingness to believe her. Shen Tang stated, "Today, upon seeing the painting, I followed the trail and discovered that the genuine article is currently in the hands of the Zhao Wang, presented to him by the Yongningbo house." She paused, gazing intently at Shen Sui. "I suggest that the painting was stolen by the second aunt as compensation for the eldest daughter of the Yongningbo house. Do you believe that, father?" Shen Sui frowned. "Why would your second aunt compensate the eldest daughter of the Yongningbo house?" Shen Tang did not provide an explanation. Instead, she said, "Without concrete evidence, it will be difficult to persuade you, let alone to have the second aunt confess in person. I implore you to lend me 10,000 taels to retrieve my mother's dowry." Now is not the time for weak explanations. Once her mother's dowry was reclaimed, the second madam would have no grounds for denial, and her father would have no choice but to believe her. Shen Sui turned to Steward Li. "Provide 10,000 taels to Tanger." Shen Tang interjected, "There is no need to give it to me. I request that Steward Li go to the Yongningbo house tomorrow to retrieve my mother's dowry. How to exchange it does not require my guidance." Steward Li looked at Shen Sui, who instructed, "Proceed as Tanger suggests." Steward Li nodded in agreement. Shen Tang concluded, "Once my mother's dowry is returned, I will explain to father why the second aunt felt the need to compensate the eldest daughter of the Yongningbo house." With that, Shen Tang offered a slight bow and took her leave. As she departed without looking back, Shen Sui felt a surge of frustration, his expression one of helplessness. His daughter was sulking. Previously, he had not believed her words, and now, having inquired, she deliberately chose to withhold information from him. He was not oblivious to the second house and Oppo's ulterior motives. However, being without a son, he would eventually entrust the Hofu and the title to the second house. The burdens of military affairs were already taxing enough, and he had turned a blind eye to these matters. Yet, for the second house to cast their ambitions upon Jiang Shi's dowry, regardless of the reason, he would not tolerate it. Upon returning to the inner courtyard, just as Shen Tang entered through the second gate, she spotted Shen Yin approaching her from a distance. Shen Yin questioned, "Have you gone to find father again? Are you so afraid of me seeking his attention?" Shen Tang, unwilling to engage with Shen Yin, replied dismissively, "Is it not appropriate to return the money borrowed directly from father? Having just received her monthly allowance, no one would provide her with extra funds, and her only means of repayment was that monthly allowance." Shen Yin assumed Shen Tang had sought Shen Sui for money or to lodge a complaint. So upon hearing that Shen Tang had approached him, she hurried over, only to discover it was a matter of repayment. Why was she so distrustful? Merely borrowing 100 taels, would father truly require Shen Tang to repay it from her allowance? Shen Yin inquired, "Did father accept it?" Shen Tang's gaze turned cold as she replied, "Even if I told you, you would not believe me. You can go and ask father yourself if he accepted it." With that, Shen Tang circumvented Shen Yin and walked away. Even if Shen Yin had 2 ounces of courage, she would not dare to question Shen Sui. Indeed, Shen Yin lacked the courage to confront him. For reasons unknown, though Shen Sui was quite fond of her, she harbored a deep-seated fear of him, unlike Shen Tang, who would still dare to act spoiled even when Shen Sui was angry. Shen Yin could only glare at Shen Tang's retreating figure, gripping her handkerchief tightly in frustration. The following day, coincidentally, was a day of rest for the court. As per usual, after breakfast, Shen Tang took Ginkgo to the Songha Hall to pay her respects to the old matriarch. Arriving early that day, Shen Tang found the hall empty upon her arrival. After greeting the old matriarch, she sat down, contemplating her words hesitantly. Noticing her hesitation, the old matriarch set down her teacup, asking, "What is there that you find difficult to discuss with your grandmother?" Shen Tang replied, "Among the paintings left in my mother's dowry, there are several works by renowned masters. I wish to open the storeroom to retrieve a few for imitation, and I seek your permission, grandmother." The old matriarch initially thought Shen Tang had some pressing issue she could not voice, but upon realizing it was merely a request to copy a few paintings, she was about to consent when the voice of the second madam interrupted. "The second young lady has only practiced painting for a few days. Does she dare to imitate the masterpieces of esteemed masters?" She stepped forward and addressed the elderly lady. Recounting the day, she visited the Duke of One and Appo's residence to celebrate his birthday. She had overheard Madame Lin, the wife of the Hamlin scholar, lamenting how her daughter accidentally overturned an inkstone, ruining a famous painting. At that moment, she felt a pang of sympathy. The second young lady wished to practice her painting skills and had intended to borrow 2 less valuable pieces for her attempts. If she accidentally ruined them, there would be no cause for distress, unlike the precious artworks left by her sister-in-law. The term waste struck a cold chord in Shen Tang's heart. She merely wished to replicate the calligraphy and paintings left by her mother, yet she was met with such derogatory language. What was even more infuriating was the support for this sentiment. Shen Xian remarked that the previous day, the second sister had gone to the study to seek their father, perhaps intending to access their mother's dowry. When their father refused, she probably turned to their grandmother for help. Shen Sui's disapproval would not be easily overturned by the old lady, particularly concerning such a trivial matter as borrowing paintings. The keys to the dowry storage were in the hands of only Shen Sui and the old lady, and as long as one of them consented, access could be granted. Shen Tang interjected, "Elder sister, your words are rather harsh. I merely wish to replicate the calligraphy and paintings left by our mother. I intend to return them afterward. How can this be deemed as taking from our mother's dowry?" Their mother had instructed that all of her dowry be entrusted to Shen Tang, and should she fail to grow up safely, it would be returned to the Jiang family. When Shen Xian married, Shen Tang willingly offered half of it. Now, she only wished to borrow the artworks briefly, yet her elder sister was intent on obstructing her. Did her aunt fear that she would ruin the paintings? Would that mean that upon her own marriage, the calligraphy and paintings left by their mother would not be bestowed upon her? Recalling their mother's arrangements, Shen Tang was increasingly convinced that they were meant to safeguard her. Their mother's last words would surely be heeded by their father. Should she perish, the dowry would be returned to the Jiang family without a single piece left for Shen Xian. It was precisely to protect the dowry left by their mother that the ruthless second branch allowed her to remain alive until now. Shen Xian's eyes were red-rimmed. "Mother did not favor me, I know. Must you stab my heart with a knife so early in the morning?" Was this truly a stab? She had not yet wielded the knife. Shen Tang felt a wave of nausea, while the second lady, feigning concern for her daughter, remarked sarcastically, "The second young lady has not yet settled her engagement, and yet she is already contemplating marriage." This comment was even more cutting, prompting the old lady to interject. "Is this what a senior ought to say?" Realizing her faux pas, the second lady quickly apologized. "I merely worry for Xian. They are all born of the same mother, yet she treats them so differently." The old lady, too, felt pity for the hardships Shen Xian faced since birth. But the dowry left by Jiang should be allocated as she wished. Shen Sui had no authority over it, let alone the other members of the marquisate. Moreover, although Jiang had bequeathed everything to Shen Tang, she had voluntarily offered half to Shen Xian, demonstrating their sisterly bond. Yet, how had Shen Xian treated Shen Tang? She had schemed for Shen Tang to marry the heir of the king of Jingyang for good fortune. It was no wonder that, after this incident, Shen Tang and she became adversaries. Could Shen Xian truly play the victim? Shen Tang felt the corners of her eyes reddening. Their mother had loved her dearly, but unfortunately, she had passed away early, unlike Shen Xian, who had enjoyed the affection of their aunt for over a decade, feeling as close as mother and daughter. Shen Tang simply wished to replicate the paintings left by their mother. She could not comprehend why her aunt and elder sister were so determined to impede her. Initially, the room was filled with sympathy for Shen Xian, but upon hearing Shen Tang's words, the sentiment shifted, revealing that Shen Xian was not as pitiable as they had believed. After all, the entire household knew how much the second lady doted on her. No matter how much Jiang adored Shen Tang, her death rendered her affection moot. Otherwise, her bequeathed calligraphy and paintings would not be so inaccessible for Shen Tang to replicate. What reason did the second lady and the eldest young lady have to obstruct the second young lady's attempts to replicate the artworks? Even if the second young lady were to clumsily ruin a piece, the loss would fall solely upon her, leaving the eldest young lady and the second lady unscathed. Yet, they continued to interfere, evidently intent on opposing her. The balance of sympathy among the maids had decisively shifted towards Shen Tang. The second lady insisted, "I only care for you." No one craved her concern. Could she not refrain from being insufferable? Shen Tang suppressed the goosebumps rising on her arms. Glancing towards the entrance, had Stewardly returned from the Duke of Yongning's residence? Just as she thought this, Stewardly entered, followed by 4 young servants carrying 2 large chests. His arrival captured the attention of everyone present. The old lady's gaze swept over the chests. "What is this?" Stewardly replied, "These are the compensations sent by the second lady to the Duke of Yongning's residence a few days ago. The Marquis ordered me to retrieve 10,000 taels in exchange." The old lady's expression darkened instantly, and she forcefully set down her teacup. The clatter of the cup against the table sent a shiver through the maids in the room. Shen Tang caught sight of the second lady's pale face and couldn't help but smirk, then quickly composed herself. "I was pushed into the water by the eldest young lady of the Duke of Yongning's residence, suffering from severe cold. Now the Marquis must compensate her with 10,000 taels, and if the household does not cover it, then my aunt must use her own dowry to do so." The old lady exclaimed, "If she is willing to part with such a sum, why must the Marquis redeem it?" Stewardly internally criticized the old lady for thinking the Marquis was foolish. He awkwardly added, "This chest contains all the dowry left by the late lady." Initially, the old lady was merely furious, but now she was utterly livid. The room fell silent, with not even a sound of heavy breathing. Shen Tang had laid the groundwork expertly. Her own mother's dowry was being hindered from her use by the second lady under the pretense of concern, only for the second lady to secretly use Jiang's paintings to compensate the one who had pushed Shen Tang into the water. The blatant selfishness was enough to resurrect the late Jiang from her grave in fury. The old lady was so enraged she felt a desire to strip the second lady of her heart. With a furious glare, the second lady, already on edge, nearly slipped off her chair and fell to the floor. Her face drained of color, and she found herself at a loss for words. "Mother, I had my reasons for doing this." Chapter 70. The dowry. The second madam indeed harbored a hidden motive. Yet Shen Tang doubted her audacity to disclose the truth to the old madam. She was eager to hear what justification the second madam would concoct to exonerate herself. The old madam glared fiercely at the second madam, as all eyes in the room were fixed upon the kneeling figure. The second madam, however, seemed unprepared for the exposure, having either failed to anticipate it or simply unable to devise a plausible excuse. After all, regardless of her underlying reasons, she should not have meddled with the affairs of someone deceased for over a decade. Consequently, the second madam knelt on the floor, stammering and unable to utter a single word for a long while. The old madam's chest heaved with indignation, and Wang Mama feared she might suffer stroke. She had found the second madam's suggestion to compensate the eldest daughter of the Yongning Earl's estate excessive, but this was even more outrageous. The Marquis had promptly instructed Steward Li to retrieve the items and bring them directly to the old madam, clearly intent on pursuing the matter to the end. Before the second madam could formulate an excuse, the second master arrived, summoned by Shen Sui. As the eldest uncle, he could not directly punish the second madam without involving the second master, who might even have been aware of the situation. The second master's arrival was closely followed by Shen Sui, whose face was unusually grim. After the incident with the counterfeit painting the previous day, he had believed Shen Tang's claim that the second madam had pilfered Zhang's dowry to compensate the Yongning Earl's estate. However, he had assumed it involved only a couple of paintings, not 2 entire chests. The fact that Shen Tang's offer of 10,000 taels was insufficient to retrieve everything, leaving them 5,000 taels in debt to the Yongning Earl and Appo's estate, filled Shen Sui with dread. He feared that, under his very nose, someone might have replaced his newborn son 15 years ago. Shen Sui took a seat, and the old madam demanded sharply, "Do you not have a reason? Speak." The second madam slumped to the ground, and the second master rebuked her angrily. "Mother is asking you a question." He feigned ignorance of the matter. However, it was possible that the second master was genuinely unaware, as the second madam's plan involved marrying Shen Han to young Master Wang, a minor matter that did not require his consultation. However, the botched execution and the Yongning Earl and Appo's estate and Appo's exorbitant demand would undoubtedly incur his wrath. To avoid his displeasure, the second madam likely intended to handle the aftermath herself. Had the second madam possessed a plausible excuse, she would have offered it long ago or requested the funds from the public coffers, obviating the need for such clandestine actions. The second madam remained silent, biting her lip. The old madam's anger flared. "My Pingyuan Marquis estate will not tolerate such treachery." Treachery was a euphemism. The second madam's actions constituted theft, making her a common thief. Such disgraceful behavior warranted a decree of divorce from the second master. Being abandoned for the sake of her nephew and aunt, Appo's marriage would be utterly humiliating. The second madam panicked, blurting out, "Mother, I did not do this for the Wang family." The third madam, reveling in the drama, interjected, "If not for the Wang family, then for whom? Do tell, second sister-in-law." The second madam glanced at Shen Han, whose face had also paled. She knelt abruptly, exclaiming, "Grandmother, second aunt did this for me." Such profound maternal affection, a mother shielding her daughter, and a daughter protecting her mother. The old madam had not anticipated Shen Han and Appo's involvement. She inquired, "What does this have to do with you?" Shen Han, her eyes reddened, replied, "During the lake excursion, the eldest daughter of the Yongning Earl's estate did not accidentally push second sister. It was I who inadvertently tripped her, causing her to stumble forward and drag second sister into the water. The Yongning Earl's estate initially intended to demand retribution, but second aunt intervened on my behalf. The Yongning Earl and Appo's estate demanded compensation from me, and second aunt sought to use public funds, but second sister objected, and grandmother disapproved. Second aunt intended to confess to grandmother, but I feared being reprimanded, so I begged second aunt to use half of the dowry mother left me as compensation." Shen Han choked with emotion, unable to continue, unsure how the matter had been exposed. The crowd was surprised to learn the misfortune of the eldest daughter of the Li family. It was no wonder the Yongning Earl's estate demanded compensation. A careless stumble had ruined the eldest daughter of the Li family's life. Had she not been betrothed to young Master Wang, the second madam's nephew, the Yongning Earl's estate, fearing future mistreatment from the Wang family, would have demanded even more than 2 chests of compensation. Shen Tang remarked, "Second aunt truly cherishes eldest sister." When second aunt mentioned compensating the eldest daughter of the Yongning Earl's estate, she made no mention of eldest sister, only of my compensation. And to pilfer mother's dowry to compensate the eldest daughter of the Li family, replacing genuine articles with so many forgeries. Eldest sister would be ridiculed for our Pingyuan Marquis estate's inability to distinguish between genuine and fake upon her marriage, potentially tarnishing grandfather's reputation. Shen Tang refrained from mentioning that the forgeries would eventually become part of her dowry, as that had not yet occurred. However, Even without her saying so, everyone in the room, knowing the second madam's partiality towards Shen Han, could easily imagine it. After these remarks, Shen Tang changed her tone. Wait. When I pulled the eldest daughter of the Leaf family into the water, there was no one behind her. How did eldest sister trip her? With a single question, she refuted Shen Han and Appo's defense of the second madam, having pulled the eldest daughter of the Li family into the water. Shen Tang would have clearly seen if anyone was behind her. Shen Tang turned to Yinxing. Did you see eldest sister standing behind her? Yinxing shook her head. This servant did not see. Shen Tang continued. If eldest sister had tripped her, so many noble young ladies on the boat would have witnessed it. I also doubt that the eldest daughter of the Yongning Earl's estate, having suffered so much injustice, would conceal the truth for eldest sister's sake. Seeking compensation from father would have yielded more, and father would have felt remorse. Could it be that eldest sister fears that the title will be inherited by the second branch, leaving her without support, and thus dares not offend second aunt, resorting to lies to aid second aunt? Indeed, Shen Han wished she could sew Shen Tang's mouth shut. No one would mistake her for a mute if she remained silent. However, these were the very words Shen Han had used to advise Shen Tang, and it was not the first time Shen Tang had uttered them. Even the second master was on tenterhooks, hastily turning to Shen Sui and saying, Elder brother is still young and will surely have a son. I also believe that Yinner will be found. I have no desire to inherit elder brother's title. Shen Han's excuse was well crafted, but its sole flaw was the absence of any rumors at the time. Had even a hint of gossip spread, she would have been able to exonerate the second madam today. In name, Shen Han was Zhang's daughter, so it was understandable for the second madam to protect her. However, there was no reason to use the second branch and Appo's savings to fill the long branch and Appo's coffers. Taking Zhang and Appo's dowry was excessive, but barely justifiable. Unfortunately, Shen Han and Appo's excuse was untenable and had angered both the old madam and Shen Sui. Shen Han had not anticipated that Shen Tang's few words would twist her defense of the second madam into a fear of being left without support after her father's death, placing the entire second branch in a precarious situation. However, she dared not reveal the truth, as pushing her own sister onto young Master Wang was far more serious than the second madam pilfering Zhang's dowry to subsidize her family. Today, they had suffered a crushing defeat. The second master berated the second madam. It is one thing for you to favor the Wang family, but how dare you touch elder sister-in-law's dowry? The second madam was at a loss for words. The old madam's expression had never been so cold. No one will interfere with how you use your own dowry. My Pingyuan Marquis estate has no need to compensate the Yongning Earl's estate. You will pay this money yourself. Shen Tang turned to Steward Li. Have all the items been retrieved? Steward Li replied, all the items the second madam sent to the Yongning Earl's estate have been returned, except for the 2 paintings that were given away. However, we still owe the Yongning Earl and Appo's estate 5,000 taels, as those 2 paintings were not included. The Yongning Earl is unwilling to return them. The Yongning Earl would certainly not return them. He was already furious that his beloved daughter was marrying such a scoundrel as young Master Wang, so he would not comply with whatever the Pingyuan Marquis estate demanded. Madame Heir is overly protective of Shen Xiang, fearing that Shen Xiang might tarnish her reputation and incur severe punishment from Shen Sui. Otherwise, the Yongning Marquis' household would have no leverage over Madame Heir. The entire capital is aware that young Master Wang rescued Miss Li from the water. If she does not marry young Master Wang, it will be impossible for her to wed anyone else. Should the Yongning Marquis be willing to send his daughter to a life of solitude, let him do so. Young Master Wang may not be able to marry into a prestigious family, but given the Wang family status, he could certainly wed the daughter of a minor official. Shen Tang turned to Shen Sui and asked, Father, can you find a way to retrieve the paintings? Before Shen Sui could respond, the matriarch cast a sharp glance at Madame Heir. What you have sent out, find a way to bring it back. If you fail, you shall compensate me double. Madame Heir's face went pale. This meant she would have to pay the Yongning Marquis' household 15,000 taels in compensation, in addition to the value of the 2 paintings. If the task is accomplished, she would accept it, but if it were to fail and she lost so much money, she would be unwilling. Yet her reluctance was futile. The matriarch was already considering the option of having the second master divorce her. If Madame Eyre continued to argue instead of admitting her fault, it would only serve to further infuriate the matriarch. Suppressing her discontent, Madame Eyre gritted her teeth and declared, "I will compensate. I will compensate." In the future, the entire Pingyuan Marquis household would belong to their branch. After all, a mere 20,000 taels was within her means. Shen Sui cast a stern glance at the second master. "If you cannot manage your spouse properly, and such incidents occur, you shall move out of the Pingyuan Marquis household." He emphasized, "As long as our parents are alive, we shall not separate." Shen Sui's words carried weight, yet the matriarch could not reproach Madame Eyre for her transgressions. The second master in Apos' expression darkened, but he assured, "Rest easy, brother. Should she commit such treachery again, I will not only move her out, but will also divorce her." Madame Eyre swallowed her grievances, her fingernails digging into her flesh, oblivious to the pain. She had paid a price, and once this matter was resolved, the matriarch would likely have her copy the family rules and reflect in the Buddhist hall. With Shen Sui reprimanding the second master, it was unlikely he would pursue the matter further. However, Shen Tang would not let this opportunity slip by. Looking at Shen Sui, she said, "Father, with the first house lacking a mistress, grandmother is too burdened managing the household affairs. Perhaps you could allow third aunt to help share the responsibilities, particularly overseeing the embroidery room." Regaining the authority over the household that Madame Eyre had held was something Shen Tang had long desired. However, the matriarch's distrust of the third branch and the absence of the fourth branch had delayed her efforts. Now, she could no longer tolerate the situation. Madame Eyre and Apos' gaze bore into Shen Tang as if she were snatching something that belonged to her. The matriarch furrowed her brow but did not object. Indeed, she was aging and could no longer manage the household. Madame Eyre and Apos' allegiance to the Wang family necessitated some pressure, and entrusting the embroidery room to third aunt would ensure Madame Eyre's ambitions remained in check. Shen Sui declared, "Let third sister-in-law manage the embroidery room." Third aunt sat in stunned silence, feeling as though she had been struck by a falling pie from the heavens. Being a secondary branch, to have the opportunity to oversee the embroidery room seemed like a dream come true. Third aunt quickly expressed her commitment. "I will certainly manage the embroidery room well." This was merely the beginning. Shen Tang hoped third aunt would prove herself capable and not allow Madame Eyre to reclaim her authority over the embroidery room after just a few attempts. Madame Eyre remained kneeling, and the matriarch scolded, "What are you still doing here? Go think of a way to retrieve the paintings." Madame Eyre hurried to her feet, but, after kneeling for so long, found her knees sore and struggled to rise. A maid helped her up and escorted her out. Once Madame Eyre had departed, the matriarch inquired of Shen Sui, "How did you discover this matter?" Shen Sui could not disclose that it was Shen Tang who informed him. As a marquis, he could not afford to appear ignorant of the fact that his late wife and aunt, Apos' dowry had been exchanged right under his nose, especially when it was his daughter who uncovered it. He could not afford to lose face, nor could he risk Madame Eyre harboring resentment towards Shen Tang. More importantly, he could not explain how Shen Tang had learned about this matter. With her engagement still undecided, being protected by an outside man would be detrimental to her reputation. With a cold expression, Shen Sui stated, "The Yongning Marquis household has given the paintings to Prince Zhao, who intends to reframe them as a gift for the emperor." He uttered this before turning his gaze towards the two large chests in the room, instructing, "Take them to the storeroom and change the locks." Steward Li and his men proceeded to carry the chests away. The matriarch felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although she had never entertained the idea of claiming the dowry left by Jiang, Shen Sui's decision to change the locks indicated that even she was no longer trusted. From now on, no one could touch Jiang's dowry without Shen Sui's permission. Shen Sui rose to leave, and Shen Tang guessed that he had exited Songha Hall. She too took her leave. Shen Tang still wished to speak with Shen Sui, but he walked briskly. By the time she reached the courtyard, she only caught a glimpse of his retreating figure. She quickened her pace and, just as she approached the second gate, managed to catch up to him. However, realizing the outer courtyard was not a suitable place for conversation, she decided to meet him in the study. To Shen Sui's surprise, Shen Tang appeared in the study. Was she dissatisfied with his handling of the situation? Shen Tang shook her head. Daughter understands the difficulties you face, father. As I mentioned yesterday, once Mother's dowry is retrieved, I will explain to you why second aunt needed to compensate the Yongning Marquis and Oppos as household. Shen Sui frowned. ISN and Oppos. This matter already clear? Madam Heir took the opportunity to pilfer items for the Wang family. Shen Tang gazed at Shen Sui. Father, do you truly know how I fell into the water that day? Shen Sui's brow furrowed deeply. Could there have been more to the incident? Shen Tang continued. Eldest sister claimed that second aunt was compensating the Yongning Marquis' daughter on my behalf, which is not a lie. It was indeed for me. Shen Sui was utterly perplexed. However, it was not merely an accident that eldest sister tripped Miss Li. Rather, she conspired with her to ensure I was wed to young Master Wang. Shen Sui's expression darkened. Shen Tang pressed on. On that day, there were rumors that I brought misfortune to my husband. Since eldest sister and I were born at the same hour, it was inevitable she would be implicated. To dispel the rumors of her bringing misfortune, second aunt sought to marry me to young Master Wang. Given my existing conflict with the Yongning Marquis' daughter, eldest sister intended to use her to push me into the water. Second aunt, fearing the Yongning Marquis would come seeking retribution, attempted to negotiate the compensation. But grandmother opposed it, forcing her to resort to my mother's dowry. Shen Tang looked intently at Shen Sui and declared, if not for the fact that I am her biological daughter, how could second aunt be so protective of eldest sister? Eldest sister has never treated me as a sister. That day at Dezhao Temple, when the heir of the Chongping Marquis attempted to assault me, it was eldest sister who helped him deceive me. Why had that man sent someone to protect her? It was because the one plotting against her was not an outsider, but someone from within her own family. Chapter 71. Hidden Truths. Shen Sui trembled with anger. He had not anticipated that Shen Xian could be so ruthless. Shen Xian had drugged herself to frame Shen Tang, and with the man's involvement in sending people to protect Shen Tang, Shen Sui had no choice but to believe it. Young Master Wang was so inept that even the old lady looked down on him, let alone Shen Sui. The second madam, in her favor of Shen Xian, was willing to marry her cherished daughter to her incompetent nephew. Shen Sui dared not imagine that Shen Tang would indeed fall into their trap. Recalling what Shen Tang had confided, he realized that Yenner had been schemed against by the second household and had gone missing, and that Jiangshi had given birth to twins. A chill coursed through Shen Sui's entire being. He looked at Shen Tang, his heart heavy. Shen Tang felt a pang in her heart. Her father finally believed her words. She choked out that she had no evidence, but her second brother had most likely been buried alive shortly after birth. This was directly told to her by Shen Xian, and it should not be false. Shen Sui's face turned ashen, and his hand on the desk trembled. Shen Tang did not wish to burden her father with such a cruel reality, but she needed him to understand the extent of the second household's treachery, far beyond his imagination. Her elder brother's disappearance had never drawn Zhang's family's blame, and they even wished for Zhang's family to raise her. How could she possibly go mad enough to harm her own daughter? Shen Sui sat there in silence, his fists clenched tightly. Shen Tang said no more and withdrew from the study. The seeds of doubt she had planted had finally taken root. As long as her father remained vigilant, she would no longer live in constant fear. Exhausted, Shen Tang returned to Qingyi Courtyard. The second madam had gone to Yongning Bo's residence, but returned empty-handed. Yongning Bo adamantly refused to take back the painting he had given, and the second madam dared not press too hard, only able to offer double compensation. Compensation was still insufficient. The old lady punished her with a month of reflection in the Buddhist hall, and copying the family rules was inevitable. Shen Tang found this punishment somewhat satisfying, though she regretted that Shen Xian could not share in it. However, in Shen Tang's eyes, the punishment was far too lenient. What she truly desired was for Shen Xian to be cast back to the second household, exposing the extent of their madness for the sake of titles, leading to Shen Xian's disgrace and lifelong regret. She firmly believed that day was not far off. Previously, when the second madam was punished, Shen Xian had come to confront Shen Tang, demanding she plead for the second madam. This time, however, Shen Xian dared not approach, and Shen Tang delighted in the tranquility. Yet, tranquility lasted only half a day. The following day, after Shen Tang had paid her respects to the old lady and returned home, she had just stepped into the room when Seer rushed in to inform her that the eldest young lady had hurriedly left the residence. Shen Tang sensed something was amiss. The second madam had just been punished. Shen Xian would not be so capricious as to go out shopping alone, nor had anyone invited her. Why was she in such a haste to leave? An instinct warned Shen Tang that this could not bode well. She moved towards a window, asking Chen Shan to keep an eye on things. After Chen Shan left, Shen Tang sipped her tea, idling away time with a book. She lost track of how long she had been reading when Yinxing entered to announce that old Master Jiang had come to the Ho residence. Shen Tang froze, unable to believe her ears. Her maternal grandfather had come to the Ho residence? Yinxing nodded vigorously. She couldn't even recall the last time old Master Jiang had visited. Knowing that the old lady had blamed Jiang's family for not properly caring for the eldest young master, the Jiang family had been wary of visiting, especially during festive occasions, fearing it might disturb the old lady's mood. They would never dare approach when the old lady celebrated her birthday, as that would only add to her grievances. Yet today, he had come. Shen Tang's spirits soared. She set the book aside, donned her shoes, and was about to head out when a knock at the window halted her steps. Eager to see her grandfather, she was equally anxious to discover Shen Xian's hurried exit. Turning around, Yinxing quickly opened the window. Shen Tang asked, "What was Shen Xian in such a rush for?" Shen Shan replied, "The eldest young lady went to Zhang's family to plead for the second madam." The moment the words reached her ears, the joy of old Master Zhang's visit evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming fury. Shen Xian had not visited Zhang's family in over a decade, and her first visit was to plead for the second madam. The mother and daughter had caused her mother's demise, leaving Zhang's family burdened with guilt for years. Now, upon her arrival, her grandfather had come personally to visit the Ho residence. Shen Tang was so enraged that she could taste blood in her mouth. Clenching her fists, she thought, how could she possibly defend Zhang's family? Chen Shan continued. The eldest young lady told Zhang's family that she felt indebted to Yongning Bo's eldest young lady and that compensation was warranted. The second madam acted out of concern for her, and the old lady and Hoya's punishment was too severe, so she sought Zhang's family's assistance. Shen Xian had not elaborated, and Zhang's family did not dare inquire further. After waiting for over a decade, they were overjoyed at Shen Xian's first visit. They had even managed to retrieve the dowry, and with Shen Xian seeking their help, how could Zhang's family refuse? Aware of Shen Xian's urgency, old Master Jiang hastily put down the half-written memorial and came to the Ho residence to find Shen Sui. It felt as if she had been sold and then had to pay to get herself back. Fortunately, her father now harbored some doubt regarding Shen Xian's legitimacy as his daughter. Shen Xian's plea for Zhang's family to intervene on behalf of the second madam would surely anger him. In the study, Shen Sui was perusing military texts when he learned of old Master Zhang's visit. Surprised, he quickly set aside his book and rose to greet him. Shen Xian had not returned with old Master Jiang, but had remained with old Lady Jiang. Unaware that old Master Jiang had been summoned by Shen Xian, Shen Sui asked, "Did you come to discuss something with me, father-in-law?" Old Master Jiang replied, "Xianer went to Zhang's family today to explain the circumstances of the second madam's actions regarding the dowry. The second madam truly cares for her, and the dowry was not lost, so please do not punish her too severely." Shen Sui's expression darkened as he invited old Master Jiang into the study. Once they were alone, he said, "Could you perhaps overlook this matter?" Old Master Jiang responded, "Xianer has sought my family's help regarding this matter. How could I ignore it?" Shen Sui replied, "Tinger's mother maintained until her death that she gave birth to a pair of twins, yet no one believed her. Perhaps we were mistaken." Old Master Jiang's expression tightened. "What do you mean by that?" Shen Sui had to be more explicit, saying, "Tanger is my daughter, but Sienna may not be. Even the loss of Yinner all those years ago. It might not have been as simple as an accident. Family matters should not be aired publicly." Failing to protect the dowry left by his deceased wife was already a source of shame for Shen Sui. Now Shen Xian had disclosed this to Zhang's family. How could he not be furious? He feared that if this matter opened the floodgates, Shen Xian would frequently trouble Zhang's family. Shen Xian was his daughter, and Shen Sui would not permit it, especially since Shen Xian's legitimacy was still in question. Old Master Zhang's face paled slightly. While he did not believe his daughter would act out of a sense of loss, he also could not fathom that someone could switch his newborn son right under his son-in-law's nose. He had always thought that Zhang's family had simply mistaken their daughter for a son due to extreme exhaustion during childbirth. Old Master Zhang replied, "It is also possible that she's indeed my granddaughter. Today is her first visit to Zhang's family in 15 years. Not out of sheer joy. He had not gone so far as to abandon his half-written memorial for the sake of the whole residence, only to be informed that Shen Xian might not even be his granddaughter. At his age, he could only wonder if he would ever learn the truth behind the events of years past. What if she was indeed his granddaughter? He could not risk hurting her feelings on her first visit. Moreover, the punishment of copying family rules and reflecting in the Buddhist hall, in old Master Zhang's view, was merely a form of self-cultivation, not a true punishment. A few more days or fewer days mattered little. Shen Sui said, "Since you have come to plead on her behalf, how could I refuse to show you respect? I will reduce her punishment by half, if that is acceptable to you." Elder Jiang was about to nod when the voice of a servant outside called out, "My lord, the second young lady has arrived." Elder Jiang then said to Shen Sui, "Tanger is still young. Let's not burden her with such distressing matters." Shen Sui was at a loss for words. Tanger was more aware of the situation than he was, so there was no need for him to enlighten her. Shen Tang stepped into the study, feigning ignorance about Elder Zhang's visit to the Pingyuan Marquis's residence. Cheerfully, she greeted Elder Jiang, playfully entwining her arm with his, and asked, "I haven't interrupted your conversation with father, have I?" Elder Jiang chuckled. "There is nothing of great importance that I seek from your father. I merely passed by to exchange a few words with him. Since he is busy, let us not disturb him. You shall escort your grandfather out." "Zeluten, Shen Tang Ziplit. Must you leave so soon? If I come later, I might miss even a glimpse of you." Elder Jiang insisted that Shen Sui need not accompany him. Yet, given that he had not visited for quite some time, Shen Sui felt compelled to see him off. Together with Shen Tang, he escorted Elder Jiang out of the residence, watching him depart in a comfortable sedan chair. Once Elder Jiang had left, Shen Sui expected Shen Tang to inquire about the purpose of Elder Jiang's visit. However, she remained silent, indicating that she was already aware. As for how she knew, it was likely connected to the masked man. Shen Sui felt both curious and apprehensive about the identity of his future son-in-law. It was rather disconcerting that he, as the prospective father-in-law, remained oblivious to the character of his daughter's suitor, while the suitor seemed to possess a clearer understanding of the family's troubles. Shen Sui assumed Shen Tang would pose a question regarding this matter, while Yinxing believed Shen Tang would urge Shen Sui not to heed Elder Zhang's counsel. Ultimately, Shen Tang neither inquired nor commented. After seeing Elder Jiang off, she merely bowed and returned to the inner courtyard. Once they were alone, Yinxing could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "If Elder Jiang pleads, the Marquis will surely listen. Why does the young lady not persuade him to refrain from pardoning the second madam's punishment?" Shen Tang gazed at the drifting clouds above. "You know full well that father will not disregard my words. Why should I place him in a position of dilemma?" She had said all that needed to be said and wished to seize this opportunity to gauge her father's convictions. She did not believe he would permit Shen Xian to entangle the Jiang family in the affairs of the Marquis. As time passed, Shen Tang returned to her chamber for a cup of tea and a few pages of reading before the hour for lunch arrived. Estimating that Shen Xian should be returning from the Jiang family soon, Shen Tang, accompanied by Yinxing, made her way to Songhua Hall. Passing through the garden, they spotted Shen Xian and Appos, as personal maid leading a younger maid, both carrying numerous items. It was Shen Xian and Appos' first visit to the Jiang residence, and it was unlikely they would allow her to return empty-handed. The boxes they carried were undoubtedly filled with jewelry. One could only wonder how much Shen Xian had pilfered from the Jiang family this time. The maid's task of delivering them back to Qinglan Courtyard clearly indicated an intention to keep the old matriarch in the dark. As Shen Tang entered Songhua Hall, she circumvented the screen to find Shen Xian seated beside the old matriarch, engaged in light-hearted conversation. Approaching them, Shen Tang's gaze fell upon the jade bracelet adorning Shen Xian's wrist, and in an instant, her expression hardened. The bracelet, a translucent emerald, was a prized possession of the old matriarch, rarely removed from her person. It was astonishing that her grandmother had gifted her favorite jade bracelet to Shen Xian. Noticing Shen Tang's scrutinizing gaze, Shen Xian hastily recalled that she had forgotten to remove the bracelet. Attempting to conceal, it was futile. "What is the second sister looking at?" she inquired. "Your bracelet is identical to the one our grandmother usually wears. Were it not for the fact that you seldom visit the Jiang family, I might suspect that it was a gift from her." Before Shen Tang could finish her sentence, hurried footsteps approached, and a maid rushed in, exclaiming, "Old matriarch, it is dire. The Marquis has ordered the second master to kneel in the ancestral hall for 3 days." The old matriarch and Apos, as heart sank. What could the second master have done to deserve such punishment? The maid shook her head, confessing her ignorance. The old matriarch turned to Mama Wang, quickly, "Go find out what has transpired." Mama Wang hastily left. Mama Wang returned just as swiftly, entering with urgency. The old matriarch asked anxiously, "Why has the Marquis punished the second master?" Mama Wang glanced at Shen Xian before responding. The second madam incited the eldest young lady to visit the Jiang family, seeking Elder Zhang's intercession. The Marquis could not disregard Elder Zhang's standing and thus spared the second madam from punishment for such a grave error. Merely confining her to the Buddhist hall for reflection is insufficient. Just yesterday, the second master assured the Marquis that he would manage the second madam. Yet today, he has caused another disturbance. If he does not learn his lesson, he will face consequences. Shen Xian interjected urgently. "I went to the Jiang family of my own accord. It was not the second aunt who urged me. It was hard to believe that it was not the second madam who had instigated her. If even she doubted it, how could the Marquis not?" A few days prior, the second young lady had visited the Jiang family, and the second madam had remarked on the eldest young lady's weight loss, fearing that the Jiang family would be concerned and had prevented her from going. Mama Wang looked at Shen Xian and said, "The Marquis is furious that the family and Apos' disgrace has reached Elder Jiang. He has ordered the eldest young lady to reflect at Jingtsi Monastery for half a month. The maid is already packing your belongings." The Marquis further declared that anyone who dared to inform the Jiang family of this matter would find themselves confined to Jingtsi Monastery for life, never to return to the residence. Shen Xian's face turned ashen. She knelt before the old matriarch, pleading, "Grandmother, I understand my mistake. Please do not allow father to send me to Jingtsi Monastery." The old matriarch and Apos' expression was grim. She had initially wondered why Elder Jiang had suddenly come to the Pingyuan Marquis' residence, only to discover it was to plead on behalf of the second madam. Both she and Shun Sui had failed to safeguard the dowry left by the Jiang family, which had been pilfered by the second madam and sent to the Yongning Duke's residence. With no time to conceal this from the Jiang family, Shen Xian had brazenly revealed it to them, even seeking Elder Jiang's personal intervention on behalf of the second madam. The old matriarch was so enraged that her lips trembled. "Let the second madam accompany me to Jingtsi Monastery for reflection. This time, it is my punishment for her. No one may plead on her behalf." Chapter 72. Gold-plating the humiliation inflicted upon Shun Sui and the old lady, which even led to the second master being punished to kneel in the ancestral hall, left little chance for the old lady to show mercy towards the second madam. Shen Tang sat there, and heaven knows the effort she exerted to stifle her laughter. Did the second madam truly believe she could challenge the authority of the family patriarch without consequence? Shen Huan wished to plead for leniency, yet the cold demeanor of the old lady rendered her speechless. She turned her gaze towards Shen Tang, who, instead of seizing the opportunity to deliver a crushing blow, would not even consider interceding on her behalf. The thought was utterly preposterous. With no hope in Shen Tang, Shen Huan was left to fend for herself. "Grandmother, the day after tomorrow marks the occasion of the Wang family's eldest son marrying the eldest daughter of the Yongning Duke," she ventured. "Uncle and aunt must return to celebrate." In the midst of the old lady's fury, Shen Huan's words were not a plea for mercy, but rather fuel to the fire. The old lady retorted, "If your uncle and aunt do not attend, will the Wang family forego their wedding festivities? It is precisely because of that inept nephew of the Wang clan that the whole residence has become so chaotic. We are punishing a second madam who has betrayed her own family, and you expect us to choose an auspicious day for her? Shen Tang could no longer contain herself. She had never witnessed such foolishness. Originally, the old lady had intended to send the second madam to Jingxi Temple for reflection. And while the second madam wished to attend the Wang family's banquet, the old lady had turned a blind eye. However, with Shen Huan's ill-timed suggestion, the old lady outright forbade it. Should the second madam dare to return, it would be a blatant disregard for the old lady and Appo's authority. As the Wang family's eldest son married, the second madam, as an aunt, could not attend without inviting scandal. Shen Tang was eager to see how the second madam would preserve both her own dignity and that of the Wang family. Still kneeling, Shen Huan was chastised by the old lady. Get up and pack your things. Shen Huan bore an uncanny resemblance to the old lady, who typically refrained from scolding her. But given the latter's foolish actions, she found it intolerable, especially in front of the Jiang family. Shen Huan dared not utter another word, her face a picture of grievance as she rose, casting a resentful glance at Shen Tang, wishing she could flay her alive. In response, Shen Tang merely smiled, which nearly drove Shen Huan to madness. Shen Huan stormed out, nearly stomping her feet in frustration. The old lady massaged her temples in exasperation, while Shen Tang gently urged, "Grandmother, do not let your anger harm your health." The old lady, drained and weary, waved her hand. "You may return as well." Shen Tang obediently excused herself. Upon returning to Qingyi courtyard, Shen Tang reclined on a small couch with a book to pass the time. Yinxing entered with pastries, reporting, "The eldest daughter and the second madam have gone to Jingxi Temple, along with the third young lady." Despite being the eldest daughter of the main branch, it seemed odd for Shen Ran not to accompany them, given that Shen Huan was going. Yet, poor Shen Ran was perpetually sidelined. Good fortune never favored her, while misfortune clung to her like a shadow. One could only wonder if she ever doubted her connection to the second madam. Had it not been for the fear of alarming the snake, Shen Tang would have relished the opportunity to sow discord. She continued her reading, deeply engrossed, until she finished her dinner. Setting down her ivory chopsticks, Yinxing burst in, exclaiming, "What a shameless display!" Shen Tang casually inquired, "What is the matter?" Yinxing replied, "The eldest daughter and the second madam were clearly punished to reflect at Jingxi Temple. Yet when questioned, the second madam claimed she and the newlywed of the Wang family were incompatible, making it unsuitable for her to attend the wedding. Coincidentally, the eldest daughter was going to Jingxi Temple to pray for the lady in the underworld, so they went together. How audacious to spin a punishment into a pilgrimage." Shen Huan, nearly suffocated at birth by her own mother, had this tale circulating through the capital, painting her as dutiful despite her lack of affection. Shen Tang was grateful to have finished her meal because, had she not, the nauseating nature of the news would have left her unable to eat. 2 days later, the Wang family's eldest son was to marry the eldest daughter of the Yongning Duke. The second master had knelt in the temple for 3 days, his knees swollen and pained, rendering him unable to attend the wedding. The second madam and Shen Huan were reflecting at Jingxi Temple and thus could not go. And Shen Sui had also abstained, merely sending a congratulatory gift through a steward, which infuriated the Wang family and led to much speculation. After all, the Wang family was the second madam's maternal family, and the marriage between the Yongning Duke's family and the Wang family stemmed from Shen Tang's involvement with Miss Li. It was only natural that Shen Sui should attend the wedding. With not a single member of the Ho family present, it was an unacceptable oversight. The old lady had not arranged for the third madam to send a gift, assuming Shen Sui would do so, while Shen Sui believed the old lady would take care of it, leading to this unfortunate outcome. However, Shen Sui was indifferent to the Wang family and Appo's anger. Given their audacity to target his daughter, there was no need for further connection. The old lady had not foreseen such an oversight. But now it served as a lesson for the second madam to refrain from leaning too heavily on her maternal family. As for the second madam, punished to reflect at Jingxi Temple, she could not even attend her maternal nephew and aunt, Appo's wedding, yet dared not defy the old lady. Spending an entire day lying on the meditation bed in the temple, seething, Upon waking the next morning, her head spun, and she learned that the Ho family had merely sent a gift through stewardly, which sent her into a fit of rage. She realized she had angered both Shen Sui and the old lady, but being barred from attending the wedding of her maternal family was already a severe punishment. How could she bear the shame of diminishing the Wang family's reputation? The second madam's vision blurred with indignation, and her fury only deepened with what followed. Unable to eat breakfast, a maid hurriedly approached her, whispering a few words in her ear. What? Is he not a complete man? The second madam's face turned an ominous shade of green. Shen Huan and Shen Ran, seated at the table, widened their eyes in disbelief. The maid continued. No one from the Ho family attended the wedding. The old lady was already furious, and upon hearing this, she fainted. The old lady in question was the second madam's own mother. Believing that the Wang family's eldest son had struck gold, the second madam was horrified to discover she had merely acquired a liability. Although she was a daughter of a duke, her behavior was utterly disgraceful. Enraged and dizzy, she disregarded the old lady's punishment and immediately returned to the Wang family. In the morning, as Shen Tang fed the koi in the garden pavilion, Seer approached her. Miss, something happened last night in the Wang family. Shen Tang turned around, and Yinxing, eager for gossip, pressed for details. Seer shook her head. I don't know what occurred, but the eldest son of the Wang family slapped the eldest daughter of the Yongning Duke. Yinxing was unaware that on that fateful day at the Wan Guogong residence, it was Miss Li and the heir of Chongping Ho who had been entangled in scandal. But Shen Tang was well aware. One could easily surmise that the incident stemmed from that affair. Miss Li had warned the Wang family's eldest son to keep his distance, but he was no paragon of virtue, and after procuring a bride with such effort, it was inconceivable he would not consummate the marriage. The Wang family's eldest son had no idea how many innocent maidens he had wronged. Miss Li's attempts to deceive him were pathetically naive. Chapter 73. Lantern's Miss Li, unwilling to marry young Master Wang, found her dissatisfaction compounded by the violence she suffered on her wedding night. The outcome of this affair left Shen Tang profoundly curious, akin to a cat scratching at her thoughts. She longed for Chen Shan to observe the happenings at the Wang household, yet with the Lantern Festival approaching, she recalled the man's promise to reveal his identity that day, and since then, he had not returned to the Pingyuan Marquis's residence. Strangely, as the festival drew near, her heart grew increasingly restless. Chen Shan was assigned to protect her, not to delve into gossip. Moreover, she had already caused a stir by requesting him to follow Shen Xian. It was inappropriate to do so again. Gazing at a pond of koi, Shen Tang's mind wandered. The Wang family seemed to have silenced any rumors regarding their handling of the situation, likely to avoid conflict with the Yongning Duke's residence, enduring the humiliation in silence. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. As night fell and the Lantern Festival commenced, Shen Tang decided to take a nap in the afternoon to stave off her anxious thoughts and to ensure she had the energy to enjoy the festivities. Upon awakening, the sky was adorned with vibrant hues of dusk. After a brief preparation, she made her way to Songhe Hall, where Shen Luo awaited her eagerly. Why have you come so late, sister? I thought you had no intention of attending the festival. Shen Luo's excitement was palpable. Though the lanterns would only be spectacular after dark, the streets were already teeming with people, and she had been waiting for a while. Had she not been apprehensive, she would have ventured out alone. I dozed off for a bit, causing you to wait, Shen Tang replied. Then let us depart swiftly, Shen Luo urged. Shen Tang looked towards a matriarch, who advised, the festival will be crowded. Take more people with you to avoid getting lost. It was impossible not to get separated. Ensuring her personal maid stayed close would be a challenge in itself. Yet, no one dared voice this concern. Shen Tang and Shen Luo obediently acknowledged the old lady and amp, Appo's, words before setting out together. Initially, they intended to take a carriage to the most bustling street in the capital, but they had left too late, and the streets were overwhelmingly crowded. After just 2 blocks, they found themselves unable to proceed, forcing them to disembark and walk. The Lantern Festival was a rare event, cherished by all, as it celebrated the late Emperor and Appo's birthday, a day previously designated as the 10,000 Longevity Festival. Even after the Emperor and Appo's passing, his successor continued the tradition, allowing the festival to flourish outside the palace. After barely traversing half a street, Shen Tang and Shen Luo were separated, leaving only Yin Xing and Xiu Tong by Shen Tang's side, along with two young attendants. By the time they finished exploring the street, Shen Tang was left with just Yin Xing and Xiu Tong. Fortunately, Xiu Tong managed to catch hold of Yin Xing just in time to prevent her from being swept away by the crowd. Shen Tang intended to meet the man by the bridge, and her desire to send Shen Luo and the attendants away was unwittingly fulfilled by the throng. As for Yin Xing and Xiu Tong, they were trustworthy companions. After a lapse of 4 years, Shen Tang found herself once again at the White Jade Bridge, her mind slightly adrift. Numerous young women nearby released wish lanterns, and Yin Xing suggested, "Why not make a wish, miss?" Shen Tang shook her head. "You all may do so." She had released lanterns every year, yet none of her wishes had ever come to fruition. Previously, she indulged in the pastime for amusement, but now her heart was elsewhere. She stood silently, observing the ebb and flow of people on the bridge, uncertain of how long she had been there when, at last, the familiar figure she had longed for appeared. The man, tall and elegant as a fine orchid, wore the same silver mask, exuding an air of nobility and mystery under the lanterns and moonlight. What lay beneath that mask would soon be revealed. Despite her anticipation, a wave of anxiety washed over her as the moment drew near. Shen Tang gazed at him, and he returned her gaze. As he descended from the bridge, she noticed the embroidered belt she had crafted for him adorning his waist, along with the pouch she had sewn. In that moment, they exchanged looks, seemingly oblivious to the chaos surrounding them. Shen Tang peered into the masked man's eyes, and for the first time, she scrutinized them closely, finding them strangely familiar. He smiled and inquired, "Why did you not release a wish lantern this time?" As she opened her mouth to respond, two girls behind her began to playfully jostle one another, inadvertently pushing her forward into his embrace. Shen Tang and Appo's face flushed crimson. She suspected she had an ill-fated connection to this place. 6 months prior at the festival, she had also released a wish lantern, only to be startled by his sudden question from behind, causing her to nearly tumble into the water, caught only by his strong arms. And here she found herself again, embraced by him. Flustered, she attempted to retreat. "You, let me go." Though this was not her first time in his arms, the public setting made her acutely aware of how conspicuous it was. After a moment of hesitation, he released her, stating, "Let me show you around the festival." Not a word was spoken about unmasking. Having just observed him, she sensed his reluctance to reveal his face, and his deliberate change of subject did not escape her notice. As the festival had arrived, his hesitation only deepened her disappointment. Yet, she refrained from pressing him. After waiting so long, a few more hours mattered little. To avoid being seen with him, Shen Tang donned a mask of her own, grateful she had been swift in purchasing it. Almost immediately after, she spotted Shen Xian and Shen Ran, who were supposed to be at Jingxi Monastery, reflecting on their behavior. Neither had noticed her presence, as they wandered their own paths. Leading her through the crowd, the man shielded Shen Tang from the throngs, his protective demeanor causing Yin Xing and Xiu Tong's cheeks to redden repeatedly. Although they recognized him as their future uncle, they had yet to formalize their union, leading them to question if such behavior was appropriate. To prevent exposure, both maids masked their faces as they discreetly trailed behind. With the music and lights of the festival enchanting the city, the man engaged her in guessing lantern riddles, recreating their past experiences. He playfully attempted to seize a lantern, but recalling the dangers from their last encounter, Shen Tang shook her head firmly. "Do you not like it?" he asked. It was not that she disliked it, but she had been troubled by the lantern he had gifted her for half a year and wished to avoid further complications. "Let's explore over there," she suggested, pulling him along. In his eyes, not a single lantern in the city could rival Shen Tang and Appo's singular presence. Complying with her wish, they moved away from the cacophony. As they walked, he suddenly pulled her closer, spinning her into his embrace. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she felt something sharp brush against her ear. Panic surged within her. It was an assassination attempt. The man swiftly turned to confront the source of the attack, revealing the shadowy figure of the heir of the Chongping Marquis. Indeed, sending someone to follow Miss Shun was all it took to find you, the young lord sneered. Dare to kick me? I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Chapter 74. Fear not. The heir of Chongping Marquis spoke with a chillingly deep voice and bloodthirsty gaze. As he uttered these words, 8 or 9 figures in black emerged from the shadows, brandishing sharp blades, encircling Shen Tang and the man, their swords gleaming ominously in the moonlight. As the scion of the Chongping Marquis and the nephew of the emperor and Apos, as favored concubine, consort he had been unceremoniously cast down a hillside at the Granzhou Temple, narrowly escaping death. The Chongping Marquis had nearly scoured all of the capital in search of the perpetrator. He never anticipated that after offending him, the heir of Chongping, the man would not cower in fear but would dare to accompany Lady Shun of the Second Branch to the Lantern Festival. He would see who dared to defy him, and who could induce the emperor to intercede with Marquis Pingyuan on his behalf. Shen Tang had not anticipated that even after so much time had passed since the incident at the Granzhou Temple, the Chongping Marquis' heir would not relent in his pursuit of the man and would even set his sights on her. The man was skilled in martial arts, but the Chongping Marquis' heir had so many men. Shen Tang's heart trembled violently. Sensing the fear in the arms of the woman he held, the man tenderly reassured her, "Have no fear, for I am here. How can I not be afraid?" Shen Tang responded urgently, "Pay me no heed. Flee quickly." Given the man's martial prowess and the throngs of people at the Lantern Festival to provide cover, he could escape, and the Chongping Marquis' heir would be unable to restrain him. But could the man abandon Shen Tang to the Chongping Marquis' heir, knowing he harbored ill intentions toward her? The Chongping Marquis and Apos' heir afforded the man no opportunity to leave. Attack! At his command, the swords in the hands of the men in black flashed as they lunged at the man. Chun Shan sprang forth, joined by a masked guard, to parry the assassin's blades. Nearby, the two maids, Yinxing and Xiaotong, had long since turned pale with fright, trembling in fear. Chun Shan and the masked guard were skilled in martial arts, but they were outnumbered. Unable to withstand the onslaught, the man retreated with Shen Tang, backing against a wall. Drawing a soft sword concealed beneath his belt, he dispatched an assassin who had slipped past Chun Shan with a single, lethal strike. Blood splattered onto the wall behind Shen Tang, nearly grazing her face. The Chongping Marquis and Apos' heir had come for the man, but the man dared not stray too far from Shen Tang, lest he draw the assassins toward her. Nor could he venture too far away, lest the assassins turn on Shen Tang, who was defenseless. The man remained only a few steps in front of Shen Tang, dispatching each attacker as they came. The Chongping Marquis' heir had not anticipated the man's martial prowess. Had the man wished to leave, he would have been unable to restrain him. After searching for so long, he had finally managed to corner his quarry. If he allowed him to escape now, it would be difficult to apprehend him again. However, a man with a weakness was easily defeated. The Chongping Marquis' heir's gaze fell upon Shen Tang. With a command, the assassins who had been targeting the man turned their swords toward her. Shen Tang paled in terror, never imagining that the Chongping Marquis and Apos' heir would dare to kill her outright. She was, after all, a legitimate daughter of the Pingyuan Marquis. As several men in black simultaneously attacked Shen Tang, Chun Shan and the masked guard were unable to intercept them in time, with 6 remaining assassins launching a coordinated assault. The wall behind her, meant to guard against a rear attack, became a hindrance. The man managed to block 2 assassins, but another struck from the side. It was too late for the man to intervene. He could only shield Shen Tang with his body, taking the sword in damp, Apos' blow on his back. Ignoring the pain, the man whirled around and killed the assassin with a single stroke. As the assassin fell heavily to the ground, blood trickled down the man and Apos' sword. His gaze swept toward the Chongping Marquis and Apos' heir, and even from a distance, the Chongping Marquis and Apos' heir could feel the killing intent. He had not been so enraged when the Chongping Marquis' heir sought to kill him, but to target Shen Tang was to touch his inviolable core. By then, Chun Shan and the masked guard had reached his side. With no further concerns, the man drew his sword and charged toward the Chongping Marquis' heir. The Chongping Marquis and Apos' heir was not unskilled in martial arts, but he was no match for the man. Within a few exchanges, the Chongping Marquis and Apos' heir was defeated. The man in Ampos' sword pressed against his throat. The chomping Marquis and Ampos' heir turned ashen. Dare you kill me? I am the heir of the chomping Marquis. The man responded icily. I will spare you today, but if you dare to covet her again, I will show you no mercy. With that, the man kicked the chomping Marquis' heir, sending him flying like a kite with a severed string. Splash! He crashed into the water, the splash extinguishing countless floating lanterns. He spared the chomping Marquis and Ampos' heir today, not because he dared not kill him, but because he did not wish to bring trouble upon Shen Tang. As he wore a mask, the chomping Marquis would be unable to find him and would instead pursue Shen Tang. The chomping Marquis and Ampos' heir and Ampos' life, should he desire it, could be taken at any time. The assassins lay dead or dying, and the chomping Marquis' heir floundered in the water, crying for help. The men in black were too preoccupied with rescuing the chomping Marquis' heir to capture anyone. Neither the man nor Shen Tang could be apprehended. Shen Shan approached, my lord. You are injured. Shen Tang's legs were weak, and she could barely stand. The man walked to her side. Before Shen Tang could speak, the once vigorous man leaned weakly against her. Poor Shen Tang, who had only just regained her composure, nearly broke her back as she struggled to support him. Heaven knows how much strength she mustered to keep him upright. Chen Shi, who wore a mask. Very well. Their lord would not allow them to assist. But could their lord at least consider whether Lady Shen of the second branch could support him? Shen Tang struggled to hold him, noticing the blood on her hands. She needed to tend to his wounds immediately. Shen Shi said to the boat. A boat was moored nearby. The man, fearing that revealing his face would lead to a strained parting with Shen Tang, had intended to first enjoy the Lantern Festival and then reveal his identity on the boat. However, the chomping Marquis' heir had thwarted his plans. As Shen Tang helped the man to the lakeside, she noticed that the boat was some distance from the shore. We cannot reach it, she said. Before she could finish speaking, the man embraced her waist and, with a single bound, soared through the air, landing directly on the boat. Even if Shen Tang was slow-witted, she knew that the man was not as weak as he had seemed. You feigned your weakness just now, she exclaimed, grinding her teeth in anger. The man coughed lightly. I just saved you. Could you not show me a little more kindness? Shen Tang wanted to point out that the chomping Marquis' heir had been trying to kill him. But remembering that the man had been targeted by the chomping Marquis' heir in order to save her, she could not bring herself to say the words. The man swayed, and Shen Tang did not know if he was feigning or truly injured. However, seeing the wound on his back, she feared he would faint from such a severe injury. She quickly helped the man into the boat, intending to apply medicine to his wound. Chen Shan and Chen Shi were perceptive. Their lord would not allow them to assist him, and they certainly had no role in applying medicine. Chen Shi placed the gold wound medicine he carried with him and quietly withdrew. As Shen Tang watched them leave, she asked, Are you not going to apply medicine to your master? It would have been better if she had not spoken. At her words, the two guards fled even faster. Shen Tang was exasperated. She could not simply watch the man bleed. She had no choice but to undress him. She was grateful that she had married Siagimo in her previous life and had been forced to undress him countless times. Otherwise, she would not have been able to so easily remove the man's belt. However, they were too close, their breaths mingling. The temperature on Shen Tang's face rose higher and higher. After removing the belt, she then removed his brocade robe and undergarments. Shen Tang dared not look too closely, turning away to retrieve the ointment. As she picked up the ointment, she caught sight of the man and Ampos' back and gasped, dropping the ointment to the ground. The man turned, thinking that Shen Tang was frightened by his wound. As he was about to offer her some comforting words, he heard an angry voice, Siet Gimo. Chapter 75. Elucidation. Her eyes ablaze with fury, Shen Tang trembled with indignation. In recent days, she had speculated on every notable scion of the capital, yet the possibility of the man being the heir of the Prince of Jingyang had eluded her. Equally stunned, the man had intended to reveal his identity upon tending to his wounds, only to be exposed so unexpectedly. Her vision tinged with red. Shen Tang turned to leave, but after only a few steps, the man seized her arm. Incensed, she attempted to wrench free, exclaiming, "Release me," aware that Shen Tang had been avoiding him. Siagimo had not anticipated such a vehement reaction upon recognition. Extending his arm, he drew her into an embrace, seeking to offer an explanation. Unable to break free, Shen Tang and Appo's hand brushed against his bloodied back. His pained groan caused her to freeze, her anger having momentarily eclipsed the severity of his injury. Untended, it could prove fatal. Removing his mask, the man revealed his captivating visage, now pale from blood loss, his eyes reflecting pain. "Do you truly loathe me so?" he asked. "Have your men attend to your wound," Shen Tang retorted. "I desire only your ministrations," Siagimo insisted. "So particular about who dresses your wounds? A death foretold is no cause for regret," she inwardly fumed. Nevertheless, having shared a roof with a rogue for 3 years, she knew his words were never empty threats. He had been wounded in her defense, and she could not stand idly by. Clenching her fist beneath her sleeve, she forced the words through gritted teeth. "Sit down, and I shall tend to your wound." Obediently releasing her, Siagimo sat. Shen Tang retrieved the fallen ointment, relieved it had not broken. Carefully, she cleansed the blood from his back, applied the ointment to the wound, and secured it with gauze. Though wrapping the wound was an act more intimate than undressing, the atmosphere was starkly different. Where once their entangled breaths had been charged with allure, Siagimo now sensed Shen Tang and Appo's resistance. Her desire to distance herself as much as possible, her movements swift and efficient. With the bandaging complete, Shen Tang turned to leave without a word. Spotting Chun Shan and Chun Chi guarding the boat's exterior and noting the distance from the shore, she declared, "I wish to disembark." Chun Shan and Chun Chi exchanged glances, unwilling to act without their master and Appo's command. Their silence confirmed her suspicions. Biting her lip, she prepared to leap into the water, confident in her swimming abilities. However, before her feet could leave the deck, she was seized from behind. Knowing her captor, she seethed, "Scoundrel, release me." Unwilling to release her, Siagimo, recalling her previous near-drowning, pulled her back into the boat's cabin. "Who taught you to swim?" he demanded. "Was it specifically to torment me?" He lamented that had she not been a skilled swimmer, he could have valiantly rescued her and secured her hand in marriage. Instead, she had outpaced him in the water. Now, denied a proper docking, she threatened to swim ashore. "This woman is determined to be my bane." Shen Tang longed to retort that he had driven her to learn, but the words remained unspoken. Who would believe her tale of rebirth? Her mother and Appo's insistence on having born twins had been dismissed as madness, leading to her confinement and eventual demise. How much more so would her own story be received? Forcibly seating her, Siagimo restrained her. Gazing into her fiery eyes, he pleaded, "Can you not grant me a moment to explain?" "Explain?" She scoffed. In their 4 years of marriage, even with his year-long absence at the border, had he not had ample time for explanations? Had he ever offered one? Until her death, she had remained ignorant of his true identity, on the verge of losing control. She cried, "Spare me your explanations. I will not listen." Pulling her onto the table, Siagimo held her captive. Fixing his gaze on her burning eyes, he began, "My proposal was sincere, but complications arose. After the Lantern Festival, the Emperor, my grandfather, dispatched me on urgent business, leaving me little time. Before departing, I requested my grandfather to propose to you at the Pingyuan Marquis's residence. I know not how he erred, but upon my return, all of the capital believed me betrothed to your elder sister." Shen Tang stared at Siagimo, stunned. The sudden proposal by the old Prince Xie had shocked the entire household, herself included. At the time, she had believed the man to be the heir of Jingyang, her heart filled with both shyness and joy. Yet, her hopes had been dashed when she learned the proposal was for Shen Han, not her. The humiliation had been profound. She had expected him to come, but days had turned into weeks without a visit or appearance. Noting her calmer demeanor, Siagimo continued, upon discovering the mistake, "I sought ways to rectify it. Fortunately, an assassin provided an opportunity. By shielding the second prince from an arrow and feigning mortal poisoning, I planned to exchange you for your sister in a marriage for the purpose of warding off misfortune. However, I failed to foresee your willingness to remain a widow rather than marry me, even as the Jingyang prince and amp, Oppos, as sedan chair arrived. Shen Tang regarded Siagimo, questioning, "Did you orchestrate the inauspicious fortune stick at the Great Zhao Temple?" She had suspected foul play, but had not considered his involvement. "I did," he confessed. His simple admission resolved all her doubts. On the day she rejected the marriage and was confined to the ancestral hall, she had expected to remain there until morning. Instead, he had awoken by midday, leading her to believe his recovery was expedited by the urgency of the marriage. In truth, he had controlled the timing of his awakening, for without her consent, there was no need for him to feign illness past the wedding ceremony. Why had he not explained these matters in their previous life? Did he, too, believe the accusations that she had stolen her sister's betrothal, driven by ambition and a willingness to drug her own sibling? Torn between the desire to seek answers and the knowledge that his memories were absent, Shen Tang hesitated. She could not bear to remain in his presence. Nor could she meet his gaze. "Now that you have explained, may I leave?" Disappointed by her continued coldness, Siagimo and amp, Oppos' lips formed a tight line. "Do you truly detest me so?" Refusing to answer, Shen Tang attempted to push past him, seeking to dismount the table. A flicker of pain crossed Siagimo and Oppos' eyes. "Answer one question, and I shall release you." "What question?" she asked. Gazing into her clear eyes, he reached out to caress her face. "Should you not explain how you recognized me with a mere glance at my back?" Chapter 76. Doubt. Shen Tang felt a tremor in her heart. Just moments ago, she had been so consumed by anger that she failed to recognize him at first glance. How could she not have endured a little longer? Waited for him to remove his mask. Now, faced with probing questions, she found herself at a loss for words. The man wore an expression that clearly conveyed he would not let her go without an answer. Shen Tang stammered, I have my suspicions that it was you." Gimo chuckled. "Am I truly that easy to deceive?" He intentionally led her on, and her doubts dissipated. Even the maidservants had their suspicions, which Shen Tang had quickly dismissed. Now, to claim she suspected him? It was too late. Understanding that he would be unharmed without needing to rely on a false pretense, she recognized him by the jade pendant he had once worn. Although she avoided him, she was not afraid. Confronting him felt as natural as if she had done it countless times before. Now, it was even more evident. Just a glance at his back allowed her to identify him. Even his own mother, who had borne him, could not recognize her son merely by his back. Yet she could. While he did not oppose her familiarity with him, he would not let her leave without clarifying this matter. Shen Tang knew Siagimo was not easily fooled, but the only option left was to feign confidence. She stiffened her neck and declared, "I simply didn't voice my suspicions. At the Lantern Festival, you mentioned a proposal, and just days later, the old prince visited my family. Before I realized he was advocating for you to marry Shenxian, I thought you were merely the son of the Jingyang king. I requested your help to prevent my uncle from being promoted to the right minister of revenue, and the Jingyang king assisted. If you can summon his aid, and you couldn't even propose directly, so you had to rely on the emperor to convey your intentions. When I saw the arrow wound on your back, I was certain." Shen Tang wanted to speak with unwavering conviction, as if the truth were self-evident. However, the man stood too close, their breaths mingling, their eyelashes nearly brushing against one another. Her anxiety diminished her bravado, revealing a hint of vulnerability. His hands wandered over her face, then to her ears, and she trembled involuntarily, terrified that he might constrict her throat as he had in their past life when she had lied to him. She despised this feeling of being at his mercy. It was he who had deceived her. Why should she feel guilty? Fuming, Shen Tang attempted to push his hand away, but his rich voice enveloped her. "When did you catch a glimpse of me bathing?" Shen Tang was taken aback. "Who saw you bathing?" Her eyes flashed with indignation. She had stated that she recognized him by the arrow wound, yet he believed none of it. He had received the injury while saving the second prince, a fact well known in the capital, but within the Jingyang prince's residence. Few knew the specifics of his right shoulder injury. How could she know so clearly? During their first encounter, he had been pursued, and after just 6 months of absence, she had suspected he had been killed. To her, he lived a perilous life. It was entirely normal for him to bear an arrow wound. Why would she leap to the conclusion that he was the Jingyang king and amp, Oppos' son? More importantly, this woman had avoided him entirely. If she suspected he was the Jingyang king and Appo's son, she would not have attended the Lantern Festival. Moreover, she had been so incensed at the Duke of One and Appo's residence that she had insisted on seeing his face. This woman had evidently never considered him to be the Jingyang king's son. In fact, she hoped he wasn't he. The man felt increasingly frustrated as he pondered. He did not trust Shen Tang's explanation, yet he could not fathom the existence of reincarnation. The only plausible explanation for her knowledge of his back, aside from having spied on him while bathing, was unfathomable. Yet, this supposition only fueled Shen Tang and Appo's rage. In their previous life, this scoundrel had refused to allow her to occupy the position of his consort without effort, demanding that she serve him during his baths like a mere maid. She knew his back better than he did. If she had not seen it so often, how could she have recognized him at first glance? In her past life, he had forced her to attend to him during his baths, and in this life, he accused her of spying on him while bathing. Fury ignited within Shen Tang's eyes, as if she wished to kick this scoundrel into the lake for a refreshing respite. But even the thought of kicking him into the lake was beyond her. She could hardly step away from the table. Shen Tang felt utterly humiliated. "I told you, yet you don't believe me. Why do you keep asking?" She struggled to push him away, exclaiming, "Let me go." Siagimo grasped Shen Tang's hand. She desperately tried to pull away, unsure whether her pain stemmed from physical discomfort or emotional distress, her voice quivering with the threat of tears. "Please, let me go." Siagimo simply gazed at her face. Whenever he drew near, Shen Tang would panic and shy away. That tension and fear felt like a thorn piercing deep into his heart, and the pain spread from within, causing his grip on her hand to loosen gradually. Fearing he might change his mind, Shen Tang hurriedly stepped down from the table and ran to the deck, declaring, "I want to disembark." Shen Chi glanced toward the cabin. "Sir?" "Let her go." His voice, suppressed with anger, hinted at the extent of his fury. Shen Chi quickly instructed the boatman to bring the boat to shore. Shen Tang stood at the bow, the night wind blowing cold against her skin. But the chill in her heart was far more biting. She did not return to the cabin, nor did Siagimo emerge. As soon as the boat docked, before the gangplank was even set, Shen Tang hurriedly disembarked, nearly losing her balance and falling into the water. Inxing and Qiutong, her maidservants, awaited her on the shore. As Shen Tang stepped off the boat, they rushed toward her. "Let us return to the manor," she stated, continuing forward without pausing. Inxing and Qiutong exchanged glances. Why was the young lady in such a hurry? Had that man bullied her? Yet, the man had risked injury to save her from the son of the Marquis of Chongping. He had treated her with utmost kindness and had even professed his intent to marry her, a matter known to the emperor. As Shen Tang was about to walk away, the two maidservants hastily followed her. However, as they departed, Inxing glanced back just in time to see the man emerge from the boat, illuminated by the moonlight. She recognized him, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. Isn't that the Jingyang king's son, the one who had repeatedly saved their young lady and professed his desire to marry her, was indeed the Jingyang king's son. Though Inxing had speculated it might be him, seeing him in the flesh left her in utter disbelief. Without pausing, Shen Tang walked briskly for 2 streets until she reached the carriage stop, only to find the servant absent, not expecting her return so soon. Inxing assisted Shen Tang into the carriage while Qiutong went in search of the servant. Tears that had been held back during the journey now flowed freely, cascading down her cheeks like pearls from a broken string. Inxing was startled. "Why is the young lady crying?" No one answered her. Leaning against the carriage, Shen Tang could not stop the relentless stream of tears. Inxing, recalling the man, couldn't help but whisper, how could that person be the Jingyang king's son? Chapter 77. The encounter. Not only did Inxing find it hard to believe, but even Shen Tang herself was reluctant to accept the reality. The memory she had deliberately chosen to forget resurfaced when a man saved her at the Dezhao temple, unveiling the truth that he was none other than the heir to the Jingyang prince. Shen Tang had never associated the man with Siagimo, not only because she had married Siagimo in her previous life and believed she knew him well, but also because when she first encountered the man, he was being pursued by the people of the Chongping Marquisate. The Jingyang princess and the Ye empress were cousins. And since the Chongping marquisate was the maternal family of the Ye empress, it seemed implausible for Siagimo to secretly investigate the Chongping marquisate while risking his life to shield the second prince from arrows. More than half a year ago, Shen Tang had gone to Zhao Temple to light an everlasting lamp for the deceased Jiang family, a ritual she performed annually. However, the second madam never allowed Shen Xian to accompany her, so on that day, she took Yinxing to the temple. While ascending the mountain to the temple, Shen Tang, feeling idle, lifted the carriage curtain to admire the distant scenery. As she gazed, a man clad in dark attire and wearing a mask suddenly entered her line of sight. One was in a carriage, while the other galloped on horseback. Their eyes unexpectedly met. Shen Tang felt her ears flush with warmth and dared not look any longer. As the man brushed past her carriage at a bend, he tossed a ledger and a key into it, startling Yinxing, who was pouring tea for Shen Tang inside the carriage. Shen Tang was taken aback. She hastily pulled back the carriage curtain, but only managed to glimpse the man's figure alongside several relentless pursuers in black. Clearly, the pursuers were after the ledger and the key. It was audacious of the man to throw such crucial items into her carriage. Shen Tang picked up the ledger and, after flipping through a couple of pages, realized that he was investigating the Chongping marquisate. The ledger contained a staggering account of bribes given to the Chongping marquisate over the years. This ledger was a hot potato. Fearing it would bring disaster upon the entire Pingyuan marquisate, she could not dare to discard it. As she wrestled with how to handle the ledger and the key, the carriage came to a halt in front of Dazhao Temple. After a moment of hesitation, Shen Tang decided to leave the ledger and the key in the carriage, trusting that the man, having evaded his pursuers, would return for them. She entered the temple with Yinxing to pray, light incense, and wandered around the market. When she had finished her shopping and returned to the carriage, she found the ledger and the key untouched inside. Left with no choice, she took the ledger back to the marquisate, avoiding giving it to Shen Sui, and instead brought it directly to Qingyi Courtyard. Unaware of the man's identity and unsure of how to return the ledger and key to him, she resolved to keep them for the time being, contemplating a discreet visit to Dazhao Temple later. However, the next afternoon, the man scaled the wall to retrieve the ledger and the key from Qingyi Courtyard. Unfortunately, at that moment, Shen Tang was taking a bath, and the man, not anticipating her presence, jumped through the window, nearly giving her a fright. Shen Tang screamed in terror, and the man quickly covered her mouth, his masked face concealing his expression, but his ears flushed crimson like carved blood jade. "Do not scream. I am here to collect the ledger and the key." Shen Tang felt as though she might suffocate in the bathtub. A young lady entered upon hearing the commotion, and Shen Tang had to shield the man, sending the girl away. "The water has cooled. Please fetch me some hot water." The girl, oblivious, turned and exited, closing the door behind her. The man released his hand from Shen Tang's mouth, and she informed him, "The ledger and the key are in the drawer of my desk." He moved to retrieve them and opened the window to leave. Upon hearing the window slide shut, Shen Tang's heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally settled. She hurriedly climbed out of the tub and dressed. No one in the marquisate knew that the man had come to Qingyi Courtyard to seek her. Days later, Yinxing discovered that the ledger and the key were missing and expressed her surprise, but Shen Tang divulged nothing. Shen Tang initially thought that with the ledger and the key taken, she and the man would no longer have any connections. Yet, not long after, when she and Shen Xian faced difficulties while shopping, someone came to their aid. As they speculated on who had assisted them, the man descended from the second floor. Shen Tang's face turned beet red upon seeing him, and she wondered if it was indeed him. However, she dared not inquire, and the man departed without a word. Later, she inquired with the shopkeeper, who confirmed that the person who helped them was indeed the man. Subsequently, during the Lantern Festival, she went out with Shen Xian and others, but within half an hour, she found herself utterly alone, without even a maid by her side. While searching for her companions, she was jostled off a bridge by a group of playful children, and just as she was about to fall into the water, the man caught her midair. This was the first time she had been held in a man's arms. Once back on land, he did not release her immediately, causing her pale face to flush crimson. "Please let go of me. Men and women should not be so familiar." He chuckled softly. Is there a need to adhere to such formalities when saving someone? Nevertheless, he did let her go. Shen Tang expressed her gratitude, not only for saving her, but also for his earlier intervention. He replied, if you wish to thank me, accompany me to enjoy the lanterns. Shen Tang felt uneasy, especially considering their previous awkward encounter. Yet the man did not seek her consent. He grasped her hand and led her onward, knowing her bashfulness, and purchased a mask to cover her face. That was the most joyful lantern festival Shen Tang had ever experienced. The man engaged her in riddles and even leaped across rooftops, standing atop the highest point in the capital, overlooking the myriad lights and bustling crowds, presenting her with a beautiful glass lantern. As night fell, after a long evening of wandering, she prepared to return home, and the man escorted her to the place where she had arranged to meet Shen Xian. While passing by the White Jade Bridge, Shen Tang wished to release a wish lantern. However, as she did so, she almost lost her balance and fell into the water again, only to be caught by him once more. Nearby, a couple happened to pass by, discussing proposals. Held in the man and Appo's arms, Shen Tang struggled. Men and women should not be so familiar. He chuckled lightly. Does this imply I should propose to you? Shen Tang was taken aback, her flustered words stumbling out. I mean no such thing, he replied. Having seen and embraced you, I ought to take responsibility. Shen Tang and Appo's face turned a deeper shade of red. But no one knows. As long as they did not speak of it, no one would ever know. And she did not even know what he looked like beneath the mask. She gazed at the mask he wore, and he smiled. When I come to propose, you will know who I am. I will not keep you waiting long. Shen Tang found herself utterly unable to withstand his words, and, catching sight of Shen Xian and the others, hurried away to avoid being seen in such a compromising situation. Later, Shen Xian expressed interest in the glass lantern in Shen Tang's possession. Usually, Shen Tang would not hesitate to part with her belongings for her elder sister. But since the lantern was a gift from the man, she was reluctant to give it up. That night, her mind was consumed with thoughts of his proposal, a mix of shyness and a deep-seated hope. Within a couple of days, the old Duke Xie came to propose. When she learned that he was the suitor, she surmised that the man must be the Jingyang prince's heir, feeling both astonished and elated, only to be doused with cold water when she discovered the truth. Shen Xian was betrothed to the Jingyang prince's heir, and the entire household rejoiced, leaving Shen Tang to share in her elder sister's happiness. On the day of the engagement, Shen Xian deliberately shattered Shen Tang and Appo's glass lantern. She awaited the arrival of the suitor day after day, her heart filled with anticipation slowly eroding with each passing moment. Eventually, Prince Jingyang's heir rescued the second prince, who was injured and poisoned. Fearing the prospect of widowhood, Shen Xian devised a plan for her to marry in her stead. Thus, she ascended the bridal sedan of the Jingyang prince's residence, wed to Xie Guimo, and became the esteemed consort of the heir to Prince Jingyang. Chapter 78. Unease the man did not jest with her. He genuinely sought to marry her, having formally proposed. However, it was the esteemed lord she who mistakenly arranged his betrothal to Shen Xian, which he felt did not constitute a betrayal of his word, particularly after discovering the error. He endeavored tirelessly to bring her into his household. Yet, why did he withhold this truth from her after she had crossed the threshold of his home? In her previous life, all he did was torment her, right until her last moments, when Shen Xian revealed to her that the one who held affection for her was none other than Xie Guimo. Even then, she doubted the veracity of his claim. Was it truly so challenging to admit that he was the one with whom she had a vow of lifelong companionship? Or was he fearful that revealing his identity as the crown prince of Jingyang would lead her to disclose his covert investigations into the Chongping Marquis's estate to Shen Xian and the second prince? Memories of her past life surged through her mind like a rapid torrent, causing Shen Tang's heart to ache. It seemed destined that she and Xie Guimo were fated to be apart. In her previous life, misunderstandings abounded, leading to frequent quarrels. In this life, while some misunderstandings had been resolved, she could not marry him. In her past, their union nearly cost him his life. She dared not endure such a fate again. Between them, there lay no future, only the choice of suffering long or suffering briefly. A profound pain spread from her heart to her very limbs, compelling Shen Tang to curl inward. Inching dared not inquire further. Outside, the sound of footsteps heralded the return of the young servant. "Miss, the young servant has returned. But the fourth young lady has not yet come back." Shen Tang had ventured out with Shen Luo to enjoy the Lantern Festival, and she could not abandon Shen Luo to return home alone. She had momentarily forgotten about Shen Luo's absence, feeling relieved that Shen Luo had not yet arrived. Otherwise, her tear-stained and reddened eyes would have prompted questions and perhaps even brought the matter to their grandmother and Appo's attention. Shen Tang dared not dwell further on her thoughts. She hastily wiped her tears with a handkerchief and applied some powder to conceal the traces of her sorrow, striving to recall joyful memories to uplift her spirits. Just as she stowed her makeup away, Shen Luo returned. Inching quickly disembarked from the carriage, and Shen Luo climbed in, exclaiming, "I waited for you for quite a while outside the estate. I thought I would have to wait even longer. Did you not enjoy the Lantern Festival?" Shen Tang felt fortunate that the dim light inside the carriage concealed her emotions. Otherwise, Shen Luo would have undoubtedly sensed something amiss. Perhaps due to having fallen ill twice in succession, Shen Luo was still not fully recovered and felt fatigued after only a brief outing. So she opted to rest in the carriage. Shen Luo considered this. Even without illness, her legs felt sore after walking. How much more so for Shen Tang, who had suffered 2 ailments. If the capital hosted the Lantern Festival daily, or even bi-weekly or monthly, the streets would be far less crowded. Though weary, they were genuinely joyful. As the young servant drove the carriage back to the Marquis's estate, Shen Luo turned to Shen Tang. "Elder sister, have you heard? The chomping Marquis's heir was thrown into the water." Shen Tang not only heard about it, she had witnessed the heir being tossed into the water herself. She felt grateful that she had worn a mask while strolling the streets with Xie Gimo. Otherwise, the entire capital might have believed her to be involved in the altercation. However, on that day at the Great Zhao Temple, she had been compelled by Shen Xian to meet the Chongping Marquis's heir, who had attempted to assault her, leading to Xie Gimo's intervention. Most would assume that the man acted out of a sense of justice. But how did the Chongping heir know of her acquaintance with the man? It was as if someone had been surveilling her, waiting to catch him. Instinctively, Shen Tang sensed something was amiss. Knowing that the man was Xie Gimo, she felt no concern for him offending the Chongping Marquis's estate. Yet, she never anticipated that Xie